The Disabled Tyrant's Pet Palm Fish Chapter 83 to Chapter 125. Liu was depressed and didn't want to move. It wasn't because of the aftereffects of being stabbed by the steel fork. The fish body's ability to heal was really good. Not long after, the dull pain all over his body lessened a lot. He could already swim around freely. The reason why he didn't want to move was that he still couldn't accept the fate of having a child. Oh, he was going to have a baby in the form of a fish. Thinking about it, before he transmigrated into a fish, he had seen other fish with fish eggs. Was he going to give birth to a bunch of fish eggs? Ugh, it felt a little too scary. Moreover, he was a boy who had just lost his virginity. He hadn't lost it a few times yet. Was he going to have a baby? God, oh no, the system was too much of a scammer. Liu was listless and gloomy. She did not look like a shy fish after the birth at all. King Jing sensed the fish's depression and temporarily put down everything at hand to accompany him. As long as the fish made a slight movement, King Jing would definitely ask about his well-being. Liu ate the red fish food that King Jing fed him. The little bit of resentment he had towards King Jing disappeared. Forget it. King Jing didn't know that he would be pregnant. Even he didn't know. He couldn't blame others, right? King Jing had always respected him and restrained himself. Between the two of them, he was the one who wanted to do it first. King Jing just followed his wishes. If it weren't for the thunderbolt from the clear sky, how good would it be for the two of them now? Moreover, he was avoiding King Jing, but King Jing still took good care of him. Liu really felt bad. The system was so cold. Only his boyfriend's embrace was warm. After avoiding King Jing for less than a second, the fish became affectionate towards King Jing again. King Jing didn't know what the fish was thinking. He tried to rub the fish. Liu enjoyed it while protecting his stomach. Ugh, he was afraid that his boyfriend would see through him. It wasn't because of anything else. In order to please the fish and express his joy, King Jing ordered people to make a new stone rocking chair and placed it in the fish tank. As soon as Liu saw that there was something to play with, he jumped on it and shook it crazily for a while. After shaking it, Liu realized that something was wrong. Ah, it's not like that. I don't want to play. Liu quickly swam down from the rocking chair. A pregnant fish shouldn't be so violent, right? He knew very little about human pregnancies, and even less about fish pregnancies. What should he do? Liu wanted to rub his belly, but he couldn't reach his fins. He felt a little wronged. Should he tell King Jing? But it was already unimaginable that he was a carp spirit. Would King Jing accept the fact that he was suddenly pregnant? What was she pregnant with? He didn't know. He didn't know how long she would be pregnant. He couldn't produce any evidence at the moment. Would King Jing believe him? Would he think that he was joking again? Who asked him to have nothing better to do in the past? Why did he say that he was pregnant? It turned out that telling the story of the boy who cried wolf would really backfire. Maybe he should wait until the fish belly was a little bigger. Liu rolled around in annoyance, unable to make up his mind. He thought of many ideas, but he didn't think of getting rid of the baby in his belly. Liu, who knew very little about pregnancy, at least knew that it was a little life that he and the person he liked created. Although he hated the system for tricking him, he couldn't hate the little life. Humans were innocent, but what about the little life? Liu, who had realized that his heart was softening, sighed deeply. He was afraid that he was really going to give birth to the baby. When it was time for him to transform into a human, Liu didn't impatiently transform into a human to be intimate with his boyfriend. His fish belly was a little bloated. He didn't know if it was because he was full or because he was pregnant. He was worried that he would get pregnant if he transformed into a human. However, he didn't transform, so King Jing couldn't help but feel confused. The two of them had experienced a once-in-a-lifetime event. King Jing didn't get to see the little fish cuddling that he had been looking forward to. The carp spirit, who had made a vow with him, didn't even want to say a word to him afterwards. King Jing didn't want to admit that he was rejected the first time he sucked money. Did that mean there was something wrong with sucking money from him? However, other than not transforming, the fish in the aquarium could eat and sleep. King Jing didn't see any problems with it. If the fish didn't transform, he couldn't do anything to it. He could only silently stay by the fish's side and wait for it to change its mind. Liu, who felt that his soul was going to be sucked away by this pair of eyes countless times, he missed his affectionate boyfriend so much. Sob, sob, sob. He didn't dare to do that with a baby in his belly. Liu pretended not to notice. After a few days, he finally couldn't endure it anymore. He took a chance and the fish still transformed. After transforming, he didn't hurry to change his clothes. He looked down at his belly first. It was flat. He touched it again, but it was still flat. Fortunately, he was really afraid that his human form would directly turn him into a big belly. King Jing had been guarding him all this time. However, he left for a while for some reason. When he came back, he suddenly saw the human-shaped little fish looking at his belly. King Jing, why didn't he show up? Why did he hide from the beginning? King Jing walked quietly to Liu. He had countless questions in his heart, but he was afraid that he would scare little fish. While he was hesitating, Liu had already finished looking at his belly and was about to put on his clothes. When he turned around, he saw the person behind him. Liu, who had walked right into the trap, was pressed against the screen and his lips were repeatedly kissed. King Jing didn't mean to blame him. He just wanted to declare his sovereignty in this way. Liu also missed him very much. Although they were together day and night, it was still different. After tasting the ultimate happiness of being together, he would feel that the ordinary interaction was less passionate. Surrounded by the passionate atmosphere, Liu immediately threw away his armor. In the midst of the frequent kisses, he thought in a daze, it's just a little longer. It should be fine, right? He could feel King Jing's uneasiness because he had seen how the other party had been living these days. He was eager to respond with the same passion. He didn't dislike it, nor did he dislike it. Another half of the game ended naturally. Liu, who had finally sobered up a little, regretted it. Another shot of soul imprint. Was he going to be done for again? He could control himself, but he couldn't control his passionate feelings for King Jing. Usually, if there was a first, there would be a second, and if there was a second, there would be a third. Moreover, a male boyfriend who had just fallen in love was hot-blooded. It was normal for him to suck money without saying anything. If he really got pregnant this time, he would accept it. However, he couldn't possibly get pregnant every time they did it in the future. That would be too miserable. This concerned his lifelong happiness and how many children he would have in this lifetime. Liu could only reluctantly talk to the system again. The system said, after the shot of soul imprint is completed, it will disappear. The chances of the host getting pregnant are no different from ordinary people. Liu, that's more like it. It's just that the first time is more unlucky, so I'll definitely get pregnant, it's not more like it. He didn't want to have children at all. Why was the system so insistent on letting him have children? As an answer, the system quickly showed Liu an illusion. In the illusion, King Jing looked much older. He was wearing a dragon robe and sitting alone on the dragon throne. What was this? Liu's heart skipped a beat. He felt a little uncomfortable. The system didn't explain. Liu looked again. Chu Yanyu walked out, wearing a royal robe. Didn't King Jing ignore Chu Yanyu a long time ago? How could it be? Wait a minute. Liu's heart skipped a beat. Why did King Jing and Chu Yanyu look so much older? This was the middle-aged King Jing and Chu Yanyu. Liu immediately remembered. This was the original book. The original book mentioned that King Jing was in his 40s at the very end. Chu Yanyu only started to have feelings for King Jing after half a lifetime. Liu looked at Empress Chu talking and laughing by herself. King Jing, who was sitting on the dragon throne, had a cold expression on his face. Although the book didn't specifically talk about their final ending, the system showed him that King Jing didn't care about Chu Yanyu anymore. He was a completely cold-hearted and ruthless emperor. Although Liu knew that his boyfriend wouldn't be like this, he still couldn't help but feel sorry for him. But why did the system show him this? The scene changed. Liu saw several young princes paying their respects to King Jing, who was wearing a dragon robe. Liu was shocked. So King Jing in the original book had children. After all, anyone who was willing to disregard their children would help him take in concubines. The other party wasn't worth it, and he didn't love them anymore. He was just doing what an emperor should do. The system said, the tyrant's male protagonist Halo is destined to have children in this world. But because of the host, there won't be any. Unless the child is brought from the host to the tyrant's children. Liu, this was even more shocking than finding out that he was pregnant. Everything was because of him, the system was vague. Liu was stunned for a moment before he reacted. The system was saying that King Jing would disregard his children for him. Actually, he already knew the answer to this question. When he pretended to be pregnant, King Jing was very happy. Later, when he found out that he was faking it, King Jing was a little disappointed, but he didn't blame him. The ancients regarded having children as their top priority. They shouldn't have joked about it. But King Jing didn't blame him. He regarded him as more important than having children. He promised him that he would never take concubines. What about him? Liu admitted that he was a little touched. But no matter what, when it came to having children, fish were still a little scared. Liu lowered his head. Let me think about it again. Liu was about to exit the system. Because he saw a video, he remembered that he hadn't received the reward from last time. As usual, it was King Jing's secret. Anyway, he might as well get it. Liu looked at the 4 options that represented different secrets. He wanted to know how important he was to King Jing. For the first time, he chose the option that represented himself. What he saw was the scene where he turned into a human in the Jingtai Palace and helped King Jing wash away the lime powder in his eyes. What's going on? Liu couldn't figure it out until King Jing found fish scales on the cloth that he dropped on the floor. King Jing asked Yi Qinghuan, have you ever raised a demon? Liu. Damn, why didn't I know about such an important thing? So King Jing knew about it from then on. Liu was suddenly enlightened. All the details that he used to find strange also became clear to him. Why were there always fish in the things that King Jing gave him? Liu thought that it was because there was a fish in his name. In fact, King Jing already knew that he was his fish. When he didn't know, King Jing did so many things for him. He cleaned up the mess left by the crystal bottle for him. He covered up for him in front of all kinds of people. He held down his shaky vest and helped him dig up the entire mansion into a fish tank. Once, even Liu was jealous of King Jing's fish. It turned out that it was all him. Liu's heart was heavy. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought that he had sacrificed a lot, but he was the one who was always taken care of and loved. He was touched by this love. His heart was already in a mess. So what, the system? Liu sniffed and asked, does it hurt to give birth to a fish? Liu exited the system. He felt refreshed. It should be inside. The system said that it didn't hurt to give birth to a fish, so he gave birth. He couldn't figure it out. It was so awkward. Now that he figured it out, he also wanted to know what kind of baby he would give birth to. The system said that this was also a new life for the baby. It was fate between him and the tyrant. After a week or 2, his human belly was still flat. His fish belly didn't change much either. One day after 3 weeks, Liu suddenly realized that with his current fish belly, he could no longer squeeze into the rockery cave. Just when he looked at his belly every day and thought that it was about the same, his belly started to bulge. King Jing, why do I feel like my fish belly is getting bigger? Could it be that I ate too much every day? No matter if it was a male fish or a male fish, it was too ridiculous. Liu had previously clarified to King Jing that it was impossible for him to get pregnant. Now, he had shot himself in the foot. It was too embarrassing. He had not thought of how to tell King Jing. Plus, humans usually got pregnant after 10 months, so he thought that it was the same for fish. He thought that it would take at least a few months, so he was not in a hurry. There were some slight changes in the belly of his human form, but it was not obvious compared to his fish form. He usually did not like to wear a wide jade belt. He always tied it around his waist with a silk ribbon or a string of beads. It was fine even if he loosened his clothes a little. However, Liu was worried that his belly would get bigger and bigger in the future and King Jing would notice it. So, he asked for a maternity leave from King Jing, saying that he needed to focus on cultivation for the next few months and could not transform into a human for the time being. King Jing could feel that the fish was hiding something from him, so he looked at him inquiringly. Liu deliberately talked nonsense to fool him. King Jing felt that since they were really together, although they were close, there was always something between them. However, he could not figure out the real reason no matter how hard he tried. He had always doted on this fish. Since the fish said that it wanted to cultivate, King Jing would naturally be satisfied. He was not afraid that they would not be able to see each other for a while, but he was afraid that the carp spirit would leave after the tribulation. Ever since Liu confessed his identity, King Jing had been worried about this from time to time. Recently, Liu had been hiding to cover for the fish's belly, which deepened King Jing's doubts. Little Liu must be hiding something from him and was unwilling to tell him. In the past, King Jing could pretend that he did not see through Little Liu's identity and silently protect him. Now, he could also turn a blind eye to it. As long as the fish stayed in the fish tank and stayed by his side, they could see each other every day. King Jing could accept it. On the 4th week after the fish's belly bulged, Liu felt that the fish's body was starting to become lazy. The whole fish didn't want to move much. Although he had told King Jing that he wanted to cultivate, and indeed should occasionally move a little, the fish would get tired after swimming for a while. It was even more tiring to move his brain. Why don't I lie down today and do it tomorrow? Liu thought this every time, wrapped in the seaweed blanket. However, he would soon fall asleep. When tomorrow became today, he would still be a salted fish. Other than that, there was nothing wrong with it. Just when he thought that this kind of life would continue for a few more months, one night, Liu woke up from his sleep and felt that his stomach was a little heavy and bloated. Liu hurriedly got up and glanced at the fish's belly. What he saw shocked him. The belly actually shrank. Liu, it couldn't be. Liu hurriedly looked under the bed. At a glance, the bottom of the fish tank was clear. There was no change. Liu searched the corners again, but there was still nothing. Finally, he thought of something. He used his fish mouth to open the golden seaweed blanket on the silver stone bed. He saw 4 round, thumb-sized, and jade-like pearls slide out from the blanket. Liu, could it be that he gave birth to these? It should be. Otherwise, how could the belly have become so much smaller? The fish trapping system didn't trick him this time. It was indeed not painful to give birth in the form of a fish. However, he also didn't expect it to be so easy. It only took about 4 weeks, and while he was asleep, it was done. These pearl-like things should be called fish eggs. Liu was neither sleepy nor lazy. He carefully swam over, poked at them with his fins, and stuck his eyes on them to take a look. Of course, he couldn't see anything. He hadn't thought of how to tell King Jing, but in the end, he gave birth. Moreover, he gave birth to 4 eggs. This made him even more embarrassed. Would King Jing be able to accept the fact that his own children were 4 round? It would be too difficult. If he turned around, he wouldn't know where they would be washed away by the water. But then again, fish were supposed to lay eggs. Liu was originally expecting little mermaids or little people, but that was unlikely. Although he was a little disappointed that they were fish eggs, they were still his and King Jing's children. Liu didn't mind. But after giving birth, how would he take care of them? Liu didn't know what to do. After swimming 2 laps around the round children, he suddenly remembered that he still had the system. Liu wrapped the 4 fish eggs in the blanket again and entered the system. The system sent him a notification: congratulations to the host for completing Bear Children. The Revitalize the Family main storyline is now complete. Please receive the reward. Finally, another main storyline was completely completed. Liu didn't have time to be happy. He received all the rewards without even looking at them. He asked nervously, fish eggs, what should I do? The system said, the conditions for activating the side quest grow up have been met. Please choose whether to activate it or not. This mission sounded like it was related to raising children. Oh, of course it had to be activated, and according to the name of the mission, fish eggs should be able to turn into humans? That couldn't be better. The system said, the eggs can be hatched within 4 to 5 days of hatching. Host, please protect them well. After hatching, feed them for 9 months and they will be able to complete tasks on their own and become babies. Liu, why did even little fish have to do the task? It turned out that the system fish was also a system fish. Liu was so impressed that he was prostrating himself on the ground. The scam system was truly heaven-defying. It had arranged everything just like that. Thinking about the quests that he had done before, he felt quite annoyed. Little Yu was so young. Did she have to worry about quests too? The system that could read the host's mind. The system said, "Host, you don't have to worry. It's just an extremely ordinary and simple mission. Usually, it can be completed." Liu, alright, I'll believe you for now, because there was no other way if he didn't believe it. Liu learned how to take care of fish eggs and young fish from the system. He exited the system and looked around sneakily. So far, no one had discovered that he had secretly hatched 4 round fish eggs. It should be possible for him to hatch them in the next 4 days. The system told him that he had to choose a quiet place to hatch them. The warmer, the better. The system didn't ask him to hatch them with his fish body, but Liu had seen birds hatch eggs. Birds usually put the eggs under their bellies. The feathers could keep them warm. Liu felt that it made sense. Eggs and eggs should be similar. Although he didn't have feathers, he had fish scales. So, he followed the system's instructions. He gathered the 4 round eggs into a small circle and covered them with his fish body. Then, he wrapped himself with a watergrass quilt. It should be very warm. From afar, it didn't look like he was hatching the eggs at all. In terms of food, King Jing would never shortchange him. This was what he really didn't have to worry about. If someone changed the water, he would temporarily hide the fish eggs in the rockery cave. It was quite easy to get through the 4 days like this. When these round fish turned into children, he wouldn't be able to hide it anymore. At that time, it would be easier for him to say that King Jing had given birth to 4 children. How many boys and girls were there? Then, he could carry them for King Jing to see. This way, he wouldn't be unclear about what was in the fish's belly. Liu had never been so focused. He was so focused on hatching the eggs that he gradually forgot about his surroundings. King Jing found that the fish didn't like to move much these days. Although he was warned, he didn't look for anyone to check on the fish so that it wouldn't affect the fish. Fortunately, the fish would still swim a little every day. Recently, the fish had been sleeping and eating a lot. Looking at the fish's belly, it seemed to have become bigger. Maybe it was because it was cultivating, so the fish didn't move much. King Jing didn't think about it in other ways. He couldn't ask about the details of the fish's cultivation. He could only pay special attention to the fish's movements. It was fine if the fish didn't like to move much, but later on, the fish became worse. It wrapped itself in the quilt and didn't get out of bed. It also didn't have any energy to feed it. It only ate a few pieces of fish food that floated to the side of Silvershire's bed. King Jing was very worried about this, so he had to take some special measures. King Jing suddenly lifted the quilt and wanted to take the fish out of the quilt to see what was going on. Liu, who was quietly hatching the fish, was shocked. What was going on? Liu's short fins clung desperately to the edge of the Silvershire bed, indicating that he didn't want to leave the bed at all. King Jing was speechless. King Jing paused. The fish was so unwilling that he had to change his strategy in time. He couldn't force it. Coincidentally, Wang Shi had something to report. King Jing turned around to listen. Liu took the opportunity to pick up the 4 round fish one by one from behind him and hid them in the cave. Wang Shi only stayed for a moment. King Jing turned back and found that the fish, who refused to get out of bed just now, had slid down the bed nimbly and was waiting obediently by his hand. King Jing curled his lips and stroked the fish's head. Liu also rubbed his palm with the fish's mouth. King Jing remembered that this fish used to love to wander around. He was afraid that it would be bored if it stayed in the fish tank all the time. King Jing took the crystal bottle and wanted to take the fish out to relax. Liu was speechless. No, he liked the 2 of them very much, but he hadn't hatched enough. What if it didn't come back for a while? What if it wanted to do half a round again? What would happen to the fish eggs and baby? Liu was conflicted between the old man and the new fish. He made up his mind. Your Highness, I can only let you down this time. Liu used to jump into the crystal bottle by himself. This time, he was determined not to jump. King Jing put the fish to the mouth of the crystal bottle. Liu turned around and swung his tail, falling back into the fish tank. He fluttered and spat out bubbles at King Jing. "Your Highness, take a walk for me." King Jing was speechless. King Jing didn't know what to do with this fish. He rubbed the fish's body dotingly. Since it didn't want to go, he would leave it for another time. King Jing was now in charge of the western border. He was in charge of military affairs and government affairs. Not long after, he had something important to do and left quickly. Liu heaved a sigh of relief. After making sure that King Jing had gone far away and that he couldn't hear any footsteps, he took the fish eggs out of the cave again. It was too troublesome to take them back and forth one by one. Liu thought of a more convenient method. He took one in the fish's mouth and carried the other 3 on his back. Together, they slowly swam back to the silver stone bed. Before he could rearrange the fish eggs, King Jing, who had left, came back and stood quietly in front of the fish tank. Liu was shocked to see him. Oh no, King Jing actually came back. Liu hurriedly pulled up the quilt to cover the fish eggs. However, he forgot that there was still one in the fish's mouth. King Jing's vision blurred. He didn't see what was hidden on the stone bed. However, he saw something fall out of the fish's mouth. This is... Even with King Jing's eyesight, he didn't recognize what the small fish was hiding. However, King Jing subconsciously didn't show too much confusion. Liu saw that he was calm and thought that he had recognized everything. At this point, he could only confess. Liu transformed and moved the seaweed away. King Jing then saw the other 3, round. Liu blushed and said, "Your Highness, there are a total of 4 fish and fish eggs." King Jing was speechless. King Jing first came to the conclusion that these were fish eggs from Liu's words. Then, he quickly thought about how there were fish eggs in his fish tank. Liu looked at him nervously and asked tentatively, "If I say that these are mine, will your Highness believe me?" King Jing was speechless. King Jing's eyebrows twitched unconsciously. He looked directly at Liu. Liu repeated in shame, "Your Highness, these are fish eggs that I laid." "I'm sorry. I used to say that I can't give birth. However, it wasn't until recently that I realized that I am actually a fish that can give birth." King Jing was speechless. King Jing felt as if lightning was flashing and thunder was rumbling. The entire world exploded in front of him. He slowly and cautiously savored Liu's words. It turned out that Xiaoyu could give birth. It turned out that Xiaoyu had laid 4 fish eggs. It turned out that he knew that fish eggs were actually the offspring of fish. This meant that these were... King Jing was dizzy. It turned out that these were his and Xiaoyu's children. Liu caught a glimpse of King Jing's expression. Sure enough, even someone as calm as King Jing was greatly shocked. Liu thought that since he had already struck King Jing, he might as well let out all the thunder in one go. Trembling with fear, he told King Jing about the hatching plan. It turned out that their children had to be hatched. This was what he had been hiding from him. King Jing came back to his senses and stared at Xiaoyu in front of him. "I can't let you be too tired. I'll help you with the hatching." Liu could only tell that King Jing wanted to help, so he laughed and teased, "What can your Highness help me with? Actually, it's not a rush, I can do it myself." He had even laid the most incredible fish eggs, so it wasn't difficult for him to incubate the little fish. King Jing pursed his lips and shook his head gently. He asked Liu to repeat the things he needed to pay attention to, then he dipped one hand into the fish tank and carefully held the fish eggs in his hand. The fish eggs were still too small, so an adult's hand was enough to hold all 4 of them. King Jing remained motionless in his holding position. After a long while, he carefully and slowly switched to the other hand, still holding the fish eggs in the water. The hand he switched to was already a little white, so King Jing wrapped it in a cloth and waited for the next time before switching to the other hand. Liu didn't understand what he was doing at first, but after he repeated it a few times, Liu let out an ah and softly cried out. King Jing wanted to use the warmth of his palm to incubate the little fish. Not only was he willing to believe anything he said, but he was also willing to help him incubate the fish eggs. How could there be such a considerate person in the world? Liu was extremely touched. "You're tired, rest." King Jing smiled without any reservations and looked at the empty chair beside him. Your Highness! Liu shouted and pounced on him, but he didn't sit on the chair. Instead, he threw himself behind King Jing and hugged him tightly from behind. King Jing was lightly bumped by the force of his pouncing, so he hurriedly protected the fish eggs in his hand. His free hand wanted to hug Liu, but it wasn't warm yet and was a little cold. King Jing had always been calm, but at this moment, he actually panicked. Your Highness, it's okay, you're so nice. Liu's cheek pressed against his broad back and rubbed comfortably against it, wiping away a little bit of moisture at the corner of his eyes. Ever since he found out that he was pregnant and had to lay the fish eggs alone, he had suffered a lot of grievances and shock. But when he saw the blissful smile on King Jing's face, Liu also smiled. He felt that this was nothing. No matter if he was a human or a carp demon, no matter if he could give birth or not, at least King Jing would always trust him and be his warm harbor. Liu gave up on the empty chair next to him and casually squeezed into the same seat as King Jing. King Jing didn't hesitate. He let him sit in his arms and kissed him on the lips. Then, he held him with one hand and hatched the fish with the other. You should rest. King Jing let Liu sleep on his shoulder again. Liu hurriedly said, Your Highness, I'm not sleepy, really. He had only started incubating for less than 2 hours, and he had been lying on the silver stone bed the entire time. He was not tired at all. Moreover, he was already sitting on King Jing. If he continued to lean on King Jing, wouldn't King Jing be tired? But no matter how he tried to explain, King Jing still insisted on letting him lean on him. Liu couldn't refuse and could only agree. He leaned on King Jing's body and watched him incubate the fish. When King Jing changed hands, Liu took the initiative to help wipe off the water stains. He cupped King Jing's cold hands and put them in his arms to warm them up. The fish eggs should be incubated for 4 days, so King Jing guarded them for 4 days. During this period, if there was any urgent business that needed to be dealt with, he would ask the servants to put it outside the door. When the servants left, he would bring the business in and deal with it while incubating the fish. When he was done, he would put it back the way he came. Liu received the main reward, and the duration of his transformation had doubled. Now, he could maintain his human form for 4 hours. Originally, he wanted to take turns with King Jing, but King Jing kept insisting that he had enough. Liu urged him to rest, but King Jing only slept for 2 hours and then hurriedly woke up. The first thing he did when he woke up was still to incubate the fish. King Jing was so dedicated. Liu had been jealous of himself before, but now he felt that even the fish eggs were more favored than him. He soaked in vinegar and had a lot of fun. On the 4th day, Liu accidentally fell asleep, even though he had promised to watch the little fish hatch with his own eyes. In his sleep, he felt as if something was scratching his face. Liu rubbed his eyes and sat up. King Jing was standing in front of him with his hands behind his back. He had a childish look of pride on his face. Liu was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. Are they finally hatched? King Jing nodded and coughed softly. Under Liu's expectant gaze, he slowly withdrew his hands from behind his back. He opened his fingers slightly, and in his palm, there were 4-inch-long transparent baby fish swimming around. Liu shouted excitedly. King Jing put the baby fish in his palm and let Liu look at them for a while. Although Liu was King Jing's father, he couldn't tell the difference between the 4 baby fish at all. However, King Jing insisted that the 4 baby fish looked very similar to him. Liu was speechless. Wake up, Your Highness. How can a fish look like a human? If you want to brag, you should at least wait until these baby fish can transform into a human form, right? King Jing found a teacup prepared for Liu and put the 4 baby fish in it. Although the fish tank was bigger, he was afraid that it would be difficult to find these baby fish in it. Liu could now both transform and cancel his transformation. He playfully winked at King Jing. Being a fish wasn't without its benefits. In the next moment, he transformed back into a fish and jumped into the teacup. Would the baby fish recognize him? Would they talk to him? Liu slowly swam closer to the 4 baby fish. The baby fish quickly discovered him and swam towards Liu. Liu affectionately rubbed his mouth against the baby fish one by one. He was still very young. If he hadn't transmigrated into a book and become a fish, he probably would never have had this experience. He didn't know how to get along with the baby fish. But the moment he saw the baby fish, he knew that he loved them. Whether they were fish or humans, he would do his best to protect them. The baby fish couldn't communicate yet. Their bodies were almost transparent, and their eyes were pitch black. They swam around Liu and were very lively. Liu had already learned from the system in advance how to feed such small fish. King Jing followed his instructions and wrapped the boiled egg yolk in gauze. He gently shook it in the water and sprinkled a lot of soy milk into the water. 3 of the baby fish were immediately attracted and scrambled to eat. The last one was still foolishly circling Liu. Liu gently pushed it with his mouth and it plunged into the soy milk. The system prompted, "Congratulations, host. Your current mode has changed to team up. Your children, baby fish, have joined the team." Liu, how could this work? Was he bringing the baby fish to team up for a mission? He remembered that the system said that the soul imprint was only effective for the first time. After that, it would be normal pregnancy. But even so, if he was hit by 4 baby fish at once, he would have a lot of babies, right? When the baby fish grew up, they would also have offspring. Maybe he would have a tank of fish and grandchildren in the future. TSK. Raising fish would really revitalize the family. This team was probably going to be a group. Other families would have 1 or 2 groups to revitalize the family. His family had 1 or 2. King Jing should be able to afford to raise so many baby fish. After experiencing childbirth once, Liu was already very used to it. He even felt that it was quite interesting. If he wanted to have more babies in the future, he would ask King Jing to work hard. Although the pregnancy period for fish was not long, it still took 9 months for a baby fish to become a real baby. It was about the same as a human pregnancy period. The next few days were the time when the baby fish grew up, so it was especially important. King Jing had specially asked someone to take a look and confirmed that the 4 baby fish were all small male fish. In other words, they would all grow up to be boys in the future. After the gender was confirmed, King Jing also began to name the baby fish. The next generation of the royal family followed their hearts. King Jing circled the baby fish with 4 words, Kai, Xin, Wei, and Heng. Liu could not tell the difference between the baby fish at the moment, but King Jing was very clear about it. He even knew the order in which the baby fish hatched, so he set the ranking accordingly. King Jing wanted official names, so Liu wanted nicknames. He picked a few cute nicknames, but there might be more baby fish in the future. To save trouble, Liu unified the nicknames into Dabao, Airbao, Sambao, and Sibao. It was enough to use the nicknames when the baby fish were young. When they grew up and became adults, they would use the official names King Jing gave them. Liu thought that he was done with the naming and the order, but King Jing took out a thick stack of paper from his sleeve and stuffed it into Liu's hands. The children of the royal family had to learn a lot of things from a young age. Now that they were in the western border, their conditions were not as good as those in the imperial palace. However, King Jing would not let the baby fish suffer. When they could speak, King Jing planned to invite 2 of the best teachers from the imperial city to teach them. King Jing had thought about a lot of things when he hatched the baby fish. He wrote them down one by one and made a stack of paper, then handed them all to Liu to look over. Liu, who thought that raising baby fish was just raising baby fish, was shocked. So, this was how the baby fish should be raised, looking at King Jing's high fighting spirit, as if he was going to the battlefield. And then looking at the 4 baby fish fighting over the egg yolks, Liu felt as if he was looking back at his bitter school days. With a fish father who did not have good grades, how could the baby fish do well? Should he tell King Jing that the baby fish had already been sold and that there was no return or exchange for them? Liu flipped through the papers and found a piece of red paper. He was wondering why there was an extra piece of paper that was completely different and particularly eye-catching. Was there something on it that he needed to pay special attention to? Liu took a closer look and was stunned. This piece of red paper was stamped with King Jing's official seal, and the words "A good marriage forever" were written on it. Your Highness, what does this mean? Liu looked at King Jing, and King Jing was also looking at him expectantly. There was deep affection in his eyes, as if he wanted to sweep him away. King Jing took out the jade statue and stone fish that he had given him on the day of the consummation and placed them on the red paper. On the side with the official seal was the jade statue. On the other side, the fish statue was still empty. Liu had always had a good imagination. The red paper and a pair of tokens, could it be what he was thinking? Your Highness, Liu blushed and asked excitedly, are you asking for my hand in marriage? He thought that he was very rational about marriage, but when he knew that he might be the one being proposed to, he could not help but be overjoyed. It was a marriage proposal. King Jing's handsome face was solemn. In the past, to protect Xiaoyu, he had not given her a status in time. However, plans could not keep up with changes. He already had a child, and he could not let Xiaoyu and the child be criticized. Actually, I really didn't expect to get married so soon, Liu said with a smile. King Jing was very depressed. He had long realized that Xiaoyu had never mentioned anything about her status in front of him. As a demon, she didn't care about such things. Why didn't Xiaoyu want to marry him even though she had already given birth to a fish cub? King Jing felt even more uneasy. He lowered his eyes and gripped the marriage contract tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white. It was true that Liu didn't want to be a princess consort or an empress in the future. This was the truth. He was still very young, and his vision for the future was more about being in love with each other and being down to earth. He didn't want to fight for a title or status for himself. Moreover, in his original world, men couldn't get married, so Liu didn't think there was anything wrong with this. However, he also sensed that King Jing's mood had become gloomy. He knew that he had said too much, so he quickly asked for the marriage contract back. Although I didn't think of it, I didn't say no either. Liu, who had said the wrong thing, quickly corrected himself. King Jing raised his head and looked at him with his dark eyes. Liu didn't know why, but he actually sensed a trace of grievance in the other party's eyes, and his heart trembled. King Jing. Was he acting coquettishly with him? Liu stammered, Your Highness, please don't be like this. I promise you. After Liu finished speaking, King Jing still didn't move, as if he had been wronged to the extreme. Liu's heart softened, and he hurriedly wrote his name on the blank space on the other side of the marriage contract. In addition to a signature, a seal was also required. Liu didn't have a seal, so he was looking for an ink pad to stamp his name on. King Jing silently took out a small seal from his sleeve and handed it to Liu. This small seal was carved out of crystal, and the top of the crystal was embedded with a lively little goldfish. Liu's name was printed on it. Liu? Your Highness even prepared this. King Jing nodded and gave the seal to Liu. Liu immediately used such a beautiful seal. Then, together with King Jing, they pressed their fingerprints on each other's seals. The moment the handprint fell, his heart raced. He thought of Yi Qinghuan and his wife, and the commoner couple he saw in town. He was about to be like them and start a family in the truest sense. What he felt at this moment was not hesitation, nor was it worry about the future. Instead, it was the faint joy of having the dust settled. Only then did she realize how blissful it was to marry the one she loved. King Jing read the marriage contract again. After confirming that there was no mistake, he handed the marriage contract to Liu for safekeeping. Although the marriage of the prince was decided by the emperor, the marriage contract written by the emperor was still valid. This was enough for the emperor to clearly see his intentions. Don't worry, leave imperial father to me. King Jing gave Liu a note. I'm not worried. Your Highness, don't be too anxious. Liu was really not worried. Since he had signed the marriage contract, the position of princess consort and empress would naturally be his. He did not doubt King Jing's feelings for him, but it would not be easy for him, who had no background, to request for a title for him. Liu was quite open-minded. If the emperor did not agree this time, he would wait for King Jing to ascend the throne. Your Highness, you don't have to force yourself. If things don't go well, just let it go. I can wait. It's okay. Liu was half hinting and half encouraging. King Jing shook his head. He knew that Xiaoyu did not care about these things, so he would care for Xiaoyu. I have my ways. King Jing kept him in suspense. Since he hinted like this, Liu was also full of confidence and looked forward to it. Since Liu had signed the marriage contract, King Jing asked Wang Shi to start preparing for the wedding. It was still too rushed to consummate the marriage. King Jing wanted to compensate Xiaoyu with a formal wedding. He had personally written the memorial and sent it to the imperial city. On the other hand, his arrangements were also in full swing. He believed that by the time the imperial edict arrived, everything would be ready. King Jing would plan for the outside world. Li Yu just had to wait. Right now, he had a more important task, which was to raise the fish. King Jing could help him incubate the fish, but he could not help him teach the fish. Only he, who was also a fish, could try to communicate with the fish. They spent 2 days together, day and night. Li Yu could finally recognize who was who. Dabao's tail was slightly longer. Erbao's stomach was very round even if he did not eat. Sanbao was the first to grow multicolored scales. Sibao was a fish that was often muddle-headed. If the 4 fish gathered together to eat, the fish that was always late would definitely be Sibao. Other than feeding the fish, Li Yu also began to try to talk to the fish. Other than Sibao, the other fish were very smart. They quickly learned to eat and swim. When Li Yu said eat, they would gather around and wait for the food. When Li Yu said swim, they would follow behind Li Yu. Li Yu was worried that the fish would get lost while swimming, so he gently swung his tail in front of Dabao and made a biting motion. The smart Dabao immediately bit his tail fin. Li Yu then taught Erbao to bite Dabao's tail fin. So on and so forth. The fish and he became one, so that no one would get lost. 3 of the 4 fish quickly became one with their father. Only the 4th fish was still at a loss. Li Yu noticed that this fish's reaction was always a little slow. He did not scold it. Instead, he used his mouth to nudge the 4th fish in a friendly manner and put it on his head. This way, all the fish could move together with him again. However, he took extra care of Sibao. Dabao, who was biting his tail fin, could not stand it anymore. Together with his 2 younger brothers, they swam in front of Li Yu. Li Yu, should he be happy that the other cubs were jealous so quickly? Li Yu also understood the dilemma of an old father. Favoring one and discriminating against the other was not a good role model. Li Yu simply put all the fish on his head. The fish excitedly swung their tails like he did. It seemed that they were all very happy. Li Yu continued to teach the fish to speak. Daddy. He demonstrated loudly. The fish looked at him in confusion. They did not know what to do. Li Yu realized that the method was wrong. He thought about it and brought a peach blossom cake over and tore it into small pieces. Li Yu circled around the peach blossom cake and continued, Daddy. Only the fish that said it right would get to eat the peach blossom cake. The sweet peach blossom cake attracted the fish's attention. Dabao tilted his head and asked tentatively, Daddy? Dabao was so smart, Li Yu wanted to give him a fin. Really, who said that fish were stupid? Li Yu rewarded Dabao with a small piece of peach blossom cake. Dabao wagged his tail happily and ate it in big mouthfuls. Erbao and Sanbao saw Dabao get to eat with their own eyes and were probably envious. They imitated Dabao and said, Koi? Li Yu thought that although Erbao and Sanbao did not get it right, their first time was not bad. Li Yu also gave Erbao, Sanbao, and Sanbao peach blossom cake to encourage him. His brothers had all set good examples. Only Sibao was left. Li Yu nodded gently at Sibao. Unexpectedly, Sibao was still in a daze. It seemed that he did not understand. Li Yu was wondering what was wrong with him when the fish suddenly sank. The frightened Li Yu quickly rushed over and held Sibao in his mouth. Did he fall asleep? Li Yu was angry and amused at the same time. Who exactly did this fish take after? Daddy. Li Yu taught Sibao again seriously. Sibao felt wronged. Under the guidance of his father, he blew 2 small bubbles. Li Yu, no, he must learn to call him Daddy. Li Yu tempted Sibao with the peach blossom cake. In the end, Sibao managed to get it right. King Jing came to see his wife and son. Li Yu was playing with them with a string of fish. Your Highness, the sons know how to call him Daddy. Li Yu said happily. King Jing did not understand fish language. He smiled as he watched the little fish swim around. Li Yu deliberately held a piece of peach blossom cake in his mouth. He wanted to try it in front of Old Gong and tell the fish that this tall and handsome man was also their daddy. He took out the peach blossom cake. Before he could say anything, the fish had already called out daddy in unison. Led by Dabao, the 4 fish happily rushed toward the peach blossom cake. Liu, he felt that the fish seemed to have misunderstood something. King Jing originally only kept 1 fish in his house. Now that there were 4 more fish, it would attract attention. King Jing simply told the people in the residence that these fish were Xiaoyu's children, so that the fish wouldn't have to hide all day. King Jing's fish was now very big, so it was normal to have fish babies. His subordinates didn't think much of it, and no one asked where the legendary mother fish was. This was because even horses could be bred, so it was very suitable to breed fish. Wang Shi was very fond of his master, Xiaoyu. With a few more small fish, Wang Shi was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. King Jing told Wang Shi to pay special attention to the safety of the fish babies and listed it as a top priority. Wang Shi quickly understood. Eunuch Wang's mind was quickly calculating, His Highness values Master Xiaoyu as much as young Master Li. Then, wouldn't His Highness value Master Xiaoyu's fish babies as much as young Master Li's son? Speaking of which, if young Master Li really had a son, whose son could it be? Wasn't this just a roundabout way of reminding him to treat these little fish as his little masters? Wang Shi wanted to have little masters so much that he was going crazy. He immediately went to do it meticulously. Imperial City, Palace of Heavenly Purity. Ever since King Jing arrived at the western border, the emperor would ask about the situation in the western border every few days. He would also read the memorials from the western border several times. When King Jing first arrived at the western border, he encountered assassins. The emperor was very worried about King Jing's safety, so he sent many guards and imperial physicians over. He also secretly ordered the generals near the western border to immediately send troops to rescue King Jing if he asked for help. The emperor began to feel that he might have taken a very bad step. It was a small matter if King Jing couldn't complete the trial, but what if he couldn't come back for good? The emperor was worried for more than a month. Before the imperial physicians could reach the western border, the emperor received a second piece of news from the western border. It was a battle report. King Jing fought the bandits and won the first battle. The battle report explained in detail the reason why King Jing had decided to fight, as well as the specific strategy of the attack. The emperor was first furious because of the rampant bandits, then shocked by King Jing's decisiveness to kill. In the past, the emperor had sent many experienced soldiers to the western border, but none of them could defeat the bandits. King Jing had never fought a battle before, but he had the courage to fight the bandits and even defeated them. The emperor was extremely worried, but he was extremely happy. It seemed that King Jing could still bear the heavy responsibility and didn't let him down. Although the emperor was happy, he didn't praise King Jing too much in case he became arrogant. The emperor still wanted to see King Jing's achievements in the western border, so he ordered Steward Luo to send a set of good armor to the western border. The emperor was very proud of his son. He ordered the Ministry of War to analyze the battle report in detail and simulate the situation on the sand table. Even the Minister of War praised King Jing's godlike command of the army. The emperor couldn't be more pleased after hearing this. In addition to the battle report, King Jing also mentioned a young man named Liu in the memorial that came with the battle. It was said that this young man was very knowledgeable and had helped King Jing a lot. King Jing also said in the memorial that they won the battle with the bandits because of this young man's advice. King Jing wanted to reward this young man based on his contribution and asked the emperor for permission. The emperor was very happy. It was just a small matter. King Jing even wanted to ask for permission. The emperor waved his pen and approved. The distance between the imperial city and the western border was very long, so it was very inconvenient for news to come and go. By the time the emperor received the second and third memorials from King Jing, another month and a half had passed. Since the emperor allowed King Jing to reward him based on his contribution, King Jing calmly listed all kinds of rewards for Liu in the next 2 memorials. After weighing the pros and cons, there were always some areas that weren't satisfactory. Seeing King Jing's attitude, the emperor was very likely to continue the discussion. The emperor was already somewhat impatient and felt that King Jing was being too cautious. But because of Liu's meritorious service, the emperor replied to let King Jing consider the matter carefully. After another month, the emperor received the 4th memorial from King Jing. The emperor was shocked. It was just a reward to a subordinate. How did it turn into a marriage? But King Jing insisted that the marriage was a reward, and the reward to Liu was indeed decided by the prospective King Jing himself. With the replies to several memorials in the past as evidence, the emperor recalled that King Jing had asked him several times and realized that King Jing had most likely set a trap for him. He was afraid that worrying about how to reward Liu was fake. His real intention was to facilitate this marriage. While the emperor was shocked, he was also angry. He was angry that King Jing had schemed against him. He was also angry that King Jing suddenly wanted to marry a male princess. The current dynasty did not forbid men. In the past dynasties, there were also some emperors who took male concubines and doted on them very much. Even the emperor himself had a male noble when he was young. However, whether a man was a concubine or a concubine, it had nothing to do with the overall situation. Because men could not bear children, it was impossible for them to be the official wife. If King Jing insisted on taking Liu as a secondary concubine, the emperor might have agreed to King Jing's wishes. Originally, according to the rank of King Jing, he could have one official wife and 2 secondary concubines. Liu was a man and a commoner. If he could be conferred the title of secondary concubine, it would be a wonderful thing and everyone would be happy. However, King Jing had mentioned the position of official wife in his memorials. He also wanted to ask for the position of official wife for Liu. Of course, the emperor would not agree. How could a man, especially a man with no background, take the position of princess? If he agreed, it would be difficult for King Jing to marry a young lady from a noble family. After all, which young lady would be willing to be a secondary concubine under a man who could not bear children, while the child she gave birth to could only be a concubine's child? The emperor quickly came up with a bunch of excuses. He did not agree with this marriage. King Jing's little trick was just a little trick. If the emperor changed his mind so easily, he would not be the emperor. However, it was indeed difficult to go back on his words. The emperor thought about it and simply left the memorials in the palace and did not reply. As long as he did not reply, King Jing naturally would not be able to take a concubine. The emperor was also very angry with King Jing and expected better from him. He used to worry a lot about King Jing's marriage, but King Jing seemed to have no desires. Now, he finally wanted to get married. If he had taken a fancy to any young lady, the emperor would not have stopped him. But King Jing wanted a male princess. He had just thought that this son of his had some ability, but he did not expect him to stab him in the heart like this. The emperor was really angry. He wanted to give King Jing the cold shoulder and let King Jing reflect on himself. He wanted to give King Jing a fair chance by sending King Jing to the western border. He didn't want King Jing to recklessly ask for a male wife. In a fit of anger, the emperor summoned Duke Qinzhen and King Jing's maternal grandfather, Yi Qian, into the palace to discuss countermeasures with Yi Qian. Yi Qian had already met Liu and King Jing's letter to him had already been sent to him. In the face of the emperor's sudden anger, Yi Qian discreetly consoled him. King Jing's request for a male princess finally made the emperor realize that it was time for King Jing to start a family. Without a woman by his side to take care of him, he would not look good. The emperor thought that if he arranged a marriage for King Jing first, King Jing might not think about Liu. If he still wanted, he would bestow her as a secondary concubine. Wasn't this better than directly marrying a male princess? Yi Qian understood the emperor's intention and pretended to be troubled. Does your majesty have anyone in mind? The emperor was rendered speechless by his question. It was not the first time that the emperor had worried about King Jing's marriage. King Jing himself did not care and could not find a suitable wife. The noble ladies in the imperial city who were well matched with King Jing all tactfully expressed that they would be more willing to be the concubines of other princes and would not take a fancy to the mute King Jing. However, there were those who were of lower birth who were willing. They either had a bad reputation and were ugly as if there was no salt, or they were handicapped like King Jing. Moreover, even the emperor himself felt that they were not suitable, so he had not arranged a marriage for King Jing. So his son couldn't even marry a normal woman. The emperor was furious and insisted on finding another suitable wife for King Jing. Yi Qian tried his best to persuade him. This official has to say something. This official has never seen His Highness King Jing ask your majesty for help before. His Highness is not a reckless person and must be sincere. In the end, His Highness is different from others. This old official feels that perhaps this sincerity is more important in His Highness's eyes. How could the emperor not know that this Liu had been praised by King Jing in many of his memorials? The emperor knew that this child had a good character and had made contributions. If it was someone else, the emperor might have already dealt with them. Thinking of this, the emperor became even angrier. King Jing was not reckless at all and had long been thinking of scheming against him. Recalling how King Jing had led him into a trap step by step, the emperor panicked. However, King Jing's every step was reasonable. He could not find any evidence that King Jing was scheming against him. At most, he could only reprimand King Jing for not being clear-headed enough to treat marriage as a child's play. This brat had angered him so much. Was he not afraid that he would be forced to stay in the western border forever and not be allowed to return to the imperial city? The emperor knew in his heart that King Jing should not have gone that far. It was just that King Jing had made a mistake in his marriage. His mistakes were different from those of the second prince and the third prince. Moreover, King Jing could be considered a prince who had made contributions. If he punished King Jing because of this, the ministers would also advise against it. The emperor could only reprimand King Jing in front of Duke Qinzhen. Yi Qian was very familiar with the emperor's temperament. If the emperor reprimanded King Jing, Yi Qian would quietly listen and occasionally agree with a sentence or two, but would not try to persuade him. After a round of reprimanding, the emperor felt bored. Although Empress Xiaowei had passed away many years ago, Duke Qinzhen was still his father-in-law in terms of seniority. It did not seem appropriate to reprimand his son in front of his father-in-law. In any case, the emperor calmed down a little. King Jing's other memorial arrived quickly. Because the previous one had only been left a few days ago, the emperor concluded that King Jing's office had not received the news yet and had sent it directly. The emperor picked up the memorial and skimmed through it. The memorial detailed one of Liu's suggestions. For a long time, other than the bandit chaos in the western border, there was another matter that worried the emperor. There were a few towns in the western border that would be plagued with locust plague every year or two. The western border was in turmoil all year round and there were few farmlands. If there was another locust plague, the common people would suffer from hunger and become homeless. Moreover, the emperor was also worried that the locust plague would become bigger and bigger. At first, the locust plague only appeared in the western border, but in the past 2 years, it had begun to appear in other places. Every year, the emperor would allocate a lot of money to control the locust plague, but it could not be completely eradicated. Could it be that the words of a young man were more useful than those of the Ministry of Works? Officials who had experienced this problem all year round? However, it was this young man who had once helped King Jing defeat the bandits. The emperor was also curious. Even though he knew that King Jing was paving the way for Liu, he could not help but continue reading. Town of Fallen Maple, King Jing's residence. Liu's 4 baby fish were already a month old. Under his and King Jing's careful care, the baby fish's body shape had changed. Originally, their bodies were almost transparent, but now, 3 of the 4 baby fish had grown scales of different colors, which only koi fish had. It turned out that Dabao was a majestic fish with golden scales all over his body. Erbao's scales were gold with a hint of silver, which was the exact opposite of Liu's. Sanbao was the most beautiful. She was a small silver fish through and through. Looking from afar, the fish's scales were like delicate pearls that were dazzling. Gold and silver were the 2 colors on Liu's body. At first, Liu did not see the baby fish with golden or silver scales, so he thought that they would not become koi fish. After all, the fish father's koi identity was obtained by completing tasks. He was not born this way, so he should not be able to inherit it from the baby fish. However, he did not expect that after a month, the baby fish would have their own colors. It seemed that it was not that the appearance of koi fish could not be inherited, but that the baby fish had not been growing for long enough. Among the 4 baby fish, Dabao, Erbao, and Sanbao had changed. Only Sibao remained the same. Liu could not help but feel a little anxious. Sibao's reaction was usually slower than the other baby fish. Could it be that even his scales were the same? He had clearly come out at the same time as Dabao and the others. Could there be such a big difference? The baby fish were still not very good at speaking. They only knew a few simple words. Liu still could not understand what Sibao was thinking. Dabao, Airbao, and Sambao looked more and more like koi fish. After another half a month, Sibao's transparent fish body finally changed. Liu had finally waited for this day. However, Sibao's scales were not gold or silver like his elder brothers. Instead, they were grayish-black. He had turned into an ordinary little black fish. He looked very similar to Liu when he had transmigrated into the book. They were all from the same time, so why was there such a big difference? Sibao had already realized that he was different these days. He was a little depressed that he could not become a little koi fish like his elder brothers. Liu saw this and immediately put the little black fish on his head. He led him in circles to make him happy. Whether Sibao becomes a koi fish or not, Daddy will still love you. Liu used to get goosebumps after hearing these words a few times. However, he did not even blink when he said these words to the baby fish. Sibao was comforted by his father and very soon, he became happy again. After playing around, Liu turned into his human form. He placed the baby fish in a crystal bottle and brought them to see King Jing. King Jing was dealing with official business. Liu would bring the baby fish to visit the other father at work every day. As soon as possible, everyone would stay in the same house at night. Liu was still diligently cultivating the relationship between the baby fish and King Jing. As soon as King Jing saw them, he put down his pen. When he realized that Sibao had turned into a little black fish, King Jing was very happy. Sibao's personality was a little like Liu's. When he turned into a little black fish, King Jing saw the shadow of Liu in Sibao. He liked Sibao even more. Liu placed the crystal bottle on the table, sat down, and accompanied King Jing to read the booklets for a while. There were too many words written in ancient Chinese. There was a word that was written very carelessly. Liu tried for a while but could not recognize it. He began to feel sleepy again. He always felt sleepy when he read books. He kept nodding his head. The baby fish in the crystal bottle also moved up and down anxiously. It was too noisy. King Jing glanced at the baby fish in the crystal bottle and gestured for them to keep quiet. The baby fish obediently stopped moving. They stuck to the wall of the crystal bottle and looked at it with their eyes wide open. King Jing pulled open his outer robe and covered the sleeping Liu. He covered himself and Liu, creating a warm place that only belonged to the two of them. King Jing gently hugged Liu and kissed him on the lips. The memorial to the throne had been sent out. Everything was in the planning stage. They still had to wait patiently. Dabao looked at his father's outer robes and shook them for a while. Then, he turned around. Airbao and Sambao did not know why, but they also followed Dabao and turned around. Sibao knew that he was a little stupid. Dabao was definitely not wrong. Therefore, although Sibao was a little slow, he also turned around with Dabao. However, Sibao continued to twist his body and looked at his father's curiously. Liu was sleepy because of a word that he could not recognize. After a while, he woke up. His mind was clearer and he suddenly remembered what the word was. It was the word for locust. There was a word for disaster behind it. Plague of locusts. Liu quivered. Your Highness, is there a plague of locusts somewhere? This was a terrible pest. Locusts ate a lot of vegetation. There was a saying called the crossing of locusts. It described a scene like this. When a large group of locusts flew over, the crops that the people worked hard to grow for a year were all gone. King Jing told Liu about the recent discovery of locusts in a town in the western border. Liu's expression changed slightly. King Jing mistakenly thought that he was afraid. He showed a map of the western border to Liu and pointed out the location of Luofeng town. Luofeng town was far away from the town where the plague of locusts had been discovered. They were undoubtedly safe. Don't be afraid. King Jing comforted Liu. With him around, he would definitely protect Liu and the baby fish. King Jing trusted Liu completely, but controlling the plague of locusts was no small matter. King Jing paused and held Liu's hand. His eyes were filled with worry, as if asking him, "Are you confident?" Liu chuckled. Yes, I am. But the method may not be very honorable. King Jing didn't care about being honorable. He was more worried about Liu's safety than whether or not he could stop the plague of locusts. Generally, when people treated locusts, they usually used fire. Although it could kill a lot of insects in a short time, there was also the danger of being burned. Xiaoyu was a carp spirit, so he should be afraid of fire, right? Liu saw his concern and said, "Your Highness, don't worry. I won't do it myself." Or rather, he wasn't the one who was going to do it. Don't think of him as a powerful spirit who could summon the wind and rain. He was just a system fish, and he was also very afraid of insects. King Jing looked at Liu carefully. Seeing that he wasn't joking, he nodded and allowed him to try. Liu asked for a pen and paper and wrote down a few rules in one breath. It was a coincidence. Before Liu transmigrated, some countries in his original world were suffering from a plague of locusts. His country gave them some help. Out of curiosity, Liu roughly studied how to control the plague of locusts. Although he didn't remember everything, he found it very interesting and remembered a few of the rules. They were deep plowing, grain selection, and duck army. King Jing was confused. Liu tried his best to explain them in a way that the ancients could roughly understand. Deep plowing refers to the fact that the locust's eggs originally grew in the soil. When plowing, the soil is dug as deep as possible. The eggs will be exposed to the sun and will be burned to death by the sun. Grain selection refers to the fact that the locusts don't eat all the crops. If we plant crops that the locusts don't eat, then the locusts will have less food to eat and naturally won't cause trouble. King Jing was smart and understood immediately. These two rules were indeed interesting. King Jing's eyes fell on the third rule. What was duck army? Was it the duck he was thinking of? Your Highness is right. Liu blinked. As the saying goes, everything has its nemesis. Ducks can eat locusts. The first two items should be too late for the locust-infested areas. Your Highness can now get more ducks to solve the urgent situation. This is called the duck army. King Jing furrowed his brows. He had never heard of anything that Xiaoyu had mentioned, especially the duck army. However, Xiaoyu's words made sense. At least they were not being burned, and there was no danger to their lives. King Jing nodded slowly. Some families in Maple Town raised ducks, but there weren't many of them. They were originally used to sell them for money and for their own consumption. King Jing ordered Wang Shi to buy a few ducks. Whether ducks could eat locusts or not, they would know after trying it out. Wang Shi personally took on this task. He got up early in the morning and left before dawn. In less than 2 hours, he ran back and said excitedly, "Your Highness, it really worked. I saw with my own eyes that the ducks ate a lot of locusts as soon as they landed. From the moment I left until the moment I came back, they kept eating and didn't stop." Wang Shi rushed back to report the news. He was so happy that he almost lost one of his shoes. According to Wang Shi, one duck ate more than 100 locusts in one breath. King Jing roughly estimated and couldn't control his excitement. At this time, if he reported to the emperor first and asked the Ministry of Revenue to allocate funds to buy the ducks, the locust infestation would become more serious. King Jing needed this opportunity to let Wang Shi go all out. With King Jing's wealth, he could buy all the live ducks in the western border. If the entire western border wasn't enough, he could send people to buy from nearby provinces and counties. Liu suggested another idea, "Your Highness, don't just buy the big ducks. You can also buy some small ducks to raise. You can set up a place to raise ducks. Ducks grow very fast and can catch up with the locust infestation." King Jing had an idea. This was also a good idea. He ordered Wang Shi to do as he said. A duck wasn't expensive. King Jing had money. The people of Luofeng town were grateful for King Jing's victory in defeating the bandits. When they heard that King Jing wanted to buy ducks, those who raised ducks at home rushed to send them over. Many people didn't accept a single cent. When the nearby provinces and counties heard that King Jing wanted to buy ducks to cure locusts, they were very curious. They also wanted to join in the fun and sent flocks of ducks to Luofeng town. King Jing ordered the imperial bodyguards to provide support along the way to ensure the safety of the people. He was also afraid that the bandits would take advantage of the situation. However, when the bandits heard that King Jing wanted to cure locusts, they were waiting to see King Jing's excitement. For the time being, they didn't want to steal a few ducks. Xianxia quickly gathered 5,000 live ducks and nearly 1,000 ducklings. The ducklings still needed to be fed, so the live ducks formed a duck army and rushed to the towns that were most affected by the locust infestation. King Jing also went there in person. After a day, there were gratifying results. The duck army really had a big appetite. A small group of ducks could eat almost all the locusts in an acre of land in half a day. In the past, the people had a headache because the locusts didn't live long. Even if they tried to burn a wave of locusts, the locusts would quickly grow back and cause a fire. Now, they didn't have to worry at all. The ducks could eat for several days without stopping. There were no other risks and the losses were very low. When the locusts in a town were almost all eaten, the duck army only lost less than 10% of its members. King Jing smiled and gave Liu a thumbs up. He continued to order Xianxia to buy ducks in the surrounding areas. However, there were some accidents during the second purchase. Xianxia found that some merchants knew that they needed ducks and stocked up a lot of ducks from farmers at a low price in advance. They wanted to sell them to Xianxia at a high price. Xianxia was furious and reported it to King Jing. Liu didn't expect such a problem to occur. After all, it was reasonable to stock up on water and food, but who would stock up on ducks? King Jing spent money to buy ducks to help the people deal with the locusts. How could someone go against their conscience and earn this kind of money? If the locusts ate up all the food, where would they go to eat? Really, they dared to give up their lives just because they were offered 3 times the profit. King Jing already had a plan in mind. He glanced at Xianxia lightly and asked Xianxia to note down who the people were. He told them to stock up as much as they wanted and not to pay attention to them. Xianxia didn't buy many ducks this time and was worried that he would miss the important business. King Jing, on the other hand, was very confident. It should be fine to buy chickens, right? King Jing looked at Liu. Chickens are fine too. But chickens can't be eaten by ducks. Liu nodded quickly. His Highness even knew about this. King Jing was satisfied as long as they could eat locusts. He ordered Xianxia to buy some chickens as well. On the other side, King Jing also finished the duck farm that Liu asked him to set up. He hired a few daring duck farmers and used locusts as food. The ducklings grew very fast. Just when the duck army at the front was about to run out of ducks, the ducklings grew up and the duck army laid a lot of eggs. Liu said happily, "Fortunately, Your Highness bought a lot the first time. Now we can continue to grow." Xianxia, the dignified head of internal servants in the king's mansion, had only been buying chickens and ducks and hatching eggs these days. King Jing smiled confidently and took over the latter's work. When it came to hatching eggs, King Jing also knew a lot about it. As for those who were hoarding live ducks, before the king's mansion could buy them at a high price, they gradually ran out of stock. Ducks were living creatures. Unlike food, they could be piled up in the warehouse. They had to be fed and taken care of. If they were careless, they would starve to death. Many of them even ran away. Seeing that King Jing no longer bought ducks, those who were hoarding ducks were dumbfounded. What should they do with so many ducks? But other than King Jing, who else in the western frontier could afford to buy so many ducks in one go? These people were afraid of losing money, so they went to Xianxia to apologize. Xianxia was reminded by King Jing, so he straightened his back and lowered the price again and again. These people were so angry that their bones were about to explode. In the end, the price was much lower than the market price, so he bought the ducks. The duck army and the duck farm were operating normally. Liu went to King Jing's duck farm to take a look. As a modern person, he made a lot of suggestions. He felt that the ducklings in the duck farm were quite cute. On a whim, he asked for 2 yellow ducklings and raised them in his own courtyard. When the baby fish saw a duck that they had never seen before, they were as excited as their father. The crystal bottle almost couldn't contain them anymore. Not only Dabao, but even Sibao, the little muddlehead, was eager to give it a try. Liu was afraid that the ducklings would eat the little fishes, so he insisted that the baby fishes not get close. He only allowed them to look at the ducks from afar. Sibao liked the beautiful ducklings very much. Once, when Liu was taking an afternoon nap, he secretly jumped out of the crystal bottle and wanted to play with the ducklings. Speaking of afternoon naps, it was actually a habit that Liu developed after giving birth to the baby fishes. It was said that humans developed better if they slept more when they were young. Liu thought that the baby fishes could also sleep more. Every day, when it was time to take an afternoon nap with the baby fishes, the baby fishes were all lively and active. When Liu woke up, they would obediently burrow under the seaweed blanket with Liu. When Liu fell asleep, the baby fishes would burrow out of the blanket and play on their own. Sibao, a fish, jumped out of the crystal bottle just like that. Fortunately, King Jing had the foresight to spread a thick blanket on the ground as a precaution. When Sibao landed on the ground, he wasn't injured. However, Sibao was only a palm-sized fish. He completely forgot that he couldn't move without the crystal bottle and the fish tank. Not long after he landed, he felt uncomfortable. Debao, Airbao, and Sanbao all swam to the edge of the crystal bottle and anxiously watched Sibao flapping his wings. Little brother is in danger. Debao also jumped out without a care. Airbao and Sanbao followed closely behind. They all wanted to help Sibao. In the end, only Sibao was flapping his wings on the ground. Later, all 4 baby fishes were flapping their tails. Liu had only taken a short nap. From time to time, he would wake up to take a look at the baby fishes. After a while, he realized that the baby fishes had all leaped out of the crystal bottle. Liu was scared to death and hurriedly brought the baby fishes back. Sibao was scared out of his wits. He clung tightly to Liu. Liu was angry and heartbroken. He couldn't reprimand this careless child. He fed Sibao some fish food in an attempt to divert Sibao's attention. Who knew that Sibao would continue to cling to him as he ate the fish food? Liu wanted to know what was wrong with Sibao. He tried to tease Sibao. Sibao said incoherently, "Daddy, I want duck." Liu guessed that Sibao had wanted to see the duck, but he had fallen to the ground. Why did Sibao like duck so much? Liu thought for a while. With a mischievous smile, he brought Sibao to see the duck that had grown up. Sibao saw with his own eyes that its beak had grown bigger than when it was young. Its neck had also become longer and longer. It was a very tall and fat duck. When he thought of the cute and fluffy duckling, he burst into tears. After Liu bullied Sibao, he went to bully Debao. Debao didn't manage to save his little brother. Instead, he caused himself and his 2 other little brothers to fall to the ground. Debao realized that he had done something wrong. When Liu came to look for him, he took the initiative to say to Liu, "Father, I know my mistake." Actually, Liu also liked to wander around. "Oh, Debao, what did you do wrong? Tell me about it." I was too weak. I couldn't bring my little brother back." Debao felt a little wronged and embarrassed. "Liu? Son, wake up. Your mistake isn't that you're too weak, okay?" Debao didn't know that his father was ridiculing him. He said very seriously, "I want to be the strongest fish. I want to protect my little brother and father." Liu, it was as if Liu could see the lofty aspirations behind Debao. Seriously, even though they were hatched from the same batch of eggs, for treasures couldn't even speak properly, but Debao could clearly say a long list of aspirations. "Debao is a good child," Liu comforted him with his fin and said, "but you have to remember to act according to your capabilities." "Debao, act according to your capabilities? What does that mean?" Liu taught him, "You have to wait for Debao to grow up so that you can protect your father and little brother." Debao nodded as if he understood. "Then Debao has to grow up quickly." Liu, oh my, although he felt that it was a little exaggerated, he was inexplicably touched by Debao's words. With the efforts of the duck army, the locust plague at the western border was under control. Although there were still occasional occurrences in some areas, with the current strength of the duck army, it wouldn't take long for the locusts to be completely eliminated. However, after eliminating the locusts this year, they couldn't let down their guard so easily in the future. The locust plague was difficult to treat, and the main reason was that it would recur. However, with the miraculous method of curing locusts, it wouldn't be a big deal even if it happened again in the future. The people at the western border who could afford it started to raise more ducks. It was said that ducks were good things. Not only could they be sold for money, they could also be used to eat meat and kill locusts. How to deal with the last group of fat ducks that had eaten the locusts was also quite a headache. Liu's eyes lit up when he saw so many ducks. he thought of something and gulped. He said to King Jing, "Your Highness, why don't we eat roast duck?" King Jing was a man who could eat cucumbers personally slapped by Liu without batting an eyelid. What was a mere roast duck to him? The eradication of the locust plague was just around the corner. King Jing had already compiled Liu's proposal into a memorial and sent it to the imperial city. Now, he had drafted a more detailed report on the situation of the locust plague in the western frontier. Last time, he had already mentioned his marriage with Liu to the emperor, but the emperor did not reply. King Jing knew that the emperor must have been kept in the dark. Before he brought it up, he had already revealed many of Xiaoyu's benefits to the emperor. He also took advantage of the emperor's laxity. The emperor did not directly reject his proposal, which meant that the emperor also had some concerns. Thus, when this memorial was sent, the emperor would definitely be moved. Xiaoyu's true identity could not be revealed. He hoped that this would let the emperor understand how good Xiaoyu was. Even if she did not have a prominent background, even if she could not bear children, she was still worthy of standing by his side as a princess. In his life, he had never asked the emperor for anything. He could rely on his strength to become the crown prince, and he did not need to beg. All he wanted was this marriage. He had also thought about whether the emperor would be angry, and whether the emperor would completely cut off his chances of becoming the crown prince. If that was really the case, King Jing glanced at Liu, who was teaching the little fish tug-of-war. Although the western frontier was poor, the days when the family of 6 were together were the happiest times of his life. If the emperor really gave up on him, he would volunteer to guard the western frontier forever. In this way, he and Xiaoyu could still be together. However, this was the worst-case scenario. It should not be so bad. He still had other plans that he had not used. In the end, King Jing attached his marriage contract with Liu together with the memorial. Imperial City, Palace of Heavenly Purity. When the emperor received King Jing's memorial again, he discovered the marriage contract that came with the memorial. The emperor was very dissatisfied with King Jing's decision. However, he also understood that King Jing had specially attached the marriage contract to express his position and also to make a silent request. In his impression, King Jing had never asked him for anything. Even when he had accepted King Jing's gift at the emperor's birthday and ordered King Jing to go to the western frontier, King Jing did not ask him for extra favor. Instead, he accepted it indifferently, bowed, said goodbye, and left the imperial city indifferently. King Jing was cold, and he thought that at least he should be like that. But now, he unexpectedly discovered that King Jing also had a stubborn side to him. For a person in power, being too stubborn was not a good thing. But who didn't have a stubborn time? The emperor himself was not a saint. The emperor recognized that it was King Jing's handwriting. This was a marriage contract written by King Jing himself, which showed how much importance he attached to this marriage. King Jing was probably really tempted by the offer. The emperor recalled old Qing'an's public joke about his sincerity. The emperor had been on the throne for many years and could laugh it off. But now, for some reason, he felt heavy. He put the marriage contract heavily in the memorial box and flipped through King Jing's memorial. He was afraid that King Jing was saying good things about Liu again. He remembered that last time, this youth had put forward some unique ideas about controlling the plague of locusts. The emperor had sent officials from the Ministry of Works to take a look. The officials all said that it was very reasonable and that they must try it if they had the chance. The emperor didn't say anything, but in his heart, he admired Liu. To be able to get the approval of several officials from the Ministry of Works, this was Liu's ability. What would the memorial be this time? After the emperor finished reading the memorial, he found out that King Jing had used Liu's suggestion to control the plague of locusts in the western frontier. If this matter was handed over to any official from the Ministry of Works, they would have to draft a detailed plan and submit it to the Minister of Works for review. After the plan was discussed in the imperial court, the Ministry of Revenue would allocate the money, but this would take a month or so of work before the Ministry of Works could officially send people to the plague of locusts. But King Jing didn't mention any of this in the memorial. He just took out his own money and did it. And it was done well. The plague of locusts in the western frontier was actually stopped. Stinky brat, how dare he, the emperor didn't know what to feel. Was this because he had withheld the previous memorial, so King Jing deliberately threw a beautiful political achievement in his face? He was a little angry, but he had to touch his conscience and say that it was done well. Among his sons, the one who was the most decisive was still King Jing. The plague of locusts in the western frontier had already reached a point where he couldn't be at ease. If he had followed the previous plan, he didn't know what would have happened. The officials scrupulously followed the established rules, but the ones who suffered the most were the common people. In comparison, although King Jing's method was a little reckless, it was effective in controlling the plague of locusts. The emperor put down the memorial, deep in thought. When he looked up, he found that there were memorials from several provinces and counties near the western frontier. These provinces and counties also handed in memorials this time. The emperor read 10 lines at a glance. It turned out that when King Jing was controlling the locusts, he had to buy a lot of ducks. The neighboring provinces and counties were also troubled. But in the memorials, they were all sincerely grateful to King Jing. If the plague of locusts in the western frontier wasn't stopped, they would also be implicated by the plague of locusts in the future. One of the memorials described it quite humorously. The emperor seemed to have seen the chaotic scene with his own eyes. The corners of his mouth twitched. The trip to the western frontier had unknowingly allowed King Jing to gain power. This was something that the emperor didn't expect. He could use King Jing's achievements to allow King Jing to continue to grow, or he could choose to suppress King Jing. This was because his son had also schemed against him. He arrogantly wanted to marry an impossible princess, which made him extremely unhappy. The emperor thought of something and flipped to the end of King Jing's memorial. As expected, King Jing gave all the credit to Liu. All of this was to pave the way for Liu. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't easily test him, the emperor would like to know. If he had to choose between the position of Crown Prince and Princess Jing, which one would King Jing choose? The emperor sighed and continued to stay in the middle. King Jing's actions in the western frontier weren't a secret. The imperial court had long since spread the news. At first, when they learned that King Jing was sent to the western frontier by the emperor, many courtiers felt that King Jing had offended the emperor. However, the sixth prince was faintly worried. King Jing had clearly surpassed him when he presented gifts at the emperor's birthday. If the emperor was really angry with King Jing, why didn't he reprimand him in public? There was also the Duke Qingzhen mansion. Duke Qingzhen, Yi Qinghuan, and the others were one group with King Jing. They were King Jing's biggest supporters. But King Jing was about to leave the imperial city, yet they didn't plead with the emperor. It was likely that King Jing had other warnings for them. Mu Tianxiao still couldn't figure out why the emperor wanted King Jing to go to the western frontier. This bit of uneasiness in his heart was quickly smoothed out by the emperor's next move. Because of the nursery rhyme and the fake monk, the emperor had caned the third prince and the sixth prince, as well as punished 2 people. The emperor's punishment for the third prince was truly ruthless, but he mainly vented his anger on the sixth prince. In a fit of anger, he removed the sixth prince from his post at the time. In order to regain the emperor's trust, Mu Tianxiao had made a lot of private preparations. Hard work paid off. After King Jing left, the emperor gave him the post of King Jing's former post in the Ministry of Works. King Jing had already almost completed this post. Once he went there, he only needed to be responsible for finishing up. The emperor had also appointed the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works to lead him, so there was basically no mistake. This merit was equivalent to giving him for free. Although the Ministry of Works was the weakest of the 6 ministries, and renovating Zhongzue Palace wasn't a dignified post, it at least showed that in the emperor's heart, the sixth prince, who was by his side, was obviously more important than King Jing, who was thousands of li away. Mu Tianxiao calmed down. After all, King Jing was a mute. Moreover, the western frontier was a place of turmoil. If he did something at the right time, he might be able to completely eliminate King Jing. However, he had just won the emperor's trust, so he absolutely couldn't act rashly. It was better to wait and see King Jing's good show first. Perhaps he didn't need to do anything, as King Jing would destroy himself first. However, before he could wait for King Jing's good show, King Jing had already defeated the bandits and won the praise of several ministers. The emperor's mood was also very good. In contrast, his merit in renovating Xianxia Palace was simply not enough to look at. There were some officials who secretly supported the sixth prince in court, but they were quickly drowned out by the praise for King Jing. Only then did Mu Tianxiao deeply realize that even though King Jing was far away in the western frontier, he was still a formidable opponent. In the past few days, the emperor had heard that King Jing had made a meritorious contribution in controlling the locusts in the western frontier. Logically speaking, the emperor would be even happier and reward King Jing handsomely. However, when the courtiers praised King Jing again, the emperor didn't like to hear it. Mu Tianxiao keenly captured this point and sent people to the Palace of Heavenly Purity and King Jing's residence to inquire about it. Finally, he discovered the secret. It turned out that King Jing was extremely daring. He had chosen a young man in the western frontier and begged the emperor to appoint her as his official consort. King Jing was originally a mute, and his muteness could be passed on to his children. If he really married a male consort who couldn't bear children, this was extremely beneficial to the sixth prince. Mu Tianxiao would wake up laughing even in his dreams. Knowing that the emperor was also having a headache, Mu Tianxiao wanted to facilitate this matter no matter what. He knew that the emperor had always felt guilty about Empress Xiaohui, so he urged his lady mother, Madame Zhang, to come forward and do this. Not long ago, the emperor had arranged a marquis's legitimate daughter for the sixth prince's marriage. When Madame Zhang expressed her gratitude to the emperor, because she was once Empress Xiaohui's maidservant, she was very grateful for Empress Xiaohui's kindness. Thus, she reminisced about her old master in front of the emperor. Madame Zhang recalled Empress Xiaohui's life and inadvertently mentioned that the former empress often said that she hoped that King Jing would live a peaceful life. The speaker had her heart, and the emperor also had his own thoughts. With Madame Zhang's identity and her sincerity, it was rare for her to say these things to him, so it was somewhat believable. Moreover, King Jing's previous actions towards Liu played a significant role. After the emperor returned to the Palace of Heavenly Purity, he sat alone for 2 hours. After thinking about it, he finally wrote an official reply on King Jing's memorial. Liu's character is comparable to that of an official consort. However, as a man, he is unable to bear children. Therefore, he is specially conferred the position of concubine. When Liu heard this news, he ran over to comfort King Jing. At least the emperor agreed to the two of them being together. There was still a long way to go. Perhaps if he made some contributions, the emperor would be happy and let him become an official consort. When King Jing received the emperor's reply, he smiled. He had planned several times and was waiting for the emperor to say this. As long as the emperor gave the reason that Xiaoyu could not be an official consort was that she was unable to bear children, then it would not be a problem for him at all. Xiaoyu had already given birth to 4 fish sons for him. Calculating the time it would take for the fish cubs to transform, this was the right time to announce that she was pregnant. King Jing originally wanted to get a non-existent consort and temporarily put the fish cubs under her name. With children, he believed that the emperor would be much easier to talk to. However, he was afraid that he would not be able to hide the fact that Xiaoyu had new fish cubs in the future. Moreover, he was also afraid that the emperor would still refuse because Xiaoyu could not bear children. In fact, there was no need to pretend to be someone else. He could just say that Xiaoyu was a man with a special constitution and could bear children. Even if no one had seen such a person before, it did not mean that there was no such person. Although it was somewhat unimaginable, the fish cub's transformation should be the best evidence. Since the emperor had clearly said that it was a pity that Xiaoyu could not bear children, then there was no more objection. There were all kinds of inconveniences in the western border, but there was also a beauty in it. As long as he said that young Master Li was pregnant, no one would dare to question it. If the emperor wanted to send a gynecologist over, it would be a long journey. By the time they arrived, the fish cubs would have already turned into babies and could be considered born. The reason why he did not reveal this trump card at the beginning was that he was afraid that the emperor would find other reasons to flatly refuse. King Jing advanced step by step and gradually made the emperor dispel other prejudices against Xiaoyu. There was only one left. Although it was a little tricky, he could solve it. King Jing held Liu's waist and touched it, thinking that it was time to put a small pillow inside. Liu could not believe it. King Jing had mentioned that he needed his cooperation before, but he actually wanted him to pretend to be pregnant. This isn't appropriate, is it? Li Yu was in a dilemma. Wasn't this lying to the emperor? There was nothing inappropriate about it. King Jing found a pile of pillows of various sizes for him and handed him a note. Didn't you give birth to De Bao, Air Bao, San Bao, and Si Bao? What's wrong with letting the world think that they were born from your human form? Li Yu felt like he had been shot in the knee. King Jing seemed to be right. After all, he was the one who gave birth to the children. He also hoped that the children would be able to call him daddy in the future. Oh, why don't I pretend to be pregnant? As soon as he loosened his mouth, a slightly flat pillow was stuffed into his clothes. There was a strap on the pillow that could be tied to the back of his waist. King Jing deliberately tested the elasticity of the pillow. His eyes kept looking at Li Yu with concern, as if asking, "Is it heavy?" Li Yu was speechless. Well, he might be the first person who was so favored by the emperor when he faked his pregnancy. Li Yu shook his belly happily and whispered, "No, it's quite good." Although he said so, King Jing was still a little worried because he knew that there would be 4 children. In the later stages of the pregnancy, the belly would be very big and would be a burden. King Jing originally wanted to keep Xiaoyu to himself. Now, he was even more determined to not let Xiaoyu appear in front of others unless there was an emergency. King Jing had already reported this to the emperor. As the head of the internal servants, Wang Shi naturally could not keep it a secret. When he was told that young Master Li was pregnant, eunuch Wang was stunned for a long time. Li Yu was afraid that Wang Shi would notice that something was wrong. Unexpectedly, Wang Shi was stunned for a while and actually cried in front of him. "Your Highness is going to have a child. I am so happy." Wang Shi wiped his eyes and said in a trembling voice, "This old servant thought that if I could see your Highness' child with my own eyes, this old servant would have no regrets in this life." In the beginning, Wang Shi had also doubted the authenticity of this matter. It was unheard of for a man to be pregnant. However, His Highness had personally supported young Master Li, and young Master Li's lower abdomen was slightly bulging. It was obvious that he was pregnant. How could this be fake? So what if a man is pregnant? It's still His Highness' bloodline. After crying, Wang Shi wanted to look up to the sky and laugh. He felt that Child Li was a lucky man. It was a good sign that Master Xiaoyu had a baby fish. Now, His Highness was going to have a baby too. Wang Shi was so excited that King Jing had to touch Wang Shi's shoulder to comfort her. Li Yu thought that if eunuch Wang was so happy that he thought there was only one baby, he would be so happy that he would faint when he found out that there were actually 4 babies. After Wang Shi calmed down a little, King Jing told him that he had high hopes for young Master Li's baby and that he would take care of the related matters himself. Wang Shi nodded to show that he understood. His Highness had always attached great importance to young Master Li. Now that young Master Li was pregnant, it was reasonable for His Highness to take care of it personally. Since young Master Li was in charge of the pregnancy, what could he do? Wang Shi slapped his forehead. How could he forget that His Highness had asked him to prepare for the wedding? He had to be more careful than before to ensure that His Highness and young Master Li would be satisfied. After informing Wang Shi, King Jing summoned the doctor who had accompanied him to the western border to take his pulse. However, young Master Li was now clearly an in-laws and would have a position in the future. Naturally, the doctor couldn't see Li Yu directly. Anyway, he was separated by a few canopies and young Master Li was sitting behind the canopy. The doctor unanimously diagnosed that young Master Li was 2 months pregnant. After recovering from their shock, they congratulated King Jing. King Jing nodded slightly. Everything was going according to plan. He was just borrowing the doctor's diagnosis to let the people far away in the imperial city know. The imperial physicians trusted by the emperor wouldn't be able to reach the western border for a while, so they would definitely ask the doctors who followed King Jing first. At that time, the doctor's pulse record would come in handy. Before taking the pulse through the canopy, King Jing secretly found a woman who was 2 months pregnant to sit behind the canopy in place of Li Yu. The doctors themselves didn't know the specific pulse of a pregnant man. It was already good enough that they could diagnose that he was pregnant. This would be the case every time they took his pulse in the future. As for the due date, King Jing was well aware of it, so he had already prepared for it. When the news reached the imperial city, the emperor didn't expect that the reply of conferring a concubine would lead to King Jing saying, "Li Yu is pregnant, I sincerely request for a legal consort." The emperor was so shocked that his jaw dropped. He read King Jing's letter back and forth several times. The imperial bodyguards that the emperor sent to the western border also reported the same thing to the emperor. They also attached the doctor's pulse record. The emperor read the pulse record several times, afraid that he would miss a single word. Could a man really be pregnant? If it was in the past, the emperor would definitely say that it was impossible. But now that he saw the pulse record, the emperor himself wasn't too sure. After all, a special constitution was the reason. That very night, the emperor summoned all the imperial physicians in the imperial hospital and ordered them to analyze the pulse record. The imperial physicians discussed it for an entire night, but to no avail. They didn't know Li Yu's true condition, so naturally, no one could pat their chest and guarantee that no man could be pregnant. The emperor sent the imperial gynecology sage Han Speed to the western border to take Li Yu's pulse. After thinking about it, he picked up the brush and wrote a letter to Liao Kong. Liao Kong was quite knowledgeable and should be able to give him an accurate answer. There were only two possibilities that Li Yu was pregnant. Either it was true, or King Jing was acting. Although King Jing was constantly paving the way for Li Yu, the emperor still didn't think that King Jing would do such a stupid thing. Pretending to be a member of the royal bloodline was very easy to be exposed. But, what if it was true? Li Yu was alone and came from a humble background. She was indeed not a candidate to be the imperial concubine. But, at the same time, this person had repeatedly made great contributions and moved King Jing's heart. The emperor had already somewhat granted her the title of imperial concubine. But, for the sake of King Jing's future children, he couldn't agree. If Li Yu could really be pregnant, even if there was nothing wrong with it, how could he be stingy with the position of imperial concubine? Looking at the stack of memorials that King Jing was sending back and forth, the emperor finally came to his senses. King Jing had only revealed it at this time, so he probably couldn't find any other reason to object. The emperor smiled helplessly. Stinky brat, it was actually possible for something that was absolutely impossible to be done. Liao Kong's reply arrived not long after. The senior monk was indeed a senior monk. He didn't directly answer, only saying that the world was big and there were all kinds of strange things. The emperor understood. According to Liao Kong's knowledge, he also believed that there was a possibility that a man could be pregnant. Then, he only needed to wait for the imperial physician's diagnosis. The emperor first comforted King Jing, hinting that if the imperial physician's diagnosis was confirmed, he would make Li Yu his imperial concubine. King Jing saw the dawn of victory. He supported Li Yu occasionally and walked a few steps in front of the people in the residence. The entire western border now followed King Jing's lead. When they heard that King Jing's wife was pregnant, the common people were very happy. King Jing didn't wantonly announce that the pregnant woman was a man, citing safety reasons. There was also no need for others to talk about it. Therefore, not many people knew about it. The common people were all kind and well-intentioned. During this period, the bandits wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to take revenge, but they were discovered by the patrolling guards. Since they found that the bandits were also people and easy to fight, many young and strong men in the western border volunteered to join the guards. King Jing had more and more men under his command. After the imperial bodyguards trained day and night, their fighting power became stronger and stronger. King Jing himself also expected that the bandits would take advantage of this opportunity to attack, so he increased the defense. In the end, the bandits came aggressively, but they were once again defeated by the tunnels and traps. To the outside world, Luofeng town was like an iron bucket, firmly protected by King Jing. Internally, as a pregnant woman, taking care of Li Yu was the most important thing. King Jing stayed by Li Yu's side every day. Although it was a fake pregnancy, he always let Li Yu rest and took care of everything. There were many trivial things to do during the pregnancy. King Jing was almost morbidly obsessed with it, but his mood was very good. Li Yu felt that King Jing was taking advantage of this opportunity to take care of him, as if he wanted to make up for what he didn't take care of before. As for himself, other than letting King Jing take care of him, what else could he do? In the end, King Jing couldn't even bear to let Li Yu take the crystal bottle. The responsibility of taking care of the fish cubs was all handed over to Wang Shi. Wang Shi looked at the lively fish cubs and couldn't help but sigh. How good would it be if young Master Li could also give birth to 4 children? Li Yu, who realized that eunuch Wang had inadvertently revealed the truth, was speechless. The fish cubs also noticed the changes in their 2 fathers. At first, it was Dabao. Later, even the insensitive Sibao felt the difference. They knew that King Jing's father always helped the fish's father walk, so they knew that the fish's father would become the same person as King Jing's father. However, the fish's father's belly was even rounder than Bao's. Dabao had already guessed something from his father's words and was secretly looking forward to it. The naive and adorable Bao and San Bao. Is Daddy going to give birth to a younger brother? The simple-minded Sibao. Oh, Daddy must have eaten a lot of peach blossom pancakes and didn't give them to Sibao. Sibao wants to eat some too. The imperial physician sent by the emperor was still on his way. The deadline for the growing up mission was approaching day by day. On this day, Liu had just taken off his little pillow and secretly fed the fish food to the fish cubs when Dabao, who had always been obedient, was stunned for the first time. Liu didn't think much of it. When he turned around, Dabao disappeared into thin air in front of him. A fair and chubby baby appeared on the bed, dancing with joy. Liu realized that Dabao must have been the first to complete the mission. He was indeed the smartest Dabao. No. Dabao must be very scared. Liu hurriedly picked Dabao up and wiped the water droplets off his body. Fortunately, the system didn't let Dabao transform directly in the fish tank. Otherwise, it would be terrible. King Jing had already prepared the baby's swaddling clothes in advance. Liu casually wrapped Dabao up and held him in his arms. Dabao was in his human form for the first time. He was very brave and very fresh. He opened his grape-like eyes and looked around desperately. Was this what it felt like to grow up? Dabao habitually moved his legs and wanted to swim, but his limbs didn't listen to him. He wanted to call out to his fish father, but when he opened his mouth, all he could do was cry. The brave Dabao was a little scared. He couldn't speak or swim after transforming into a human. Dabao cried even more sadly. Outside, King Jing heard the crying and rushed over. He saw Liu holding a baby in his arms and frantically coaxing him. In the past, King Jing often saw Liu and the baby fish hanging together by their tails. Although he was sure that the baby fish was his child, they were both in fish form after all. The impact wasn't as great as seeing Xiaoyu coaxing the baby with his own eyes. King Jing's vision gradually became blurry. He walked over very carefully, afraid that he would disturb Xiaoyu. Your Highness, come and see Dabao. Liu handed the baby in his arms over. When Dabao was in his fish form, his appearance couldn't be seen. However, when Dabao transformed into a human, he could be seen clearly. He looked exactly like King Jing when he was a little fatty. When Liu saw the little fatty, he held back his laughter. His eyes were a little red. It was really strange. He seemed to be more excited than when he hatched the eggs and baby fish. King Jing took the baby from him and looked at him over and over again. It was as if he couldn't get enough of him. Don't cry. He gently wiped Liu's eyes. However, his own eyes were already wet. At this moment, Bao, San Bao, and Si Bao, who discovered that Dabao had suddenly turned into a baby, were speechless. Because Dabao suddenly turned into a baby, King Jing had no choice but to immediately inform his subordinates that Liu had been born. The midwife that had been prepared beforehand was also invited into the room, and King Jing personally guarded the delivery room. Wang Shi had been keeping an eye out for the past few days. When he suddenly heard the baby crying, he was overjoyed. However, he didn't see the little masters for a long time. Just as he was scratching his heart, King Jing sent word that they had given birth to another child and that they were still in labor. Wang Shi was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. Young Master Li's belly was bigger than that of an ordinary pregnant woman. He had also guessed that there might be more than one child, but King Jing refused to reveal it so easily. Wang Shi only guessed and didn't dare to spread it around. Now that he found out that they were twins, Wang Shi was overjoyed and immediately prayed for the protection of the gods. He heard that twins were very difficult and dangerous, so Wang Shi still hoped that young Master Li and the little masters would be safe. Outside the delivery room, Wang Shi anxiously waited with his subordinates. Inside the delivery room, it was a different scene. The midwife was one of King Jing's trusted subordinates in disguise. She had some medical skills. After entering the room, she started to scrub and examine Debao's body. She also rewrapped Liyu's messy swaddling clothes. He's crying so sadly. Could it be that he's not feeling well? Liyu asked softly. When Debao was a fish, he never shed a single tear. Why did he cry so much when he became a human? The trusted subordinate had already finished his examination. He respectfully cupped his hands and said, "His little highness is very healthy." The trusted subordinate didn't know where the baby came from. Anyway, as long as he knew that it was his little highness, he would answer any questions. As for why his little highness was crying, it was very normal. All babies were like this. Liyu, who still didn't know why Debao was crying, forget it. The fisherman's father decided to wait until Debao could speak before asking him. Debao's body was healthy, and his cries were loud and clear. King Jing was also relieved. For as long as he could remember, an imperial physician had told him that his muteness could be passed down to his children. Because he and Xiaoyu were both men, they didn't need to care about this. Later on, when they unexpectedly had fish cubs, Xiaoyu proudly told him that the fish cubs all knew how to call him father. King Jing felt that perhaps the muteness would not be passed on to the carp demon's offspring. However, he did not manage to hear the sound of the baby fish with his own ears. He was afraid that Xiaoyu would be disappointed, so he did not tell Xiaoyu about it. Now that it was confirmed that Debao was fine, King Jing did not have to worry anymore. Debao had already become a baby. Next, it was the turn of the other fish cubs. King Jing ordered his subordinates to retreat to another room for the time being, leaving only him and Liyu. The two of them silently waited for the other fish babies to transform. From pregnancy to giving birth, King Jing's plan was very thorough and there was nothing wrong with it. However, the two of them did not expect that the fish babies would not transform at the same time, but one by one. Because Debao transformed first, the other fish babies had to transform as soon as possible in order to successfully give birth to a child. After all, if a pregnant woman gave birth to more than one child, there would not be too much of a difference. It would be fine if there was a gap of 1 or 2 days, but it would be too ridiculous and too dangerous if there was a gap of 1 or 2 days. Therefore, the next task was to transform the remaining 3 fish babies as soon as possible. They could not let this baby drag on for too long. Liyu thought that with Debao as an example, the other babies would also scramble to transform. However, for some reason, the remaining 3 fish babies were all huddled together and trembling. Liyu? Liyu waited for a while, but there was still no movement from Airbao. He could not wait any longer. Liyu gave King Jing a look and turned himself into a fish so that he could ask the fish babies what was going on. Once he turned into a fish and swam into the fish tank, the fish babies immediately swam over. "Father! Father!" Airbao, Sanbao, and Sibao cried in unison. "It's so scary." Big Brother turned into a human all of a sudden. Liyu laughed and said, "Don't you want to transform into a human?" Airbao, Sanbao, and Sibao shook their heads in unison. "We don't want to." Liyu. Why? The fish father felt that being a human was definitely more interesting than being a fish. What caused the fish babies to not want to transform? Airbao hesitated and said, "Father, I thought about it in the past, but Big Brother can't even move after turning into a human. I don't want to anymore." Yes, transforming into a human is so scary. Sanbao agreed. "I also wanted to transform into a human in the past, but Big Brother can't even speak. I'm afraid I'll become like Big Brother." Sibao said resolutely, "Father, I won't transform into a human." Liyu, he did not expect that before the revolution succeeded, the fish babies with thick eyebrows and big eyes wanted to betray him. The 3 fish babies hugged each other tightly. Liyu did not know how to deal with them. He had to think of a way to break up their alliance first. Liyu first fed Sibao a large peach blossom cake. Sibao immediately forgot about his brothers and focused on eating the peach blossom cake. Liyu took care of Airbao and Sanbao one by one. He knew that one of them loved to eat, while the other loved to look pretty. He guided them to their respective preferences. Liyu guided Airbao patiently. "It's actually quite good to transform into a human. You can be like father." Besides the peach blossom cake and fish food, you can also eat a lot of delicious food. You can also play with the duckling however you want. Bao's eyes widened when he heard that there would be a lot of delicious food. He also liked the duckling, but his father did not allow him to get too close to it. It turned out that he could transform into a human. For the sake of food and play, Bao's heart palpitated. Li Yu then said to San Bao, after you transform into a human, you can wear the same clothes as father and a lot of shiny jewelry. San Bao, who loved to look pretty, said, "Oh, father, I also like shiny jewelry. I also want to wear father's clothes." Although San Bao was a beautiful little silver fish, she could not transform. No matter how beautiful something was, one would get sick of it after looking at it for a long time, let alone a fish. However, her father's clothes changed every day. San Bao was very envious. Like Bao, San Bao also changed her mind. Li Yu did not spend much effort to convince the two of them. He smiled and said, "So do you want to try transforming into a human?" Bao and San Bao looked at each other and grinned as they nodded. "Sure." Just as they finished speaking, Bao and San Bao turned into a pair of babies who were about the same age as their elder brothers. King Jing was standing guard by the side. He quickly picked up the two of them as well. Li Yu jumped onto King Jing's shoulder and looked at Bao and San Bao's faces. They actually had the same chubby face as Bao. Li Yu could not help but feel jealous. Why did they not look like him at all? Not long after, Bao and San Bao also started to wail. Perhaps they were upset that they did not immediately get to eat, play, and wear nice clothes. Li Yu felt guilty. You will all have them when you grow up. Bao and San Bao transformed. The only fish that refused to transform was Bao. Bao was still chewing on the peach blossom cake energetically. When he looked up, he realized that his elder brothers had disappeared. His father was looking at him kindly. "Bao, do you want to transform into a human?" Bao shook off the crumbs on his fins. "Oh. No." Li Yu tried to inspire him like he did with Bao and San Bao. "Bao, don't you want to eat, play, and wear nice clothes?" "No." Bao said loudly. Bao has father's peach blossom cake to eat. He can also play with father. Bao also does not like nice clothes. Li Yu said, "Then what does Bao like?" Bao said, "I like my two fathers the most." Li Yu's heart warmed. He followed his words and asked, "Then can Bao help father with something?" Bao rushed to nod his head. The simple-minded Bao felt that he was more capable than his elder brothers to be able to help father. Li Yu was very experienced in coaxing children. He said to Bao, "If you transform into a human, you will be helping father. Can Bao do it?" This time, Bao said without hesitation, "Yes." Li Yu thought that Bao would change his mind after he agreed. However, Bao did not. After Bao agreed, he wagged his tail seriously. Li Yu and Bao stared at each other. They waited and waited, but they did not know what went wrong. "Bao, why aren't you transforming?" Li Yu could not help but urge him. Bao looked at his fish body. He opened his short fins and tried to shout, "Transform." However, he was still a small fish. He did not move at all. "Li Yu, ? Bao?" Li Yu suddenly realized something. "Bao, don't tell me you don't know how to transform?" Bao cried, "Yes, I don't know." If this fish baby did not transform, he was afraid that it would be difficult to give birth. Li Yu risked exposing his identity as a system fish and reminded the clumsy Bao, "Isn't there a self-proclaimed system that can ask you to complete tasks?" "Huh? There is. He is very annoying, but I ignored him." "Daddy, am I very obedient?" Bao felt that this system was not a good thing. "Li Yu, this can be changed." Li Yu suppressed the urge to rub his forehead and taught Bao, "Do as he says, and you should be able to transform." "Is that so?" Bao came to a sudden realization. He spun around twice on the spot and muttered a few words. Li Yu thought that he still did not understand. Bao suddenly swam over and rubbed his mouth affectionately against Li Yu. "Daddy!" Bao shouted happily. He wanted to say that he finally knew how to do it, but before he could finish, he disappeared. At the same time, a baby appeared in front of Liu. He had a pair of eyes as dark as midnight. His hair was slightly curly, and his skin was white. He was as quiet as a little angel. He smiled at Liu, revealing a toothless smile. Congratulations, host. The growing up side mission has been completed. Please receive your reward. After Liu hatched the fish, the system was the same as before. The main mission was immersed in complex calculations and judgments. It had been a long time since it had released a new mission. The most recent one was to help the fish grow up. This side mission took a long time to complete. The notification indicated that the children had successfully transformed from fish into humans and had become people of this world. Liu looked at the empty fish tank. He was the only fish left and felt a little reluctant. Liu had asked the system about the fish transformation mission, but the system was secretive and refused to tell him the details of the mission. Liu only knew that the mission was not difficult. After completing the mission, the fish hatchlings could become babies. However, they would not be able to transform back into fish until they were 7 years old. If they still remembered their experience when they were 7 years old and were willing to try to transform back into fish again, the system would release a new mission for them. After completing it, they would be able to transform back into fish. However, if they forgot, it might not be a bad thing for their new life. Liu was in a daze. He knew that this was the only way for the children. However, knowing was one thing. It had been a long time since he had seen the fish hatchlings. It was inevitable that he would feel sad. Just as he was feeling sad, a hand reached over and gently touched his back. He leaned on this hand as if he was leaning on a piece of driftwood. Whether the children would remember this experience or not, he still had King Jing by his side. His Highness would never let him be alone. Liu quickly calmed down and curled King Jing's fingers with his tail. The people outside had waited for too long. It was time to take the children out. Liu jumped into the crystal bottle. King Jing still kept him by his side so that he could look after the children. Everything was fine. King Jing rang the jade bell. Wang Shi heard his master's call and rushed in. Eunuch Wang heard the cries of 3 babies from outside and was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. However, when he came in, he saw that there were 4 little masters. Heavens, this is really a joyous occasion. Wang Shi was stunned for a moment. He then knelt down and thanked the gods. King Jing was happy that he had a son. On the same day, the gynecologist arrived at the western border and rushed to King Jing's residence in Maple Town. Even the imperial physician couldn't believe that young Master Li had given birth to 4 babies. After giving birth, young Master Li needed to rest. King Jing didn't allow anyone to disturb him. Even the imperial physician continued to check his pulse through a curtain. After the imperial physician checked young Master Li's pulse, he went to check on the 4 little masters who had just been born. It was a strange thing for a man to be pregnant. The emperor secretly ordered that if King Jing gave birth to a child, the imperial physician must verify the child's identity. The imperial physician originally wanted to take a bit of blood from young Master Li to test and apologize to King Jing. King Jing shook his head. How could he bear to let the imperial physician disturb Liu? He stopped the imperial physician and rolled up his sleeves. The imperial physician was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He quickly took King Jing's blood. Compared to whether young Master Li could get pregnant or not, the emperor was more concerned about whether these children were King Jing's blood. After the test, the children were indeed King Jing's children. Moreover, the children's voices were louder and louder. They didn't have the muteness that the emperor was worried about. The emperor's hand trembled as he held the memorial. He was afraid that he had misread it. The imperial physician reported that King Jing had 4 healthy boys. None of them were mute. The emperor pressed the memorial to his chest and took a deep breath. He had thought that his bloodline with Empress Shelwi would be cut off by King Jing, but King Jing actually had 4 healthy children. There was no news more exciting than this. The emperor laughed out loud. He no longer minded King Jing's previous small offense. He was overjoyed that he had 4 children. He quickly ordered Luo Ruisheng to fetch an imperial edict and personally wrote an imperial edict to confer Liu the title of King Jing's first consort. King Jing's eldest son would be the heir apparent, his second son would be a 5th-ranked Cloud Cavalry officer, and his third son would be a 7th-ranked Grace Cavalry officer. The emperor was overjoyed and conferred 4 titles in a row. He even muttered, "The title of consort is an appointed marriage. It's not a reward. Liu and King Jing have both performed meritorious deeds. I might as well confer titles to these little imperial grandsons." Steward Luo watched from the side and the corner of his mouth twitched. Seeing that the emperor had conferred the title of Grace Cavalry officer to King Jing's youngest son, he thought to himself, "You were also the one who refused the title of consort no matter what. Now your attitude has changed." However, Steward Luo also knew which thigh he should cling to in the future. It was also fate. The emperor had other imperial grandsons. For example, the Marquis of N's family hadn't entered the palace for a long time, so the emperor couldn't easily remember them. Another example was the third prince's family. The oldest was 6 years old, and the youngest was 3 years old. Recently, the third prince often asked them to meet the emperor. However, they were all disciplined. Every time the emperor wanted to meet them, he would feel bored after meeting them. In total, he only met them a few times. Unlike King Jing's family, the emperor hadn't even met them yet, but he was already thinking about them. Steward Luo was an astute person. He specifically chose the words that the emperor liked to hear and said, "This servant heard from the imperial physician that the 3 imperial grandsons all look very much like His Highness King Jing. The youngest one looks more like young Master Li." The emperor had never seen Liu before, but he remembered how King Jing looked when he was a child. He thought for a moment and then said with a smile, "If that's really the case, it's quite interesting." The emperor was very anxious to see his little imperial grandson. When he found out from Luo Ruisheng that the little imperial grandson looked like King Jing, he wanted to see him even more. She had heard that the King Jing had governed the western frontier well recently. After all, it was not as good as the imperial city. It was better not to let the young imperial grandchildren suffer. The emperor had originally intended to let his son, King Jing, train outside for 2 more years. Now that his son had a grandson, the emperor couldn't wait for King Jing to fly back immediately. Thanks to head steward Luo's persuasion, the little imperial grandsons had just been born. How could they endure the long journey? Only then did the emperor give up. He realized that he had been too happy. If he wanted to summon them, he would have to wait until the children were a little older. This year, the emperor was very satisfied with the various political achievements King Jing had made in the western frontier. In comparison, the 6th prince, who had only finished renovating Zhongzue Palace, seemed very mediocre. Now that King Jing had a healthy legitimate son, even if he couldn't speak, it wouldn't be a big problem. The emperor couldn't help but lean in favor of King Jing. Considering that King Jing's entire family was in the western frontier, before King Jing returned to the imperial city, it would be best not to spread the news that King Jing had a legitimate son. The emperor ordered Luo Ruisheng to secretly send out the imperial edict and reveal this news to Duke Qinzhen at the same time. As King Jing's maternal grandfather, Duke Qinzhen should know of this good news. To prevent it from being leaked, the emperor also told Luo Ruisheng not to say too much. As for Yi Qian, he was the first to know that King Jing had a son. He was so happy that tears flowed down his old face. The emperor's instructions made him realize that something wasn't right. After pondering for a while, he suddenly realized something. Yi Qian didn't say anything. He only ordered the gates of Duke Qinzhen's residence to be tightly shut. He summoned an opera troupe to perform for 3 days and 3 nights. These days, the old man walked with the wind. His originally weak body also became strong. The emperor finally relented and made Liu his official consort. Unlike the previous time when it was just an official reply, this time it was written in the imperial edict. The dust had settled. King Jing had already expected this result. Next, he earnestly asked the emperor to allow him to hold his wedding in the western frontier. The emperor was originally unwilling. As a father, how could he not be present at his son's wedding? But now that he had a grandson, it wouldn't be right if he didn't get married. The emperor himself couldn't leave the imperial city. After weighing the pros and cons, he could only agree to King Jing's request. Immediately after, King Jing handed a list of names to the emperor. This was a list of the families that King Jing had encountered hoarding ducks when he was dealing with the locust plague. The emperor understood that King Jing was trying to complain even though he had gotten a good deal. Moreover, this complaint was quite clever. It allowed the emperor to investigate it himself, and King Jing didn't interfere. Ever since the emperor had sent King Jing to the western frontier, he had ordered people to keep an eye on the exchange of information between the imperial city and the western frontier. In addition to this list of names, the emperor quickly discovered that there was a power behind these hoarders. During the time that King Jing was dealing with the locust plague, only the Marquis of Genie's residence had sent news to the western frontier. The first family to hoard ducks was a distant relative of a minister-councillor surnamed Qin from the Ministry of Rights. The Marquis of Genie's residence and the third prince were in-laws. Minister-councillor Qin was in the third prince's faction and often worked for the third prince. There was no need to say who was behind this. When the imperial bodyguards found out about Minister-councillor Qin, they also found out that before King Jing had arrived at the western frontier, there were people spreading rumors that King Jing was ruthless and harmed the common people. This was also under the orders of Minister-councillor Qin. The imperial bodyguards even found the letters in Qin's residence. There was a lot of evidence. The emperor was shocked. Mu Tianming was right under his nose and could only go to the imperial study to study. How could he reach out to the western frontier? Was he trying to harm King Jing? The emperor originally didn't want to touch the third prince. He wanted to give the third prince some face, but the third prince didn't want it. The emperor's face was cold. He first punished the restless Marquis of Genie's residence and demoted the Marquis of Genie's title to the lowest rank. Then he conferred the third prince the title of Marquis Ping. With the second prince, Marquis En, the two of them were a perfect pair. Mu Tianming, who knew that he had been completely abandoned, stumbled to the palace gate. The imperial bodyguards in charge of guarding the gate stopped the third prince from entering the palace. The third prince could only face the direction of the palace of heavenly purity, crying bitterly and kowtowing. "Father, I beg you to see me. It really wasn't me." Mu Tianming begged desperately with every kowtow. He really couldn't explain. The Marquis of Genie did help him gather information, but that was it. He didn't ask the Marquis of Genie to do anything else. He also didn't know why Minister-councillor Qin was playing tricks. He also didn't know how those letters with words and handwriting similar to his got into the Qin study. However, the emperor had already decided on him and didn't want to hear a word of explanation. The third prince knelt for a day and a night. The heavy rain from the sky soaked his heart. Just as he was about to lose his mind in a trance, an oil paper umbrella came over and slowly raised above the third prince's head. Mu Tianming raised his eyes and met Mu Tianxia's face, which was full of concern. The sixth prince under the umbrella was always cultured and elegant, with a graceful demeanor. "Third imperial brother, be careful not to catch a cold." Mu Tianxiao reached out to support Mu Tianming. Everyone said that the sixth prince followed the third prince wholeheartedly. Even if the third prince fell into the dust, the sixth prince still didn't abandon him. However, no one knew that Mu Tianming's mood at this moment was even colder than being drenched by the rain. "Mu Tianxiao, let me ask you." Mu Tianming slapped the sixth prince's hand away and wiped his face. He said in a low voice, "Did Qin listen to your orders?" Mu Tianming only gave the token to Mu Tianxiao. Since Minister-councillor Qin's actions weren't ordered by him, then it could only be Mu Tianxiao. No wonder his handwriting was so easily obtained. It was Mu Tianxiao who planned all this behind his back, but the emperor blamed him. "Third imperial brother, have you finally realized?" Mu Tianxiao smiled easily. He turned the umbrella in boredom and watched the raindrops drip down. "I originally wanted to create some trouble for King Jing so that I can gain power as soon as possible. This is also for the good of third imperial brother." "You're talking nonsense. You're clearly taking advantage of my trust and using me as a stepping stone. You forgot that you were useless in the past. Who was the one who protected you and gave you orders?" Mu Tianming became agitated and angrily grabbed Mu Tianxiao's collar. He wanted to strangle this ingrate with his own hands. Mu Tianxiao didn't resist and let him shake him for a while. He curled his lips and said with a smile, "Third imperial brother, since things have come to this, I advise you to calm down." Mu Tianxiao pried open Mu Tianming's fingers. One by one. Mu Tianming was surprised to find that the sixth prince had such great strength. Mu Tianxiao straightened his lapel and said unhurriedly, "Third Imperial brother, Imperial father won't believe you anymore. It's useless no matter what you say. If you're content with being the Marquis of Ping, when I ascend the throne, maybe I'll remember Third Imperial brother's good deeds in the past." How dare you? Mu Tianming couldn't stand this kind of humiliation and wanted to pounce on him again. The imperial bodyguards rushed out from behind Mu Tianxiao and restrained Mu Tianming. Mu Tianxiao sneered and turned around. "Third Imperial brother, please go ahead. Forgive me for not keeping you company." Mu Tianxiao held the umbrella and walked into the rain alone. No matter how much Mu Tianming cursed and howled behind him, he didn't pay any attention to him. Mu Tianxiao was completely free of the third imperial prince and was in a good mood. When he returned to the sixth imperial prince's estate, he heard his trusted aide report that the emperor had bestowed a marriage for King Jing. The Princess Jing was Li Yu. Mu Tianxiao couldn't help but snort and laugh. If he married a man as his official consort, presumably King Jing wouldn't be able to make any big waves. He was secretly pleased with himself when his trusted aide took a step back and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, news just came from the western border. It said that King Jing has 4 healthy legitimate sons." Mu Tianxiao. What? Mu Tianxiao's face was full of panic. Wasn't King Jing going to marry a man? Where did these 4 legitimate sons come from, and all of them were healthy? Was there a mistake? Mu Tianxiao didn't believe his trusted aide's words. He snatched the secret report from his trusted aide's hand and read it word by word. The sixth imperial prince didn't have many people in the western border, so he couldn't sneak into King Jing's estate. The so-called secret report was similar to what the people of Mapletown knew. King Jing really had healthy children. In this way, his muteness was no longer an unerasable shortcoming for King Jing. The sixth imperial prince thought for a while, but he still couldn't figure out how these children came about. However, he had already considered the consequences of King Jing having children. If King Jing didn't have muteness, what advantage did he have to win against King Jing? Was it because he had worked hard in the Ministry of Works for more than half a year to repair the palace? Or was it because his biological mother used to be a palace maid? It wasn't easy for him to get to where he was today under the third prince's halo. He was about to marry a young lady of noble birth. He was about to receive the support of the Yu clan. The third prince's power was already at his disposal. He was walking towards that position step by step. Could it be that just because Luminescent Prince gave birth to a son, everything that was about to fall into his hands would be snatched away? He would never allow such a thing to happen. The sixth imperial prince read the secret report over and over again, vowing to find King Jing's flaws. King Jing, who had no flaws, was in a terrible fix at this time. Shi saw the 4 children as 4 little lucky stars, so he found the best wet nurses for them. However, these 4 lucky stars, except for a few meals of milk on the day they were born, all they did was cry and refuse to drink milk. They really became 4 ancestors. The imperial physician was invited to take a look at them, but he couldn't find any problems. Li Yu was very anxious, but strangely, as soon as he held the children, their cries immediately became softer. However, as soon as he handed the children to their wet nurses, they would cry until their faces turned red and their necks were thick, each more out of breath than the other. It seemed that they had gotten used to being fish and couldn't do without a fish father. The children were still thinking about him. Li Yu was secretly happy, but if the children didn't drink milk, they wouldn't be able to survive. Did this mean that he was the only one who could feed them? Feeding the children wasn't like feeding fish. It seemed to be quite interesting. Li Yu rubbed his hands excitedly. "Do you want me to try?" King Jing. Li Yu felt that King Jing's gaze on him was a little hot, but Li Yu didn't have time to think about the baby that was waiting to be fed. There were no milk bottles in ancient times. Li Yu took a compromise and asked the wet nurse to squeeze the milk into the bowl. He carried Dabao and used an extremely small silver spoon. He scooped a little bit at a time and placed it by Dabao's mouth. Dabao cried out and shook his head vigorously. Li Yu, he understood. This cub didn't like to drink milk. Thinking back, he had fed the fish cubs high-quality fish food and peach blossom cakes. This was probably the problem. The fish cubs liked fresh and sweet food and didn't like bland milk. But what could he do about it? Things were different now. The baby's body hadn't fully developed and his teeth hadn't grown out yet. He could only drink milk. Liu said gently, "Debao, you can either drink milk or go hungry." Debao was gently threatened by his father. He pursed his lips and drank the milk in the spoon with tears in his eyes. Liu's first successful feeding was successful. When he tried to feed Debao again, Debao accidentally choked and refused to drink the milk with the spoon. Liu thought for a while and ordered someone to bring a plate of peach blossom cakes and put it aside. Debao's black glass-like eyes looked at the peach blossom cakes longingly. However, it was useless. The cold-hearted father only let him smell the fragrance of the peach blossom cakes. Debao was stunned for a moment. What his father fed him was still milk. King Jing, who had been watching the whole time, King Jing realized that he had thought wrongly. This feeding was not what he had imagined. He walked towards Liu. Liu was holding Debao and humming an unknown tune. King Jing walked closer and looked at his gentle eyes. His heart also softened. King Jing imitated Liu. He picked one up and fed it with a spoon. From time to time, he would glance at Liu. Liu snickered. King Jing was holding Sibao. The other three babies all looked like little fatty. Only Sibao looked like him. King Jing loved to hold Sibao the most. Sibao would smile happily whenever his father carried him. He was indeed the most confused cub. He probably didn't realize the difference between milk and fish food. As long as his father fed him, Sibao would even drink milk very quickly. After King Jing finished feeding him, he wanted to carry Bao. Sibao's fingers grasped his father's clothes tightly and refused to leave his father's arms. After Liu finished feeding Debao, he was also caught by Debao. Liu coaxed him for a long time. Bao and Sanbao, who had not been hugged, started crying. Liu was helpless. He and King Jing could only carry 2 babies each. He felt that the 4 babies were indeed the most obedient when they were fish. At night, the babies refused to let go. Liu blushed and negotiated with King Jing. "Your Highness, they're still young. I'm afraid they're not used to it. Why don't we let them sleep with us?" In the past, when the fish babies stayed in the fish tank, they had always stayed in the same room with their fathers. The fish fathers often slept with them. Why did they have to sleep with a stranger, a wet nurse? The babies were unwilling. Why should they be worse off as fish? They couldn't move or speak. They could only drink tasteless milk all day. It was too bitter. The fish babies wanted their fathers to hug them. Sob 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 sob, King Jing had always doted on Liu. Since Liu said so, he resisted the urge to carry the 4 babies out and nodded. Liu first placed the babies on the bed and then lay down. Now that he had 4 hours to transform into a human, it was not a problem for him to rest for a while. King Jing would take care of the rest for him. Unexpectedly, when he lay down, the babies immediately stretched their necks and wanted to stick to him. Those who could not stick to him started crying again. Liu had no choice but to let the babies all stick to him. Debao took one of Liu's arms. Bao and Sanbao each took the other side. Sibao was left and clung tightly to Liu's legs. The babies were satisfied. Liu was surrounded in a circle. King Jing, who felt that his wife was getting farther and farther away from him, was speechless. Liu touched his fingers and looked at him apologetically. King Jing held his hand and gently squeezed his palm. A baby's energy was limited. After drinking enough milk, it did not take long for him to fall asleep. King Jing waited for the 4 babies to fall asleep before he got up with a wooden face. He carried the 4 babies out and handed them to the wet nurse. Liu was originally surrounded by the babies. He was in a daze and was about to fall asleep. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his lapel. Oh, it was Old Gong coming over. Liu familiarly hooked his arm around Old Gong's shoulder. He and King Jing's husband lived a very harmonious life. Every few days, they would suck money. Putting aside the fact that he was pregnant, Liu was very much looking forward to sucking money. However, King Jing was different today. He was very thorough with his act of sucking money. Liu's face was flushed red. He felt numb and itchy. Tears kept welling up in his eyes. He felt that something was about to happen to him. Could it be that he had bitten King Jing in the past, so King Jing was taking revenge on him now? Liu could not stand this stimulation. He felt that his soul was about to leave his body. He whimpered and punched Old Gong twice. King Jing, who was crazily looking at the carp spirit, glanced at the silver funnel. He was satisfied and let it go. Instead, he held Liu's waist. The next day, the babies were breastfed. King Jing lowered his gaze and focused on feeding fourth Bao. Liu hugged eldest Bao. Her chest was swollen and painful, and her legs were trembling. When she recalled the absurdity of last night, Liu could not help but glare at the culprit. King Jing sensed his passionate gaze and smiled at him. He licked his lips, as if he had not had enough yet. Liu, he couldn't even speak, so what was going on with this wave that was surging towards him? Forget it. Actually, it was not impossible to focus on social relations. He did not suffer any losses. Under Liu's pacification, De Bao and the other children were adapting to infant life day by day. At this moment, an imperial edict came from the imperial city. Liu was conferred the title of princess consort. King Jing was true to his word. He had really won her the title of princess consort. Liu herself could not believe it. This was not a title that the common people on the streets casually called. It was a title that would be recorded in a jade archive and recognized by the emperor himself. His marriage with King Jing was already set in stone. On the day of the imperial edict, King Jing also set a date for his wedding. Wang Shi had already been preparing for the wedding. Everything was ready. King Jing felt that the recent auspicious dates were too long and wanted to wait for a few more days. Liu was amused by this person's rare childishness. Thinking about how King Jing still wanted to give him a formal wedding even though he already had children, Liu felt like his heart was rolling in a pile of honey. His Majesty has already agreed. But we still need to wait for a while. Your Highness, don't be anxious. Liu smiled and advised him. King Jing had tasted some sweetness, but he still deliberately snorted childishly. He needed Liu to calm him down. At the same time, he signaled Wang Shi to check all the steps of the wedding again. Eunuch Wang quickly finished checking, and only the wedding dress was left. The most important thing for a wedding was the wedding dress. A few sets of King Jing's wedding dress had already been made according to the measurements. Every embroidery on the wedding dress had been personally inspected by King Jing. All the accessories had also been roughly sketched by King Jing, and he had asked the craftsman to make them. It was guaranteed that there would only be one set in the world. Liu hadn't tried on the princess consort's wedding dress and accessories, but according to King Jing's experience in buying clothes for him, this surprise was not a problem at all. Finally, the day of the wedding arrived. King Jing personally delivered the wedding dress to Liu. There weren't many servants in the Fu, and Liu didn't have any family members, so King Jing personally helped him tie up his hair and change his clothes. Liu quickly changed into the bright red wedding dress with gold trimmings. The material of the wedding dress was made of precious moonlight brocade. It was rumored that clothes made of moonlight brocade would emit a light as quiet as the moon when worn, hence the name. In addition to the moonlight brocade, the wedding dress was also embroidered with a majestic koi fish soaring through the clouds using golden thread and phoenix feather thread. This koi fish leaped high and jumped over the dragon's gate. The collar and the long back of the dress were embroidered with fish patterns that shone with a golden light. It was unusually gorgeous. The belt that went with the wedding dress was made of soft golden thread that looked like seaweed. It looked wide, but it was actually very light. Several charmingly naive little goldfish dangled from the belt and jingled. The headpiece of the wedding dress was a crown made of rubies and pearls. On the crown, there were a total of 36 golden fishes. The fishes were studded with rubies, and there were strings of pearls hanging from their mouths. The tassels drooped down, slightly covering their faces. Liu had never put on makeup before, so on the day of the wedding, he put on some powder. He used lipstick to touch his lips, making him look even more beautiful. King Jing saw that the wedding dress was very suitable for him. He smiled faintly and went to change. Wang Shi was waiting at the side and couldn't help but speak for his master. Princess consort, according to the rules, your wedding dress should be a golden phoenix. His Highness specially asked the Emperor to change the wedding dress to the style you have now. Wang Shi was in charge of the wedding preparations, so he knew very well what King Jing was worried about. King Jing himself didn't care much and didn't ask for anything in return, but Wang Shi's little mouth opened wide and spilled everything to Princess Consort. Liu had seen Yi Qinghuan and the princess wedding dress. He didn't expect that the embroidery on the wedding dress would be so complicated. Liu's heart was moved. King Jing changed into a matching black wedding dress a moment later. Liu looked carefully. King Jing's wedding dress was embroidered with a four-clawed golden dragon of the king rank, but the belt was the same seaweed pattern as his. The belt was tied with a silver pearl that Liu had given him before, and the sleeves and hem of the dress were also the same fish patterns as Liu's. Wasn't this a secret display of affection? Liu was happy that he had a pair of eyes that were good at discovering the truth and beauty. King Jing walked over and lowered his head to kiss him. A red thread was exposed on his neck. Liu smiled mischievously. He hooked his finger on the red thread and pulled it out. He wanted to see what King Jing was wearing on his wedding day. Liu himself was wearing King Jing's little jade figurine. As expected, the red thread that pulled King Jing out was his stone fish. When placed together, they were still a match made in heaven. Your Highness, Princess Consort, the auspicious hour is almost here. Wang Shi happily wiped the corners of his eyes. King Jing touched Liu's hand under his sleeve, and the two of them looked at each other. Liu didn't have a maternal family, so King Jing's mansion was his home. King Jing carried him to the wedding carriage and got in as well. The red and green wedding carriage circled around Luofeng town before returning to the king's mansion to perform the wedding ceremony. It was King Jing's big day. Many people came to watch the ceremony and followed the wedding carriage. Liu lifted the curtain and looked at the crowd below. He was a little nervous. King Jing gave him an encouraging look. Liu tried to wave at the people. The people knelt down one after another and shouted, "Long live the Princess Consort." Their voices were so loud that the magpies on the branches flew away. Liu's heart was in turmoil. At this moment, he truly felt that he was a member of this ancient world. Dabao, Erbao, Sanbao, and Sibao lay side by side on the bed. Today, there was only the wet nurse and no father. The babies' hearts were like dead ashes. There was a faint sound of music coming from outside. Sibao remembered that the wet nurse had told someone that their fathers were getting married. Sibao didn't know what marriage was. But it was definitely a good thing. Sibao did a carp flip and didn't get up. Sibao flailed his paws. Aha! He wanted to go to his father's wedding. Sanbao followed his lead and gestured. Ah! She wanted to go. Erbao turned his head. Aha! How? Erbao, Sanbao, and Sibao took turns shouting ah, and reached an agreement. Then, Sibao took the lead and tried to roll under the bed. They had to be able to get out of bed if they wanted to see their fathers get married. Although the babies didn't have much strength, they could still reach their destination by rolling. However, they weren't even a month old. They couldn't twist their small bodies after rolling over. Erbao, Sanbao, and Sibao were all lying face down on the bed. Aha! Help! Dabao, who had witnessed everything, was speechless. King Jing calculated the time it would take for Xiaoyu to transform. Although they were going around the town, the wedding carriage still sped up when there were fewer people. The coachman of the wedding carriage had received a unique task. He had to be quick on the day of the wedding without disturbing the king and princess consort. The coachman was also an old member of the Jing imperial residence. In order to celebrate the king's difficult marriage with princess consort, he went all out and trained for a month. The guards of the king's residence were in charge of guarding along the way to prevent emotional people from getting too close. The wedding carriage returned safely to the king's residence, and then it was time for the wedding ceremony. The emperor was too far away to attend Prince Jing's wedding. However, the emperor's love for giving out gifts was undeniable. Wang Shi had been reading the list of gifts for an hour, but he still hadn't finished reading it. The line of people from the imperial city lined up from the wedding hall to the outside of the manor. There weren't many guests who were invited to the wedding hall for a drink. King Jing didn't like too many people, but this was his wedding with Xiaoyu. King Jing didn't want the wedding hall to be empty, so he ordered the mayor to bring some respected local elders to attend the wedding as distinguished guests. Aunt Su, who had a good relationship with Liu, was also invited. Although most of the guests were not officials or nobles, they received a lot of blessings. At the head of the wedding hall, the emperor's decree and Empress Xiaoyi's memorial tablet were placed in front of the parents. The MC received King Jing's signal and was about to sing when a fast horse arrived. Yi Qinghuan dismounted from his horse and excitedly ran into the wedding hall. Duke Qing'an's residents knew that King Jing was getting married, so they sent people to congratulate him no matter what. Yi volunteered to come because he missed his cousin, whom he hadn't seen for almost a year. Xianxia, it's finally my turn to congratulate you on your wedding. Yi Qinghuan smiled and patted King Jing's shoulder. King Jing didn't slap his hand away. Instead, he gently curved his lips and asked Wang Shi to bring over a glass of wine. He drank with Yi Qinghuan. Yi Qinghuan downed a cup of wine at the wedding. It was as if he had opened up a chatterbox. Moreover, Yi Qinghuan already had a lot to say. When King Jing had left the imperial city, he had sent a letter to Duke Qing'an's mansion, telling them to remain calm and observe the situation. They were not allowed to plead with the emperor on their own, nor were they allowed to privately send messages to the western border. After King Jing left, other than the old Duke of Qinzhen, Yi Qian, who could sit still, the others were all worried about King Jing. Over the past year, King Jing had encountered bandits and a plague of locusts at the western border. The emperor had even given King Jing's original position in the Ministry of Works to the sixth prince. Yi Qinghuan almost couldn't hold it in any longer and wanted to beg the emperor to allow King Jing to return to the imperial city. Fortunately, old Duke Qinzhen managed to persuade him to believe in King Jing. The old Duke Qinzhen could see clearly that King Jing was in an extremely difficult situation. If the Duke Qinzhen mansion stepped in, not only would they not be able to help King Jing, but they would also make King Jing's previous efforts go to waste. Yi Qinghuan could only continue to wait. This wait lasted until King Jing requested for Liu's title and the emperor agreed to King Jing's marriage. Yi Qinghuan still followed old Duke Qing'an's instructions and didn't say much. Yi Qinghuan had seen Surly before. Not only had he seen him, but the entire Duke Qing'an's mansion was very fond of Surly and felt that this marriage was very compatible. However, it was an indisputable fact that Surly was a man. What would happen to King Jing's children in the future, as tight-lipped as Yi Qian was, he didn't tell Yi Qinghuan that Liu had already given birth to 4 young masters for King Jing. Having children was no longer a problem. Therefore, Yi Qinghuan really wanted to comfort King Jing at this time. Don't worry, there will always be a way to solve the problem of having children. Yi Qinghuan pulled King Jing to one side and said softly, originally, I shouldn't have said this to you and spoil your mood. However, my father and mother have both thought about you in private. If you have children, Surly won't be blamed in the future. If you don't want to let Surly down, you can still look for a suitable one from the imperial clan. King Jing raised his brows and put down his wine cup. He shook his head in refusal. Yi Qinghuan thought that he understood King Jing quite well and probed, you, don't tell me you don't like other people's bloodlines? Not only did he not think highly of him, King Jing nodded. Yi Qinghuan said, if you really don't like them, then what about me? Yi Qinghuan scratched his head and said, this is my own idea. The princess is pregnant, so I should be able to try to persuade her to let you adopt her second son. Don't misunderstand, I don't want to do this either. If it doesn't work, then that's for the best. Yi Qinghuan's tone towards the end was rather tragic, as if he couldn't bear to part with his flesh and blood. King Jing didn't know how Yi Qinghuan had gone astray and coughed softly. When Wang Shi heard it, she immediately brought the wet nurse over to carry the children. Your Highness, the little masters are crying so badly that I had no choice but to bring them to the wedding hall. Wang Shi didn't dare to say that the wet nurse had only left for a short while, but 3 of the 4 little masters were already lying on their stomachs, unable to get up. Their tears almost flooded the room, and the wet nurse couldn't coax them. Wang Shi thought that the wedding hall was lively and perhaps the little masters would like it, so she took the initiative to bring the children over. Who knew that they would be even more unwilling to leave when they saw King Jing and the princess consort? It must be because the little masters wanted to see their father get married. King Jing also wanted to see his sons, so he motioned for Yi Qinghuan to come over and take a look. Yi Qinghuan was confused. He saw 4 little babies wrapped in gold, gold and silver, silver and black swaddling clothes respectively. They were held in the arms of Wang Shi and a woman. Who was this? What did this have to do with King Jing? Yi Qinghuan couldn't make heads or tails of it. Wang Shi said with a face full of smiles, the little masters insisted on dressing like this. The wet nurse wanted to change them into something more festive, but they didn't want to. They cried whenever they moved. King Jing nodded and didn't blame her. Wang Shi didn't know, but he knew that the swaddling clothes were the same color as the baby fish. King Jing took Sibao from the wet nurse's hands and patted it on the back skillfully. Yi Qinghuan's eyes almost flew out of their sockets. He couldn't help but ask, Wang Shi, who are these babies? Why did Wang Shi call them little masters? Moreover, King Jing was holding them so skillfully. Wang Shi patted his head in realization and said, Lord Heir, I'm sorry. I was so happy that I forgot to introduce them to you. These are His Highness's children, Li. Princess Consort gave birth to His Highness. Li, you could give birth to children? Yi Qinghuan was thunderstruck. He slowly turned his head and stared at the proud King Jing. Wang Shi's words shocked him too much. Yi Qinghuan needed time to react. Li Yu gave birth to 4 children for King Jing, could a man also get pregnant? Wang Shi had no choice but to roughly explain to Lord Heir Yi, who was about to faint. Although eunuch Wang was also very dizzy during the whole process, with His Highness personally watching over him, the gynecologist, the other doctors, and the 4 little masters as witnesses, he dared to swear to God that it couldn't be fake. Yi Qinghuan could also tell that 3 of the children looked very much like King Jing when he was young. The other child, who was being held by King Jing, looked very much like Li Yu. If it was fake, how could it be so real? Wait, Yi Qinghuan suddenly realized that King Jing, who he thought didn't have any children, actually had 4 healthy sons. And he, whose wife was still pregnant, had lost again. King Jing understood that Yi Qinghuan mentioned adoption for his sake and didn't mean to offend him. King Jing wasn't angry. He just thought that Yi Qinghuan was standing there stupidly and was in the way. After being respectful for a while, he told Lord Heir Yi to go away. There wasn't much time left. They had to perform the ceremony as soon as possible. They couldn't miss the auspicious hour. King Jing gave the MC a look, and the MC immediately began to sing the lyrics. Li Yu, who was wearing a pearl crown, didn't know what to do when he saw the dangling pearl hair ornament in front of him. King Jing quickly walked to his side. Your Highness. Li Yu smiled and called out. King Jing couldn't smile enough today. He reached out and wrapped his warm palm around Li Yu's hand. As long as this hand was held, the clamor in the hall became quiet and peaceful. Li Yu caught a glimpse of a brazier out of the corner of his eye. What's going on? Is the princess consort going to jump into the brazier too? He was worried that he was clumsy. Would he kick over the brazier or burn the expensive wedding dress? It didn't seem very auspicious. King Jing took advantage of his hesitation and gently lifted him up. Li Yu suddenly felt that his feet were in the air, and his mind went blank for a moment. In a flash, he was placed on the ground, and the brazier was already behind him. Li Yu's face was as red as clouds. Even the pearl hair ornament couldn't hide his embarrassment. King Jing actually carried him over the brazier in front of everyone. King Jing really knew how to do this. The guests couldn't help but laugh. Yi Qinghuan laughed the loudest. The matron of honor behind him also blushed. It was finally time to perform the ceremony. Li Yu stood beside King Jing. The 2 of them bowed to heaven and earth and their parents together, full of sincerity. Finally, they bowed deeply to each other. In fact, when King Jing signed the marriage contract with him, they were already husband and wife. This wedding was more like a declaration to the world. It was a declaration that from now on, you only belong to me, and I only belong to you. King Jing asked Wang Shi to entertain the guests, and he accompanied Li Yu back to the bridal chamber. He had already developed a habit of glancing at the silver funnel from time to time. The time limit for Xiaoyu's transformation was almost up. He had to guard him. On this big day, he couldn't let him panic even a little. The irrelevant people were all cleared out. King Jing used the wedding scale to remove the pearl hair ornament on Li Yu's forehead. The 2 of them stared at each other for a moment, and then they both smiled at the same time. King Jing's hand reached for his sleeve. Liu looked at him expectantly, guessing what kind of paper he would take out this time. It could also be a unique gift for the wedding. However, King Jing didn't take out anything special from his sleeve. Instead, he took out a long, round box from behind his sleeve. King Jing opened the box. There was a scroll painting in the box. Liu unrolled the scroll painting under his gaze. It turned out to be a painting of a school of fish drawn by King Jing. There were a total of 6 lifelike fish in the painting, 2 big and 4 small. The big one had a silver base with a hint of gold. It was Liu's body. The small ones were gold, silver, gold mixed with silver, and black. It was easy to tell that they were 4 small fish. But something wasn't right. Liu counted again and again. Including the small fish, there should be 5. Who was the other big black fish in the painting? Liu pondered for a long time. It wasn't until he caught a glimpse of King Jing's black robe under his wedding dress that Liu realized that King Jing had drawn himself as the big black fish. The school of fish was clearly a family of fish. Liu especially liked this majestic big black fish. After looking at it for a long time, he reluctantly put the painting away and replied, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your gift." After giving the wedding gift, King Jing still used the pair of jade cups that they had shared on the day of the wedding to fill them with green plum wine. This time, Liu was the first to drink. He mischievously pounced on him and gave him a drink. The silver hourglass slowly spat out grains of sand. The two of them rolled on the wedding bed, entangled with each other. Just as they were getting heated, the untimely sound of a baby crying came from next door. Liu and King Jing were speechless. The two of them stopped and looked at each other for a moment. Liu was still gasping for breath. He pitifully begged, Your Highness, the children, this was the inconvenience of being a father. He couldn't just care about himself and ignore the children. King Jing accepted his fate and calmed his breathing. He went next door and carried the children over. De Bao, Er Bao, San Bao, and Si Bao were crying so hard that their little faces were scrunched up. They were finally brought to the wedding hall to watch the fun, but their father didn't notice them. After a while, the two fathers disappeared, and the nanny quickly brought them back. De Bao, who claimed to be the most sensible, was about to explode in anger when he didn't hug and comfort them. As soon as King Jing's father appeared, the other children immediately stopped crying. Si Bao, who had cried too much and couldn't stop, accidentally burped. King Jing shook his head. He carried 2 children with one hand and carried all of them to the bridal chamber. The children finally saw their father on the wedding bed. They all clung to him, wanting to sleep with him. Liu, who was once again surrounded by them, was speechless. Liu felt that he had made a stupid mistake. His good wedding night was ruined just like that. He was about to apologize to King Jing when King Jing lay down, winked at him, and pulled him into his arms. As such, even though they were surrounded by the children, the two of them didn't separate. Your Highness, am I too heavy? Liu rested his head on his shoulder for a while, afraid that he would crush the people below. King Jing shook his head and turned the children's faces to the other side. He wrapped his arms around Liu's waist and kissed him again and again when Liu was still chattering. Liu had to stop talking because the children were right beside him. He couldn't make any strange sounds. The two of them pressed against each other and kissed intermittently, full of love. Most people didn't dare to disturb King Jing's wedding, except for Yi Qinghuan, who wasn't an ordinary person. The guests were arranged by Wang Shi. After they drank a few more cups of wine, they left early. Only Yi Qinghuan went to the bridal chamber. Heir apparent, do you want to be dragged out by His Highness again? Wang Shi stopped him with a smile. King Jing had ordered that no one was allowed to get close to the bridal chamber. Even if Wang Shi wanted to make trouble, he couldn't help. There's a Quanjuda in town. It's a roast duck shop that His Highness opened for the princess consort. Today is a big day, so you can eat as much as you want. If heir apparent feels bored, you can go there. Wang Shi even arranged a place for Yi Qinghuan to go. Yi Qinghuan originally wanted to eavesdrop so that he could make fun of King Jing some other day. Who knew that he would be stopped by Wang Shi and forced to show off for his master? Yi Qinghuan was too embarrassed to stay any longer. The red candles in the room had gone out, so there shouldn't be any more excitement. Roast duck sounded pretty good, Qinghuan was thinking when the door was suddenly opened from the inside. King Jing, bare-chested and wrapped something in clothes, hurried out and bumped into Wang Shi and Yi Qinghuan. King Jing nodded calmly. He did not look away as he protected the things in his arms and strode into the house next door. Yi Qinghuan and Wang Shi, Yi Qinghuan's eyesight wasn't bad. He caught a glimpse of a small fish tail in King Jing's clothes. It was the tail of King Jing's favorite fish. It was silver with a hint of gold. Yi Qinghuan had a deep impression of it and definitely recognized it. What happened just now? Yi Qinghuan was stunned. After a while, he stuttered and asked Wang Shi, Eunuch Wang, King Jing, how could he run out with a fish on his wedding night? Moreover, his clothes were disheveled? Wang Shi was also very shocked, but Eunuch Wang was obviously more experienced than Yi Qinghuan. In his eyes, His Highness was always right. Wang Shi quickly reacted and said, Heir apparent, His Highness likes to do this. Yi Qinghuan, what does that mean, King Jing? Actually, had that kind of fetish. For a moment, Yi Qinghuan didn't know whether to sympathize with Consort Jing or the fish in Prince Jing's hands. Liu hid in King Jing's arms and didn't dare to poke his head out. It wasn't the first time that King Jing took care of him when he turned into a fish. Liu wasn't worried at all. Because it was their wedding night, they didn't worry too much after the baby fish fell asleep. It was only when they turned back into fish that they realized there was no fish tank in the bridal chamber. Wang Shi was also kind. When he was decorating the bridal chamber, he was afraid that the two masters would accidentally bump into each other when they were drunk, so he temporarily moved the fish tank next door. Because of the great joy, Liu and King Jing's attention was glued to each other and didn't realize it in advance. It was only after Liu transformed back that she realized something was wrong. Prince Jing could roughly guess where the fish tank had been moved to, so he hurriedly brought Liu out to search for it. This chaotic wedding night could be said to be unprecedented. King Jing moved very quickly. He didn't want to disturb anyone, but who knew that he would unexpectedly meet Yi Qinghuan and Wang Shi midway. Liu took a deep breath. Fortunately, those two didn't know anything. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to face anyone as a princess. King Jing placed Liu in the fish tank. While waiting for him to turn back into a human, Liu began to consider whether he should take the initiative to ask the system when he could completely end this changeable life. The baby fish could at least remain unchanged for a few years when they turned back into humans. It didn't make sense for him, the fish father, to always be on tenterhooks, afraid that his identity would be exposed, right? Since the baby fish grew up, the fish trapping system seemed to have disappeared without a trace. The follow-up storyline had been delayed for a long time. Liu was well taken care of by King Jing. His life was very comfortable. Sometimes, he couldn't help but think that it wasn't bad to live like this. But after experiencing this frightening experience, he wanted to completely turn back into a human. But right now, he still had to wait until he finished his nuptial night. In any case, there were still a few children sleeping in the bridal chamber. It wouldn't be a bad idea to change his position. King Jing and his princess consort's wedding night ended up being spent next door to the bridal chamber. The next morning, Liu spread out a fish cake on the silver stone bed. King Jing prepared his favorite food for him and wrapped him in a seaweed quilt. Feeling refreshed, he went to see the baby fish. As the man with the highest status in the western border, King Jing not only gave himself a wedding leave, but also gave the commoners a holiday to celebrate. Who knew that when he went out and turned left, he would see Xianxia, who had dark circles under his eyes. Yi Qinghuan inadvertently discovered King Jing's secret. He went to Quanzhou and ate 3 roast ducks, but he didn't feel better. When he returned, he found that King Jing still hadn't returned to the bridal chamber. Yi Qinghuan became more and more worried. Liu was his friend, and King Jing was his cousin. Duke Qinzhen wanted to follow him. Logically, Yi Qinghuan naturally knew who he should help. But emotionally, he couldn't ignore it. It wasn't easy for you to get married to young Master Li, don't let him down. Yi Qinghuan left these words and turned to leave. King Jing couldn't figure out what was going on, so he simply ignored him. After a while, Wang Shi came over. He wanted to say something to King Jing, but he hesitated. Your Highness, this old servant only has one thing to say. You have to treat Princess Consort well in the future. King Jing, Liu, the fish cake, seized the time to enter the system after he had enough sleep. Last night, he vaguely heard the system's voice, but he wasn't sure. The system always liked to refresh the notification when he was very busy. Come to think of it, he had not been to the spiritual world for a while. The last time he entered was to collect the reward for growing up. Coincidentally, at that time, he was worried about how to explain the whereabouts of the luo fish to eunuch Wang and the others now that the 4 little fish had disappeared together, and he had given birth to 4 children. Would it arouse suspicion? Fortunately, the system's mission reward was a fish pillow corresponding to the 4 little fish, which was a great help to him. The little fish were now fish with pillows. Liu racked his brains. With King Jing's help, he filled the mouth and tail of the little fish's pillows with magnets. He also filled the tail of his own pillow with magnets. In this way, all the fish pillows could be connected into a string, exactly the same as when he played with the little fish. Although the system was very deceptive most of the time, it was still quite reliable in certain details. It was thanks to the system that he transmigrated into a fish and was forced to do all kinds of missions. However, it was also thanks to the system that he found his other half in the book. Liu used to hate the system, but now it was hard to describe how he felt. He checked the main mission as usual and found that a new mission had lit up. It seemed that there was really a notification last night. After all, he had become a husband that even the emperor recognized. Their relationship had reached another level. The new main mission finally refreshed. The next main mission was Fish's postpartum care. Liu, who felt embarrassed, was speechless. In the past, he at most thought that the mission name was very strange. Now that he even gave birth to the little fish, postpartum care was nothing. Right, so he was considered postpartum, right? Liu calmly checked the details of the main mission. According to the system's nature, it must be divided into several steps. You thought there was only one mission, but in fact, there were several missions related to one mission. This main mission. Wait, Liu suddenly found that there were 2 steps below the main mission that were already completed. The first step of postpartum care, hatching fish eggs, completed. Reward waiting to be received. The second step of postpartum care, feeding the little fish, completed. Reward waiting to be received. Liu thought for a while. Weren't these 2 steps when he and King Jing just started to learn how to raise the little fish? He remembered that the main mission was still in judgment at that time, so there was no movement. The system explained, the relationship between the host and Tyrant has become inseparable after the wedding, reaching the condition to enter the next main mission, postpartum care. This main mission is different from other main missions. The main executor is Tyrant. When the first 2 steps were carried out, although the main mission had not yet started, the positive impact on the little fish was still there. Therefore, the system determined that it was completed. Liu understood. Postpartum care was King Jing's main mission. He was only responsible for lying down like a salted fish. After all, he and the little fish were the ones being cared for. King Jing was indeed worthy of the male lead halo. He completed 2 tasks at once. Liu curiously asked, what's the reward for these 2 steps? If the executor becomes King Jing, will the reward also be given to King Jing, but he should not be lacking anything except for him, the fish. The system said, the reward will still be given to the host. The reward for each step is a secret of Tyrant. Liu, it was a secret again. Liu was not in a hurry to receive it. It was better to save it first in case it was useful in the future. Compared to King Jing's secret, he was more concerned about how to become a real person. He took the initiative to ask, this is already the 3rd main mission. When can I completely become a human? The system immediately popped up a notification. The 3rd step of the postpartum care main mission is time-limited task, protect the pet fish. The reward is to regain the human form. Does the host want to start? Liu was overjoyed. In the past, he had asked for a long time but there was no answer. This time, there was hope in front of him. Liu asked, what kind of mission is it? He felt that protect the pet fish was too general. It was related to whether the host could completely recover. The system explained in detail, the time limit of the mission is 3 days. After the start, the host will take turns to become a mermaid or a murloc. You will not be able to move freely and must be protected by Tyrant alone. If you are discovered by others during this period, the mission will be considered a failure. Liu, this was a mission that he needed to be protected. He knew what a mermaid was, but what about a murloc? The system said, a mermaid's upper body is a human and its lower body is a fish. A murloc is the opposite. Its upper body is a fish and its lower body is a human. Liu, in other words, in this mission, he would become a half-human, half-fish, half-human, half-fish. Oh no, she looked even more like a carp spirit now. It would be fine if he only became a fish, but if he became a mermaid or a murloc, not to mention being protected by King Jing, he might even scare King Jing. In the legend of the white snake, the half-human, half-snake white snake spirit once scared a scholar to death. Liu forced himself to calm down. If his hand shook and he started, he would immediately become neither a human nor a fish. There was only one chance for this mission. It was better to prepare King Jing mentally. Of course, he hoped to succeed and live a happy life in the future. Because Liu had disguised herself as a carp spirit, when she told King Jing everything, she had casually explained that she was doing a quest to go through a calamity. Basically, he needed to choose a time to go through the tribulation. During the 3 days, he would be half-human and half-fish, and he needed King Jing's care and protection. King Jing held his hand tightly and listened quietly. Liu quickly relayed the mission to King Jing. King Jing frowned from time to time, but he never let go of Liu's hand. Liu didn't want to put too much pressure on King Jing, so he took the initiative to say, I don't have to go through the tribulation right away. I can take it slow and choose a place where no one will disturb me. But I'll be very different at that time, and it'll be inconvenient for me to move around. Your Highness, please prepare more food and water for me, and don't let anyone see me. That should be enough. Although the task was called Protect the Fish Pet, if he became half-human and half-fish, he would definitely stay in the mansion. There wouldn't be any danger, so the task would be relatively easier. King Jing's thoughts were more complicated than his. He took out a pen and paper and wrote, wait for me for a few days, and I'll protect you. Liu repeated these words over and over again, his chest burning. Your Highness, don't you want to ask me what I'll become? King Jing held his hand and wrote with a smile, no matter what, you'll always be you. Okay. Your Highness, please don't laugh at me when the time comes. Liu pretended to be relaxed. When people fell in love, they generally wanted to be as beautiful as possible in front of their lover. Liu was the same. He had just gotten married, and although he wasn't a beauty, he was still a handsome young man with delicate features. Subconsciously, he didn't want King Jing to see him as half-human and half-fish. It would be fine if he had a human body and a fish tail, but if he had a fish body and human legs, he would really be like a monster. He thought it was already embarrassing to turn into a fish in front of King Jing, but the system still wanted him to be half-human and half-fish. It was really a trap. However, if he wanted to complete the main storyline and completely return to being an adult, there was no other way no matter how unwilling he was. This step had to be carried out by King Jing, and it was impossible to get around it just by lying. Even though King Jing had always treated him well, it was inevitable that Liu would feel uneasy. However, King Jing's simple words had dispelled the burning anxiety in his heart. For a moment, he couldn't control his emotions and abruptly turned around. Don't get me wrong, only sadness is crying. He was just so touched by Old Gong that his throat felt uncomfortable. Thinking about how King Jing cared for him so much, he should trust King Jing. Perhaps the mermaid people would be really scary, and King Jing would be very surprised, but he would definitely not let him down. Liu was so agitated that King Jing mistakenly thought that he was afraid that the tribulation wouldn't go well, so he continued to write, don't worry, I won't make you wait too long. Liu's lips curled up as she nodded vigorously. Ever since he got together with this person and got married, he had always been at ease. After this exchange, King Jing knew that Liu was going to pass the tribulation, so he made a lot of arrangements. Recently, the emperor had always mentioned the children in his memorial, although it was only a sentence or two. King Jing speculated that the family of 6 wouldn't be in the West for too long, but the children were still young. Even if the emperor wanted to, King Jing didn't intend to let them run around too much. At least, he would strive for the 4 children to be weaned, Although Xiaoyu wasn't in a hurry to pass the tribulation and could be done slowly, he felt that it was better to do it sooner rather than later. It was safer to choose the place of tribulation in the West. In the West, he had full authority to make decisions. Even if she got pregnant and had children, he could still manage it. If he returned to the imperial city, there would be many restrictions, and he was also worried that Xiaoyu's identity would be exposed. In his opinion, the next few days after the wedding were very good. For the wedding, he had already dealt with most of the affairs, and there wouldn't be anyone who was insensible enough to disturb him during his wedding leave. However, since he and Xiaoyu were going to pass the tribulation, he had to entrust the children to Wang Shi. Yi Qinghuan hadn't left yet, so he could catch him to help out. King Jing was in the town of Maple. In addition to the mansion that the mayor had prepared for King Jing, Wang Shi had also secretly bought some properties in case of emergency. King Jing picked one of the houses. It was located not far from the mansion and was connected to the mansion by a secret passage, so it could be used to pass the tribulation. If something happened, he could return to the mansion in time. After King Jing chose this house, he told Liu his thoughts. Liu was surprised by King Jing's meticulousness. He was ashamed to say that he only wanted to prepare water and food, but King Jing had even thought of a place and children. He really didn't need to worry about anything. Liu didn't have anything else to add. King Jing secretly ordered people to clean up the house as soon as possible. He also asked Aunt Su to prepare a lot of food that Liu liked to eat, dry food, and fish food. He filled a cart full of food. Not to mention 3 days, there was enough food for 30 days. As the person with the highest status in the western border, King Jing didn't need to reveal where he was taking princess consort. However, he had to explain to Wang Shi and Yi Qinghuan. King Jing's intention was to pretend to go hunting, but he rarely went to the hunting grounds in the imperial city. Using this excuse was too perfunctory. Liu wanted to help more or less. He had an idea and thought of the honeymoon. Your Highness, when we get married, we will go on a honeymoon. It's when the newly married couple goes out to play and relax. Liu thought that he had suffered a great loss. Why did the mission take 3 days? He honestly told King Jing that it would take 3 days. They should spend a few more days together. Since he said it, King Jing agreed and told Yi Qinghuan and Wang Shi. When eunuch Wang heard that His Highness and Princess Consort were going to spend some time alone, he was overjoyed. There were already 4 young masters and young masters in the residence. Perhaps there would be a few more young ladies this time. Eunuch Wang happily agreed and applied what he had learned. He wished His Highness and Princess Consort a happy honeymoon. Yi Qinghuan was not very willing. Crown Prince Yi, who had been asked to do this, said with a stern face, "Why do I have to take care of your children when you go on a honeymoon?" King Jing glanced at Wang Shi. Wang Shi burst out laughing. "Crown Prince Yi, His Highness said that you have to take care of them because he thinks highly of you." "Bah." Yi Qinghuan said, "I'm here to attend the wedding banquet. I'm a guest." "How can you let a guest do the work?" "No matter what, you should let me go on a honeymoon with you." King Jing gave him a disdainful look. Xiaoyu had said that it was the husband who went on a honeymoon, and it was the candle, light bulb, who tried to disturb the husband's honeymoon. It did not matter whether Yi Qinghuan agreed or not. King Jing set off on time with Liu, and the 4 children were handed over to Yi Qinghuan. The fish cubs could not speak or move now, but they could hear. They had learned from various conversations that their fathers had gone out and left them in the care of eunuch Wang and Uncle Yi. The fish cubs were very familiar with eunuch Wang. When eunuch Wang looked after them, Dabao and Sibao were all very obedient. However, this was the first time Uncle Yi had seen that the babies were not very polite to strangers. Yi Qinghuan was going to be a father soon. Although King Jing was not a human, it did not prevent him from taking good care of the children. It was just that he had just seen 3 chubby babies who looked like King Jing when he was young. It was not easy for him to distinguish Dabao, Erbao, and Sanbao. Erbao and Sanbao would howl whenever they saw each other. They were so noisy that his head hurt. Dabao had a straight face and a serious expression. Yi Qinghuan had also been beaten by a chubby baby when he was young. For a moment, he thought that he had seen a real chubby baby and felt a little scared. He touched his nose and felt that he was thinking too much. Then, he received a look of disdain from the baby. Yi Qinghuan thought. What's going on? I really want to beat him up. However, Yu was an adult and could not hit a baby who did not know anything, so he did not beat him up in the end. Yi Qinghuan picked up Bao and Bao, then ruffled Bao into his arms unskillfully. He thought that this was also a kind of experience. After a while, his own child would be born. Yi Qinghuan patted the heads of the 3 babies and could not help but smile. Oh, there was also Bao. He looked a little like Liu and was not as mischievous as the other 3 babies. He always smiled brightly when he saw Yi Qinghuan. Bao, hurry up and call me uncle. Yi Qinghuan was excited and pinched Bao's tender little face. He was a typical bully who feared the strong and bullied the weak. Bao was still smiling. Suddenly, he howled and bit Yu's hand. Although he did not have any teeth, his empty gums left 2 marks on Yi Qinghuan's hand. Yu wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. Liu and King Jing soon arrived at the secret residence. King Jing soon sent everyone else away, leaving only the 2 of them. They had brought enough food. King Jing ordered people to dig a pond in the courtyard and fill it with clean water. He also brought over a fish tank. Your Highness, I'm going to start. Liu greeted him. King Jing pulled him back, took out a brocade pouch from his sleeve, and handed it to Liu. What is this? Liu asked. King Jing always had many tricks up his sleeves for him. Under King Jing's gaze, Liu opened the brocade pouch. He saw an old amulet and a note lying in the brocade pouch. The note described the amulet's origins. It was originally an amulet that Empress Shelwi had asked for her unborn child before King Jing was born. In fact, it was considered a relic left behind by the late Empress. King Jing had always treasured it and had never worn it. Before coming to the western frontier, he had specially ordered people to bring the amulet to Zen Master Liao Ran and ask him to consecrate it. It was all for this moment. Usually, it would be dangerous for a demon to undergo a tribulation. King Jing firmly believed that this amulet could protect Liu's life. Your Highness, thank you, Liu sniffed and hung the amulet around his neck with mixed feelings. He was actually very clear that he wasn't really undergoing a tribulation. This amulet was at best a piece of paper. Even if something happened, it wouldn't be of any use. He didn't expect that King Jing would pour all his heart and trust into this amulet just to cover up his lie. Even if he had no choice, he still felt very guilty at this moment. King Jing nodded at him. You can start now. Your Highness, can you turn around first? Liu made a final request. He didn't know what he would become, so he had to give King Jing a buffer, and also give himself a buffer. King Jing was very understanding of him. As soon as he said this, he obediently turned around. Liu gritted his teeth and quickly entered the system. When the system confirmed whether to start the mission, he chose yes without hesitation. A thought flashed through his mind. The system said that mermen and murlocs would take turns to appear. He wondered if he would become a merman or murlocs first. Liu came back to his senses and felt that his whole body was filled with coldness. His face was a little itchy. He looked down and found that his legs and feet were still there. Liu thought that he hadn't changed, but when he opened his mouth, he couldn't speak. He looked again and saw that his hands had become short fish fins. He suddenly realized that the mission had already begun. Unlike his fish form, which was a complete fish, his actual body was much smaller than a human's. But right now, his legs and feet were still human, which meant that his human body hadn't changed, but his hands. This was a murloc's form, his lower body was human, and his upper body was. Liu hurriedly wanted to cover his face, but his fins were too short. After a while, he felt that he couldn't breathe properly. It seemed that even though he was half human and half fish, the fish half couldn't leave the water. Liu didn't dare to look at himself, let alone ask King Jing to turn around. He quickly used his foot to grab a piece of cloth next to him and tried his best to wrap his upper body. With the cloth over his head, Liu sprinted into the courtyard and plunged into the water. Even if he had confidence in King Jing, he didn't want to, sob. He didn't even dare to look at himself, let alone let King Jing see. King Jing heard a splash as Liu jumped into the water. What was going on? King Jing didn't know what Liu had become, so he stood by the pool for a while. The pool in this residence wasn't as deep as the one in King Jing's residence. King Jing stood on the shore and could vaguely see Liu's figure. He also noticed that Xiaoyu didn't seem to have completely transformed into a fish. Since Xiaoyu had a history of hiding at the bottom of the water and not coming out, King Jing was afraid that it would be the same this time, so he planned to go into the water soon. Just as he was about to take off his outer robe, the water rippled, and Xiaoyu swam out of the water. Xiaoyu? King Jing was very worried. At this moment, Liu didn't say a word. His upper body and face were tightly wrapped in a cloth as he stood in the water. There were 2 holes in the cloth, and Liu looked at King Jing through the holes. Sob sob sob, Your Highness, don't come over. Both of them couldn't speak. Liu stared at King Jing nervously. Whenever King Jing came close, he would back away. After a few times, King Jing knew that he was avoiding him. King Jing thought for a while, then reached out a hand to pull Liu out of the water. Liu instinctively wanted to catch it, but just as his fin was revealed a little, he remembered that he couldn't reach it, so he quickly retracted his hand. King Jing was speechless. King Jing had good eyesight, so he had already caught a glimpse of the hidden fin. He was stunned for a moment, but he could roughly guess why Xiaoyu had covered his face and upper body. He was indeed a little surprised. King Jing coughed softly. Since Xiaoyu didn't want him to come close, how could he comfort Xiaoyu? King Jing glanced around and found a bamboo pole. Liu also saw it. He and King Jing had to be in contact. Perhaps the bamboo pole could be used to send messages. Liu waited expectantly. Then, he saw King Jing cut off half of his sleeve, tie it to the bamboo pole, and slowly approach him with the bamboo pole. Liu was puzzled. The bamboo pole gently brushed the top of his head with his sleeve. This action. Liu was stunned. Bastard, do you think I'm fishing? Liu was amused by King Jing. He hesitated for a moment and grabbed the corner of the sleeve that was hanging on the bamboo pole with his fins. King Jing tried to pull the bamboo pole back. Liu moved slightly and followed the pole to King Jing. King Jing wasn't fishing, but he was hooked. King Jing abandoned the bamboo pole and reached out his hand again. This time, Liu handed over his shiny and short fins. King Jing held them without hesitation. Don't be afraid. King Jing patted his fins. This was King Jing's little gesture. Liu definitely wouldn't misunderstand. Idiot. Liu thought bitterly, I'm obviously afraid you'll be afraid. He stopped hiding and threw himself into King Jing's arms with a cloth towel over his head. In the form of a fishman, his upper body was prone to dehydration, but his legs were very agile. King Jing was originally afraid that he wouldn't be able to breathe, so he stayed in the water with him. Liu swam a few times from time to time. Fishmen mainly relied on their fins and feet to step on the water. Because the pool was not deep, Liu would often be lazy and simply use his feet to walk on the bottom of the water, displaying his nondescript behavior to the extreme. Liu walked and played in the pool. He even childishly splashed water at King Jing. He stepped on his feet and tried to escape. Then King Jing expressionlessly grabbed his ankle and dragged him back. This posture made Liu realize that he was in danger. Although his upper body was a fish, his lower body was a human. He still had everything he should have. Oh my god, if he struggled, would King Jing's bestial instincts be triggered by the pitiful, helpless, and weak him? It was better not to. The murloc was too depressing. Liu was afraid that he would vomit too. He did not dare to move or think too much. He obediently leaned against King Jing's side with a cloth towel over his head. In any case, he could hug her, but there was no need to talk about uncovering his scarf. Liu's mind was full of nonsense, but King Jing was wholeheartedly accompanying him to cross the tribulation. It was as if he knew that Liu didn't want anyone to see his fish face under the cloth. As long as Liu didn't take the initiative to take off the cloth, King Jing didn't force him and just treated him as an ordinary little fish. Liu finally managed to maintain his image. The first day passed without any mishap. Liu unknowingly fell asleep in King Jing's arms. When he woke up, Liu realized that he was still wearing a cloth towel. Realizing that it was already the next day, Liu immediately looked at his hands. The mission would last for 3 days, and he would rotate his form. Among them, the hands were the key. He had already learned some experience. If the hands were the fins, then it meant that it was a fishman. He hoped that it would be a mermaid this time, but even if it was still a mermaid, King Jing would protect him, so he didn't have to worry at all. Sometimes, it was easy to be disappointed if one's hopes were too high. Liu was afraid of being disappointed, so he only hoped a little and took a quick glance. One night had passed, and he saw that his short fins were gone. In front of his eyes, there was a pair of human hands with distinct fingers. Liu suppressed his excitement and tried to clench his hands. After confirming that he wasn't in a dream, he used these hands to rub his face. His face hurt, and there were no fish scales. Liu happily threw off the cloth towel and took a deep breath of fresh air. Since his face and hands were both human, this time it should be a mermaid. Liu lowered his head and looked at his legs again. Sure enough, he saw a silver fishtail with a hint of gold. When he was a fish in the past, he had seen his own tail many times, so he didn't feel anything special. Now, this fishtail had also become bigger and more majestic. It was almost as long as his legs, and silver scales had begun to grow from 3 inches below his navel. The fishtail had replaced his legs on the human body, and it was as if it was a natural combination with the human body. To some extent, this mermaid form was quite similar to the mermaid in his imagination, rather than a dugong. He didn't expect that he would turn from an ingredient carp into a koi carp, and finally become a mermaid. This was really, previously, he wanted to cry when he was a mermaid, but he wanted to laugh 3 times. Sure enough, humans were the most unreasonable animals. Liu faced the surface of the water. After admiring the beautiful young mermaid enough, he began to try to familiarize himself with the mermaid form. He first rubbed his own fishtail. That's right, he had never rubbed himself before. What a fish couldn't do, a mermaid could easily do. It turned out that rubbing a fish was such a strange feeling. After Liu rubbed himself, he tried to wave his tail. The silver fishtail drew a beautiful arc in the water. Even Liu himself was amazed. He also wanted to try the mermaid's tail and sneakily climb ashore. When he was a fish, he could use his tail as a skateboard. He didn't know if a mermaid could do the same. Because his upper body was human, he had no problem breathing out of the water. Liu tried to stand directly on his tail. Perhaps because his body size had changed too much, his balance was difficult to grasp. The fishtail couldn't support his body to walk on the ground for the time being. Liu tried to jump again. The strength of the fishtail was still there, so he could jump on the ground. After landing, he was a little unstable. Liu slowed down and jumped again. Although he couldn't walk, he could move a short distance by jumping. The only inconvenience was that after a long time on the ground, the mermaid's tail would become dry. This kind of dryness would slowly bring pain similar to the skin cracking, but it was much better than being unable to breathe. As long as he immediately put his tail in the water, he would feel much more comfortable. In general, mermaids were more attractive than mermaids, and their cost-performance ratio was also higher. Liu happily jumped back and forth on the ground and in the water. His movements were so loud that they disturbed King Jing. Liu saw his feather-like eyelashes tremble slightly and knew that he was about to wake up. He quickly jumped into the water and hit his fishtail. King Jing opened his eyes and saw Liu, whose upper body was already human, lying in his arms and looking at him obediently. "Xiaoyu?" King Jing smiled and touched the top of Liu's head. Liu revealed a mischievous smile and tilted his head at him. King Jing saw that behind Liu, a silver and golden fishtail rushed out of the water and slowly raised up. King Jing, realizing whose tail this was, King Jing's surprise disappeared in a flash. Previously, Xiaoyu had fins and his lower body was human. Now, it was the opposite. In front of him, the young man stood tall and straight. His face was still the same, but his lower body was a dazzling and magnificent fishtail. King Jing had never seen such a scene in his life. It was both pure and coquettish, mysterious and beautiful. This was really the most beautiful seductress he had ever seen. Liu had been waiting for King Jing to accept this fact. Mermaids were very beautiful. Even he himself felt so. Not only did he not hide it, but he also looked forward to being seen by King Jing. He deliberately swam slowly around King Jing. His fishtail was very soft, and it touched King Jing's hands and feet from time to time. Seeing that King Jing did not show any signs of running away, Li Scoundrel's mischievous eye fish decided to go all out. He wrapped his entire fishtail around King Jing's body. In the past, he would wrap his fishtail around King Jing's fingers. Now, he wanted to wrap his fishtail around King Jing. He wanted to do this when King Jing did not despise his fishman form and was willing to protect him. Li Yu opened his arms and suddenly hugged King Jing's neck. "Your Highness, do you like it?" Li Yu kissed King Jing's lips and asked softly. King Jing's lips were full of Xiaoyu's breath. How could he resist such teasing? He almost could not control himself. But he still remembered that he was going through the tribulation, so he could not easily respond. Instead, he restrained himself and hugged the mermaid tightly. His ears were faintly red. He had touched the fishtail that was wrapped around him countless times. In order to forcibly divert his attention, King Jing tried to touch the fishtail. The tip of the tail that was touched trembled violently. Li Yu let out a cry of surprise. Even he himself did not expect this. The fishtail was actually very sensitive. When he was a fish, he only felt comfortable being touched. This feeling was magnified several times when he was a mermaid. Li Yu could hear the waves in his own voice. How could this be considered a cry of surprise? It was not much different from a moan of love. King Jing's body stiffened. Because of his soft moan, he did not dare to move again. His ears became even redder. Li Yu was still in his arms, so he could clearly see the changes in the other party. The fishtail began to move and persistently rubbed against him. Li Yu kissed his earlobe and whispered in his ear, "Your Highness, do you want to?" This might be the only time in his life that he would see a mermaid. It was a waste of his life to just stare at each other. Speaking of which, he still wanted to do it during the mission. He was the first mermaid. Anyway, the system did not stop him, so it should be possible. King Jing. King Jing's Adam's apple bobbed. He looked at the wet and bright eyes of the person in his arms. Who wouldn't want to do it at this time? It was just that he was still going through the tribulation. Li Yu was afraid that he would not be able to understand and waste this great opportunity, so he lied, "Your Highness, it's okay. This is also a part of the tribulation." King Jing was stunned. This was also a tribulation? Yes. Li Yu said with a smirk, "It's a love tribulation. The carp spirit must be sucking gold." King Jing understood what he meant. He picked an empty spot close to the pond to bathe the restless fish. He took off his robe and spread it out. The plum fish lay down, and its tail was just enough to reach into the water. It would be very comfortable no matter how it tossed and turned. "Your Highness, let me tell you," Li Yu leaned against King Jing's ear and laughed and talked nonstop. The structure of a fish was different from that of a human. Li Yu did not study it much and only knew the general idea. He studied it with King Jing and accidentally discovered a new land. When he was excited, he slapped the water with his fishtail. Finally, he found the right place and got what he wanted. After the fun, Li Yu was sleepy. King Jing casually put on an inner robe and carried Li Yu to the room. He wiped away all the sand on his tail. Li Yu was wrapped in the quilt and hummed softly. His eyebrows were slightly furrowed. King Jing carefully checked and found that the fish scales were a little dry. Thinking back to when he was immersed in the water, he was full of energy. Maybe it was because of the lack of water. King Jing kept wiping his fishtail with a wet towel. Li Yu's eyebrows relaxed and he slept soundly. However, before the day was over, the sound of gongs and drums was suddenly heard as night approached. There was a hubbub of voices. Li Yu, who was lying on King Jing's lap, woke up with a start. He was afraid that something big had happened and asked King Jing to go and take a look. King Jing did not allow it. He had already arranged everything in advance and could not leave Xiaoyu without permission. Not long after, one of his subordinates came with news. It turned out that the bandits had taken advantage of King Jing's wedding to launch a sneak attack on town Luofeng. The leader of the bandits, who had suffered several defeats, thought that King Jing would be happy and relax his vigilance. Most of the soldiers in town Luofeng were on vacation. It was a heaven-sent opportunity. It was indeed a heaven-sent opportunity. King Jing handed a secret report to Li Yu. Li Yu skimmed through it. It was a plan to ambush King Jing in the town during his wedding leave. The bandits wanted to take advantage of King Jing's relaxed guard during his wedding to take advantage of King Jing's weakness. However, King Jing had foreseen it. The advantage of Fallen Maple Town lay in the secret tunnels. King Jing had been in Fallen Maple Town for nearly a year and had trained his guards to be good at fighting in the secret tunnels. Because of his wedding, King Jing had given everyone in the town a holiday. Although it seemed relaxed, in fact, the town's security was lax on the outside and tight on the inside. The common people had used the holiday to visit their relatives and friends. If the bandits really dared to make a move at this time, they could directly catch a turtle in a jar. King Jing knew that he couldn't stay in the western frontier for too long, so he wanted to get rid of this group of bandits as soon as possible and completely eliminate this hidden danger. Li Yu was relieved to see that the secret report was densely packed. As long as King Jing was prepared, he didn't need to worry about it. Thinking about it, King Jing must have made all the necessary preparations since he could accompany him to pass the tribulation. Defense was so important that it was impossible for him to be negligent. King Jing comforted him and gave him a small note, asking him to be patient and to have a result in less than 4 hours. Li Yu nodded. It was almost the last day of his mission. He hoped that the bandits could be caught as soon as possible and that there wouldn't be any trouble. Li Yu couldn't sleep even if he wanted to. King Jing hugged him and he leaned on King Jing's shoulder. The two of them listened to the movements outside together. After some time, there was a baby crying outside. It seemed that several children were crying at the same time. Li Yu's hands trembled and his heart skipped a beat. He felt that the crying sounded a bit like Dabao. He and King Jing hid in the secret house to complete the mission, but the children stayed in the mansion and weren't here. Just now, he had only been thinking about the town's defense and had momentarily forgotten about his own children. If a fight really broke out, would they be in danger? Even though Eunuch Wang and Yi Qinghuan were guarding the king's mansion, would Eunuch Wang and Er Yi be as vigilant against bandits as King Jing? During the chaotic battle, would there be bandits who would break through the encirclement and rush into the Wang mansion? Li Yu didn't dare to think any further. King Jing glanced at him and knew that he was overly worried, so he held his hand tightly. This is a trap, don't fall for it. King Jing looked confident. Wang Shi had followed King Jing for many years, and Yi Qinghuan was King Jing's cousin. Both of them were trustworthy. Even if the bandits could really attack King Jing's mansion, King Jing also had a large number of loyal guards who would risk their lives to protect the 4 children. In addition, Yi Qinghuan, who was skilled in martial arts, and the meticulous Wang Shi, who was meticulous, were more than enough to protect the 4 children. King Jing tried his best to make Li Yu understand that the children would not be in any danger, but the crying outside did not stop, and it even seemed to be getting more and more mournful. Li Yu's heart was twisted into a ball. He was already a father, and Dabao, Er Bao, San Bao, and Si Bao were the meat on the back of his hand. Usually, he would be heartbroken if a golden bean fell from his hand. Even if the child outside was not his own, he could not bear to hear that a baby was suffering like this. It always reminded him of his children. Your Highness. Li Yu held King Jing's hand and pleaded softly. King Jing understood what he meant. Xiaoyu was worried about the children, so it was inevitable that she would lose her cool. The most direct way to make Xiaoyu calm down was to send someone out to find out what had happened. In fact, King Jing had already sent someone out to find out, but the other party had not returned after a long time. King Jing did not know the reason either. If he went out to find out, he would be able to solve the problem very quickly. King Jing was very confident in his skills. Even if he really encountered bandits, he would not be afraid. He was only worried that Xiaoyu's tribulation would be affected. There was still the last day, which was also usually the last day. He heard that it was usually the biggest test. Your Highness, I promise to stay here and wait for you to come back. I won't wander off. Just take a look for me, okay? Li Yu hurriedly promised. If it were not for the fact that he was half human and half fish, he might have already left. King Jing could not persuade him otherwise, but he also could not bear to disappoint him. He thought that as long as this fish stayed in his private residence, it would be safe. On the other hand, he was also afraid that Xiaoyu would be constantly on tenterhooks and unable to concentrate, which would still affect her tribulation. I'll be back soon. King Jing agreed. He touched the amulet around Liyu's neck and gave him a warrant just in case. Then, he strode out of the house. Guards immediately came up to greet him. King Jing signaled for them to protect the princess consort, but not to enter without permission and disturb her. Liyu watched him leave. After King Jing went out, peace was restored outside. Liyu thought that King Jing would return soon, but after waiting for a long time, not only did King Jing not return, but the baby's cries also sounded again. What was going on? Could something have happened that even King Jing could not deal with? Liyu felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. The more he did not know about the situation outside, the more anxious he was. He was also very worried about King Jing. If only he had insisted on going out with King Jing. But he was still in his mermaid form. Even if he did not mind, he could not walk out in this form. Just as he was thinking this, Liu found that his fishtail had disappeared and was replaced by his human legs. It turned out that it was already the third day. He had uncontrollably changed from a mermaid back to a fishman. Changing into a fishman at this time was not completely without benefits. Although a fishman's appearance was far inferior to a mermaid's, with legs, he could move around. However, a fishman had to breathe in the water and could not be out of the water for too long. Moreover, if he went out as a fishman, he would scare others. These were all things that needed to be considered. King Jing did not return. He had to change his mind and decided to go and find out the news himself. He had originally promised King Jing that he would not leave the private residence, but the situation outside and King Jing's safety were more important to him. He also wanted to find King Jing as soon as possible. Liyu's gaze fell on the cloth he had taken off and thrown aside. This cloth was very big, enough for him to cover his upper body and fins. And, if he needed water, he still had his portable interspatial bag. He could bring some with him. Liu rummaged through the cabinets and found a fish tank. He put it in his portable interspatial bag and filled both the fish tank and the interspatial bag with clean water. If there was a shortage of water, he could take it out for emergencies. He could put his head in it and it would be fine. Liu prepared everything and was about to leave the house. The imperial bodyguards outside the house stopped him. Liu immediately showed King Jing's warrant. King Jing had left this for him to protect himself. Because of the warrant, Liu ordered the imperial bodyguards to let them go. The imperial bodyguards had no choice but to obey. King Jing only wanted them to protect the princess. He did not expect that the princess would take the initiative to leave. The imperial bodyguards obeyed the order and followed Liu closely. Liu did not reprimand them. He insisted on leaving and also violated his own promise. With the imperial bodyguards by his side, there should not be any problems. There were quite a few people in Liu's group. After they left the house, they followed the sound of crying. Not long after, they bumped into a few people dressed as bandits. Their heads were wrapped up and they wore jackets. They were hugging something and were panicking as they tried to escape. Liu's eyes were sharp. He recognized that the bandits were holding a baby's swaddling cloth. The edges of the swaddling cloth were golden. Liu's heart skipped a beat. He ordered the imperial bodyguards to chase after them. There were not many bandits. The imperial bodyguards were skilled in martial arts. They quickly caught the bandits. Liu was almost out of breath. However, he still snatched the swaddling cloth from the bandits' hands and looked at it. This child was really not Debao. Liu's spirits were lifted. He handed the child over to a bodyguard to take care of. He quickly ran to a corner where no one was looking. He took out the fish tank filled with water from his interspatial bag and took a break. Just as he put away the fish tank and was about to turn around, a ball of smoke fell by his feet. A lot of white smoke came out. Oh no, I fell into a trap. By the time Liu realized this, he had already fainted. When he woke up again, he was floating in the water. His head was still wrapped in a towel. Liu was afraid that the towel would fall off and reveal his fish-like face and scare others. Before Liu left King Jing's secret residence, he deliberately tied the towel several times with leather ropes that were not easy to break. The towel was almost tied to his body. He also found some strips of cloth to wrap his fins. The towel and strips of cloth were still there. Liu vaguely remembered that he had fainted because of the white smoke. It was very dangerous to lose consciousness as a fishman. Why did he wake up in the water? Could it be that King Jing came back to save him? Liu heard a voice. He quickly recognized that it was not King Jing, but several people. Judging from their clothes, they were a group of bandits. This group of bandits kept making noise. Liu eavesdropped for a long time before he figured out what was going on. It turned out that the bandits had been defeated by King Jing's troops as soon as they broke into Luofeng town. They originally wanted to retreat to their bandit nest, but the bandit leader believed the military counselor next to him and insisted on capturing an important hostage from Luofeng town to dampen King Jing's spirit. This military counselor had only recently arrived at the western border and joined the bandits not long ago. He had used some unknown means to make the bandit leader listen to him. At the critical moment, the bandit leader did not care about running for his life, but turned back to capture them according to the military counselor's instructions. The military counselor found several one-month-old babies and put them in golden swaddling clothes. He asked the bandits to make the babies cry. Then he ran with them, trying to lure the hostage out with their cries. The bandits were confused. Since there were babies, why couldn't they just use them as hostages? Why did they have to capture them? The military counselor refused to explain and only asked them to do as they were told. The first time King Jing came, the bandits were beaten by King Jing and scattered. In the end, the bandit leader did not hesitate to use himself to lure King Jing away, but the military counselor still asked the remaining bandits to continue to lure the hostage out. The remaining bandits were a little dizzy. It was not easy for another hostage to come, but they were beaten into a mess again. The bandits took the unconscious Liu and fled to a dilapidated temple. There was a shallow river near the dilapidated temple. The leather rope on Liu's body was thick and difficult to break, so the bandits could not untie the cloth for a while. They could neither see Liu's appearance nor distinguish Liu's identity, so they could only throw him into the river. They wanted to let Liu wake up as soon as possible so that it would be easier for them to interrogate him. Liu had figured it out. He thought that King Jing was right. This was a trick to lure the enemy. He had fallen into the trap. The military counselor of the bandits did not come with good intentions. He had prepared babies and swaddling clothes. It was so special that he was afraid that he and King Jing had come for him and the baby fish. He and King Jing had to be careful. Now they were separated. Although it sounded a little unfavorable, the bodyguards in charge of protecting him should be able to find out that he had been taken away. The bandit's appearance was very conspicuous, so King Jing would definitely find him soon. He made a mistake again. He did not trust King Jing in time and acted on his own. But with the baby's cries close to his ears, he was afraid that he would still choose to come out and investigate if he had the chance again. Liu was temporarily safe in the river, but he couldn't just wait for King Jing to rescue him. It would be too late if the bandits wanted to deal with him. At least this trip confirmed that Debao and the others were not in the hands of the bandits. The bandits caught him, but they didn't know his identity, so they couldn't use him to threaten King Jing. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. Liu kept comforting himself, forcing himself to calm down and think more about the current situation. Of course, he wanted to escape. Murlocs were only agile on their feet. Why not escape when the bandits weren't paying attention? While he was thinking, a bandit came over. Liu quickly hid in the water. When the bandit saw his figure, he cursed and reached out to catch Liu. Liu didn't want to be caught, so he kicked the bandit's arm. The bandit was suddenly hit and flew into a rage, pulling out a sharp sword. Liu suddenly regretted not bringing a weapon with him when he left the house. Because he was worried, he didn't expect to be caught by the bandits. Also, because he was a murloc, he couldn't carry a weapon at all. If only his tail was here, he never wanted to have a fishtail so much. The strength of his legs was still weaker than that of a fishtail. Although the fish scales on his upper body were also a kind of protection, he wasn't sure if they could withstand a hard knife. Moreover, his short fins couldn't be used to slap people. Thinking of this, his body changed again at the critical moment. His lower body, which was originally in the form of a murloc, suddenly became light, as if he could feel the elegance of his tail. Liu shook his tail gently, confirming that his feeling was right. His tail had indeed appeared. In the past, murlocs and mermaids could last for a whole day. He didn't expect that on the third day of the mission, the rhythm changed randomly, it came at the right time. Let's deal with the bandits in front of me first, the bandit slashed at Liu with his saber, but Liu nimbly dodged into the water. When the bandit couldn't catch him, he angrily rushed into the water. Liu deliberately used his tail, which was hidden in the dark, to trip the bandit and make him fall into the water. Before he could get up, she raised her fishtail high and smashed it on the bandit's forehead. The bandit didn't even have time to scream before he was knocked unconscious. Liu hurriedly dragged the unconscious bandit behind the rock. If there was only one bandit, he could deal with it accordingly. But if there were several of them at once, he only had one fish. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to handle it. Moreover, his tail could knock the bandits unconscious, but it couldn't run away nimbly. His goal was still to escape. Wait a minute. Liu had just thought about the benefits of legs when he realized that his body had changed again. His fishtail had turned into a human leg again. Liu, it can't change so frequently, right? When Liu calmed down, she was quite smart. He began to summarize the changes of the day. The first time he turned into a murloc was when he was eager to run out of the house to see if it was Debao. The second time he turned into a mermaid was when he had a strong urge to kill the bandit. Just now, he wanted to use his legs to run away again. The third time he turned into a murloc. Could it be that on the last day, he could change back and forth as he pleased? Then, he really wanted to turn into a human. Liu waited for a long time, but there was no movement. The fins were still fat and short, and he couldn't grab or hold them. Liu guessed that he was wrong. When he was doing the mission, he secretly tried to transform into a human, but it didn't work. Since the system banned skills, it wouldn't make it easy for him to turn back into a human, right? If he couldn't turn into a human, could he turn into a fish? This time, it was just a casual thought. Suddenly, his vision lowered and his body lowered. Liu. It seemed that casually saying that he turned into a fish didn't work, because he really turned back into a fish. Liu couldn't believe it. The fish was still the same size, and the cloth used to cover it fell off. He easily got rid of it. Turning into a fish was the easiest thing to do. Liu hid in the water plants and looked at the bandits coldly. No matter what, this group of bandits wouldn't think that the hostage turned into a fish and hid. They would only think that the hostage secretly ran away. The bandits made a scene for a while. When they saw that the brother who went to play with the hostage didn't move for a long time, they cursed and came over to check. They saw a brother lying in the river. The cloth on the hostage was still there, but the person was nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Where is he? A bad-tempered bandit pulled the unconscious bandit up and slapped him a few times. The unconscious bandit woke up with a blank look in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't see anything when he tripped over the fishtail and was knocked unconscious. What are you waiting for? Go after him. Someone shouted, and the bandits rushed out to find the hostage. Liu held his breath and waited for a while. A masked bandit didn't go with the other bandits. Instead, he walked to the river alone. He looked for a while, but didn't see anything. This bandit didn't give up. He squatted down and fished in the river. Liu tried to avoid his hand, but inadvertently glanced at him. He found that there was a scar on the bandit's hand, which looked like an animal's bite mark. The bandit didn't find anything and was about to stand up. A hubbub of voices came from outside the ruined temple. A few of the bandits who ran out before came back and shouted in panic, "Military advisor, it's not good. King Jing is here." So this person was military advisor. Also, Liu excitedly wagged his tail. His Highness came so quickly. He finally came to save him. As soon as he finished speaking, King Jing, who was covered in blood, rushed into the ruined temple. A bandit braced himself and stepped forward with a knife, but was killed by King Jing with a sword. King Jing was full of killing intent. His eyes were terrifying. He would kill anyone who blocked his way. The bandits fell to the ground in an instant. Only military advisor was left standing among the bandits. Military advisor slowly raised his hand. Liu thought that he was going to surrender, but military advisor threw a smoke ball at him at lightning speed. "Be careful, Your Highness." Liu was burning with anxiety. The smoke released by the smoke ball could make people faint. He had suffered from it before, so he was afraid that King Jing would fall for it. Fortunately, King Jing reacted quickly. He flicked his sword and threw the smoke ball far away. Military advisor drew his sword and stepped forward to fight with King Jing. King Jing had been fighting for a while, but he couldn't gain the upper hand. Liu was very anxious. Why didn't King Jing bring any bodyguards to save him? Military advisor blocked King Jing's sword with his sword. When he got closer, he threw a bag of white powder at King Jing. This bastard, he's too shameless. Liu was so anxious that he wanted to turn into a fishman. He wanted to rush over and kill this shameless bastard. King Jing's body swayed. He raised his hand to cover his eyes. This time, he seemed to have fallen into a trap. Military advisor snorted and knocked away King Jing's sword. Then, he made a strange move to stab King Jing's calf. However, King Jing, who shouldn't be able to see anything, changed his body shape and nimbly dodged the attack. He circled behind military advisor, pulled out a dagger from his sleeve, and stabbed it into military advisor's back. This series of actions was fast, ruthless, and accurate. Military advisor's sneak attack, his attempt to stab King Jing's calf, and King Jing's dodge and counterattack were all done in a flash. You didn't. Military advisor looked into King Jing's dark eyes and suddenly realized what had happened. However, before he could finish his words, King Jing turned the dagger and sent him to the afterlife. Liu had turned into a fishman again. He stood up from the river and rushed over like a cannonball to save old Gong. However, he found that King Jing was fine and had killed military advisor. King Jing also noticed him. He pursed his lips and strode towards him, walking faster and faster. Your Highness, Liu subconsciously closed his eyes. He didn't kill the bandits because he was afraid of King Jing. He was afraid that King Jing would be angry with him. Because he left the secret residence on impulse, King Jing must have had a hard time looking for him. When he first saw King Jing, he noticed that his face was pale and the corners of his eyes were red. He looked furious. King Jing had never hit him before, but this time, he knew that he had gone too far. Your Highness, I'm sorry. Liu knew that he had done wrong. He turned into a talking fishman again and wanted to apologize in person. However, it was too difficult to keep his fishtail upright. He wasn't used to it and almost fell to the ground. Liu felt wronged no matter how many times she tried to change it. King Jing reached over and helped him up. Then, he hugged him desperately. Liu leaned on his shoulder, sniffled, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have left. However, he really couldn't ignore the baby's crying. He was already a father. This was a father's instinct to protect his child. Even if he knew that he should trust King Jing and knew that this was most likely a bandit's plan, he still couldn't ignore it. Sometimes, reason couldn't control emotions. King Jing and his 4 children were his reverse scale. He was so anxious that he almost went crazy. After the impulse, he realized how ridiculous it was. However, if he were to experience it again, he would still make the same choice. Your Highness, it's my fault. Please punish me. Domestic violence wasn't good. Liu accepted the punishment. King Jing shook his head. He hugged him tightly with red eyes and stuffed something into his hand. Liu looked at it. It was the amulet that King Jing gave him before. It turned out that when the bandits took him away, the amulet accidentally fell on the ground and was found by King Jing. Liu looked at King Jing's red eyes and lowered his head in embarrassment. King Jing looked at him and suddenly took his hand. He hurriedly wrote in his palm, It's not your fault. It's my fault. I came late. No. Your Highness came in time to save me. It's all my fault. Liu hurriedly waved his hand. It's my fault that I didn't come back in time and made you suspicious. King Jing wrote. Your Highness, let's not fight, okay? Liu was so touched that he sniffled. Why didn't your Highness come back? Just like you. The corners of King Jing's lips curled up. Slightly. Liu blinked and looked at him. After a while, he understood. Could it be that King Jing thought that the bandits had taken Dabao and rushed to catch them? Was that why he was late? Does your Highness also lose control of his emotions and get carried away? Liu asked. King Jing nodded. Liu Li Yu thought to himself that the two of them were really stupid. But after King Jing's explanation, Li Yu felt much better. In the future, trust me, I'll do it. King Jing wrote. Li Yu smiled and nodded. Okay, King Jing didn't mention that he had met the leader of the bandits and that they had fought. The bright yellow swaddling clothes and the bandits' arms didn't fool him. But when he returned to the house, he found that Xiaoyu was missing. Later, he found the amulet and learned that Xiaoyu had been taken away by the bandits. At that moment, he felt as if he had fallen into hell. Even though he was calm, he immediately started killing. All the bandits who bullied Xiaoyu deserved to die. If he hadn't found Xiaoyu, he didn't know how long he would have killed them. Only when he saw that Xiaoyu was safe with his own eyes did his anger gradually calm down. Therefore, he could understand the feeling of losing control and being carried away by Xiaoyu. After Li Yu and King Jing finished talking, King Jing took off his outer robe and draped it over Li Yu's body to cover his fishtail. Then, he picked him up. After everything was ready, the guards outside the ruined temple were allowed to enter to deal with the bandits. King Jing killed his way into the ruined temple alone. The guards stood guard outside the temple and were responsible for killing all the bandits who had escaped. While the guards were busy, King Jing carried Li Yu back to the king's mansion. Li Yu and King Jing were watching from outside the house. Wang Shi was the first to notice King Jing and was about to run over. King Jing reached out to protect Li Yu and gestured for him to stop from afar. Wang Shi guessed that they had something important to do and tactfully didn't disturb them. In the house, Uncle Yi, who was so bored that grass was about to grow, was playing with his children. Yi Qinghuan let Zibao sit in his arms while Bao and Sanbao lay on his back. Then, they made funny faces at Dabao. The crown prince swore that he would make this little fatty laugh out loud. In the end, the other three children were the first to burst out laughing. Dabao, who felt that life was so difficult that he might as well be a fish, was speechless. Don't worry. King Jing held Li Yu's hand. Li Yu understood what he meant. King Jing wanted him to see with his own eyes that the children were safe and sound. Li Yu nodded, indicating that he understood. After checking on the children, King Jing faced Li Yu and raised his right hand. Was he finally going to be punished? Li Yu bit his lip and didn't dodge. King Jing's hand fell and gently rubbed his head. Your Highness? Li Yu looked at him in confusion. After the punishment, King Jing smiled. In fact, Li Yu really didn't know how the mission was going. On the one hand, the bandits came suddenly, and he ran out in the middle of the mission. Although he did some simple concealment, what if someone found out? But he didn't care so much at that time. On the other hand, the system didn't give him any hints. According to his experience, this meant that the mission was still in progress and hadn't failed. If the main mission failed, the system said that he would become a fish bone and a fish ash. He could now freely switch between mermaid and mermaid, which was good. No news was the best news. King Jing put the amulet back on Li Yu and guarded him for the remaining few hours. During this time, Li Yu turned into an octopus and clung to King Jing. He made up his mind that even if God was outside, he wouldn't be fooled. King Jing punished him by rubbing his head, which made him even more embarrassed. If it weren't for him, King Jing would definitely be able to catch all the bandits in one fell swoop. After all, he was a hindrance to King Jing and made King Jing worry, so he wanted to make up for it. By the way, Your Highness, don't forget to investigate that military counselor. Li Yu eavesdropped on a lot of information about military counselor from the bandits. Except for the fact that his face was covered, he didn't know his name. This military counselor could use a baby and golden swaddling clothes as bait, which was completely different from the bandits. He felt that this person was most likely targeting him and King Jing. It was well known in the western frontier that King Jing had only 4 young masters, and the golden swaddling clothes were specially used by Dabao. Ordinary people generally didn't use this color. If someone was interested, this information could be found out. Military counselor must have done some research in advance. Li Yu's suspicion wasn't unreasonable, and King Jing also had the same opinion. In this battle, the bandits were almost completely wiped out, and the few survivors were those who stayed in the bandit nest. King Jing ordered the guards to torture them and force them to confess the identity of military counselor. This military counselor gave him a strange sense of familiarity. throwing the white powder at him, thinking that he had been hit in the eye, then turning to attack his legs. This action seemed superfluous, but King Jing himself knew that if he had taken action in the past, he would hide a dagger in his boot, just in case. This time, he also brought a dagger. However, after his eyes turned red from the killing, he casually put the dagger into his sleeve. It was the dagger that he used to counterattack. The military counselor had attacked the place where he had kept the dagger. Was he trying to prevent him from pulling the dagger out? No matter what, the military counselor must know something about him. Otherwise, he would not use a baby as a lure. But how did he even know where he hid the dagger? Apart from this time, he had only used the dagger once in public, and that was when Xiaoyu saved his eyes when he was assassinated in the palace. It was precisely because of that incident that King Jing paid special attention to close combat. That was how he managed to avoid the smoke ball in time. He was even able to beat them at their own game and pretend that his eyes were injured. The military counselor had also used the same powder, which was similar to the method used by the person who attacked him in his memory. In addition, the military counselor knew that he had a habit of hiding the dagger. King Jing had reason to believe that the military counselor was the person who attacked him that time. Your Highness, I once accidentally saw that the military counselor's hand had been bitten by an animal. Liu mentioned a clue. Although he did not know if it was related to the military counselor, he said it anyway. As soon as he mentioned it, King Jing immediately remembered that the person who attacked him in the palace kept covering his hand that day, as if he had been injured. King Jing wrote down the details of what happened that day. Liu did not know that King Jing's eyes had been injured by lime powder, and that there was such a detail behind it. Your Highness, could it be that you suspect that the military counselor was the person who attacked Your Highness? Liu pondered for a moment and asked. King Jing nodded. In the western border, other than bandits, there was no one who could go against him. The military counselor had just arrived in the western border not long ago, so he was not a bandit before. The only possibility was that he had something to do with the imperial city. Liu thought about the wound on the military counselor's hand, and then thought about other things besides King Jing's eye injury that day. It could not be so coincidental, right? Your Highness, do you still remember that day? Xianxia and I also met the masked man, the one who poisoned the fish food. He was bitten by Xianxia, and it was also on his hand. When Liu mentioned Xianxia, King Jing was obviously stunned for a moment before he realized that Liu was talking about his experience when he was cooking fish, and Xianxia was Yi Qingwan's dog. Suddenly hearing Xiaoyu call out another name affectionately, King Jing felt a little uncomfortable, but he quickly turned his attention to the matter at hand. The person who poisoned the fish had been bitten by Yi Qingwan's dog, and the military counselor's hand had been bitten by an animal, so it was a complete match. The military counselor was indeed from the imperial city, and he had dealt with them a long time ago. He was the one who poisoned the fish food and turned around to attack his people. Is it the second prince? Liu asked tentatively. When the masked man poisoned the fish food, the second prince was scheming against the Duke Qingzhen mansion and had ordered people to buy arsenic. King Jing and Eunuch Wan believed that the person who poisoned the fish food was sent by the second prince, and that the second prince wanted to vent his anger. At that time, the second prince was indeed the most suspicious. But now, the situation had changed. The second prince had been beaten up by King Jing to the point that he was delirious. He was a man who had lost his power and had retired from the stage of power for a long time. How could he still have an accomplice? Moreover, this accomplice was the masked man who had poisoned him. This didn't make sense. King Jing had also left people at the second prince's place, and he was very clear about the situation in Mutianzhou. It couldn't be the second prince who continued to stir up trouble, so there was only one possibility. They had all been wrong in the past. The person who poisoned the fish food wasn't sent by the second prince, and the second prince had taken the blame for the poisoning. If it wasn't the second prince, then it could only be the third prince or the sixth prince. In the past, King Jing would have suspected the third prince, but now the third prince couldn't even protect himself. Someone had used the third prince's name to pass information between the western border and the imperial city, and had been discovered by the emperor, so the third prince was the unlucky one. Using this method to make the third prince take the blame, wasn't it similar to making the second prince take the blame? King Jing pondered for a long time, then picked up a pen and wrote a 6 on the paper. Xiaoyu was right. Mu Tianxiao was indeed his formidable opponent. Moreover, he had been plotting against him for so long. So it was him, Liu sighed softly. If all of this was done by the scheming sixth prince, then everything could be explained clearly. Military counselor was the sixth prince's subordinate. At this time only the sixth prince would have the time to come to the western border to do bad things. In the past, the sixth prince had been hiding behind the third prince, and the second prince had been in front of him. No one would have thought that this invisible, unfavored person was the culprit. Now that the sixth prince had gotten rid of the third prince, he had become the emperor's only adult prince left in the imperial city. Although he had been in the limelight in the imperial court, he had also put himself in the limelight. He no longer had a shield in front of him. Since he had discovered that the sixth prince was the culprit, King Jing didn't hold back. A month later, the people left behind in the imperial city received a secret letter from King Jing. There was only one line in the secret letter: do something about him. His identity was revealed through other channels. This was the rule of King Jing's mansion to pass on confidential information. These people had gone through fire and water with King Jing. Now that they were guarding such a large mansion, they were bored out of their wits. With their master's order, they immediately acted as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Soon, the assistant minister of works, Xing Jing, submitted a memorial to impeach the sixth prince for accepting bribes when he was in charge of renovating the Xianxia palace. Mu Tianxiao's expression changed greatly, and he flatly denied it, stating that he had only acted according to the regulations. Xing Jing confronted him with righteous indignation and took out the previous drawings of the Xianxia palace. He said that the Xianxia palace had been renovated by the sixth prince. Although its appearance was exactly the same as the original, the actual wood used was inconsistent with the drawings. Instead, it used inferior wood, even the roof beams were the same. The emperor was greatly shocked. He immediately ordered people to take down the roof beams of the Xianxia palace and examine them. In a row, he found more than a dozen carpenters to come forward and examine them. The emperor was afraid that someone would frame the sixth prince, so even the carpenters were personally selected. However, these people all said that the wood didn't match the original drawings. In fact, the actual renovations were different from the drawings. It wasn't as if they had never been done before, and they could find a reason to explain it. However, the problem was that the sixth prince reported to the emperor and the Ministry of Revenue based on the top-grade wood. Thus, the accounts were one set, and the actual renovations were another set. Where did the difference in the middle go? The wood used for the renovations couldn't escape the eyes of the supervisors, and it was also the responsibility of the supervisors. The sixth prince had no way to defend himself. Moreover, the sixth prince had gotten married a month ago. In principle, a prince's wedding was prepared by the Ministry of Rites. Except for the King Jing's wedding, which was in the western border and had received the emperor's special permission to be held by the King Jing himself, the other princes' weddings were all handled by the Ministry of Rites. There was no difference in the regulations. However, it was said that when the betrothal gifts were sent, the sixth prince had privately added a lot of gifts for his fiancée, Marquis Dingbei's legitimate daughter. They were all added to Marquis Dingbei's daughter's dowry and carried all the way to the sixth prince's manor. Marquis Dingbei loved to show off and had already announced the gifts given by the sixth prince's son-in-law. Anyone with a discerning eye could see what the sixth prince had given. Gold and silver jewelry were the most inconspicuous. There were also pearls, agate, coral, jadeite, and ivory. They were all counted by the number of dendrites. There were also countless ancient books and paintings. The sixth prince had claimed that he couldn't even prepare a decent birthday gift during the emperor's birthday. Then the question was, how did the sixth prince obtain so much wealth in less than a year? It had to be known that based on a prince's allowance and salary, it was absolutely impossible to gather this much. In addition, the sixth prince's birth mother was a palace maid, and his family was poor. Otherwise, the sixth prince wouldn't have been so poor in the past. Either he had lied to the emperor during the emperor's birthday, or the money had come from an improper source. In fact, there were court officials who had suspected this, but the emperor only had one adult prince. The sixth prince's status had risen, and the court officials really didn't want to make things difficult for the sixth prince, who was very likely to ascend the throne in the future. Xianxia had only dared to impeach the sixth prince after he had obtained evidence of the sixth prince receiving bribes. Xianxia was very familiar with the sixth prince's work in the Ministry of Works. When he found out that the wood used for the Xianxia Palace's renovation was different from the blueprint, Xianxia guessed that there was something fishy going on. He could think of several parties who had benefited from this with a little thought. Xianxia ordered people to follow the sixth prince's servants, and found that during the renovation of the Xianxia Palace, the sixth prince had ordered people to pawn a few mahogany chests. Xianxia tried his best to obtain them, and found that they were the family heirlooms of the imperial merchant in charge of the wood. From this, he knew where the sixth prince's money came from. Xianxia used the pawn tickets from the pawnshop as evidence, as well as the treasures that were pawned as evidence. When the emperor questioned the sixth prince insisted that it was his confidant who had done it behind his back. He said that the sixth prince had taken the money without his permission and cheated him when he was working as an overseer. The emperor didn't suspect him out of trust, and in short, pushed away all responsibility. The emperor's face was as cold as ice, and he stared at the sixth prince. The sixth prince felt that he couldn't hide from the emperor's cold gaze, so he gritted his teeth and continued to pretend to be innocent. The emperor accepted the sixth prince's explanation. But because of this, everyone around the sixth prince was replaced. This was all for later. Liu finally made it to the last moment of protecting the pet fish. The long-awaited system's voice sounded, but it didn't inform him whether the mission was completed or not. Instead, it asked him to enter the system and check it himself. It was different from the usual scamming system, and Liu's heart was in turmoil. He was really afraid that the mission was a failure. After giving a simple explanation to King Jing, Liu immediately entered the system. The main mission, postpartum care, was still lit, and at the end of the protecting the pet fish step, there were small squares that kept changing colors. So this step also depended on the judgment, the system said. This mission was originally for the Tyrant to protect the pet fish. If the transformed pet fish was discovered, it would be considered a failure, Liu argued. I actually did cover it up. They didn't see my true face, so it shouldn't be considered as being discovered, right? The system said, it doesn't count. But there were 2 bandits who were killed by the Tyrant after seeing the host's mermaid form. This mission can't be considered a success, but it can't be considered a failure either. It can only be judged according to the Tyrant's actions. That was close. Liu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't count as a failure. He had been judged a few times before, and King Jing was always strong, so there shouldn't be a problem this time. Liu stared hard at the small squares that represented the results. Green was a success, and red was a failure. He remembered that the small squares had turned into colors once. What color would it be this time? The small squares' colors changed faster and faster, faster and faster, and finally stopped. It was yellow. Liu, this was an unexpected color. The system could hear Liu's thoughts, and was speechless at the host's derangement. Yellow means a partial pass. The system corrected him. This was to prevent the host from imagining things in her own mind. Liu, huh? The system said, although Tyrant's actions were excessive, it was determined that it was to save the fish pet. The system cannot deny that Tyrant actively protected the fish pet, so it only judged based on the protection. Liu, this was like an exam. King Jing answered well, but he accidentally splashed ink on half of the exam paper. Liu thought that the system wanted to make up for his mistakes, but who knew that the system would destroy the half of the exam paper that was splashed with ink and only correct the rest. This system was actually opened by King Jing, right? Why did it always open a back door for King Jing, but at least a partial pass was considered a pass? The system said with certainty, that is true. But the reward will also be affected. You can only receive a partial reward. Please accept the reward. Protecting the fish pet was the last step of the postpartum care. The specific reward was shown as a mysterious gift bag. Liu was confident that he could completely transform into a human, but the reward seemed to be different from what he expected. What was the partial reward? Could it be the part that allowed him to return to being half human and half fish? If that was the case, he might as well continue to be a fish. The system comforted him, please don't worry. Liu had a feeling that she had been tricked. She carefully received the reward. A dazzling white light enveloped him. When the white light dissipated, 2 new scales appeared beside the original scales that corresponded to the transformation skill. Liu briefly checked the description. The 2 new skills were to transform into a fishman and a mermaid. He paid special attention to the duration of all the skills. The duration had also changed. It had become 24 hours, which meant that it was an entire day. He could still only transform once a day, and he could cancel it. The addition of the 2 new skills meant that the system had given him the ability to transform into various forms. He could transform as he wished. Although he could not completely return to his human form, he could transform once a day for a day. If there were no accidents, it was not much different from a complete recovery. As for his other forms, he could turn back into a fish to avoid danger. As for the rest of the merfolk, if he didn't need them, he would turn them into sex toys. Anyway, the merfolk had a different taste, and he wanted to try it again. Liu vaguely sensed that these new skills were somewhat similar to his constantly changing form on the 3rd day of the Protect the Fish Pet mission. However, during the mission, he could change it if he was not careful. He almost couldn't control it, and the new skill required him to officially use the jade scale plate. It was much more reliable than the mission where he could do whatever he wanted. Furthermore, only Liu could use the jade scale plate. Even if King Jing could see it, touching it would not trigger a skill. Therefore, to other people, it was just an innate imprint. The 2 new skills and the adjustment of the transformation duration were the first rewards in the mystery gift pack. The gift pack also set up a second reward with a cute fish-shaped symbol. After Liu received it, he realized that the system had added a fish baby status to check in addition to the main mission and side mission. What is this for? Is it related to Debao and the others? Liu asked curiously. Although the fish babies were in the same team as Liu after they hatched, Liu did not realize the benefits of being in the same team. The fish babies were just a few simple fish-shaped symbols to him. Liu once suspected that they were just decorations. Now that he had the fish pet status, the system asked him to check this item. When he opened it, he saw the symbols of the 4 fish babies. Liu pondered for a moment and selected the golden symbol that symbolized Debao. Suddenly, the system popped up a transparent box. Inside it was a picture of Debao sleeping. Eunuch Wang was also next to him. He was gently putting a small blanket on Debao. Could this be? Liu's little heart was thumping. He happily chose Sibao again. The fish babies usually did the same thing at the same time. Debao was sleeping, so naturally, Sibao was sleeping too. However, Sibao was sleeping on Yu Qinghuan's stomach. Bao and Sanbao were lying on either side of him. Sanbao and Yu Qinghuan were all asleep. Sibao was sleeping soundly. In his dream, he smacked his lips. He probably thought that he was still a fish and spat out a bubble. Liu was speechless. Liu checked the fish babies one by one. He could not bear to look away. The system took the time to explain to him, the host can check the current status of the fish babies here. It can only be used when forming a team. Each fish baby can only be used 3 times a day. Liu was so excited that his eyes lit up. Wasn't this the scamming system version of the monitoring device? It was the kind that could specifically see the fish babies. He had been tricked by the bandits mainly because he could not be sure of the safety of the fish babies. He had been too impulsive. Ultimately, it was because communication in ancient times could only be done by shouting. It was really inconvenient. If it were like the real world where he had lived before, there would be a developed and mature communication tool, a mobile phone. He could casually make a call and know whether his fish babies were safe or not. How could he let the bandits take advantage of this loophole? Although the system did not reward him with a mobile phone, it allowed him to see the fish babies in real time. Even if he could only see each fish 3 times a day, it was the best reward for the father who always missed his fish babies. Thank you, system. Liu was grateful from the bottom of his heart. However, the system was unperturbed. Host, the postpartum care main storyline has been completed. This was originally the last main storyline, but because it was only partially completed, it did not meet the requirements to close the main storyline. After the system's judgment, a new main storyline will be added to make up for it. The other part of the reward that the host did not receive will be correspondingly obtained after the completion of the new main storyline. Liu was speechless. He really wanted to pick up the thank you that he had spilled. He thought that after completing this main storyline, he would be able to become a human and completely get rid of the system. In the end, he still had to continue doing cute pet missions. The system said, no matter what form the host takes, the host will always be the host. This will be confirmed as the last main storyline. After completing this main storyline, no new main storyline will be released. The host can choose to complete the side quests according to his needs. If the side quests fail, the host will not be affected. That didn't sound too bad. Liu wanted to get rid of the system because he did not want to be forced to do missions all the time. From time to time, he would have to worry about failing a mission. If he could do missions as he pleased in the future, then it would not matter if the system existed or not. He was also used to having the system talk to him and give him all kinds of weird golden fingers. Liu said mischievously, since there's still a main storyline, then hurry up and judge it. Don't delay me from doing missions and receiving rewards. The system was speechless. Oh right, there's one more thing. Liu stammered. Can the system see what I do with Her Highness? When Liu was not muddle-headed, his brain was still quite good. Although his nerves were a bit thick, he only thought of this question now. Everything was clear in front of the system. The system was just a system. Liu was not worried about whether he would be embarrassed or not. Instead, he was worried about the secrets about King Jing stored in the system. Would they become popular videos one day? Then should he watch? The system was speechless. The system was speechless and kicked out the host who had gone 1,000 miles off course. Liu woke up energetically. Because every time he entered the system, his body would temporarily lose consciousness. This time, he went in the form of a mermaid. When he came back to his senses, he was sitting in King Jing's arms, being carefully protected by King Jing. The mermaid's tail would be dehydrated. Liu could not wait to turn back into a human. However, the location was not right. The mermaid's tail was still coquettishly wrapped around King Jing, but now it was a leg. The posture was strange, causing the fish to have wild thoughts. Liu's face turned red. He quickly put down the leg hanging around King Jing's waist and looked into King Jing's eyes. What's wrong? King Jing smiled and touched his face. Liu hugged him and rubbed against him, unable to contain his joy. Your Highness, let me tell you a piece of good news. The duration of my human form has increased again. After one more tribulation, I can completely turn back. He suddenly remembered that this statement was not quite right. No matter how far he went in the mission, he was still a carp spirit in King Jing's eyes. A carp spirit naturally had to turn back into a human, not a human. This could not be wrong. Liu paused and reiterated, it's the next time. If I pass the next time, I can always be a human. King Jing smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll protect you next time. It's really great to have your highness here. Liu could not help but smile and express his heartfelt emotion. It did not matter even if he had to do one more mission. The main mission would be completed one day, but if it were not for King Jing, he would not know where he would be. Liu leaned over and pulled King Jing closer. The atmosphere was just right. The fish was about to kiss. He pursed his lips exaggeratedly and kissed King Jing's cheek. The kiss was as light as a feather, but it made people's hearts ripple like spring water. King Jing raised his eyebrows slightly and moved his lips. Is your highness trying to say something? Liu asked. He noticed that King Jing's expression was different from usual. King Jing glanced at him quickly and hesitantly took out a note. Liu, he was just randomly guessing, but it turned out to be true. Liu took the note. He was also curious about what King Jing wrote. He saw that it was King Jing's name, Xianxia. Liu, ? I know this, your highness. Why did his highness show him this? King Jing saw that he still did not understand, so when he said your highness, he sucked on his rosy lips and gently bit them. Liu was bullied in a daze and said, your highness. King Jing did not wait for him to finish and came closer. Liu was bitten again. Liu, your highness. King Jing hugged him and bit him again. Liu did not dare to say anything. He blinked his eyes. Could it be that if he said Your Highness, he would be kissed? King Jing saw that he finally understood and gave him the note with his name on it again. Liu suddenly understood. Your Highness. No, you want me to call you by your name? King Jing nodded solemnly. He finally got it right. Liu's face was full of tears. It turned out that King Jing wanted him to call him by his name. This was normal. After all, they were already husband and wife. It would be too polite to call him Your Highness, Your Highness. King Jing did not want to treat him as an outsider. Then, I'll call you Tianchi. Liu smiled shyly. King Jing's name was very meaningful. He called him by his name once and could not help but call him by his name again. Tianchi. King Jing agreed. He smiled faintly and went to take his hand. It was just a small matter. Why didn't he just write it down? Because he wanted Xiaoyu to discover it herself and not him to ask for it. The last main system hadn't been released yet, so Liu didn't have to rush about for missions. King Jing's mansion was well managed by Wang Shi, so he didn't have to work too hard. He only had to raise the children every day and give King Jing some ideas from time to time. From this point of view, life was still the way he liked it and hadn't changed because he became a princess. This kind of life was his original intention, and it was also because King Jing spoiled him. King Jing always obeyed his every word. Just because he said he wanted to eat it, King Jing opened a roast duck restaurant for him. Now, it had become a famous specialty snack. Even the heir of Duke Qinzhen, who came from the imperial city, praised it endlessly. The days flew by quickly. Under King Jing's efforts, the plague of locusts, which was a major threat in the western border, had been eliminated, and the bandits, which was another major threat, were either dead or injured. Now the situation in the western border was stable, and even the chaos near the border was much less. In the blink of an eye, the little fish cubs had been born for 100 days. King Jing held a grand celebration for them, just like a wedding. He held a big banquet and invited many guests. It was lively. After 100 days, Yi Qinghuan came to say goodbye. Yi Qinghuan's visit this time was the intention of Duke Jing'an's mansion, and he came openly after asking for leave in front of the emperor. Because his wife was pregnant, and the bandits in King Jing's territory were almost cleaned up, Yi Qinghuan stayed for 100 days and helped King Jing a lot, so it was time for him to leave. Before he left, King Jing had a deep talk with Yi Qinghuan and told him that he wanted to write a letter of gratitude and asked Yi Qinghuan to deliver it on his behalf. Yi Qinghuan, who had a good relationship with King Jing, didn't refuse. When King Jing wrote the letter, Liu and Wang Shi each came to visit him with 2 babies. Other than Debao, who was still a little uneasy, the other fish cubs who had turned into human form had all accepted reality and were living decently. Every day, other than eating, sleeping, and pooping, Debao, who wanted to grow up, felt that he was about to become numb. Anyway, no matter how unhappy he was, he could only cry. If he cried too much, his father would start feeding him milk again. Debao hated drinking milk from the bottom of his heart and missed the fragrant and sweet peach blossom cake very much. But according to the wet nurse, the baby had to drink milk for 6 months before he could eat anything else. Debao couldn't even finish counting 6 months after counting his fingers and toes. He felt that the peach blossom cake was getting further and further away from him. No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand why his younger brothers accepted it so easily, especially Sibao. This fish never had to worry about anything. Debao was beside Sibao. Sibao, who was being carried by his father, was eating his hand vigorously. Debao was envious. His baby instincts made him want to raise his chubby fingers and stuff them into his mouth. No. Debao kept telling himself that he was a sensible fish brother and could not eat hands like his younger brother. But, his mouth was so itchy. He really wanted to eat. The most serious baby in history, Debao, was holding it in until tears were about to come out. Sibao was eating his hand happily when he realized that Debao had been looking at him. Sibao gave his big brother a warm smile and kissed his big brother's face with saliva before continuing to eat his hand. Debao was about to cry. He felt that Sibao's saliva was so dirty, but why did he want to eat it too? Liu hugged the brothers and peeked at them for a long time. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing that King Jing was writing a letter, Liu had an idea. Dabao, Bao, Sanbao, Sibao, can you also write a letter to Grandpa? The fish cub still didn't know what an emperor was. In front of them, Liu simply called the emperor Grandpa. In any case, in terms of seniority, he was indeed Grandpa. Dabao hurriedly nodded and was extremely excited. After so long, his father finally didn't ask him to drink milk. Sibao was confused and didn't know what to write a letter. However, Sibao liked his father, so he would do whatever his father asked him to do. Sibao and Dabao nodded together. Tianchi, can we? Liu tugged at King Jing's sleeve and asked. Recently, King Jing especially liked to hear Xiaoyu call his name. He smiled and gave up his seat. Liu placed the two babies on the table. The other two babies in Wanxi's arms also cried out ah and wanted to join them. The fine rice paper on the table was crumpled by the babies' small bodies. The owner of the rice paper, King Jing, didn't feel bad at all. The children probably couldn't touch the ink that was placed together with the rice paper, but King Jing was very resourceful. He ordered the kitchen to mix some dark and harmless juice and send it over. Liu asked the wet nurse, and with the wet nurse's permission, she smeared some of the juice on the baby's hands. Liu heard that the emperor would often ask about his babies. Therefore, she felt that the emperor would probably like things that were made by children. Moreover, the emperor had conferred titles to Dabao and Sibao, so the children could receive a salary at such a young age. They didn't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives, so they should thank the emperor. Instead of thinking about what to give in the name of the children, it was better to let the babies write a letter with their father. The babies were placed together and greeted each other with ah in front, behind, left, and right. Their hands were stained with a lot of ink, and they were all on the rice paper. Therefore, there was no need to distinguish who to write first. The babies started to write together. When Dabao was a little fish, he had seen many words with his father. Dabao thought carefully and felt that he should be able to write big. Dabao began to use his fingers to write big. Bao and Sanbao didn't know what to do. Seeing that Dabao was the first to move, Bao and Sanbao copied their older brother and also wrote big. Dabao was instantly unhappy. No way, only Dabao has this. If the younger brothers don't have it, they can't write. Dabao used both his hands and feet to randomly write 2 and 3 and pushed them to his younger brothers. Bao and Sanbao didn't like it. They still felt that big looked better. They want older brothers. Bao widened his glass-like eyes. Sanbao stretched out her chubby fingers and shouted in unison. Liu almost laughed out loud. He turned Dabao, Bao, and Sanbao's small bodies around and let them do their own things. What kind of letter could a baby of this age write? At most, he would leave some handprints. Looking at Sibao, he actually became sleepy at the sight of the rice paper. At this moment, he had already fallen asleep on the paper with his butt sticking out. Liu, who exactly did this baby fish resemble? In the end, Dabao wrote his impression of big. Bao and Sanbao each left a handprint. Sibao was in a daze. His face was wet and he accidentally left half of his grandfather's face. Liu carefully blew dry the children's letters. He folded them neatly and handed them to King Jing. Will the emperor really not be angry? Liu asked worriedly. King Jing laughed and shook his head. This fish, he was the one who came up with the idea. He was also the one who was afraid. King Jing stuffed the children's letters and his memorial of gratitude into a huge envelope and handed it to Yi Qinghuan. Heir apparent Yi, who was entrusted with such an important task, this envelope completely refreshed Yi Qinghuan's understanding. King Jing said that it was a memorial of gratitude. How could it be so thick? In the past, he thought that King Jing was cold and disdained to curry favor with the emperor. Who would have thought that this person would write such a huge stack of letters? He was clearly a chatterbox like eunuch Wang. Liu prepared a gift for Princess Jinjue and asked Yi Qinghuan to pass it on. The princess was pregnant. He and King Jing were far away in the west. Yi Qinghuan probably couldn't personally congratulate her after the baby was born. Liu wanted to send gifts to the princess and the baby in advance. He asked a craftsman to remelt the small golden bracelets that Dabao and the others had worn and make a beautiful pair of safety locks. Duke Qing'an's residence shouldn't be lacking in these children's items. However, Liu heard from Aunt Su that the items worn by children would be blessed. He felt that his 4 children were safe and healthy. Together, it was 4 blessings. For a pregnant woman, there was nothing more important than the safety of the mother and child. Yi Qinghuan accepted the gift on behalf of the princess. His eyes were a bit red. Many thanks, cousin-in-law. Yi Qinghuan respectfully cupped his hands in greeting. Because Yi Qinghuan and the princess were acquainted with Liu, they usually called him young master Liu or Wangfei. Liu was slightly taken aback by this cousin-in-law, but he immediately reacted. Yi Qinghuan approved of him and treated him as one of his own. Liu also happily replied to him. King Jing glanced at Yi Qinghuan. This cousin that he always disliked was finally a bit more pleasing to the eye. Yi Qinghuan spurred his horse to return to the imperial city. The emperor received news from King Jing. To be exact, he discovered that there were several pieces of Xian paper that came with King Jing's letter. They were written by the children. The emperor was so excited that his hands were trembling. Counting the days, King Jing's children were only 100 days old. Could they write letters after 100 days? The emperor was very curious and expectantly opened the letter. The first piece of paper had a crooked character. The emperor thought it looked like rice. The second and third pieces of paper had small handprints. And the fourth piece was, the emperor couldn't control the smile at the corner of his mouth. Wasn't this the face of a baby? There were even a few drops of saliva. Although he had never met King Jing's children, he seemed to be able to see the children's lively personalities through these pieces of paper. Luo Ruweixing, what do you think this means? The emperor turned to the first piece of paper and asked Steward Luo. Steward Luo looked at it for a while and shook his head. The emperor then looked at King Jing's letter. Sure enough, at the end of the letter, King Jing mentioned that these 4 pieces of paper were written by the children. The emperor then understood that the first piece of paper must have been written by King Jing's eldest son. He had already conferred the title of heir apparent to this child. Luo Ruweixing immediately said, Your Majesty, although this servant doesn't know the meaning of the young heir apparent's words, this servant has never seen such a young child who can write. The young heir apparent will definitely be knowledgeable in the future. Luo Ruweixing was very good at reading the emperor's mind. He immediately spoke good words for King Jing's heir apparent. He couldn't say that the emperor's little grandson had a bright future. It was best that he was knowledgeable. This resounding flattery simply hit the emperor's heart. The emperor was quite pleased. He admired the rice character for a long time. At one point, he even wanted to have Luo Ruweixing frame it and hang it on the wall of the Palace of Heavenly Purity. King Jing's heir apparent was so promising that it reminded the emperor of the 7th prince and the 8th prince in the palace. The 2 princes were still studying in the imperial study. The emperor personally came to the imperial study and gently encouraged them. He also gave them a lot of homework, including writing. It couldn't be that the emperor's uncles were inferior to the emperor's nephews who weren't even 1 year old yet, right? The little princes who were suddenly hit by a huge pot. Not only was the emperor pleasant to the 7th prince and the 8th prince, he also decided to select the 2 most knowledgeable scholars from the Hanlin Academy to be responsible for teaching King Jing's children in the future. King Jing had already invited several good teachers from the imperial city, but in the end, they weren't of any use. The emperor's arrangements were spread to the western border. Liu was speechless when he heard about it. Wasn't the emperor too fond of these little guys? Xianxia, what's the profound meaning of the rice character that Dabao wrote? Liu couldn't help but quietly ask King Jing. Wasn't it just rice? Why did the emperor like it so much? King Jing shook his head. He didn't know either. Dabao, who had inadvertently overheard his 2 fathers' conversation. The words that Dabao had painstakingly written were wrong. Dabao was unhappy. Even the peach blossom biscuits that his father had placed aside when he was eating milk did not smell as good. Liu was very concerned about these children. Soon, he noticed Dabao's strange behavior. Liu did not know the reason, but usually, when one was feeling down, one would feel better with their friends. Hence, Liu gathered the fish babies together, hoping that Bao, San Bao, and Sibao could warm Dabao up. Bao, Sanbao, and Sibao surrounded Dabao. With tears in his eyes, Dabao turned his chubby face away. Bao, Sanbao, and Sibao all wondered why their brother was unhappy. Although they all looked like babies, they were brothers and sisters who had been together for a long time. They were very close. Dabao did not want to say why he was unhappy. However, Sibao remembered that when he was feeling down, his father would kiss him. Sibao would be very happy. His father said that this was a kiss. He could kiss the person he liked. Sibao liked his two fathers and his brother. He could use kisses to make his brother happy. Got it? Sibao called out twice, indicating for Bao and Sanbao to look at him. Sibao demonstrated personally. He pouted and kissed his brother's cheek. Dabao, Bao and Sanbao understood. They pouted and wanted to come over. Dabao was so frightened that his voice broke. Ah! What are you doing, Bao and Sanbao? Mwak, mwak, Dabao, ah! Help! Dabao was continuously baptized by his brother's love. He could not hold it in anymore. Bao and Sanbao were still fine. They just kept kissing. However, Sibao was a weirdo. After kissing his brother, he wanted his brother to kiss him back. Otherwise, he would continue kissing. Dabao, whose face was covered in Sibao's saliva, could not take it anymore. In the end, he gave up. Isn't it just a kiss? I can do it too. Dabao's eyes were filled with tears. He hugged Sibao with his little arms and legs and gave him a small kiss. Liu, who had been watching from the sidelines, said, ha 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 ha, as expected of Sibao. Even Yi Qinghuan couldn't do it, but little Sibao did it. After this incident, Liu found that Dabao had become much more lively than before. In the past, Dabao was often alone. He was clearly a baby, but he always had a straight face and was not very sociable. Now, as long as he saw the other babies, he would dance with joy. Bao, Sanbao, and happy Sibao, brother, let's kiss. Dabao said in disdain, ah. Go away, Liu said to King Jing with a sense of accomplishment. Look, Tianqi. Children can only be happy when they are together. King Jing's lips twitched. From what he could see, Dabao didn't seem happy. However, King Jing wouldn't expose him. The most important thing was to make Xiaoyu happy. At the sixth prince's place, Mu Tianxiao's. Mu Tianxiao had just been impeached for accepting bribes. Although he had developed a habit of not personally showing up no matter what he did, he had his subordinates take the blame for him this time. The emperor couldn't directly punish him, but he didn't feel good when the people around him were captured. Mu Tianxiao was able to obtain his current status because he betrayed the third prince. Therefore, he subconsciously didn't trust his subordinates. There were very few people who he could truly trust. The advantage was that secrets were not easy to leak, but the disadvantage was that with just a decree from the emperor, he didn't have many people left who he could really use. He just wanted to win over the Yu family's Marquis Dingbei because of his wedding. Marquis Dingbei's residence and Duke Qingyan's residence were both century-old aristocratic families. Marquis Dingbei was extremely difficult to please. He didn't even give face to his relatives. He only doted on his daughter, so Mu Tianxiao wanted to make good use of this marriage. Marquis Dingbei and his daughter were real aristocrats who had seen a lot of the world. He couldn't rely on some cheap tricks to persuade Marquis Dingbei to help him, so he could only take a risk. Originally, making profits from the task of repairing the palace was not easy to be discovered. Once the palace was built and painted, no one would deliberately take it apart to see. Therefore, when the merchant who sold would found him through his connections and wanted to do business with him, he knew that the opportunity to make a fortune had come. In addition, he also had some people who were filial to him. This marriage was not easy for Mu Tianxiao. Who would have thought that he would do it so covertly that it would be seen through by Xingjing? Moreover, Xingjing even went to the emperor to impeach him. Wasn't he afraid of offending him? Mu Tianxiao recalled that when he was ordered to repair the Zhongshui Palace, Xingjing was said to have taken care of him like he had taken care of King Jing. He was amiable and took care of him a lot, which made him feel that this person was very discerning. Who would have thought that he was a ruthless person who stabbed him in the back? Mu Tianxiao wanted to turn around and take advantage of Xingjing's weakness. Firstly, he had no one to rely on. Secondly, Xingjing was really upright. He was like an iron plate that made him unable to bite. However, no matter how ruthless Xingjing was, he couldn't be more ruthless than the emperor. When the emperor issued an edict, it seemed that he was giving face to the sixth prince. The sixth prince wasn't greatly implicated, nor was he punished. However, the manpower that he had painstakingly accumulated was all gone. Mu Tianxiao was full of hatred. He hated the emperor, and he hated Xingjing even more. However, this kind of hatred was now as pale and powerless as his birth. He would rather have the emperor give him a few more dozen beatings. Tianxiao, it's just a few fewer people to serve you. You don't have to feel distressed. Mother will give you a few more servant girls. How about it? Mu Tianxiao's mother, Consort Zhang, gently consoled him. Because Mu Tianxiao's status was different now, Consort Zhang often had people fawning on her in the palace. Naturally, she had more confidence when speaking to her own son. However, her words almost made Mu Tianxiao laugh. Mu Tianxiao couldn't help but tremble slightly. It was truly ridiculous. His mother was only able to wear gold and silver because of him, but she didn't know what he needed the most. On the other hand, Empress Xiaolui had been dead for more than 20 years, yet she could still protect King Jing. Empress Xiaolui's mother's family, Duke Qinzhenfu, supported King Jing greatly. This was the difference between the empress and a palace maid. In the end, Mu Tianxiao didn't say any words of reproach. He only told Consort Zhang to restrain herself a bit in the near future. He couldn't let the emperor get hold of any more information that could be used against him. Consort Zhang still agreed. After learning from the mistakes of the third prince and the second prince, she was at most a bit imposing behind closed doors. In front of the emperor, she was still a well-behaved quail. However, since Mu Tianxiao said this, Consort Zhang agreed with a bit of disagreement. In the current situation, who else could the emperor choose other than her son, the sixth prince? Mu Tianxiao didn't have any manpower and couldn't act blindly without thinking. Moreover, he had always suspected that King Jing's son was a fraud. There were also many suspicious points about Princess Jing. Mu Tianxiao sent a trusted aide of his to the western border to investigate. This person told him that they could find a way to capture Princess Jing, but there was no more news after that. Mu Tianxiao was afraid that this person was gone, but he also hoped that this person could really find something that could be used against King Jing. Thus, he continued to wait every day. It wasn't until the emperor personally came to the imperial study and treated the seventh prince and the eighth prince differently that Mu Tianxiao realized with a start that now wasn't the time for him to relax. In addition to King Jing, the emperor still had two younger sons who could also ascend the throne. Mu Tianxiao wanted to secretly make the two princes lose the emperor's favor, but all of his trusted aides were there. He couldn't find suitable people to help him in a short period of time. He absolutely wouldn't do it himself, even though it wasn't difficult to deal with such young children. Just as he was frowning with worry, someone came to him. "Your Highness, I can help you, and I can also help you get out of this predicament." Chu Yenyu's misty eyes peeked out from behind a veil covering his bamboo hat. He stared unblinkingly at the sixth prince. When Mu Tianxiao saw him, he was quite surprised. Ever since King Jing left the imperial city and went to the western border, the people of King Jing's Qingxi court had been pulled out one by one to ask their wishes. Those who wanted to leave could leave on their own. It was at that time that Chu Yenyu left King Jing's residence. He had been by Mu Tianxiao's side since childhood and had nowhere else to go, so he still returned to the sixth prince's residence to look for Mu Tianxiao. Mu Tianxiao let him stay, but at that time, the sixth prince already knew that he was about to be betrothed. Even though Chu Yenyu was right in front of him, he didn't get close to Chu Yenyu. Chu Yenyu also acted like he didn't exist. Before Mu Tianxiao went to fetch the bride, Chu Yenyu ran in front of him to ask if he was really going to get married. Mu Tianxiao didn't have to hide anything. Thinking back to when he stuffed Chu Yenyu into King Jing's residence, Chu Yenyu should have known that before the sixth prince achieved great things, the two of them couldn't be together openly. The sixth prince had previously promised him that he would leave a place for him by his side, but it definitely wouldn't be the princess consort. Not to mention that the position of princess consort had already been decided. Even if it wasn't, it still couldn't be Chu Yenyu. Mu Tianxiao himself was also in desperate need of an heir. Mu Tianxiao was worried that Chu Yanyu would do something out of line, but Chu Yanyu only stood there blankly for a while before he walked away in a daze. Until now, when the sixth prince's princess consort was married, he didn't even know that this young Master Chu was in the residence. What did you say? How are you going to help me? Mu Tianxiao asked carefully with some expectation. Chu Yanyu was smart and had always had Chu Yanyu in his heart since he was a child. Mu Tianxiao knew this very well, so he was still very assured of Chu Yanyu. Previously, he didn't make any progress in King Jing's residence because the King Jing's temperament was too strange, so he couldn't blame Chu Yanyu for this. Chu Yanyu paused and said, "His Highness is lacking people. I can be your Highness's eyes and helper in the palace." Was this true? Mu Tianxiao was ecstatic. His imperial consort mother was slow-witted and wasn't favored. If he had other helpers in the harem, it would be better than having a lot of helpers. But you just returned from King Jing's residence. Is this feasible? Mu Tianxiao asked tentatively. Your Highness, you know that I have no relationship with King Jing. Chu Yanyu's voice was soft, and there was even a hint of grievance that only lovers would have. When he was in King Jing's residence, he was sallow and emaciated, and his appearance wasn't very good. During these days in the sixth prince's residence, he had already recuperated and returned to being a stunningly beautiful youth. Mu Tianxiao's heart warmed, and he held one of Chu Yanyu's hands. What I mean is, you've been in King Jing's residence, and now you're going to be an imperial consort. Do you feel wronged? If you're not willing, you must tell me. You know that I'm very reluctant. Chu Yanyu gently shook his head and said, right now, I only have one wish left, and that is to help your Highness fulfill your wish. Please fulfill my wish, your Highness. As Chu Yanyu spoke, he actually wanted to kneel down. Mu Tianxiao hurriedly pulled Chu Yanyu back. He didn't doubt Chu Yanyu's feelings for him. Otherwise, how could Chu Yanyu have accepted the arrangement to enter King Jing's residence? If Chu Yanyu could really enter the harem, Mu Tianxiao quickly thought about it. According to Chu Yanyu's appearance, many stunning women couldn't compare to him. He was also one of the best in the emperor's harem. As long as Chu Yanyu was willing to make a move, Mu Tianxiao was still very confident. Mu Tianxiao made up his mind. He supported Chu Yanyu and warmly said, quickly get up. Then I'll have to trouble you in the future. Chu Yanyu nodded. Through the veil, Mu Tianxiao couldn't see the faint smile on his lips, but it was hard to tell what it meant. It's my duty to be able to help your Highness. Chu Yanyu had been waiting for a long time and couldn't ask for anything more. Mu Tianxiao was very resourceful when it came to arranging for Chu Yanyu. He disguised him as his imperial bodyguard and brought him to the imperial palace. As the emperor's palace maid who climbed onto his bed after he got drunk, Madame Zhang naturally had some unique methods. Not long after, during the Double Ninth Festival, the emperor drank a little too much and rested in consort Zhang's Yongfu palace. The next day, there was an additional noble lady surnamed Chu in the palace. This noble lady Chu was actually a man. Chu Yanyu, he became the emperor's male consort. When Wang Shi casually mentioned this matter, Liu was too shocked. Could there be anything more magical than this? In the original novel, the emperor married the princess and gave birth to a bunch of little fish sons. The princess ran off to be with the emperor's father and became the emperor's stepfather. No, a male consort was considered a concubine, so he shouldn't be considered King Jing's stepfather. Liu didn't know how to address him. Isn't he staying in the Fu? How did he run off to the palace? Liu was worried sick for a long time before he thought of this question. Originally, Liu really thought that after they returned, Chu Yanyu would have stayed in King Jing's Fu for a year. King Jing's anger would definitely have subsided and he could ask King Jing to let Chu Yanyu go. But he didn't expect that Chu Yanyu would actually become a consort. How did this happen? Wang Shi glanced at King Jing's expression and said, when His Highness and the princess left the imperial city, many people were released from the Fu. So that's why. It was King Jing who let them out in advance. Young Master Chu didn't sneak away. Liu understood. Chu Yanyu didn't have much influence in King Jing's Fu. After he was released, he would definitely go to find his dream lover, the sixth prince. So why did he enter the palace again? Wang Shi said vaguely, when His Majesty got drunk at the banquet, the sixth prince happened to bring the imperial bodyguards to Consort Zhang's palace. This old servant heard that noble Lady Chu was conferred the title at Yongfu Palace. Wang Shi said it vaguely, but Liu already understood. Wasn't this the sixth prince himself giving Chu Yanyu to the emperor? After more than a year, Mu Tianxiao was still the same scum. Would Chu Yanyu be happy? Oh, he should be happy. After all, Chu Yanyu's brain was wired differently from ordinary people. When he first entered King Jing's fu, it was also for the sake of the sixth prince. Perhaps to Chu Yanyu, there wasn't much difference between being the King Jing and being the emperor, right? Li Yu's imagination ran wild. He found that the babies were all listening, especially Si Bao, whose eyes were flickering. Li Yu knew that they could understand, so he hurriedly covered their ears. Grandfather seemed a bit out of line when he was drunk and pampered others. He couldn't teach the children bad things. At the same time, Li Yu was also a bit worried about King Jing. He wasn't afraid that King Jing would have feelings for Chu Yanyu, that was absolutely impossible, but he was afraid that it would affect King Jing's view of the emperor. In the hearts of King Jing and most people, the emperor was deeply in love with Empress Xiaowei. Would King Jing feel that the emperor let down the late empress? With this thought, Li Yu couldn't care less about covering the children's ears. He held King Jing's hand and said, "Tianqi, don't be sad." King Jing, the emperor had 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. How could King Jing care? He also didn't want to interfere with the emperor's choice. Seeing that Li Yu wanted to comfort him, King Jing cooperated and pulled down the corners of his lips a little. However, his eyes were full of affection. Li Yu held his arm and whispered in a negotiating tone, "Don't take it to heart. Why don't we go to the Mermaid Palace tonight?" Li Yu wanted to improve His Highness's life so that he wouldn't be in a bad mood. King Jing curled his lips and nodded smoothly, "Okay." After the Double Ninth Festival, the western border was a bit cold. He could heat up the house and prepare a big bucket. If he wasn't wrong, perhaps their family was about to set off. In the Palace of Heavenly Purity, in the Emperor's quarters. For the Emperor, it was really shameful for him to be drunk and in the palace of a concubine at this age. Moreover, the other party was a man and was a prince's imperial bodyguard. The Emperor had to admit it and had to take him in. The Emperor was very ashamed. He had felt this kind of vexed feeling when he was drunk and had sex with Madame Zhang, who was still a palace maid in Changchun Palace. Now, he felt it again. In order to not feel so vexed, the Emperor thought of King Jing. The Emperor thought for a few hours about ordering King Jing to leave the imperial city. However, he made the following decision very quickly because this decision had been in his mind for a while. The Emperor's imperial edict to summon King Jing back to the imperial city arrived. The baby fish were already 6 months old. Other than drinking milk, they could also eat some rice paste. The peach blossom cake that the baby fish had been longing for could also be made into paste. However, in ancient times, the royal family was not in a hurry to wean their children off milk. Instead, they could take as long as they wanted. The wet nurse thought that this was the case in King Jing's residence as well. Li Yu knew that in modern times, babies could be weaned off milk after 6 months. However, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Everyone said that milk was very nutritious and it was fine to drink it for a while. Who knew that Bao, who had just turned 6 months old, refused to drink any more milk and only wanted to eat paste? Under Bao's lead, Bao, San Bao, and Si Bao followed suit and refused to drink milk. All of them stretched their necks and made a fuss about eating paste. They did not even look at the wet nurse. If the wet nurse picked them up and forced them to feed them, even the 4th young master, who always had a good temper and liked to laugh, would throw a tantrum. He would turn his little body around and face the wet nurse with his buttocks. The wet nurse felt lonely for the first time. She even doubted herself. Was it because the young masters did not like to eat her milk? Li Yu naturally knew what was going on. The baby fish were not ordinary babies. They had their own ideas. However, Li Yu could not say it out loud. He could only persuade the wet nurse. For a family like King Jing's residence, hiring a wet nurse for the children meant that they would have to take care of the wet nurse for the rest of their lives. The wet nurse did not have to worry about the future. Since they did not need her to feed them, Li Yu asked her to help take care of the children. The wet nurse readily agreed. The young masters looked very smart. Perhaps they were different from ordinary children. King Jing was also a little worried about the children's health. Liu repeatedly assured him that 6 months of weaning would not be a problem. Of course, King Jing believed in Xiaoyu. The matter of weaning the children was quickly covered up. As soon as the emperor's imperial edict arrived, King Jing ordered people to start packing. Since he had expected this day to come, King Jing had already sorted out most of the official affairs at the western border. He officially conferred an official position to the town's mayor and handed over the official duties. The bandits had been quelled, and the western border was now peaceful. The emperor had sent the imperial bodyguards to protect King Jing, but King Jing still asked them to stay in the western border for a period of time to assist the mayor. In addition, King Jing had also trained a group of local youth troops, which he also handed over to the mayor. His official duties were progressing smoothly, and there were no problems. All that was left was to pack his luggage. Before they came to the western border, King Jing was still a bachelor with his boyfriend, young Master Li. This time, King Jing's husband and the 4 young masters were with him. Not only had the population changed, but their luggage had also increased by several times. Just the children's clothes, toys, and diapers were enough to fill a few carriages. They also had to bring along the wet nurse, other caretakers, and several doctors who had followed them to the western border. Although the teachers that King Jing had found in the imperial city for the children were no longer needed, they were still responsible for bringing them back. Liu married King Jing in the town of Fallen Maple, so he had some fish children. The prince's mansion in the town of Fallen Maple had a special meaning to him. It was more like another home. Liu was very reluctant to leave this home. He looked around and touched everything that he saw, wanting to take it with him. Fish tanks, crystal bottles, and all the fish pillows were a must. He also wanted to take the 2 ducks that he had raised in the courtyard. These 2 ducks were the 2 furry ducks that Liu had first brought back from the duck farm. They were already big and fat ducks. Liu said that the ducks would become ugly when they grew up, but he liked them very much. The 4 children, who had watched the ducks grow up and become ugly, also liked them. Liu, who liked to eat roast ducks, had never even thought of making these 2 ducks into roast ducks. Wangxi followed Liu and recorded everything that he wanted to take with him. Seeing this, he smiled and advised, "Princess, please reconsider. I'm afraid it's not easy to take these 2 ducks with you on the road." "Really?" Liu was a little reluctant. "If they stay, there will be no one to take care of them." Wangxi said, "This old servant has already bought this mansion with the mayor. We won't let anyone else live in it. There will be a group of servants staying here, and they can feed them on time." But, Liu understood Wangxi's meaning. He also knew that this was a normal practice. But if the ducks stayed, they would definitely not be able to see them in the future. King Jing was destined to be the emperor. He also knew that this year in the western border was to pave the way for King Jing's future. On this trip back to the imperial city, King Jing would definitely make a name for himself. He and King Jing would never be able to set foot on this piece of land in the western border again. "Eunuch Wang, are we really not allowed to take them? Don't we also need to take fish? The ducks don't take up much space, and they can walk on their own. As long as we bring enough food, it should be fine, right?" Liu felt that there was still a small space in the carriage to put the ducks. Wangxi, Eunuch Wang thought to himself, how could taking fish and taking ducks be the same? It was too crazy to drive 2 ducks from the western border to the imperial city. Wangxi's lips twitched. "I'm afraid they can't stand the bumpy journey." Liu still wanted to fight for the ducks. King Jing, who had seen him in a dilemma from afar, walked over and held Liu's hand. He glanced at Wangxi with slight condemnation. Wangxi felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately corrected himself. "Yes, we should be able to take them. I'll make the arrangements now. I'll take the 2 ducks with me." King Jing nodded in satisfaction. He didn't necessarily blame Wangxi. Wangxi's way of thinking was human nature. But he knew that this family was different in Xiaoyu's heart. When they left the imperial city, Xiaoyu didn't have any objections. Because at that time, their status hadn't been confirmed. King Jing's residence in the imperial city was more like a simple residence for Xiaoyu. Now, this was the place where they got married and had children. Xiaoyu was the other owner of this family. Naturally, she could make the decision on what to take and what not to take. Just do as the princess consort says. Prince Jing signaled with his eyes. Wang Shi nodded repeatedly. He secretly lamented that he was muddle-headed. How could he persuade young Master Li to change his mind? Young Master Li was already the princess, so he was his master. Whatever his master wanted to do, he should fully support him. Wang Shi said respectfully, "Please give me a chance, princess. I'll definitely get it done." Li Yu didn't understand what King Jing was hinting to Wang Shi. But for the first time, Wang Shi agreed to take the ducks. Li Yu was overjoyed. "Then I'll leave it to you, eunuch Wang," Li Yu said. Wang Shi hurriedly said, "You're welcome." He rushed out to prepare. He first found a duck cage of the right size. Then, he asked the servants if there was anyone who knew how to raise ducks. Because the ducks couldn't be cooped up in the carriage for too long, they had to prepare another handcart and place the duck cage on it. It seemed that it wasn't that they couldn't take the ducks. It just depended on how they took them. After that, if Li Yu wanted to take anything, Wang Shi just nodded and did it. On the day of departure, Li Yu held the baby and looked at the vast number of carriages behind them. He felt a little ashamed. He seemed to have emptied the entire residence. It was okay. King Jing smiled and squeezed his hand. He even gave him a note. Another note? Well, Princess Xu was used to it. She took it and asked King Jing for instructions. This time, King Jing wanted to say, "Xiaoyu's dowry." Li Yu's face turned red. "Dowry your head." When they came, Li Yu's carriage was very spacious. King Jing had widened the carriage a lot this time. Originally, he had arranged for Wang Shi and the wet nurse to sit in another carriage with the 4 children. However, Li Yu insisted on keeping the children by his side. He didn't mind them crying. The baby fish also wanted to rely on their father. King Jing smiled and agreed. However, King Jing didn't want Li Yu and the wet nurse to stay in the same carriage for a long time. He simply abandoned the horse and sat in the carriage with Li Yu and the children, helping Li Yu take care of the children. The wet nurse was ignored again. She felt incredulous and whispered to eunuch Wang. Wang Shi sighed and said leisurely, "Why make a fuss? This is why His Highness loves the princess and the 4 young masters. You came late. There will be more of such things in the future." The wet nurse deeply agreed with eunuch Wang's words. The group set off smoothly. However, less than half a li away, Wang Shi suddenly stopped the carriage outside and asked King Jing and Li Yu to look outside the window. King Jing lifted the curtain of the carriage and saw the people of the western border kneeling along the way. The leading mayor explained to King Jing that the people came to see him off when they found out that King Jing was returning to the imperial city. King Jing had eliminated the bandits and cured the plague of locusts, benefiting the people. The way they expressed their gratitude was very simple. They put all the good things they could give in bamboo baskets and gave them to King Jing and the princess consort. Among the crowd, the old woman who had been rescued by King Jing and her little grandson kept kowtowing. There was also the baby that Li Yu ordered the imperial bodyguards to take from the bandits. The baby's parents were later found by the imperial bodyguards. Now, they also came to visit with the baby. Li Yu's eyes were a little wet. He didn't know what to say. He didn't need to say anything. Just like on the day of his wedding, he waved at them. The people all said loudly, "We wish the king and the princess consort a safe and smooth journey." The people of the western border were too enthusiastic. They gave gifts including chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep. They couldn't take all of them away, so King Jing asked Li Yu to deal with them. Li Yu thought about it and ordered Wang Shi to only leave 2 red eggs and a roast duck as souvenirs. He knew that the people didn't have it easy, so he asked them to take the rest. The people sent them off again and again. It was 2 hours later when King Jing and Li Yu officially left town of Maple. Li Yu looked at the people behind him, who had become small black dots. He thought that if there was a chance in the future, he would do more things for this group of lovely people. King Jing and his group didn't panic when they left the imperial city. When they returned to the imperial city, they were also calm and collected. Because of the children, their speed was extra slow. Li Yu even had the mentality of going on a scenic tour. King Jing was still the same. Every time they passed by a town, he would improve the food for him and take him to eat snacks. When they walked in unfamiliar towns, he would always hold his hand tightly, as if he was afraid that he would suddenly fly away. Liu thought about the man who still treated him like a carp spirit but always protected him and took care of the children with him. He found it funny and touched. Who said that men wouldn't cherish marriage after getting married? In any case, King Jing was treating him better and better. The moment they arrived at the imperial city, the trap system, which hadn't released the main storyline for a long time and had almost been forgotten by Liu, finally showed its existence and refreshed the mission. Reminder, the main storyline, sharing the country with the Tyrant, has been activated. Host, please check it in time to get the mission information. Finally, the last main storyline appeared. Liu was excited, but he quickly calmed down. Sharing the country? Was it the sharing the country he thought it was? The previous missions of the trap system were basically related to the cultivation of love. This last mission was a bit too difficult. When it came to King Jing's turn to talk about the country, it would definitely be after he ascended the throne. In other words, if he wanted to do the mission, he would have to wait for King Jing to settle the fight for the throne. In the past, he could complete all kinds of strange missions. Would this mission be the same, sharing the country with the Tyrant? This was different from being lovey-dovey. Most emperors and empresses wouldn't say this. Liu glanced at the man holding his hand from the corner of his eye. He couldn't help but wonder if this person really loved him so much that he was willing to share the country with him. One must know that the country was different from anything else. It was something that many people would give up on: family and love. However, Liu remembered that he had promised to believe in King Jing. Let's try to believe that they will be able to complete this final mission successfully. When they arrived at the imperial city, although they were exhausted, the first thing they had to do was to enter the palace to pay their respects to the emperor. King Jing brought Liu with him. Each of them carried their 2 children. Xianxia quickly ran to the palace of heavenly purity to deliver the letter. Luo Ruisheng received the emperor's order and went out to wait. When he saw King Jing and his family from afar, he immediately came out to greet them. Luo Ruisheng had never seen Liu before, so he bowed politely. When he saw Er Bao and San Bao in Liu's arms, as well as De Bao in King Jing's arms, Steward Luo couldn't help but burst out laughing. They really looked alike, especially the little heir. He looked like he was printed from the same mold as King Jing when he was young. Steward Luo wanted to exchange a few more pleasantries, but the emperor couldn't wait any longer and rushed out of the palace. "Where is King Jing?" the emperor called out loudly as he walked out. Before he could finish speaking, the emperor himself was stunned. King Jing was standing a few feet away. Beside him was a delicate and pretty young man. Both of them were carrying 2 children in their arms. When King Jing saw the emperor, he hurriedly pulled Liu to kneel down and pay his respects. The emperor ordered Steward Luo to help them up. He stared at King Jing for a while and sighed with emotion. "You've become a little tanned and sturdy." The emperor looked at Liu, who was beside King Jing. He felt that this young man's eyes were glowing with vigor, and his red lips and white teeth were very pleasing to the eye. The emperor already had an idea. He smiled and asked, "You're Liu?" King Jing gently squeezed Liu's hand under his sleeve. Liu understood. In fact, he was no stranger to the emperor, so he calmly greeted him, "Imperial Father." The emperor felt comfortable from head to toe, as if he had another son. He looked at the 2 people in front of him. Regardless of appearance or temperament, they were very compatible. They were a good couple. The emperor nodded kindly. De Bao and Si Bao were both carried by King Jing. On the way here, Liu had told them. De Bao knew that the man in the bright yellow clothes was his grandfather. However, De Bao couldn't speak yet. Recently, whenever he opened his mouth, he would drool. De Bao was afraid of embarrassing himself, so he stopped talking. He imitated the adults and clasped his chubby hands together to greet his grandfather. The emperor's gaze fell on De Bao and he was stunned. After a long time, the emperor smiled and said, "Xianxia, this child is really like you. He's a little fatty just like you when you were young." King Jing, who had been searching for the little fatty for a long time, Xianxia, Yi Qinghuan, and the others didn't dare to call King Jing little fatty directly. Only the emperor was fearless. The emperor was right in front of him, so it was inappropriate for King Jing to ask Liu about it in person. The emperor was overjoyed to see Dabao. Liu knew this was the case. She exchanged glances with King Jing and carried Bao and Bao over as well. The emperor was overjoyed to see the other two little fatties. Bao and Bao were not as burdened as Dabao. When they saw their grandfather, they opened their mouths to greet him, but they only drooled. Bao pointed at the dragon on the emperor's clothes and clapped his hands with a smile. He seemed to have seen this before. Bao exclaimed, "Ah! Snake!" His voice was clear and loud. It sounded very healthy. The emperor stroked the little fattie's head in surprise. Bao was not to be outdone. She roared back even louder, "Ah, ah, ah." It was a centipede. The emperor stroked the little fattie's head happily. Dabao sulked alone. Bao and Bao were fools. This was a dragon. Their fish father had told them that the thing on their grandfather's clothes was a dragon. "Stop arguing and listen to me." Dabao opened his mouth and saliva flowed out. Dabao was speechless. Dabao thought that it was embarrassing. He blushed and said softly, "Ah?" Dabao wanted to cover his face when he heard his own voice. What was going on? He used to be the first fish to call him father. Why did he have to call him grandfather now? It was too difficult to be a human. He wished he was still a fish. The emperor was speechless. The emperor heard it too. He teased him, "Dabao, what are you trying to say?" Dabao clenched his little claws and continued, "Ah, ah." The emperor thought that he had heard wrongly. Liu smiled and said affirmatively, "Father, he is calling you. Please forgive him, because at home, at the western border, he is always called grandfather." The emperor had never been called grandfather by any of his little grandchildren. They were all legitimate grandfather. Now, King Jing's little heir suddenly called him grandfather. Although he stuttered and was not very accurate, the emperor was so happy that his beard almost stood up. This child was only 10 months old and could already call him grandfather. He would definitely be a smart child in the future. Moreover, he was a little grandson. It was only right for him to call him grandfather. Wasn't this the case for ordinary families? It must be known that the emperor was in a high position, and in his heart, he also yearned for the purest happiness of family. There was a saying in the royal family that one should embrace a grandson but not a son. The emperor had been talking about King Jing for a few months. Now that King Jing had finally returned, the emperor could only say a few words of encouragement, but could not be too affectionate. But the little imperial grandson was different. Separated by a generation, the emperor could carry him however he wanted. Now that he had a grandson, the emperor couldn't be bothered to look at his son. He raised his hand and picked up Dabao. Luo Ruisheng and King Jing hurriedly helped the emperor up. Dabao was well taken care of and had some weight on his body. The emperor used a lot of strength to hold Dabao firmly. After catching his breath, he turned around and smiled at King Jing. "This little fatty is really heavy." King Jing, the emperor held Dabao in his arms. Dabao was obedient and did not cry. His little chubby hands wrapped around the emperor's neck. The grandfather and grandson were very intimate. Liu was afraid that the emperor would be tired, so he wanted to carry Dabao down, but the emperor waved his hand. Although Dabao was indeed a little heavy, the emperor was very proud. Dabao was not afraid of him at all. After all, when the other little imperial grandsons saw him, they were like mice that saw a cat. How could they be as considerate as King Jing's child? Not only did the emperor not allow anyone to carry Dabao away, he even waved at Liu. Liu understood and carried Bao and Bao over. The emperor asked Luo Ruisheng to carry the children one by one onto his lap. "Imperial father, they are too heavy." Liu was a little embarrassed. At this moment, the emperor was very childlike and gently shushed them, "Let them sit for a while. If I carry Dabao and don't carry them, they will be unhappy." King Jing and Liu was speechless. He did not see how the babies were unhappy. The emperor was forcing them to act. "Where is Bao?" The emperor counted the little buttocks in his arms. Indeed, one of them was missing. Bao was sleeping soundly in King Jing's arms. From the western border to the imperial city, Bao was exhausted. This fish cub had a very good habit. Once he fell asleep, he would not be disturbed even by thunder. Even when King Jing met the emperor, he did not wake him up. Under the emperor's constant urging, King Jing also carried this baby over and placed him in the emperor's arms. Si Bao, who was sleeping soundly, was warmly welcomed by his brothers. Er Bao and San Bao danced around and slapped Si Bao awake. Si Bao sat up, rubbed his eyes, and saw the emperor who was hugging him. Who was this? Si Bao ate his hand and thought for a while. His father seemed to have said that he was going to bring them to see his grandfather. Si Bao was sleepy and slept for a while. So, this was his grandfather? Ah! Grandfather. Si Bao was so anxious that he spat out his saliva and even choked on it. The emperor tried to hold back his laughter and almost suffered internal injuries. The moment this child opened his eyes, he could tell that he looked very much like Liu. If there was any doubt in his heart that Liu had given birth to a child, now that he had seen these children, it was all gone. Children resembled their parents. This was an unchanging law. The emperor originally had a lot of things he wanted to say to King Jing, but when the children were brought over, he was so happy that he forgot everything and only cared about playing with the 4 children. Luo Ruweixing secretly reminded him a few times before the emperor remembered that King Jing and his family had come to see him as soon as they returned to the imperial city. King Jing and Liu both looked very tired. The emperor comforted them and asked them to go back and rest. At the same time, he also asked them to leave the children behind. However, looking around the palace, there was no suitable place for such young children to stay. Moreover, the children had followed the adults all the way here, so they must be even more tired. The emperor felt bad about not letting them go, so he smiled and said, "I'll give you 3 days to rest. After 3 days, come into the palace and burn incense for your mother. Let her see the children in heaven, I think she will be very happy." As the emperor spoke, he looked up at King Jing and his family. His throat was choked with emotion. If Empress Xiaolui was still alive, the eldest prince and the 4th prince were still alive, and King Jing, the eldest prince and the 4th prince must have had children by now. How good would that be? Go quickly. The emperor's smile faded a little. King Jing nodded and left with Liu and the children. After leaving the palace, King Jing patted Liu's hand. The emperor's expression didn't look too good. He was afraid that Liu would misunderstand. "I know. I won't misunderstand," Liu said softly. The emperor was obviously sad when Empress Xiaolui was mentioned. "Xianxia, don't be sad." His gentle and dry hand held King Jing's palm. King Jing gazed at Liu. His heart seemed to be filled with a trickle of warmth. Xiaoyu often advised him not to be sad. In fact, he was already used to it. How could he be sad? Every time Xiaoyu comforted him and showed concern for him, King Jing would feel extremely happy. He lowered his head. The children in his arms were all asleep. Si Bao turned over and smeared his saliva on King Jing's father. It was already very late when they returned to King Jing's residence. Wang Shi had already ordered the servants to tidy up the room and make the bed. The room was still the same as when they left. A new painting of carp painted by King Jing was hung on the wall, indicating that the owner had returned. King Jing had just settled the children and the ducks. In the blink of an eye, Liu had fallen asleep on the bed. He buried his head in the grass-green quilt and breathed steadily. He did not even take off his shoes in time. It was obvious how tired he was. King Jing felt sorry for him. After thinking for a while, he quietly went out and brought a basin of hot water back into the room. He gently removed Liu's shoes and socks and soaked his feet in the water. The journey from the west was not very relaxing, except for the occasional inn. Xiaoyu must be tired. It must be hard for a carp spirit to follow him everywhere. King Jing wiped Liu's feet and gently rubbed the soles of his feet. Liu was so comfortable that he kept moaning. He still had not woken up. King Jing wiped his feet clean, took off his outer robe, and put him under the brocade quilt. Then, King Jing took off his clothes and got under the quilt. Liu had not slept in a good bed for a long time. He did not know how long he had slept. He could now maintain his human form for 24 hours. For convenience, he usually changed his form in the early hours of the morning. He could last until the early hours of the next day. It would only take a short moment for him to return to his fish form. He only needed to continue his human form. Although it was still a little troublesome, he was usually with King Jing in the early hours of the morning. With King Jing's cover, there would not be any mistakes. As for other times, there was no need to worry about him suddenly being exposed. When Liu woke up, he subconsciously touched his body. He had hands and feet and did not turn back into a fish. Therefore, he deduced that a day had not passed yet. King Jing was lying next to him with his eyes closed. He seemed to be asleep and did not move at all. Liu turned over and kicked the quilt away. Before he fell asleep, he felt that the pain in his feet was unbearable. Now, it was completely gone. Not only that, it would not be a problem for him to go to the palace a few more times. Could sleeping cure the pain in his feet? Liu looked at his feet and keenly discovered that his shoes and socks had been removed. He then glanced at the copper basin on the ground and naturally discovered that the pain in his feet was not because he had slept, but because someone had soaked his feet for him. Who else could do such an extreme thing other than King Jing? Liu was still lying down, his face pressed against the other person's thick back. He sniffed the other person's familiar scent and asked tentatively, "Heaven Lake?" He had only just called out when King Jing turned around and stared at him with eyes as deep as a black pool. Liu touched his chest. "You scared me. You haven't slept yet?" King Jing nodded. "Why not sleep?" "It was all because of this fish. It was about the little fatty." King Jing had heard from Zen Master Kong that Liu had once saved him when he fell into the water when he was young. King Jing himself had a high fever after that and could not remember much, but King Jing firmly believed it. Xiaoyu had come because of him. Although Xiaoyu had never mentioned it or admitted it, he had finally found the evidence. Because the little fatty was accidentally revealed by Xiaoyu when she was sleep-talking, King Jing had searched for him bitterly and was even jealous, but he could not find him. Now that he learned from the emperor that he was also called the little fatty when he was young, King Jing was suddenly enlightened. No wonder he could not find the little fatty. It turned out that the little fatty was himself. However, it was normal for the emperor, Wang Shi, and Yi Qinghuan to know about the little fatty. How did Xiaoyu know? It must be because she had seen him when he was young. Xiaoyu was the one who had saved his life. Knowing that the love rival that he had been searching for so long was the little fatty himself, King Jing was extremely happy. If he had a tail, His Highness would have wagged it. It was just that Xiaoyu did not know that he had been looking for the little fatty, so he could not show off this joy that came from the bottom of his heart. Xiaoyu had once asked him to promise that he would not ask about his origin. Since he refused to admit that he had saved him, he must have his own difficulties. Then he would not let Xiaoyu know that the little fatty already knew everything. Tianqi Liu's eyes sparkled. Her eyes were wet as she called out in a soft voice. King Jing turned over and kissed him on the lips, interlocking their fingers. The next day after King Jing and Liu returned home, Yi Qinghuan received the news and personally came to tell them the good news. Princess Jinjue gave birth to a daughter 2 months ago. Yi Qinghuan was so happy that he went crazy. Because King Jing and the others were on the road, they didn't know about the news until now. Yi Qinghuan, who had a daughter, was like a little bee, buzzing non-stop. "She's really small. Her face is not even as big as my palm, but she's so cute. I've never seen such a cute girl." King Jing disliked him for being noisy, but it was Yi Qinghuan's first time being a father, and he even had a precious daughter. If he was dragged out, he would still show off. In fact, King Jing himself wasn't to be outdone. He hatched the fish eggs himself, and on the day the little fish hatched, he smiled for the whole day. He wasn't as calm as Yi Qinghuan. Liu, who knew the truth, laughed loudly. It seemed like there was no winner between King Jing and Yi Qinghuan. It was just a daughter. Liu had only dealt with the fish's sons. When he thought of the cute, and well-behaved little girl, he actually yearned for it. He couldn't help but touch his flat stomach. It had been a year since he gave birth to the fish eggs. Because he was a fish, his body was almost unaffected. Later, he had done it with King Jing countless times. Although the imprint effect was gone, the system said that he could conceive normally, which meant that he could continue to give birth. However, it had been a year since he gave birth. The probability was too low. After seeing the cuteness of the fish babies, Liu was eager to have a second child, even though it was a little difficult. King Jing worked very hard last night. Because he had been on the road for a long time, he didn't have much to eat. He accumulated a lot in such a short time. Would he get pregnant? But he was a system fish. If he got pregnant, the system should have notified him. Like last time, the system would choose between a human or a fish. He didn't hear any notification last night. It seemed that the revolution wasn't successful. Comrade King Jing still needed to work hard. Liu glanced at old Attack's waist with a burning gaze. Yi Qinghuan was still blabbering on and on. King Jing couldn't take it anymore and ordered Wang Shi to take him out with 2 thick red packets. Yi Qinghuan held the red packet in his hand and suddenly understood. Could it be, Tianqi, are you jealous that I have such a cute daughter? King Jing, there was no jealousy. Get lost. Yi Qinghuan and the princess's daughter had been conferred the title of Qinghejunju by the emperor on the day she was 1 month old. The emperor had never been stingy towards the younger generation. Because the young Junju was still too young, it was not appropriate for her to visit. Liu ran over to Yi Qinghuan and whispered for a while. They agreed that they would bring the treasures to celebrate the young Junju's 100th day. Yi Qinghuan specifically reminded him, don't forget to bring Xiaoyu along, and that nest of little fishes. The princess has been talking about your fish. Liu. Fine, I'm out of ideas again. Liu hurriedly looked at King Jing for help. On the 100th day, he had to take care of his son, a bunch of fish pillows, and turn into real fish. He would definitely be too busy. It would be best if King Jing could cover for him. King Jing coughed softly and turned his face away, pretending not to see anything. Who asked this carp to be in such a hurry to see the princess and Junju, Liu? Liu's face turned bitter. Everything was fine just now. Why was His Highness angry? As soon as Yi Qinghuan left, eunuch Luo arrived with a string of rewards. It was inconvenient for the emperor to reward King Jing, but he really liked the 4 treasures, so he gave all the rewards to the children. Eunuch Luo read until his throat was almost smoking. Wang Shi considerately served him a cup of tea. Eunuch Luo took a sip and happily continued reading. Liu stood beside King Jing and listened respectfully. He was secretly speechless. Jewelry, cloth, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings were nothing. Among the rewards, there were even bows, arrows, horses, and the 4 books and 5 classics. The emperor had clearly arranged for the treasures for the next 10 years. Most of the rewards were in quadruplicate. The only difference was that the emperor gave Debao was a set of sea bao and a jade rui. The other treasures were 2 bags of gold embroidered with the words safe and auspicious. It was obvious that the emperor was treating Debao differently. King Jing smiled and looked at Wang Shi. Wang Shi hurriedly told Liu on his behalf, Princess Consort, eldest young master is the heir. The rewards should be more generous. Liu nodded. He understood that the status of the legitimate eldest son was unique in ancient times. But would the little fishes fight over this? Liu remembered that when he used to carry Sibao on his head, the other little fishes would also be jealous. Liu usually tried to pay more attention to them. For example, Debao was much smarter than ordinary babies and easily attracted attention. King Jing liked to carry Sibao more. After Liu found out, he would carry Air Bao and Sam Bao more to prevent them from being wronged. But if the rewards were different, how could he let the little fishes understand that Debao was different? If King Jing was only a prince, Debao would inherit the throne in the future. If King Jing ascended the throne, Debao would most likely be the crown prince. One step was different, and every step was different. This was probably what the ordinary princes found the most difficult to reconcile. Because he was the one who gave birth to the little fishes, there was no distinction between the legitimate eldest son and the concubine. In fact, this distinction was very vague. Liu laid the fish eggs in his sleep, so he couldn't tell which baby's eggs came out. King Jing was determined according to the order in which the little fishes hatched. In this sense, Debao might not be the real eldest son. Would the other little fishes be dissatisfied because of this? Liu carefully observed for 2 days. The little fishes ate and slept as usual without any dissatisfaction. Except for the day of the reward, Debao was almost drowned in the saliva of the other little fishes. Liu concluded that the little fishes were still too young. Even if they were different from ordinary children, they had been little fishes for a period of time, so they wouldn't understand such complicated things as power and status. It was better to let them have a happy childhood and worry about the future later. Their father, King Jing, hadn't even ascended the throne, so there was no need to worry about them now. Just as he calmly let go of this matter, another unexpected thing happened. For some reason, the little fishes began to collectively throw tantrums. Liu remembered that the last time they threw tantrums, it was because they were weaned. He was puzzled. Obviously, the conditions were better after moving back to the imperial city, so shouldn't the little fishes be happier? In any case, Liu himself was happier. On this trip back, he heard from eunuch Wan that King Jing had even poached a roast duck chef from Quanzhou in the western border. He was planning to open another roast duck restaurant in the imperial city. Wasn't it all to please him? Liu was very self-aware, so he was waiting for King Jing to take him to eat roast duck. Why did I accidentally think of food? Liu quickly wiped away the saliva that flowed out. He was concerned about the little fishes. The little fishes had just moved back to the prince's mansion and were safe and sound. The first time they threw tantrums was, the next day. Liu and King Jing carried them around the mansion. The prince's mansion was the little fishes' home. What was wrong with them visiting their own home? Liu pondered for a while and found that Sibao was facing the window and calling out, as if he wanted to see something. Liu carried Sibao over. Outside the window was a corner of the huge fish pond that King Jing had built for him. The pond was filled with clear water. I want to swim. Sibao raised his chubby little hand and pointed at the pond, looking back at his father with tears in his eyes. Liu, Sibao expressed his wish first, and the other babies also pointed at the pond and called out to their father. Dabao, who was the most sensible, called out the loudest. So that's why. Liu finally understood why the little fishes were unhappy. There was such a huge fish pond in the prince's mansion, but the little fishes could only look at it and not swim. Of course, they were unhappy. It just so happened that King Jing had something to do and was not in the mansion for the time being. Liu thought of a solution and asked Wang Shi to bring a big bathtub over. There was a lot of water in the bathtub that was at a suitable temperature. He took off the clothes of the little fishes, wrapped a small towel around their lower bodies, and hung a small piece of wood on their bodies. He then asked them to hold the wood and swim in the water. When the 4 little fishes entered the water, they couldn't swim even if they wanted to. When they realized that there was no tail behind their little buttocks, they were very sad and all of them cried loudly. Liu didn't expect that they would cry after entering the water, so he quickly followed them and stayed with the little fishes. The little fishes huddled closely around their father. It was only when they were still little fishes that they felt a little more comfortable. Liu stayed in the bathtub for a while. He remembered that at a time like this, how could there be no bubbles? Liu took a dry towel and hastily wrapped it around the necessary area. He had already cleared out all the servants in this room, leaving only him and the little fishes. It shouldn't be a problem if they didn't run around naked, right? Liu pattered out of the bathtub and took out a lot of bathtub beans. These bathtub beans were the ancient version of soap. Liu ground the bathtub beans and dissolved them in a bamboo tube. He then used an iron wire to make a bend of the right size. After he was ready, Liu pattered back and dipped the iron wire into the bamboo tube. He then puffed up his cheeks and blew in the direction of the bathtub. His efforts were not in vain. He actually blew out a huge rainbow-colored bubble. Dabao, air bao, san bao, and sea bao. The father of the fishes blew bubbles. The little fishes in the bathtub instantly forgot about their troubles of not having a tail and scrambled to chase after the bubbles. King Jing had originally gone out to handle some matters. When he returned halfway, he found that the door to Xiaoyu's room was tightly shut. The servants had all gone elsewhere. King Jing curiously opened the door and took a look. He saw a carp wrapped in a towel running back and forth. Its slender legs were dazzling. King Jing, it turned out that Xiaoyu was taking the little fishes in the bathtub. King Jing recalled that he used to play with Xiaoyu in the bathtub. How could he miss out on something like this? King Jing smiled and got into the bathtub as well. They rested in the residence without any worries for 3 days. When the day came that the emperor ordered them to enter the palace again, Chief Steward Luo sent someone to King Jing's residence early in the morning to urge them. Liu changed the little fishes into bright red robes and tied a scarf around their mouths. The color of the scarf was the original color of the little fishes, and there was a circle of exquisite fish patterns on the corners. He and King Jing changed into the rank of the king and princess consort. The first time they met the emperor, they did not pay much attention to it because they had just returned. This time, it was much more formal. On the surface, King Jing's robes had dragon patterns, while Liu's robes had phoenix patterns. However, on the sleeves, collars, and other inconspicuous areas, there was a hidden fish pattern embroidered on them. The patterns were complementary. Some time after the wedding, Liu felt that King Jing's ability to show off his love had improved. Although the main purpose of this trip was to visit Empress Xiaowei at the Changchun Palace, they still had to meet the emperor first. However, before they could enter the main hall of the Palace of Heavenly Purity, Chief Steward Luo came out to greet them and told them in a low voice that there was someone inside waiting to see the emperor. Chief Steward Luo stretched out his thumb and index finger and made a gesture of 6. He sighed and said, His Majesty also did not expect this. He usually enters the palace at noon. This time, he came early in the morning and even brought the princess consort. I'm afraid that he was waiting for your highness. Chief Steward Luo meant to remind King Jing. Liu was grateful and cupped his hands in greeting. This Chief Steward Luo often spoke up for King Jing. Since it was inconvenient for King Jing, he thanked him on behalf of King Jing. What was the famous saying again? The husband and the wife are one. Luo Ruisheng hurriedly said that he could not do so. Liu quickly finished his greeting, and King Jing smiled and rubbed his head. No one cared about the 6th prince. Liu and King Jing still carried the children into the hall. Mu Tianxiao just happened to be talking to the emperor, and his voice was full of joy. As soon as the son learned of this great news, I came to tell Imperial Father. Mu Tianxiao said with a smile. Liu only had time to listen and did not know what the 6th prince was happy about. However, after the emperor finished listening, his reaction was not as enthusiastic as the 6th prince expected. He only frowned and looked inquiringly at the 6th princess consort beside the 6th prince. The 6th princess consort nodded embarrassedly. The emperor hurriedly ordered Chief Steward Luo to give the 6th princess consort a seat to rest. However, the 6th prince did not have a seat. Mu Tianxiao stood alone and was somewhat embarrassed. Imperial Father. Liu called out from behind. Debao already recognized his grandfather. He opened his arms and giggled from afar, and a string of golden beans fell from his mouth. Yaya! Debao called out happily. The emperor skillfully exclaimed and happily said, I haven't seen you for 3 days, but I feel that Debao seems to be calling out more clearly. Liu, Debao is not, Your Majesty, don't think too much. The emperor still held Debao on his lap. Mu Tianxiao opened his eyes wide in disbelief. When had the emperor ever been so affectionate with other imperial grandsons? Debao took out a writing brush from his small gown. This was something that Debao insisted on taking with him when he left. It was a reward from the emperor a few days ago. Debao is really smart. Do you want to learn how to write? Grandpa will teach you how to hold a brush? The emperor said with a smile as he held Debao's little chubby hand. Liu could not bear to look at it. Debao had to put his 2 paws together to hold the brush, and the brush was almost as tall as him. What could he write? However, the emperor felt that he could write, and he even gave Debao pointers with interest. However, Debao had a serious face and listened very seriously. When Debao randomly scribbled the word rice, the emperor laughed from ear to ear. Liu felt that the emperor had been bewitched by Debao. As for the other babies, although it was inconvenient for the emperor to hold them together, he still held Bao and Sanbao's little paws. His face was covered in Sibao's saliva. The emperor laughed heartily. The 6th prince's malicious eyes stared at Debao in the emperor's arms. He couldn't help but say, Imperial Father, Suyun, the emperor teased Debao while indifferently saying without raising his head, if you are pregnant, then take care of yourself. You don't need to personally come and tell me. I will send an imperial physician to check your pulse every day. At this time, the emperor was too lazy to hide his dissatisfaction with the 6th prince. The sixth prince's wife's pregnancy was a joyous occasion. He was very happy when he first learned about it. However, the sixth prince was too deliberate. He actually dragged the sixth prince's wife to come and tell the good news. How could he make a pregnant woman who was less than a month pregnant kneel and kowtow and tell everyone the good news? The sixth prince's actions, to put it nicely, were because he was a new father and was not sensible. To put it bluntly, he was using the child to fight for the emperor's favor. He didn't care about the little life in the sixth prince's wife's belly at all. Combined with the sixth prince's timing, how could the emperor not understand the sixth prince's intentions? Debao was the smartest. So what if it hurt a little more? Mu Tianxiao sensed the emperor's indifference and resentfully excused himself, pulling the sixth imperial concubine out of the hall. The sixth imperial concubine, Liang Suyun, still wanted to see more of King Jing's children. The elderly had a saying that if she saw more boys after being pregnant, then it was very likely that she would be pregnant with a boy. Xianxia knew that her husband was a prince and must be very eager for her to have a boy in one fell swoop. Xianxia wasn't very willing to leave, but Mu Tianxiao pulled her with great strength, and Xianxia was almost dragged out. In the Palace of Heavenly Purity, Xianxia couldn't directly refute the sixth imperial concubine. After leaving the hall, she forcefully rubbed her wrists and softly complained. Before Xianxia was married, she was very doted on by her parents and had never suffered such grievances. After marrying the sixth imperial concubine, Mu Tianxiao treated her in every possible way. Usually, he didn't even give her any face. Why was he so rough with her when she was pregnant? Mu Tianxia's expression was heavy, and it was unknown what he was thinking. After Xianxia complained, he came to his senses and returned to his usual gentle and considerate appearance. He apologized, "I'm sorry, I was too happy and forgot that your body wasn't well." Mu Tianxiao was very good at concealing his emotions and lying. For a moment, Xianxia thought that she had seen wrongly. Xianxia still wanted to live a good life with him, so she smiled and said, "I'm fine, you don't have to be so nervous. Just now, I was thinking that if I could give birth to a child like King Jing's heir, it wouldn't be bad." Mu Tianxiao also thought of the boy in the emperor's arms, and the corners of his lips curled into a strange smile. "It's very good." After learning that Xianxia was pregnant, Mu Tianxiao was very happy. This meant that he would soon have King Jing's child. This child was like a timely rain. He was originally worried about how to win back the emperor's attention without leaving a trace. He heard that King Jing's family had just returned to the imperial city, and the emperor had rewarded the child of King Jing's family with many things. Mu Tianxiao thought that the emperor was old and would naturally favor his grandchildren more. If he informed the emperor of Liangxi's pregnancy as soon as possible, the emperor would certainly not only have eyes for the child of King Jing's family. He was looking forward to it, but the emperor was very cold to him and his future children. What made him even more unbearable was that the emperor was overly enthusiastic toward King Jing's eldest son. He was just a little thing, but the emperor actually carried him on his lap. Mu Tianxiao secretly hated it. He always knew that the emperor didn't like him because his mother, Lady Zhang, was Empress Xiaohui's maidservant. For as long as he could remember, the emperor hadn't summoned his mother for a long time. His mother had always been of the lowest rank. It wasn't until he reached adulthood that his mother was promoted to the position of concubine. It was only then that the emperor would occasionally visit Yongfu Palace to give him some face. Previously, he thought that although the emperor didn't like him, he would at least like his children. Even Marquis Ping and Marquis and children were brought into the palace to take a look at during festivals. King Jing's eldest son was carried on the emperor's lap as soon as he arrived, so why was the emperor so cold to his children? This meant that in the emperor's heart, he was still inferior to King Jing, and even inferior to the former second prince and third prince. Even if he brought the imperial concubine and personally came to report the good news, it was useless. The emperor didn't mention anything about giving him a new assignment. He couldn't really be accompanying Madame Liang to raise the fetus, right? Mu Tianxiao hated the emperor once again. Having said that, although this trip was different from what he expected, it wasn't completely fruitless. The reason why he was anxious to bring Madame Liang into the palace was because he heard that King Jing's family was going to enter the palace today. Mu Tianxiao also wanted to take the opportunity to see King Jing's children with his own eyes. The trusted aide he sent to the western border didn't reply for a long time, so Mu Tianxiao gave up waiting. He felt that this trusted aide was definitely gone. It was very likely that the other party had found out something and had been silenced by King Jing. However, Mu Tianxiao was unable to find out the specific reason. He didn't have any helpers left, so he could only try his best to seize every opportunity to see and verify with his own eyes. Fortunately, he entered the palace. Although his children weren't favored, he discovered a secret of King Jing's. King Jing's sons didn't look like King Jing. The emperor and Luo Ruisheng both said that they looked very similar to King Jing. Could it be that Mu Tianxiao's eyes were blind? These were simply polite words. Because he was a few years younger than King Jing, Mu Tianxiao didn't know what King Jing looked like when he was a child. The more he thought about it, and the more he felt that his theory was very reasonable. Regardless of whether the children were really born from the male princess consort or not, even the imperial physician said that King Jing's children were very likely to have the same mute disease as King Jing. However, the truth he saw was that all 4 children were normal. None of them were mute, and they didn't look like King Jing at all. This was very problematic. Not to mention that the imperial physician sent by the emperor would definitely verify the children's identities. The western border was King Jing's territory. Wouldn't he be able to get whatever results he wanted? That's right, it must be so. King Jing also knew that his mute disease was a disadvantage for him. However, if he had healthy children, his mute disease wouldn't be so important. King Jing wanted to fight for the position of crown prince, so it was very likely that he would take the risk out of desperation and disguise his non-biological children as his biological children. As for the male princess consort's children, Mu Tianxiao was inclined to think that this was a strategy to attract attention. Or perhaps, he had a bold idea. Among the 4 children, there was indeed one who looked very much like the male princess consort. Could it be that the child was actually a healthy child born from the male princess consort and another woman, and King Jing forcibly put the child under his name? If this was really the case, King Jing was really bold. Mu Tianxiao deeply felt that he had discovered King Jing's weakness. His next step should be to use this point to make a good plan and ruthlessly attack King Jing. The emperor was too biased. However, what would happen if he found out that this biased grandson wasn't really King Jing's child? He couldn't wait to see the emperor's reaction. If the royal bloodline was mixed up, even if he was Empress Xiaoyi's son, he would probably never be able to make a comeback. However, what if he made a mistake? Would he get himself into trouble? No, as long as he promised to make them not, it would be fine. Thinking of this, Mu Tianxiao felt that the humiliation he had suffered just now was nothing. He was really in a good mood. He smiled and said, I also think that the little heir is very interesting. If there is a chance in the future, it will be good to see him again. Liang Suyun didn't understand, but she felt that the 6th prince liked children very much. Only Yu sighed. After meeting the emperor and waiting for the emperor to hug Debao enough, he took the children to Changchun Palace. When he was in his fish form, he had been to Changchun Palace once. However, when he was in his human form, it was his first time as a princess consort. Li Yu was very cautious. He was afraid that he would reveal his familiarity with Changchun Palace and arouse suspicion. After all, this was the palace. Don't worry. King Jing gently patted the back of his hand, telling him not to be too nervous. Since entering the palace, he had been leading him and hadn't left even half a step. Li Yu followed King Jing with peace of mind. Changchun Palace had already been informed that they were coming. Although the memorial cloth for the late empress was still there, the main hall had been cleaned in advance and candles were lit. King Jing still had 3 incense sticks burning. The family of 6 bowed and prayed in front of Empress Xiaoyi's memorial tablet. This scene reminded Li Yu of the secret of Changchun Palace that he had seen in the system regarding King Jing's infancy. He had never understood this secret. Later on, when he had the fish children, he was engrossed in raising them and didn't think much about it. Why don't they find an opportunity to walk around Changchun Palace? Who knows, they might be able to find that palace room and find some clues. He felt that this was a good idea. Wang Shi found 2 chairs for him and King Jing. Li Yu and King Jing had just sat down when Sibao suddenly opened his small eyes wide and pointed to a place. Ah, he cried out. Li Yu looked in the direction of his chubby finger. It turned out that there was a small box placed on top of the 8 treasures. There was something on top of the box that looked like a golden pouch. Liu felt a little strange. Why didn't he see it the last time he came? However, Changchun Palace had also been cleaned and tidied up. Perhaps it was originally placed somewhere else, but this time it was cleaned up by the palace servants. King Jing signaled with his eyes. Wang Shi obeyed and went over to check it out. After a while, he came back with an old cloth tiger. Ah! A tiger. This cloth tiger attracted the attention of all the treasures. The treasures all cried out. They had many toys, and a cloth tiger was indispensable. The treasures all wanted the cloth tiger, but Wang Shi didn't dare to give it to them directly. He first tested it with a silver needle, then brushed off some dust on it. He wiped it with a cloth several times before handing it over to King Jing. Only after King Jing approved it could he give it to the young masters. King Jing took the cloth tiger and glanced at it. There was a nostalgic look on his face. Liu remembered seeing a cloth tiger sewn by a woman. He also saw a cloth tiger in Empress Xiaohui's room in Duke Qing'an's mansion. Now, there was another one. Where did this cloth tiger come from? Xianxia, do you have any impression of this? Liu asked. King Jing nodded and led Liu to look at the stitches at the end of the cloth tiger. It turned out that it had been sewn back together after it had been torn. This is... Liu couldn't help laughing. Could it be that you played with it when you were a child? Empress Xiaohui liked to make cloth tigers for her son. King Jing must have one too. He guessed right. King Jing nodded again. Liu thought of the secret again and asked tentatively, then, do you have any impression of a 30-year-old wet nurse when you were a child? King Jing shook his head slowly. It wasn't the first time Liu had asked this question. He didn't have much hope. In the secret scene, King Jing was still an infant. He looked even younger than Dabao and the others. How could he remember? Similarly, Wang Shi didn't know either. Liu had asked around and found out that Wang Shi came to King Jing's side after Empress Xiaohui passed away. Eunuch Wang knew a wet nurse who had once nursed King Jing, but this wet nurse was very tall and strong. She didn't look like what he remembered. However, considering that a prince could have more than one wet nurse, Liu deduced that the wet nurse he saw in his memory should be one of them. Unfortunately, neither Wang Shi nor the other wet nurse knew. He couldn't possibly ask Steward Luo, right? Liu thought about it and decided that this was the only person he could ask. But would Steward Luo help him? King Jing looked at the cloth tiger and pinched it. When he felt that there was nothing wrong with it, he put it into Sibao's hands. Sibao held the cloth tiger that King Jing's father gave him and shouted happily. However, the other 3 babies soon looked at it. Dabao, Erbao, and Sanbao, ah. Sibao refused. This was a toy given to Sibao by King Jing's father. It belonged to Sibao's fish. Sibao clamped the cloth tiger under his arm. He could roll and sit now, but he couldn't walk yet. He immediately hugged the cloth tiger and rolled on the ground, intending to slip away. Dabao, Erbao, and Sanbao hurriedly used their round bodies to block Sibao. When Sibao stopped rolling, Erbao grabbed the cloth tiger's tail. Dabao and Sanbao each grabbed one of the tiger's legs. Sibao grabbed the tiger's head and refused to let go. After a short stalemate, a tearing sound was heard. The cloth tiger was quite old and had broken once. It was easily torn apart by the children. Dabao, Erbao, and Sanbao were dumbfounded. They hurriedly let go of the broken cloth tiger. Sibao grabbed the broken tiger and pouted. He wanted to cry. Liu was about to die from laughter. He hurriedly walked forward and hugged Sibao. Sibao buried his head in his father's arms and sobbed sadly. Liu gently stroked his back and comforted him softly. He then looked at the cloth tiger in Sibao's hands. The tiger was indeed in a terrible state. Liu stole a glance at King Jing. King Jing was also smiling. He wasn't angry. Liu asked for the cloth tiger and pretended to look at it. He said softly, Sibao, don't cry. It looks the same when you sew it. Sibao blinked his teary eyes. Liu showed him what a sew was and opened the cloth tiger. Suddenly, he saw the words Pu Lu embroidered on the cloth tiger's lining. Liu's heart skipped a beat. Why were there words embroidered on it? This cloth tiger was King Jing's toy when he was young. Therefore, it couldn't be a love token. It looked more like a label on modern clothes. Could it be that the label was the name of the person who made the cloth tiger? As Liu was thinking about it, Sibao became anxious. He couldn't help but tug at his sleeve. Liu came back to his senses and continued to comfort Sibao. After 15 minutes, Sibao lay in his father's arms and fell asleep with tears on his eyelashes. Liu had finally coaxed him. Next, he had to strike while the iron was hot and teach the troublemakers a lesson. Dabao knew that he was in the wrong. He sat up straight and cupped his hands in front of Liu like an adult. Erbao and Sambao looked at each other and took off each other's underwear to show their little butts so that their father could hit them. Liu patted Dabao's head and did not hit Erbao and Sambao's buttocks. Liu placed the 3 little hands together and taught them, "You are brothers. You must help each other and not have internal strife. If your brother has something good, you should be happy for him and not snatch it." Because, Liu was stunned. He realized what he was saying and glanced at King Jing uneasily. Could he teach the children this way? After all, they were the children of the royal family, but they were his children. If he did not teach them, who would? King Jing nodded slightly at Liu, indicating for Liu to continue. Liu was encouraged. He smiled and finished his sentence. Because what is yours will be yours in the end. If it is not yours, you can't hold on to it even if you snatch it. Dabao looked at the cloth tiger thoughtfully. Erbao and Sambao were not in a hurry to push the blame to each other. They looked at each other mischievously and propped their buttocks in front of their father, willing to be hit by him. They helped each other put on the cloth the way Liu asked them to. Dabao understood. He took his favorite brush that his grandfather had given him and placed it beside the sleeping Sibao. He imitated his father and patted Sibao's head. Erbao and Sambao sat together and tried to piece the broken cloth tiger back together. However, the cloth tiger was almost completely torn apart. It was impossible to piece it back together. Erbao and Sambao also realized this and lowered their heads dejectedly. Wangxi received King Jing's signal and brought a few toys over. He would usually bring some toys with him. Erbao's favorite cloth duck and Sambao's favorite rattledrum were among them. Erbao and Sambao imitated Dabao and placed the cloth duck and rattledrum in front of Sibao. Sibao woke up and his eyes lit up. His brother sat around him and placed many things for him. When they saw that he was awake, they all came over to kiss him. Sibao, who loved kissing, immediately forgot about the cloth tiger and started playing with his brothers. Liu had successfully resolved a small grudge between the children, and he had almost forgotten about it afterwards. King Jing had been listening to him educate the fish cubs. Many of Xiaoyu's ideas and opinions were very straightforward. King Jing had never heard of them before. The headmaster and the grand secretary would not teach them this way either. He knew that the respect between brothers in the royal family was just for show. But when the fish cubs reconciled, he felt that this was how it should be. At this moment, the hem of a bright yellow robe flashed outside the hall. Wangxi, who was not far from the door, noticed it and quickly signaled to King Jing with his eyes. Wangxi was afraid that the princess consort would accidentally say something taboo and wanted to stop her. King Jing shook his head and did not allow Wangxi to go. He liked to listen to Xiaoyu's reasoning and did not feel that there was a problem. The emperor, who was outside the hall, naturally heard Liu's words. Since ancient times, emperors liked to eavesdrop. The emperor originally wanted to see what King Jing's husband would say in front of Empress Xiaoyi's coffin, so he secretly followed them. He accidentally saw the princess consort teaching the children. The emperor did not agree with Liu's words and jokingly scolded him, "Nonsense." But in reality, he was still watching the children play happily for a long time. Chief Steward Luo accompanied by his side and could not help but criticize silently. Although it was nonsense, the emperor was more energetic than ever. King Jing waited for the emperor to leave before going over. Liu, who did not know that he had gained face in front of the emperor, was speechless. King Jing also smiled and rubbed his head. Liu, Dabao, Erbao, Sambao, and Sibao gathered together and said, "So the fish father also likes to have his head rubbed." In front of the fish children, the fish father actually blushed. "That's right, Your Highness. Liu turned the cloth tiger over to the side with the words embroidered on it and handed it to King Jing and Wang Shi to see. Wang Shi looked at it several times and touched it. He said with certainty, "This is the rule of Changchun Palace. The palace staff must leave a mark in a hidden place if they have made something. But this Pu Lu on it, forgive this old servant for speaking bluntly, but this old servant has never heard of her. But rest assured, princess consort, this mark is most likely a person's name. This old servant should be able to find out if this old servant checks the Changchun Palace's personnel register." Liu hurriedly thanked him. He did not know if there would be any progress this time, and if this progress had anything to do with the secret he was concerned about. Wang Shi ordered an attendant to fetch the register. Soon after, the attendant came back and reported that after Empress Xiaohui passed away, Changchun Palace had lost some things, and coincidentally, one of them was a register. Wang Shi took the rest of the register and looked through it, but he could not find Pu Lu. Wang Shi knew that this was the palace's habit of passing the buck. If something could not be found, they would say it was lost. Wang Shi was about to scold him when Liu hurriedly said, "I'm just curious about who made this cloth tiger. I don't mean anything else." On the surface, it was just that they could not find it, but this register was missing from a pile of registers. Intuitively, it was somewhat strange. Moreover, according to the person in charge of guarding it, the register had been lost for many years. The people recorded on the register must have been from many years ago, and not the current palace staff. Liu hit a wall again. He decided to ask Steward Luo, including whether King Jing had other wet nurses in the past, and who this Pu Lu was. He was still thinking about the palace he saw in his memory. King Jing watched the children playing. Liu said, "Tianqi, can I look around?" King Jing agreed, but he did not let Wang Shi follow Liu or let Wang Shi stay behind to look after the children. Instead, he picked up the 2 children himself and ordered Wang Shi to also carry 2 children. Then they all followed Liu. Liu was in charge of strolling around, and he was in charge of looking after the children and protecting Liu. Liu grinned, found a palace servant to open the way, and wandered around the palace room by room. Soon, he finished walking around, but he could not find the exact same palace room as he remembered. Liu also thought that the palace rooms in the palace should be similar. The furnishings were very likely to change, but the ceilings and beams were basically the same. Liu originally hoped to find the palace room in his memory based on these details, but he could not find it. After looking around, he found that he had finished looking around. Liu counted the rooms he had visited and felt that something was wrong. Generally speaking, the total number of rooms would be in pairs or pairs. King Jing's palace was like this. Empress Xiaohui's palace would not be so careless, but he clearly remembered that he had visited an odd number of rooms. Liu inadvertently mentioned it, and the palace servant who led the way panicked and knelt down. There was originally an extra room, but it was sealed by His Majesty. Liu was shocked. He was just speculating based on King Jing's palace, but there really was an extra room. The palace servant pulled open a corner of the heavy cloth curtain, revealing the yellowed seal. It turned out that the cloth curtain covered a palace room that he had not visited before. This was sealed by His Majesty when Empress Xiaohui was seriously ill. His Majesty did not allow the servants to open it. The date written on the seal confirmed the palace servant's words. Since it was sealed by the emperor's order, Liu could not rashly open it. However, the positions of the Changchun Palace were symmetrical. Liu repeatedly compared it with another symmetrical place and concluded that the palace room he was looking for should be the one that was sealed. If the words Pu Lu embroidered in the cloth tiger were not necessarily related to the secret, then this palace room was definitely related to the secret. This secret, the emperor seemed to know. Otherwise, why would he seal the palace room? Moreover, it was when Empress Xiaohui was seriously ill. It was also very embarrassing for Empress Xiaohui. Was he not afraid of provoking Empress Xiaohui? Liu thought that the emperor would not disregard Empress Xiaohui. That was because the existence of this palace room was even more important than Empress Xiaohui's face. What kind of secret was this? Why was it that every time he felt that he was very close to it, he was surrounded by more and more doubts? Liu asked the palace servant, "Do you know what's going on inside?" In his memory, he saw the wet nurse eat a packet of powder. He did not know what happened afterwards. Could it be that the wet nurse later died of poison in this palace room and was therefore sealed by the emperor? After all, it was somewhat disgusting. Even just thinking about it made him feel disgusted. The palace servant shook his head and said, "This servant was transferred to the Changchun palace later. When I arrived, this room was already like this. This servant does not know what is inside." Liu also expected this and did not ask any more questions. King Jing noticed that he was staring blankly at the sealed palace room and also realized that something was wrong. "What's wrong?" King Jing cast an inquiring look at him. Liu slowly shook his head. This matter was not easy to describe to King Jing. The main reason was that King Jing was too young at the time and did not have any recollection of it. "Your Highness, Princess, the Emperor has a reward." Steward Luo's voice came from outside. The Emperor had come to eavesdrop. After returning to the Palace of Heavenly Purity, he ordered Steward Luo to come and deliver the gifts. Liu was embarrassed. Their family had only left the Palace of Heavenly Purity not long ago, but the Emperor was acting as if one day without him felt like 3 years. However, the Emperor had a reward, so he really could not stop him. King Jing and Liu held the children and listened to the reward. The Emperor rewarded Debao with the smallest weasel hair brush that could be held in his chubby little hands. The other 3 treasures were exquisite toys of the 12 zodiac signs. Liu thought that the Emperor had already rewarded a lot. Why did he suddenly want to reward the children? No matter what, the Emperor's fondness for Debao was quite obvious. Perhaps it was Debao who made the Emperor feel like 3 years had passed. In addition to rewarding the children, the Emperor also rewarded the children's father, Liu, with a famous painting of Mother Meng teaching her children. Liu, he felt that the Emperor had misunderstood something. Was the Emperor hinting that he wanted to imitate Mother Meng and move the children? "Your Highness, Princess, and this." Steward Luo personally delivered 2 boxes of fish food. "The Emperor knows that Your Highness likes to raise fish, so he ordered this old servant to deliver some fish food to Your Highness. This is fish food flavored with soy sauce and shredded pork. It's a new flavor that the Imperial Kitchen has recently come up with." As Steward Luo spoke, he handed the box of fish food to Wang Shi. Wang Shi immediately took it. Since it was considered food, he had to open it and take a look as usual. Wang Shi opened the box and the smell of fish food wafted out. Steward Luo's vision blurred for a moment before he saw the princess consort and the other young masters all staring at the fish food without blinking. "Debao, air bao, san bao, si bao, I haven't eaten fish food in a long time. It smells so good, I want to eat it." Liu, although Liu really wanted to eat the fish food, he knew that he couldn't expose himself in front of everyone, so he could control himself. However, the children couldn't. Fish food and peach blossom cakes were 2 delicacies that they couldn't forget when they were young fish. However, after they turned into humans, they only had peach blossom cakes. When the children saw the fish food, their eyes widened. How could children like to eat fish food? It was too ridiculous. Seeing that the children were about to scream, Liu glared at them fiercely. Debao and Si Bao were all frightened by their father's terrifying gaze. They didn't dare to move or scream. Liu seized the opportunity and closed the box of fish food with a paw sound, and swiftly stuffed it into his sleeve. King Jing had been paying attention to the children almost all the time. Since Liu put away the box, King Jing cooperated seamlessly with him. He quickly took out a few pieces of peach blossom cakes and stuffed them into the children's mouths. The children immediately forgot about the fish food. Head Steward Luo rubbed his eyes. It seemed that he was seeing things. He actually thought that King Jing's children liked fish food. "Head Steward Luo, can I ask you something?" Liu asked in a low voice while Head Steward Luo sat down to drink a cup of tea. "Your Highness, please do as you wish." Head Steward Luo had a very good impression of this princess, so he was happy to answer her questions. Liu then asked, "Do you know a person called Pulu? She should be a woman. She might have even worked in the Changchun Palace." "Your Highness, why are you asking this?" A trace of unnaturalness flashed across Head Steward Luo's face, and Liu noticed it. Liu was more careful. He took the torn cloth tiger and let Head Steward Luo see the words embroidered on the lining. He casually found an excuse and said, "This cloth tiger was accidentally torn by the children. Then I saw this mark." It was said that it was a person's name, so I was a little curious. I see. Head steward Luo smiled and said, Your Highness guessed correctly. This mark was used by a mama called Pu Lu who served Empress Xiaohui in the past. She was the wet nurse of the eldest prince and the fourth prince. Empress Xiaohui trusted her very much and wanted her to continue to be King Jing's wet nurse. However, not long after, she made a big mistake and could no longer take care of His Royal Highness. Empress Xiaohui had no choice but to expel her from the palace. The emperor also sealed up her former residence. Liu felt that she had seen a ray of light and connected several puzzles together. Pu Lu was indeed a person's name. If it was a mama, her age was also correct. She had taken care of King Jing for a very short period of time, and the residence was sealed by the emperor. Steward Luo said, Yes, it's that room. The reason why the emperor sealed that room was because he didn't want Empress Xiaohui, who was already in poor health at that time, to be hurt again after seeing it. So the emperor did it for the sake of the late empress. He had already thought that the palace room in his memory was the one that was sealed. Since this was Pu Lu's residence, then Pu Lu should be the woman he saw in his memory. This wet nurse was driven out of the palace, and even her residence was sealed. It was obvious that she had made a big mistake. There were many secrets in the imperial family. He didn't know if he could find out about it, but it shouldn't be a problem to ask Steward Luo in private, right? Liu probed, Steward Luo, what exactly did Pu Lu do wrong? Steward Luo was silent for a moment, then said, It's been many years. If Princess wants to know, there's no harm in telling Princess. This wet nurse was found not taking good care of the little prince, causing His Highness King Jing, who had just been born at that time, to catch a cold. Empress Xiaohui was very angry, but considering that she was the wet nurse of the late first prince and fourth prince, even if she didn't have any merit, she still worked hard. Empress Xiaohui was kind and only drove her out of the palace. Liu, what? Why was it completely different from what he thought? Liu thought that the wet nurse's mistake should have something to do with the packet of medicinal powder that she had eaten, but this was it? Because she didn't take good care of King Jing, Steward Luo nodded and said, Because it happened before Empress Xiaohui passed away, this old servant remembers it very clearly. His Highness King Jing was born with a weak body, and he couldn't speak. The imperial physician had always told him to take good care of himself. But this wet nurse, she opened the window in His Highness King Jing's room a crack, but forgot to close it. It was cold at that time and His Highness King Jing fell ill not long after. Empress Xiaohui was already in poor health at that time, and she was busy taking care of His Highness, so her health became worse. Liu was startled, then, what happened in that palace room? Pu Lu was originally sent out of the palace because she didn't take good care of the young King Jing, but the Pu Lu he saw in his memory would personally sew toys for King Jing, and there were a few times when she looked at King Jing was full of love. Li uses his love for his son, so he could feel that, the love Pu Lu's for King Jing didn't seem to be fake. So why was it that when she came to King Jing, she made such a stupid mistakes King Jing she made such a low-level mistakes as? Her essays, made t-test shoulds. And if the window was open, he wouldn't catch a cold for a while. There was some distance between the window and the bed, and the child was usually wrapped in swaddling clothes, so if he caught a cold, he must have been exposed to the cold wind for a long time. Even if Pu Lu was careless and forgot to close the window, how could she not have noticed it later? He felt that Pu Lu's was somewhat contradictory to her love for King Jing. But what did this have to do with the powder? Liu's mind was in a mess. He kept searching for this secret, but it couldn't be that this secret had no practical meaning, and was just a scene that King Jing saw when he was young. His wet nurse Pu Lu had a quarrel with someone, and not long after that, she was sent out of the palace. Liu thought of another question. Pu Lu was King Jing's wet nurse, so why can't I find her name in the Changchun Palace's register? What? Head steward Luo didn't expect him to say this, and said blankly, That's impossible. How can she not be in the register? Liu was also shocked. He tactfully mentioned losing the register, and head steward Luo's reaction didn't seem to be fake. This meant that even head steward Luo didn't know that the Changchun Palace lost the register, and Pu Lu's name couldn't have been erased by the emperor's order. This was even more strange. Even if someone was sent out of the palace, they would usually leave a record, so why couldn't Pulu be found? If the cloth tiger she made back then hadn't been torn apart by the children, Liu might never have known that Pulu existed. Ever since she was sent out of the palace, it was as if this person never existed. Head steward Luo answered Liu's many questions. Although there were still some strange points, Liu didn't want to look into it anymore. After all, it was making a big fuss over a small issue. Pulu was only sent out of the palace, and the sealed palace wasn't the scene of the crime. Yes, Pulu didn't die, she was still alive. If Liu wanted to know more, he could just find Pulu and ask her. But was it necessary to get to the bottom of an old matter that had already been settled? If he really found it, how could he tell her how he saw and knew that Pulu swallowed a bag of medicinal powder? Perhaps it was just a medicine to treat discomfort. Not every secret was beautiful. Even if this secret wasn't what he thought, there was no need to be too disappointed. Liu finally asked, Luo Gonggong, after Pulu was sent out, where did she go? Luo Ruweixing said, I heard she went back to her hometown. Liu still asked head steward Luo to help him find Pulu's hometown address. If a woman left the palace, she would usually go back to her hometown. If there were any new discoveries, he would talk about it again. Head steward Luo took his leave, and King Jing and Liu also took the children back to the palace. Because of the sudden situation in Changchun Palace, Liu decided to start training his babies. Remember, you must not let anyone find out that you used to cook fish, Liu said to the children. This was too important. Thinking about how King Jing had spent so much effort to cover up for them, but in the end, the fish babies were almost exposed because of a box of fish food. It was too much of a loss. Liu still had lingering fears, and felt that it was time to let the children know how to protect themselves. Dabao, Erbao, and Sanbao didn't quite understand. It was so good to be fish, why couldn't they say that they were fish babies? Liu was looked at by the children's pairs of starry eyes, and he felt a little reluctant to part with them. He could understand his parents' feelings more and more. The fish babies were too well protected by King Jing and him, but they would have to face it alone one day. It was necessary to let the naive fish babies understand how sinister people could be as early as possible. The young fish father said solemnly, only you and your two fathers know about being fish. You absolutely cannot reveal this to anyone else, because other people can't turn into fish like us. If they find out, they will do many terrible things to you. Erbao tilted his head. Terrible, Liu said, they will lock Dabao, Erbao, Sanbao, and Sibao up as strange people. They won't let you eat or see your fathers. Dabao, Erbao, and Sanbao sat up straight and nodded their heads furiously. Being locked up, not being able to eat, and not being able to see their father was really too scary. Liu was quite satisfied with their reactions. In addition to not letting the fish babies' identities be exposed, he also had to make sure that they were not easily tricked by bad people. Liu had a deep understanding of this point. Liu combined his own experience and said earnestly, if your fathers can't be by your side because of something, and someone calls you in your father's name, it's very likely that they are lying to you. You must not care about them. Dabao, Erbao, and Sanbao, life as a fish was too difficult. What did he mean by someone calling them in their father's name when he wasn't around? The fish babies didn't quite understand. Liu said, anyway, remember your father's words. Unless your fathers say that you can trust them, ignore them. Dabao, Erbao, and Sanbao understood this sentence and nodded their heads. Sibao supported his chin with his hand and nodded his head. Then, his head slid down with a piu sound. Sibao. Liu smiled nastily and shook the fish baby awake. Remember to copy what your father said just now 10 times. Sibao. Sibao felt wronged. Sibao trembled. Boo-hoo, I accidentally made my father angry. My father's face is so scary. But he still doesn't know how to write. With Dabao's help, Sibao wrote an entire page of rice and handed it to his father with his tender little paws. His father now knew what Dabao's rice meant. Every time he saw it, he would want to smile gently. However, when he saw Sibao's rice, he wanted to beat him up. He wouldn't allow any of the fish babies to be muddle-headed in this aspect. Liu would give him instructions whenever he had time. Finally, Sibao, who was slow to react, remembered his father's words. Soon, Yi Qinghuan and Princess Jinjua's daughter, Princess Qinghe, would be holding a banquet at Duke Qingyan's residence. Liu had already agreed to bring the children and the nest of fish. He planned to congratulate them first. After meeting the princess and the heir, he would transform into a fish if he couldn't take it anymore. At that time, he would be a real fish and the little fish next to him would be a fish bolster. It would be hard to tell if he was real or fake. King Jing would be responsible for covering his human form and still say that he could return to the residence early. This was an old rule, so King Jing didn't object. Before they set off, Liu strung the fish bolster into a string and was about to put it into a crystal bottle. However, King Jing was already holding an identical bottle in his hand. Liu's heart felt strange. He looked at the bottle in King Jing's hand and saw that there was a koi fish inside that was very similar to his body. It was also silver with a hint of gold and was very similar in size to his. How could there be another fish living in the territory that should belong to him? Liu's heart was alarmed, but King Jing placed the crystal bottle in his hand. Then, he took out a slightly smaller bottle from his sleeve and poured a few smaller fish into it. Liu discovered that these fish were very similar in color to the fish babies. Why would there be other fish that looked so similar to him and his fish babies in King Jing's residence? Liu slowly thought about it and came to a realization. These were the substitutes that King Jing had prepared for him and his fish babies. It was inconvenient to always bring fish bolster out and have to constantly be on guard to see if they would be seen through. However, if they brought live fish with them, they would be substitutes that looked very similar to him and his fish babies. What was there to worry about? Liu hurriedly took the crystal bottle and carefully examined the fish. There were no two leaves in the world that were exactly the same, and naturally, there were no two fish that were exactly the same. The larger substitute had a pattern that was roughly similar to his, but the golden scales were sparser. If the two fish were placed together, it would be easy to notice the difference. However, if there was only one fish, it would be almost impossible for people who weren't particularly close to them to tell the difference. Yi Qinghuan and Princess Jinjue spent most of their time looking at the fish through the crystal bottle and the tank, so they weren't too familiar with the fish. Therefore, the substitute could always cover it up. However, if it was King Jing, it probably wouldn't be able to do so. With a substitute, he didn't have to specifically turn into a fish, he could turn into a fish to save the day, but the fish babies couldn't turn into a fish again until they were 7 years old. Wang Shi had already muttered a few times that the little fish in the tank often maintained the same posture and fell asleep together. Liu fooled around and even felt that eunuch Wang was a little suspicious. King Jing's move conveniently solved this big headache for him. Liu was overjoyed. Your Highness must have put in a lot of effort to find these fish. Even he himself felt that it must have been very difficult. King Jing shook his head. He didn't put in much effort, but after Xiaoyu revealed her identity to him, he started looking for them. After more than a year, he also put the search for the substitutes of the little fish on the agenda. The person in charge of this matter said that it was hard to find them, but King Jing thought that as long as he cast a wide net and kept looking, he would definitely be able to find them. Liu held the bottle proudly and blew a kiss at King Jing. He thought about how King Jing had been jealous of him in the past. It was indeed a little messy. However, now that there were a few fish substitutes and they weren't him anymore, would King Jing still have to treat the fish substitutes as fish pets in front of outsiders? Perhaps this alone wasn't enough. Would he have to rua the fish too? King Jing didn't know what he meant, but Xiaoyu looked as if he was facing a great enemy. King Jing shook his head and said, no. Perhaps Xiaoyu didn't like that he was too close to the fish substitute. King Jing couldn't even let others touch Xiaoyu. If he put himself in Xiaoyu's shoes, it should be the same. Liu still felt a little uncomfortable after receiving his assurance. Fortunately, King Jing didn't show too much affection for the fish substitute. Most of the time, he was looking at him or the children. Liu's jealous mind finally calmed down. Thinking about it, the fish substitute was just an ordinary koi fish, not a goblin that could transform into a human like him. It was too unreasonable for him to be jealous of an ordinary fish. Liu felt guilty and decided to feed the fish substitute well to make up for it. However, no matter what he was thinking, the fish substitute only cared about being beautiful in the crystal bottle. It didn't care about humans who were full of drama. When they arrived at Duke Qingyan's residence, Yi Qinghuan and Princess Jingjue both came out to welcome them. Liu first carried the fish children out and introduced them one by one. De Bao and the others were dressed up by Liu like little fairies who had walked out of a New Year's painting. They all wore bright red gowns with 2 chirps on their heads. Princess Jingjue was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. She still couldn't believe it. Oh my god, there are really 4 of them. In ancient times, twins were already very rare, and Liu actually had 4 sons at once. Princess Jingjue couldn't even bear to think about having one child. She felt that Liu, who could have 4 children, was about to become a god. Please sit down. The princess ordered someone to take a seat and served Liu hot red date tea. She served King Jing Biluakun tea. Liu took a sip of the sweet tea and found that the princess was the same. There were a few plump red dates at the bottom of the teacup. Liu immediately understood that the princess also wanted him to maintain his health. This was the princess's good intentions. Liu thought that compared to the princess, his child was child's play. In terms of hardships, the princess was the one who had truly suffered. While they were talking, Yi Qinghuan personally went to carry his daughter, Princess Xianxia, out. Xiao Junju was already 100 days old, her skin was fair and lustrous, her small arms and calves stretched out like lotus roots, her watery eyes took after the princess, her small mouth was shaped like Yi Qinghuan, around her neck was the golden lock that Liu gave her. When the baby fish saw their little sister, even Si Bao, who was always one step behind, widened his eyes. They had never seen such a small person. She was even smaller than them. De Bao screamed and reached out to his sister. Uncle Yi hugged his sister. He wanted to hug her too. Bao, San Bao, and Si Bao imitated De Bao and called out eagerly. They wanted to play with their younger sister. No. Father Fish roared. Upon hearing this, the children dropped their hands in disappointment and peeked at their younger sister. The princess and Yi Qinghuan were almost amused by these children. Liu took the opportunity to teach them, your younger sister is still young and can't play with you. Remember to protect your younger sister in the future. The children nodded in unison, but they still wanted to see their younger sister. The princess ordered someone to bring out a cradle and put Xiao Junju in it. The children desperately clung to the cradle and watched quietly. They are really smart. The princess exclaimed. Xiao Junju is also very beautiful. Liu couldn't help but praise. Yi Qinghuan, whose eyes were glued to his daughter, seemed to have touched a nerve. He said rather sadly, these past few days, I have been thinking that she will leave me in 10 years and marry into another family. I really can't bear to part with her. King Jing, Liu, and the princess were speechless. Liu burst out laughing. It seemed that in terms of stupidity, the silly father, King Jing, was not as silly as the silly father, Yi Qinghuan. Hurry up and shut up. The princess disliked Yi Qinghuan and wanted to throw the teacup in her hand at him to prevent him from talking nonsense. But inadvertently, the corners of her eyes became wet. In Jingjue, even though the customs were open, people still preferred boys. When she found out from the midwife that she had given birth to a daughter, even though she was the princess of a country, she still felt somewhat uneasy. But unexpectedly, Yi Qinghuan and the entire Duke Qingzhen mansion loved this girl very much. Her parents-in-law came to visit her every day and asked about her well-being. They also often fought with her to take care of the child, so she didn't feel burdened at all. Originally, she wanted to raise another son and have both a daughter and a son. Her husband, who was always easy to talk to, unexpectedly became tough. He said that it was hard to give birth and that she should first recover and not be anxious. Her husband's family's care made the princess feel that although the emperor had appointed her to marry, she had married into an excellent family. The princess herself still wanted a son. It wasn't that she didn't like daughters, but that Liu's 4 sons were lively and clever. They were too enviable. The princess couldn't help but glance at Yi Qinghuan. Suddenly, she discovered that Liu was also looking at King Jing. The two people, each with their own thoughts, instantly had a tacit understanding. Liu scratched his cheek in embarrassment. Who told the young Junju to be so cute? He also wanted her, however, he couldn't look at the young Junju for long. Not long after, the wet nurse came out and took the young Junju back. Liu learned from the princess that the young Junju had caught a cold these past few days and had just recovered. It wasn't convenient for her to stay outside for too long. Because her daughter was sick, the princess had been worried and afraid for many days. Generally, such a small child couldn't be given medicine directly. The wet nurse would first give the medicine to the child so that the medicine would enter the milk before feeding it to the child. As for Liu himself, the 4 fish were very healthy regardless of whether they were young or infants. Therefore, they didn't experience this kind of suffering. When the princess mentioned this, Liu only felt that something flashed through his mind, but he didn't understand it in time. The young Junju returned to her room. The children were very disappointed that they couldn't see their little sister. Yi Qinghuan had taken care of these ancestors in the western border, so he knew their temperament. He smiled and whistled. The hero who saved the situation, Xianxia, rushed into the room. When he saw Liu, he excitedly wagged his tail at Liu. Xianxia, long time no see. Liu squatted down and patted Xianfeng's head. Xianxia tried to lick his hand. Liu suddenly felt a chill on his back. When he turned around, he saw that King Jing had hurriedly moved his eyes away. Liu was puzzled. The children's eyes lit up when they saw the dogs. They finally stopped clamoring to hug their little sister. Dogs are people's good friends. Don't bully them. Liu hurriedly warned them. However, the children were ultimately too young to play with dogs. Liu hugged them and lowered his head as much as possible so that they could see Xianxia clearly. Xianxia had probably been taught by Yi not to get too close to the children. However, Xianxia also liked children from the bottom of his heart. He hesitantly paced back and forth not far away from them. Liu had just finished lecturing them when Dabao, Bao, and Sanbao came closer. They were a little afraid of the dog's sharp teeth. Sibao fearlessly stretched out a hand and playfully poked the tip of Xianfeng's nose. This time, not only were the people present stunned, but even Xianxia, who loved poking fish the most. King Jing's body moved slightly. He wanted to snatch Sibao back. Liu hurriedly stopped him. When he saw that Xianxia was only trying to poke Sibao's finger with the tip of his nose and Sibao giggled, King Jing finally calmed down. Don't be afraid. Xianxia won't bite Sibao, Yi Qinghuan comforted gently. Liu knew that this was true. Xianxia had never even bitten a fish before. Even so, he still stared nervously at the interaction between Sibao and Xianxia. He should trust Xianxia, but it was impossible for him to completely ignore this. Dabao, Bao, and Sanbao were encouraged by Sibao. They imitated Sibao and poked Xianxia with their fingers. King Jing and Liu, Xianxia was surrounded by the children. She wagged her tail so much that there were double shadows. After wagging it for a while, she happily rolled around. Oh yes, where's the fish? Princess only remembered King Jing's fish now. Although she had been thinking about it for a long time, she only remembered it now when she saw the children interacting with the dog. Liu smiled. In the past, everyone fought to see the fish. Sure enough, it was different now that they had children. For the first time, Liu showed the crystal bottle without any hesitation. The fish substitute led the little fish to swim happily. The dazzling colors and colorful tails made Liu think that it was himself. Princess smiled and walked closer. After looking at it for a while, she frowned in confusion. Was there a flaw? Liu's heart clenched. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? No. Princess said, I just feel that this fish doesn't have the charm it used to have. Liu. She should be praising him, right? Liu smiled and said something meaningful. Princess, it's probably because it became a father like me, so it became more mature. Princess smiled and thought deeply. Yi Qinghuan skillfully teased the 4 babies while asking King Jing, why didn't you go see the fish? Princess didn't know, but Yi Qinghuan knew how much King Jing doted on the fish. He wouldn't even look at it. But this time, when he generously brought the fish to Duke Qing'an's mansion, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that King Jing was a little cold towards the fish. Yi Qinghuan was more and more confused. On their wedding night, King Jing did something indescribable to the fish. He felt that it was unfair for Princess Consort. But now, King Jing's thoughts were clearly on Princess Consort and the children. When he looked at Princess Consort, his cold eyes became gentle. But if he was so affectionate, why did he do that to the fish back then? Perhaps King Jing was possessed and fooled around for a few days. A prodigal son turning over a new leaf was worth more than gold. Yi Qinghuan said, "It's good that you can think clearly." King Jing, ? After the young commandery princess's 100-day banquet, King Jing took Li Yu and the children to visit Duke Qing'an's mansion. Li Yu was well aware that this trip was not only to attend the 100-day banquet, but also to let Duke Qing'an's mansion meet his great-grandson openly. Yi Qian was looking forward to seeing the two of them. He had already prepared good wine and was waiting in the garden. When he saw King Jing's 4 children, Yi Qian's eyes reddened for a long time. Perhaps it was fate. The emperor liked De Bao a little more, King Jing liked Si Bao a little more, and Er Bao and San Bao, this pair of little enemies, were more to Duke Qing'an's liking. Duke Qing'an's mansion said that in the past, his 2 children also liked to fight with each other. Who were Duke Qing'an's 2 children? Li Yu and King Jing looked at each other and felt deep veneration. Li Yu also felt satisfied that all 4 of his children had people who loved them. Duke Qing'an's mansion, whose hair and beard had turned a little white, held Er Bao and San Bao on his left and right. He smiled and asked Li Yu to tell him interesting stories about the western border. The old man was very interested in the duck army. He also liked the whole stewed roast duck that Yi Qinghuan had just brought back. He could eat more than half of it in one sitting. It was lively until late at night. King Jing carried the tipsy Li Yu back to the mansion. The children had already fallen asleep and were brought to their own rooms by Wang Shi. King Jing placed the groggy Li Yu on the bed and wrapped him in a brocade quilt embroidered with aquamarine plants. Li Yu suddenly opened his eyes and looked around blankly. "Tianqi, are we home?" King Jing smiled and rubbed his head in response. Li Yu drank wine and his face was as red as a burning cloud. His brain was also dull and he couldn't remember what he wanted to do. Wang Shi knocked on the door lightly. The princess consort was drunk and might not feel well the next day. Eunuch Wang was ordered by King Jing to deliver sobering tea. King Jing planned to go out to get the tea and feed Xiaoyu a cup. Li Yu mistakenly thought that he was going to leave and narrowed his eyes unhappily. In a moment of desperation, drunken fish used a skill in an attempt to make King Jing stay. King Jing only felt a cold wind blow by his side. A silver tail with a hint of gold swept over and wrapped around his waist. King Jing, Li Yu, let's see where you can run to. My tail will wrap around you until the end of time. The domineering fishtail exerted force and pulled King Jing back. King Jing was afraid that Li Yu would be strangled, so he followed the force of the fishtail and returned to the bed. Li Yu saw that he had changed his mind and giggled and hugged his neck. "Tianqi, the little princess is so cute. De Bao and the others all like the little princess very much. I like her too. Let's have a daughter who looks like the little princess too, okay? If it's our daughter, I'll like it even more." Li Yu said a lot of blushing words and wrapped his tail tighter around King Jing. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to leave if he didn't do it. King Jing paused and hugged him back. He would never refuse Xiaoyu's request, but this request was a little special. King Jing hesitated. "Tianqi, what are you waiting for?" Li Yu leaned over mysteriously and kept whispering in his ear. "What should I do? My tail feels so uncomfortable." The fish's tail rubbed against his waist coquettishly. King Jing took a deep breath and picked up the drunken fish that loved to stir up trouble. After they returned, King Jing made the decision to make some slight changes to the bedroom. He directed the water from the pool outside into a small bathtub. It could be used as a scenic spot. If necessary, it could also be used by Xiaoyu after she transformed. Li Yu took advantage of the fact that he was drunk and asked for it in an unimaginable position, but there was still no prompt from the system. He missed his daughter so much that he clung on to King Jing and asked for it again, but there was still no prompt. Li Yu was furious and vowed to make the prompt appear. Was this bath not compatible with his daughter's horoscope? Then he would change the venue and continue in his human form. He just wanted a daughter of both of them. Li Yu couldn't remember how many times he had done this. King Jing finally looked at him apologetically. Li Yu stretched out a trembling finger. King Jing sighed softly, wrapped his finger, and put it under the brocade quilt. "Li Yu," King Jing put on his clothes and got out of bed. Liu found that old Gong's back was still straight, but his steps were a little staggered. Liu wanted to laugh, but he also felt ashamed. He had gone overboard. How could preparing for pregnancy be done in a short time? He couldn't ask for too much just because he was a system fish. Although it was true that he wanted a daughter, he couldn't ignore old Gong's body. Liu wanted to call out to old Gong, but his voice was so hoarse that he couldn't make a sound. He wanted to turn over and get out of bed, but then he found that King Jing was only walking unsteadily. As for himself, he couldn't feel anything below his waist. It seemed that this was a battle of killing 800 enemies and losing 1,000 of his own. Liu struggled on the spot for a while and then fell asleep. When he woke up in the middle of the night, he found that he had turned back into a fish. He was wrapped in a seaweed quilt and lying on the silver stone bed in the crystal fish tank. King Jing must have put him here after some time. The fish form helped to relieve fatigue. He didn't know how long he had been lying there, but at least he had regained his senses. Liu reluctantly rubbed against the seaweed quilt and swam to the crystal wall to see old Gong. He was much better. How was old Gong? The bright moonlight poured in through the window. The room was quiet, but the bed was empty. There was no one he wanted to see. Liu? Did King Jing go out at the last minute? Liu waited for a while, but King Jing didn't come back. Liu couldn't wait any longer. He transformed back into his human form and went to look for King Jing. Last night was really too tragic. His 2 legs were limp and weak when he stepped on the ground. It was as if he was floating when he walked, and if he was not careful, he would fall. Liu held onto the furniture around him and moved all the way to the door. Just as he was about to push the door open, he suddenly heard someone whispering from outside, "Your Highness, taking too much medicine will harm your body. You should think twice." "Yes, I understand. I won't say much, and I won't let the princess consort know." Liu? Liu could already tell that King Jing and his subordinates were outside and had something to discuss. Usually, he would take the initiative to avoid hearing things that he was not supposed to hear, but the sudden mention of not letting the princess consort know still made him feel awkward. Not wanting to listen to him was different from not wanting to let him know. Moreover, King Jing seemed to have been drinking the medicine behind his back, and it seemed to have happened more than once. In that case, he had to be more cautious. Liu silently opened the door a crack and saw a shocking scene. King Jing had already taken a bowl from a garden black and drank the black liquid in the bowl without even looking at it. After drinking, King Jing coughed a few times, wiped his mouth, and waved his hand to order the guard to leave. Liu combined the words of the guard and knew that King Jing was taking medicine. But what kind of medicine was it? It was the kind that would harm his body if he drank too much. He had just gone through a big battle, and his mind was filled with a pile of useless things. It was inevitable that he would think of some drugs to liven things up. Could it be that he was about to be squeezed dry and had to rely on drugs to maintain his vigor? He and King Jing had a very good relationship, and their married life was very harmonious. Every time they did it naturally and did not notice at all. Could it be that King Jing was usually very reluctant and relied on drugs to support himself? Thinking back to King Jing's unsteady steps just now, Liu felt that it was indeed suspicious. He had heard that this matter of a man had nothing to do with his appearance. People who looked glamorous might have this kind of trouble. From the emperor, generals, and ministers to the common people, this problem seemed to be fair. If this was really the case, it was no wonder that King Jing wanted to hide it from him. After all, a man could not do it in front of anyone, but in front of his wife, and it was a kind of complete impotence. Liu could not think about it anymore. King Jing was about to come in. He could immediately lie on the bed and pretend that he did not know anything. But this kind of thing could not be hidden forever. He was more worried that in the long run, it would cause harm to King Jing's body. Would he need to take more and more drugs in the future and be unable to leave? No way. Although a husband's life and reputation were important, old Gong's health was also very important. Impotence was a kind of illness. If there was an illness, it had to be treated. If it was delayed, it would only worsen the condition. He could not let it go on like this. He had to try to persuade King Jing to seek medical treatment in time. Liu stood at the door and did not move. King Jing pushed the door open and saw him. He was slightly stunned. King Jing immediately thought of something from Li Yu's position and the rare serious expression on his face. His face immediately turned ugly. Tianqi, I saw it. Don't hide it from me, Li Yu said nervously. He had to think of a milder explanation to make King Jing accept seeing the imperial physician. This may be difficult to say, but I'm more worried about your health. King Jing was speechless. King Jing looked dejected. Perhaps he had been prepared to be discovered by Xiaoyu. King Jing hesitated for a moment, then took out a note from his sleeve and handed it to Li Yu. Li Yu knew that this was King Jing's explanation, so he quickly opened it and read it. They had been married for more than a year. He believed that he knew King Jing's temperament very well. The reason why King Jing had taken the medicine was most likely because of him. He could not let King Jing feel that he was being disrespectful. In fact, he had already determined that King Jing was far more important than anything else. He should let King Jing understand that the right thing to do was to face this together. Li Yu had already made up his mind. However, when he saw the words on the note, he was suddenly stunned. It was only a short line. He could recognize every word, but he could not make sense of it when they were connected. Because I was born mute. Li Yu was confused. What was this? He already knew that King Jing was mute. What did it have to do with taking the medicine? Could it be that muteness caused impotence? He had never heard of it. Li Yu looked back and forth between King Jing and the words on the note. He asked in confusion, "What's going on?" King Jing's expression changed from embarrassment to astonishment. Both of them quickly realized that something was wrong. Li Yu whispered his suspicion of King Jing's impotence and comforted him by saying, "It's nothing." King Jing was speechless. King Jing rubbed his eyebrows. He thought that Xiaoyu already knew, but in fact, Xiaoyu had misunderstood. However, now that Xiaoyu had found out that he had taken the medicine, he could no longer hide it. King Jing was afraid that Li Yu would run away. He held Li Yu's hand tightly as they walked to the table and wrote something down. This matter was far from what Li Yu had thought of as impossible. It turned out that the medicine that King Jing had taken was not used to liven things up. Of course, it was not because it was ineffective. It was because it had a contraceptive effect. It was a contraceptive? Li Yu suddenly realized this. He could not help but feel angry that he had been deceived. No wonder his efforts for a second child had been in vain. Had he been doing useless work all this time? Why? You know that I want a daughter very much. Why did you? King Jing held his hand tightly and glanced at the note. Just because of this? Li Yu picked up the note angrily and read it out loud in front of King Jing. King Jing's body trembled violently. When Li Yu read those words, he closed his eyes in pain. Li Yu felt as if his chest had been hit by a big stick. When he came back to his senses, he realized what he had read. Because I was born mute. Born mute. At this moment, Li Yu finally understood. You were afraid. Li Yu let go of the note with trembling hands and fell back into the chair. King Jing was born mute. It was very likely that he would pass it on to his offspring. It was precisely because he was worried about this that he had taken the contraceptive medicine. But Debao and the others are fine. You didn't. As soon as Li Yu said this, he realized that Debao and the others were different. When he was pregnant with the babies, even he himself did not know. King Jing did not know either. Moreover, who could have predicted that the two men would get pregnant? He did not use contraception at the beginning, so he got pregnant. Not only did he get pregnant, but he also gave birth. In fact, he took a risk that he did not expect at all. What if one of them inherited King Jing's mute? He could not afford to think about this carefully. Fortunately, the 4 children they had now were fine. But what about the future? King Jing took measures because of this, so Li Yu could not wait for the system to prompt him. He wanted a daughter, but in reality, it was impossible for him to get pregnant. I'm sorry, King Jing wrote. I specifically asked the imperial physician and Liao Kong. I asked the imperial physician. The imperial physician said that these 4 children were fine, but the other children might not be fine. After asking Liao Kong said that even if the other party was a carp spirit, the children were also King Jing's children. If there were children who looked like him, then naturally there was a possibility that they would also have the same mute. King Jing could not guarantee that his children would not have mute in the future. He could only guarantee that they would not have children. He silently wrote, "It is very painful to not be able to speak. Instead of letting the children suffer after birth, why give them such a painful life in the first place?" Liu was stunned. She could not say anything. It was just a few lines of words. They were calm words, but they exposed the pain that King Jing had hidden deep in his heart and had never spoken about. King Jing, he could not speak. Who could understand the pain of this more than King Jing? It was precisely because he knew that he did not want his children to suffer. Even if there was only a slight possibility, they could not take such a risk. Because once they got pregnant, none of them would give up the child. Then they could only not bear it and completely cut off all possibilities. Seeing that Liu did not respond, King Jing could barely control the panic and anxiety in his heart. He wrote even more sorry in one breath. Liu looked at the increasing number of sorry, and his vision gradually blurred. It was indeed very disappointing that he could not have a cute daughter and could not have more children in the future. However, King Jing's concerns were not without reason. He was also thinking about the children. Moreover, King Jing himself was a victim. He was innocent, so how could he take on so many sorry? Liu blocked his hand and did not let him continue writing. He said bitterly, "This has nothing to do with you. Don't think that, Xianxia, it's enough for us to have 4 children," Liu said in a choked voice. "It's my fault. I never knew that you could feel pain too." Because King Jing had never shown any emotions because of his muteness, Liu preconceived that King Jing, with the halo of a male protagonist and the persona of a tyrant, would at most be cold and would not feel too much pain because of his disability. Liu had been with him day and night, so he was used to it. He would even unknowingly forget that King Jing had muteness. However, this was only a setting in the novel. Pain itself was a kind of weakness, and for a male protagonist, it was not desirable. But why would the real King Jing not be like this? He was also a living person. Liu's heart ached so much that he pushed aside all the sorry on the table and threw himself into King Jing's arms and cried loudly. "I'm sorry. It's my fault. I should have found out earlier." King Jing hugged him in a flurry. With red eyes, he wrote on his palm, "You're very good. With you around, I don't feel pain." Liu cried so much that he hiccuped a few times. His legs were still a little numb. He sat on King Jing's lap and glared at him fiercely with his rabbit eyes. This was not intimidating at all. "You're not allowed to secretly drink the medicine again." Liu began to lecture her husband. "This medicine can't be drunk casually. What if it doesn't work?" King Jing was speechless. In fact, King Jing had asked his subordinates who knew medicine to read the prescription. It should not be a problem. However, King Jing listened to Xiaoyu more. King Jing had no choice but to nod obediently. Anyway, Xiaoyu already knew. He could use other methods to prevent pregnancy in the future, as long as Xiaoyu did not mind. Liu rolled her eyes. Sure enough, it didn't take long for her to think of a solution. She pressed her hot lips against his ear and whispered, "Xianxia, I have an idea." King Jing listened on, half enjoying and half expectantly. Liu chuckled and said, "Why don't you not enter in the future?" King Jing was speechless. King Jing had returned to the imperial city, and the emperor thought more highly of King Jing. Because of his achievements in the western frontier and the fact that King Jing was the son of the first wife, the ministers could not say anything against him, even though they could not say anything. Not long ago, the 6th prince, who had dominated the family, rarely appeared in front of people after being reprimanded by the emperor for accepting bribes. He chose to stay out of the limelight for the time being, and this made many of the ministers who had already sided with the 6th prince hesitate. These officials were originally part of the 3rd prince's faction. When the 6th prince rose to prominence, they even used the banner that the 2 princes were originally one. Now that the 3rd prince had declined, these people did not plead for mercy for the 3rd prince and directly stood on the 6th prince's side. They were originally fence-sitters, so it was normal for them to have mixed feelings. The 6th prince had his own plans, and for the time being, he did not have time to appease them. King Jing was now in the limelight. Not only did he have political achievements, but he also relied on his son to temporarily gain the emperor's support. Because of Lady Liang's pregnancy, the sixth prince could clearly see that the emperor was biased toward King Jing. If he took the initiative to fight with King Jing, he would only follow in the third prince's footsteps and be disliked by the emperor. However, if he pretended to be weak and found fault with King Jing, causing King Jing to lose the emperor's heart, he believed that the emperor would naturally side with him. As for King Jing's faults, he already had great confidence. Consort Zhang had recently found a few helpers for him, and they were distant relatives of the Zhang family. The sixth prince still trusted them, and he secretly sent a capable person to find a way to verify it. It would be best if he could get what he wanted. On the surface, the sixth prince could not be any more obedient. King Jing's growing popularity seemed to have nothing to do with him, and he was only waiting for definite news. Then, he would deal with him in one shot. King Jing's residence. De Bao, Air Bao, San Bao, and Si Bao's wet nurse, Xianxia, had encountered some trouble recently. Her son had lost a large sum of money in his business and had been chased to their house to collect the debt. Xianxia had spent all her savings but was still unable to make up for the debt. She had been frowning for the past 2 days and had neglected to take care of the babies. She had made several mistakes. Although they were not particularly serious, given King Jing's temperament, they were enough to make her suffer. Xianxia knew that she was in the wrong and begged King Jing not to expel her from the palace. With this job, she would be supported by the palace in the future and her family would not have to worry about the rest of their lives. However, if she was expelled, she would lose everything. Xianxia could be considered one of Li Yu's servants. King Jing looked at Li Yu. Although Li Yu was now the princess consort, she was basically always lazy and never got involved in the affairs of the palace. King Jing had the intention to establish authority for Li Yu. However, when he thought of Aunt Su, he guessed that he would not be able to establish authority. King Jing could almost guess what Xiaoyu would do if he were in her shoes. He might as well let Xiaoyu form good karma. King Jing gave the full authority of the Qin family to Li Yu to deal with. Li Yu accepted the olive branch that he handed over. Originally, Princess Yu did not want to get involved in the affairs of the palace. There were many couples who fell out because of power and status. Li Yu thought that he could only last long if he stayed away from power. However, the system had already assigned him the task of sharing the country. He was afraid that he would not be able to live a carefree life. Since he could not hide, then he would face it bravely. Li Yu stretched out a hand in the direction of the housekeeper and carefully probed. He would start by dealing with the Qin family. The rules of the palace were ready-made. It was not difficult to follow the old rules, and it would not be easy for problems to occur. However, Li Yu remembered that Qin had a good temperament and was very meticulous. How could she keep making mistakes? Li Yu asked patiently, "What's wrong with you? Is there a reason why you keep making mistakes?" Xianxia's nose turned sour. She was only a servant. The young masters did not need her to nurse them anymore. The princess only asked her to help take care of them and play with them. In fact, she did not have much to do each day. She was also receiving the monthly allowance that only a wet nurse could get. Xianxia felt deeply ashamed that she had failed the princess. However, not only did Wang Fei not care, she even asked her for the reason. Even if Xianxia was embarrassed, she didn't care. Sobbing, she told her everything about her son. Li Yu asked for the exact amount. Xianxia said it was a large sum of money. Li Yu thought for a moment and said, "This is not a difficult matter. Xianxia, since you are the wet nurse of De Bao and the others, you should be supported by the Wang family in the future. The Wang family can give you this money in advance, and then deduct it from your monthly allowance." Li Yu's meaning was to use the name of the Wang family to lend money to Xianxia and have Xianxia return a bit each month. Although he did not have the eye for antiques, at least he knew that old Gong, who gave him a pile of gems to play with, was very rich. This amount of money was not much to King Jing, but to the Qin family, it was life-saving money. Saving a life was better than building a 7-floor pagoda. Also, he was not giving it for free. It was a loan, and it was the interest-free kind. He would have the Qin family return a bit each month. The Qin family would not be in a difficult position and would not feel embarrassed. In fact, King Jing had given him full authority. It was not impossible for him to ask King Jing to help the Qin family repay the debt. However, now that he was the princess, he naturally had to think further. The Qin family had made a mistake first. If he still helped to weigh the debt, he would be too unprincipled. What would the other servants think? Could it be that they could take advantage of a mistake? Compared to who to help and how to help, the prestige of the Wang family was also very important. That was why he chose to lend the money. The Wang family would not lose out. In the end, the Qin family would use their own strength to get through the crisis. What people would see was the kindness of King Jing. With Li Yu's arrangement, Xianxia was overjoyed. She wrote down the IOU on the spot. Li Yu first looked at it, and then asked King Jing to read it. Then, he gave it to Wang Shi to put away. Li Yu looked at King Jing and added, "If anyone else in the mansion has the same difficulty, they can all tell His Highness. His Highness will arrange it." King Jing couldn't help but curl his lips. He originally wanted to establish the princess's prestige, but in the end, the princess established the prestige for him. How could Wang Shi not know that this was for King Jing's good? King Jing had a reputation for being strict. In the past, it didn't matter. Now that King Jing was valued by the emperor, he was afraid that he would be implicated by his reputation. If he could really do as the princess said, it would be a good thing. Wang Shi waited expectantly for his master's response. King Jing glanced at him and said, "Do it." Wang Shi hurriedly went to arrange it. After all, the Qin family had made a mistake. They had to punish her according to the rules to convince the public. Li Yu had some complaints about the minimum 30 paddles. Since they were going to punish her, Li Yu also wanted to take the opportunity to change. In the past, he was a fish pet. At most, he could act cute in front of King Jing. It was useless. Now that he was the princess, he should at least do something within his power. "Tianqi, let's make some adjustments. How about 10 paddles for the first offense and 30 paddles for the second offense?" Li Yu secretly discussed with King Jing. He originally wanted to set it at 15 paddles. However, if he directly said 15 paddles, King Jing might feel that it was too much of a reduction. Li Yu was a little clever and decided to start with 10 paddles. How could King Jing not know what he was thinking? He pursed his lips and wrote on the paper, 15 paddles for the first offense. It was understandable for the second offense to be higher. Li Yu made a sign in his heart and agreed with a worried expression. Qin thanked him profusely and went to receive her paddles. After receiving her paddles, she used the receipt. Wang Shi gave her money, and Qin limped to return the money. When the debt collector saw Qin like this, he thought that she must have been beaten for stealing money from his master. He sneered disdainfully. "Look at you, you don't have the money. I have a way to get rid of the debt. I don't know if you're willing." Although Qin had the banknotes Wang Shi gave her, she still wanted to get rid of the debt. Therefore, she wanted to ask around and didn't leak any money. The other party said, "I know you're King Jing's wet nurse. I want something. If you can do it, I'll get rid of your debt." Qin's heart pounded. The other party said that he heard that the young masters of King Jing were quadruplets. He wanted to use the children's belongings to make amulets to protect the pregnant women and children. In this dynasty, there was indeed such a custom. In fact, as long as it was a bracelet or handkerchief used by children, Qin had a lot of them. Just as she agreed to consider it, the other party said, "I don't want anything else. I only want a drop of blood from the little heir." On one hand, she had to obediently return the money to the Wang estate. On the other hand, she had to do as this person said. She had more opportunities to get close to the little heir. It was only a drop of blood. After the little heir fell asleep, it wouldn't be difficult. Qin was somewhat hesitant. When her hand reached into her chest and felt the banknotes given to her by the Wang Fei, Qin gritted her teeth. The Wang Fei helped her out of kindness. How could she not know what was good for her and repay kindness with enmity and hurt the little heir? Qin didn't know what this person's intentions were. She calmed down and decided to appease this person. She said that she needed to think for a while and fled back to King Jing's residence. She knocked on the door of King Jing's study. The candlelight in the study was lit until late at night. After Qin left, Wang Shi went in and stayed for a while. The next day, Qin found the debt collector. She said that she had nowhere else to go and was willing to help. That person's eyes revealed a satisfied smile. Qin wanted to do it herself, but that person said, "Bring me into the residence." "I'll do it." Qin knew that the other party didn't trust her. She could only follow that person's words and let him pretend to be her relative. To the outside world, she only said that she was bringing a relative to King Jing's residence and asked eunuch Wang to help her find a job. After several interrogations, Wang Shi finally agreed and allowed the man to enter the residence. As soon as the man entered, he was almost dazzled by the flowing water of the residence. Qin smiled and said, "His Highness likes to raise fish. This is prepared for the master of the fish." The man nodded indifferently. King Jing liked to raise fish and was well known in the imperial city. King Jing's residence was heavily guarded. Qin and the man were checked several times. Finally, the man was led into a courtyard. For some reason, there were 2 fat ducks raised in this courtyard. They quacked and were very noisy. As soon as the man stepped in, the 2 fat ducks flew up and pecked at him. The man raised his hand to hit them, but Qin hurriedly said, "You can't hit them. These are the princess and the young master's duck pets. They were brought here from the western border. If you break them, the guards outside will find out. If you lose a single feather, you will be punished." The man, there were fish pets and ducks pets. What kind of messy palace was this? The western border ducks were very chewy and pecked the man in pain. For the sake of the plan, he could only silently endure it. Qin walked slower and led the man into the inner room. There was a child lying on the bed, sleeping soundly with his face facing the wall. Qin quickly walked in and called out softly, "Eldest young master." The child turned around in a daze. The man glanced at the child's appearance from afar. It was the same as the portrait he had received, so he already knew. Seeing that the child was about to wake up, the man quickly asked Qin to continue coaxing the child. When the child fell asleep, the man took out a handkerchief from his sleeve and covered the child's face with it for a while. Qin thought that he was going to harm the little heir and hurriedly went to save him. The man pushed her away and estimated that it was about time to take off the handkerchief. This handkerchief was not tightly covered and would not take a person's life. However, the handkerchief was smeared with devil's snare flower powder, which could cause a person to fall asleep. Seeing that the child was really asleep, the man was relieved. He took out a silver needle and a white porcelain bottle from his other sleeve. Qin collapsed to the ground and could not bear to watch. After taking the blood, the man took a silver bracelet from the child's pair of silver bracelets and left. All of this was seen by the person waiting in the next room. "Is he leaving?" Liu hugged Dabao and gestured to King Jing. King Jing nodded. Dabao sat in his father's arms and did not dare to breathe loudly. He had also seen the scene just now and instantly understood what his father meant. Dabao knew that he was still too young and could not do anything. He simply remembered that person's face and wanted to tell his imperial grandfather in the future. After King Jing confirmed that it was safe, he rang the jade bell. Not long after, Wang Shi led Qin into the room. Qin stood obediently with her eyes lowered. King Jing ordered Wang Shi to tear up Qin's promissory note as a reward. Qin repeatedly thanked him. The child lying on the bed jumped down and came to King Jing's room. In front of King Jing, he took out a bottle of medicine and skillfully wiped his face. The chubby face that was originally the same as Dabao's instantly turned into an adult's. Even his voice was that of an adult. In fact, this was a dwarf with a body similar to that of a child. He was one of King Jing's special bodyguards. King Jing had called him here to cooperate with Qin and Wang Shi to put on a show. After the bodyguard finished his greeting, he raised his head. Liu's eyes lit up. He felt that this bodyguard was very good. He was at least 50% similar to Dabao. Although he was lying down, there were still some differences in his body shape. It was more than enough to deceive men who had never seen Dabao and could only recognize him by his portrait. "Is this a disguise?" Liu asked excitedly. He had worn the book, changed the fish, and even had a child. He did not expect to see a disguise in his life. The bodyguard was stunned and said with a smile, "I don't know what this disguise means. Just now, it was a makeup technique. It's just a small trick." Even if it's not a disguise, it's still very good. How did you do it? Liu could not stop himself from being curious. The bodyguard originally wanted to explain in detail for Liu. However, when he saw King Jing's dark face, the bodyguard respectfully cupped his hands to the two masters and decisively left. Liu, the princess, who had been absent-minded, refocused on the big plan. The feeling of plotting against others with King Jing was simply too satisfying, especially when the other party thought that victory was at hand and had already taken the little heir's blood. In fact, he had taken it to a corner. He didn't need to think with his toes to know who this man was. He was only worried that it would arouse the sixth prince's suspicion. His Highness, will he believe it? Liu asked. Yes. King Jing was very sure. The sixth prince was very meticulous. If there were no obstacles during this period, he would definitely be suspicious. Therefore, King Jing ordered the bodyguards to check several times. Liu even released the duck army to watch over the house and pecked the man dozens of times. The more dangerous a place was, the more real the other party felt. King Jing knew that the sixth prince had always wanted to have something on him. Now, he took the initiative to hand it over. If the sixth prince went into hiding, it would not be easy to deal with him. However, what would happen if he had something on him? Why did the sixth prince want Debao's blood? Ancient times were different from modern times. What was the use of blood? In the palace literature, there was a blood test. As a modern person, Liu had long known that the blood test was not accurate. What could the sixth prince do with Debao's blood? King Jing gently knocked on Liu's forehead and told him a secret of the royal family. The imperial physicians in the palace had their own secret technique to use a few drops of blood to prove whether or not a person was part of the royal family. When the sixth prince's men had mentioned taking Debao's blood, King Jing had already known about it. The sixth prince suspected that Debao was not his biological son, so King Jing had purposely asked him to take someone else's blood. Next, the sixth prince would definitely plot to let the emperor know about this matter. The crime of mixing up the royal bloodline was enough to make any emperor fall out with him. But at the same time, the crime of slandering a prince could also make the sixth prince unable to get away. Liu and King Jing were both waiting for the sixth prince to make a move, but who knew that the sixth prince would retreat? He was indeed the best at hiding. Although he had suffered a lot in the hands of King Jing and made a lot of mistakes, he was still able to calm down and would not make a move until the best time. May he endure until he became a big turtle. 2 months later, the annual hunting festival was coming. The hunting festival, as the name suggested, was actually a large-scale hunting event held by the royal family in this ancient world. There was a joke that the founding emperor was good at war, while the defending emperor was good at hunting. It was enough to show the importance of hunting in the life of an emperor. As a relatively sober monarch, the emperor was also happy to hold all kinds of hunting events to show off his fighting strength. Thus, the hunting festival was born. This was a hunting feast, and there was only one rule set: regardless of seniority, only one's achievements were counted. The emperor would usually lead a large group of members of the royal family to compete fiercely with the civil and military officials for the prey. Those who ranked first would receive the emperor's praise. Those who performed outstandingly would be promoted even if they came from humble backgrounds. The hunting festival was almost a shortcut to success. Everyone knew that once they performed well, they would be able to catch the emperor's eye. Even children of 7 or 8 years old would muster up the courage to carry a bow and arrow and follow the large group to the hunting grounds. However, there were also some who didn't want to participate in the activities that everyone was happy about. King Jing rarely hunted. In previous years, during the hunting festival, King Jing would stay in his residence and not come out. Usually, Yi Qinghuan would go on behalf of King Jing and just go through the motions. In fact, King Jing's actions were understandable. After all, it was useless for a prince to be outstanding. If the King Jing didn't go, others wouldn't think it was rude. They would think it was a matter of course, and the emperor wouldn't say anything either. Although there was no hierarchy in the hunting horse festival, the winner every year was still the emperor. Most of the time, the second place was occupied by the second prince. Occasionally, it would be the third prince. Similarly, there wasn't much suspense. The second place was what people could compete for. But this year, the situation had changed a lot. The second prince had gone crazy, the third prince had been disliked, and the sixth prince had become a dark horse that broke out of the encirclement. It seemed that the overall situation was set. However, King Jing, who wasn't favored and should have been eliminated as the crown prince, went to the western border and came back. Then, there was another change. As the only prince in this dynasty who had both political and military achievements, and had the noble status of a legitimate son, as well as 4 lively and healthy young masters, being born mute was no longer a big deal. Especially King Jing's son, the crown prince, was favored by the emperor. Every time he entered the palace, he would sit directly on the emperor's knee. All kinds of signs indicated that King Jing had suddenly emerged as a new force to be reckoned with. Although there was a saying in this dynasty that princes weren't easily given the title of king, it was obvious whether they were really out of favor or not. Comparing the two families of Ping Ho and An Ho, it was obvious. King Jing's position as the crown prince was probably special. He was favored by the emperor. Clever people would secretly pay attention to the rankings of this year's hunting horse festival. They were afraid that once the rankings were out, the position of crown prince would be almost certain. Even the emperor was looking forward to it. However, King Jing, who rarely participated in the hunting horse festival, still expressed that he didn't want to participate this time. He planned to stay in the palace to accompany his wife and children. The emperor couldn't stand it anymore. When the war report from the western border reached the imperial city, the emperor had also read it. In fact, King Jing was able to lead troops and even defeated bandits. What was wrong with going on a hunt? With a dark face, the emperor ordered head steward Luo to pass down the decree that no matter what reason King Jing had, he must participate in the hunting horse festival. King Jing had no choice but to set out for the hunting ground with Liu. They were afraid that something would happen to the children if they stayed in the palace. After discussing it for a while, they decided to take the children with them. When they arrived at the hunting ground, the imperial bodyguards would take care of them. King Jing would also prepare enough manpower to take care of the children. Moreover, the children still didn't know how to walk, so they probably wouldn't run around the hunting grounds. After the children's whereabouts were decided, all that was left was to make some preparations. There was a special costume for hunting. King Jing made a set of white riding clothes with gold edges for Liu in advance. It was a formal, narrow-sleeved short jacket that made him look valiant and formidable. As soon as Liu put it on, he was amazed by his handsomeness. He drooled and strongly requested that King Jing also wear an identical set of clothes. The king and princess consort were definitely going to wear matching outfits for this kind of occasion. Under Liu's urging, King Jing not only made a set for himself, but also made one for his 4 children. When it was the hunting horse festival, King Jing wore the same black riding clothes as Liu. He had a jasper belt around his waist and a purple gold crown on his head. He was handsome and tall, and looked like a match made in heaven with Liu. When the adults' tall and big riding clothes were shrunk down and worn by the 4 children, they looked round and cute. Debao wore a small golden riding outfit and a pair of small leather boots. His rotund body made his clothes bulge. With every step he took, he swayed violently, causing Liu's heart to tremble in fear. He was already able to walk unsteadily. Although he spoke slowly, his words were very clear. The imperial physician and wet nurse both said that it was already very good for the little heir to speak a little later. Heir Bao and Sam Bao were each wearing a gold and silver riding outfit and a silver-colored riding outfit respectively. The 2 of them didn't know how to walk yet, so they couldn't speak as well as Debao. Debao supported himself against the wall and began to move. Heir Bao and Sam Bao rolled on the ground like 2 shiny balls. They clung tightly to Debao's boots and refused to let go, insisting that Debao take them along. Debao didn't despise the 2 of them. A serious expression that didn't match his age appeared on his little face. As usual, he lifted his pair of short legs and tried to move forward, but he couldn't move. Liu and King Jing both laughed. Si Bao, who was wearing a handsome black riding outfit with silver edges, sat in his father's arms and couldn't stop laughing. In the end, extreme joy turned to sorrow. Liu winked at him and put Si Bao down on the ground. Fourth, Bao's reaction was always a beat slower. He didn't have the energy to transform into a human, and it was the same for walking. Compared to Dabao's seriousness, Sibao was very perfunctory. He sat down the moment his feet touched the ground. He stretched out his hands, wanting his father to carry him back. Liu had already let go of his hands, so it was impossible for him to carry him again. Sibao blinked his eyes, which were similar to Liu's, and followed Bao and Sanbao's actions to grab Dabao's legs. In the blink of an eye, Dabao had another little brother to hang on to. Liu laughed loudly. Wang Shi had already brought the horses over. King Jing first carried the children onto the horse carriage, and Wang Shi was responsible for taking care of him. After the children were all on the carriage, King Jing was in a good mood and pulled his wife onto the horse. He wrapped his arms around her, and the horse slowly followed beside the carriage. Liu kept muttering that it was very childish to sit in the front. However, when the horse galloped, he was also the one who neighed the loudest. When they arrived at the hunting grounds, King Jing and his family first went to the dragon tent to pay their respects to the emperor. The emperor was very satisfied with King Jing's tactfulness and whispered a few words to King Jing. It was Liu's first time participating in such a large group activity. In order to avoid making mistakes, he stood behind King Jing obediently. The emperor also encouraged him. At this time, the emperor was still very wise and mighty. When he saw the row of children wearing impressive riding outfits beside Liu's legs, the emperor's demeanor suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Dabao, are you also going to hunt today? The emperor transformed into a kind grandfather. With a smile, he scooped Dabao into his arms with his long arms. Grandpa, I'm going to hunt. Dabao said crisply. After Dabao learned how to speak, Liu tried to teach him how to properly address him as imperial grandfather. However, the pronunciation of imperial grandfather was still a bit difficult for children. Using this as an excuse, the emperor still allowed Dabao to continue calling him imperial grandfather. The emperor himself also felt that it was very close. The emperor was very happy that Dabao was so ambitious at such a young age. He even had the thought of personally teaching Dabao archery. However, how could such a young child have the strength to pull a bow? The emperor ordered Luo Ruisheng to find a slingshot and forcibly replaced archery with a slingshot. Dabao's fat and tender claws fiddled with the bowstring, not knowing what to do. The emperor stroked his beard and was about to take the lead to play when he remembered that his son, King Jing, was still waiting. Without the emperor's permission, King Jing couldn't act on his own accord. Go ahead. Don't come back to see me if you don't get a ranking. The emperor ordered expectantly. King Jing nodded and looked at Liu. The emperor's imperial edict came suddenly and ordered them to participate in the hunt. Liu didn't know how to ride a horse, so King Jing taught Liu for a while. However, Liu still didn't know how to ride a horse. This time, coming to the hunting ground, it was almost impossible for him to get a result. Moreover, the children also came along, so one of them had to stay behind to look after them. They couldn't both go hunting. It was said that the sixth prince had come before them and had been hunting for half an hour. He had hunted a lot of game and was ranked among the best. Tianchi, don't worry and go. Teach him a lesson. Liu valiantly and spiritedly sent King Jing out of the tent, cheering for the old hunter. King Jing nodded. He didn't care if there was anyone around him. He pulled Liu into his arms and rubbed his head. Liu took the opportunity to cuddle with him for a while. Then, he went back to the tent smugly and sat on the chair next to the emperor. From time to time, he would listen to the imperial guards report that the sixth prince had hunted another game. Then, it would be King Jing. At first, the sixth prince had a big lead. Later, King Jing caught up and shortened the distance. The first game that King Jing hunted was a white rabbit. It was still alive, but its leg was grazed by an arrow. The emperor's mouth twitched when he saw this. He told Liu to deal with it as he saw it. However, his children started clapping. Rabbit. Bao and Sanbao laughed. Rabbit paper. Sibao stretched out his hand. Sibao was always a beat slower. It was rare for him to say a word correctly. The children surrounded the snowy white rabbit and liked it very much. Liu felt as if he was seeing the magnificent scene when the duck entered the residence. King Jing must have done it on purpose. What could he do if he brought such a cute rabbit back? Liu happily asked Eunuch Wang to bandage the rabbit's leg. It seemed that in addition to the fish and duck pets, the residents would have a rabbit pet from now on. The emperor was too lazy to listen to the reports. He focused on teaching Dabao how to play with the slingshot for a while. The slingshot required a bullet. It was meaningless to just pull the string. However, ordinary bullets were either made of iron or stone. They were too lethal for children to play with. The emperor often heard King Jing praise Liu. Thus, he asked Liu to think of a way. Liu was very quick-witted. He tore the rice paper into pieces and made a lot of them. They didn't hurt when they hit his body. Now that there were bullets, the emperor held Dabao's small claws. The two of them pulled the bow together and released it. A paper bullet flew out and lightly hit Steward Luo, who was asking for information. Luo Ruisheng turned around. The emperor and Dabao looked innocent at the same time. "Don't look at me. I didn't do it," Liu couldn't help but snicker. He was more concerned about King Jing's side. The guards came to report several times that the sixth prince was in front. King Jing was about to catch up, but the gap was widened again. Liu couldn't show too much worry in front of the emperor. He was sweating for King Jing in his heart. Unconsciously, he walked to the front of the tent and looked for King Jing among the people who were participating in the hunt. It didn't take long for him to find him. King Jing was riding on a horse. He seemed very tired. He lowered his head and wiped the sweat off his forehead. The back of the horse was full of game. Liu felt sorry for him. Because of the emperor's words, he had to prove himself even if he had to risk everything. He looked at him from afar. Suddenly, King Jing seemed to have a telepathic connection and looked at him. King Jing curled his lips and smiled. He rode on the horse and galloped towards Liu. In an instant, he was in front of him. Liu was pulled onto the horse by King Jing. King Jing held the reins with one hand and hugged him tightly with the other. He didn't allow him to resist and kissed him on the lips. The familiar hot breath instantly surrounded Liu. Liu was shocked. He reacted and gently pushed him away. Since he couldn't push him away, he kissed him back passionately. After the kiss, King Jing rubbed his neck and sent him down safely. Then, as if he was possessed by the god of war, he raised his whip again and rushed into the hunting ring. Really, did he think he was a power bank? After the hunt was over, King Jing and the sixth prince returned together. No matter how good the sixth prince was at disguising himself, he almost couldn't keep his composure after being overtaken by a mute. In the past, when the third prince was around, he was at most an assistant. In fact, he was good at hunting, but he didn't dare to show off too much in case the third prince became suspicious of him. This time, he could finally fight for himself, but he didn't expect that King Jing would also come. The world didn't know that the sixth prince was good at riding and shooting, and the sixth prince also didn't know that King Jing was good at it. After all, King Jing had never participated in the hunting festival before. In order to ensure a good ranking, the sixth prince arrived very early. As soon as the gong sounded, he was the first to rush out. Unlike King Jing, who took his time to arrive at the hunting ground with his family, the others had already started for a long time. The hunting festival didn't stipulate that everyone had to start at the same time. It only depended on the total number of prey at the end. This meant that even if one arrived late, as long as one had the ability, one could still get a good ranking. Of course, this was a very ideal situation. It had never happened before, because usually, one would lose the initiative if they were late, and it would also affect morale. However, King Jing came down halfway and was still chasing closely. If the sixth prince let his guard down, King Jing would catch up with him. The sixth prince was already beginning to feel tired. King Jing's situation was not much better than his. This was because most of the prey had already been hunted down, and King Jing still had to expend a lot of effort to find new prey. Thus, the speed of his pursuit had obviously slowed down. The sixth prince felt that he couldn't catch up with him, but King Jing used some unknown method and became radiant as soon as he turned around, while the sixth prince's hand holding the bow was so tired that he couldn't lift it. King Jing hit the prey one after another. The sixth prince had to give it his all, but at the last moment, King Jing seemed to have the help of God, and the total number of prey was more than his. Moreover, he had started hunting more than an hour earlier than King Jing, the sixth prince only felt that it was ironic. He thought that King Jing was good at riding and shooting, but it seemed that he wasn't so good at it. Fifth royal brother, you're really the latecomer. You're really in the limelight. The sixth prince said sarcastically before entering the tent. King Jing didn't even look at him. He strode up to the emperor, bowed respectfully, and handed over his task. The emperor was very satisfied with this result. As expected, King Jing did not disappoint him. After being forced to do something beyond his ability, he actually surpassed the sixth prince and was only below an experienced general. At the same time, the emperor also realized that King Jing was not bad at hunting. In the past, he did not participate in the hunting festival. The emperor originally wanted to praise him more, but his mood became complicated. He said faintly, "Go and sit." King Jing cupped his hands and returned to Li Yu's side in a humble manner. Li Yu's lips were red and moist. She looked at him with her charming eyes. Both of them still remembered the passionate kiss they had just shared. It was inconvenient for them to say anything in front of the emperor. Both of them looked at each other for a moment. King Jing smiled and touched Li Yu's hand under his sleeve. Their fingers intertwined. The emperor sat on the dragon throne and looked down. He could see a little of the interaction between King Jing and Princess Consort. It was both funny and tiresome. The emperor turned to the other side and said to the sixth prince, "Xianxia is also not bad. He exceeded my expectations." The emperor didn't lie. The sixth prince's performance was remarkable and was completely different from before. It was just a pity that he couldn't surpass King Jing. The sixth prince changed his sarcastic attitude and humbly replied, "I'm still far behind fifth royal brother. I'll work hard in the future." The emperor nodded and asked the sixth prince to sit. Next to the sixth prince was the pregnant sixth princess consort. Xianxia's lower abdomen was a little obvious. Recently, she had been suffering from morning sickness and was in low spirits. After the sixth prince came to the hunting ground, he hurriedly handed her over to Consort Zhang. He didn't even look back. Xianxia wasn't feeling well and was worried about her husband, so her complexion didn't look good. Consort Zhang wasn't someone who could be considerate. After taking care of her daughter-in-law for a while, Xianxia was still weak. Consort Zhang felt that Xianxia was being unreasonable because she was pregnant, so she didn't bother to pay attention to her. The sixth prince was exhausted and had a stomach full of anger. When he came back and saw his wife's bitter face, although the sixth prince didn't vent his anger, he didn't give her a word of comfort. Liangxia's expression became even more gloomy. Although the two were close, they didn't have the slightest hint of intimacy. The emperor was tired of King Jing and Consort Zhang, but he was disgusted when he looked at the sixth prince. The emperor didn't want to get involved in his son's family matters, so he ordered people to bring up the game. The game had been roasted and cut by the imperial chefs and placed on silver plates for the emperor to reward. There was a trick to this. Generally, people who participated in the hunt would offer the first game to the emperor. If the offering was good, it could also please the emperor, so the emperor would reward the other party with roasted meat. The general that was mentioned earlier offered a deer, while the sixth prince offered an eagle. Although his ranking wasn't as high as King Jing's, when the eagle was brought up, it still gave the sixth prince some face. The emperor rewarded the general with roasted deer meat and the sixth prince with roasted eagle meat. He didn't specifically reward the King Jing. Li Yu listened around and didn't hear his old man's name. He wondered what King Jing offered. Li Yu wanted to quietly ask King Jing, but he suddenly remembered that King Jing seemed to be hunting rabbits. King Jing's residence's new rabbit pet. This rabbit was originally to be reported to the emperor, so the emperor let him handle it. Li Yu, other people had deer and eagles, but his old man had offered a live rabbit. Rabbits were so cute. Li Yu didn't think that there was anything wrong with offering a rabbit, but the emperor definitely wouldn't like it. Only then would he be able to grandly give a commemorative prey to him and the children as a rabbit pet, wouldn't he? Li Yu was overjoyed. Steward Luo brought them a whole roasted chicken. Li Yu was grateful for Prince Jing's thoughtfulness. She picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and put it in Prince Jing's bowl. Air Bao, San Bao, and Si Bao picked up the roasted chicken drumstick. Li Yu deliberately didn't help them and wanted to see how they were going to eat it. Only a small white tooth the size of a grain of rice grew in their mouths. After grinding back and forth on the chicken drumstick for a long time, they couldn't even chew off a piece of meat. Meat. There was delicious food, but they couldn't eat it. The babies were so anxious that they were about to cry out. Liu flashed a small silver knife that he had prepared earlier. He helped the children cut off the meat from the roasted chicken drumstick and put it on a plate. Liu had only cut half of the chicken drumstick when King Jing took the knife from him and cut it himself. As expected of the tyrant male lead who could even turn the tables when hunting, he cut the meat much faster than Liu. In a short while, he had a plate full of meat. The three babies all opened their mouths wide, wanting their father to feed them. King Jing picked up a piece with his chopsticks and was about to feed it to one of them when Liu hurriedly said, "Wait." King Jing was slightly startled. Liu blushed and imitated the three babies, opening their mouths wide. King Jing immediately understood. Seeing the one adult and three children blinking their eyes like birds waiting to be fed, he couldn't help but laugh. Without thinking, he fed Liu the piece of meat that he was going to feed the children. Liu ate with his silver chopsticks and glanced at the three babies proudly. "See, he likes me the most." Bao, San Bao, and Si Bao, the three babies pouted and wanted to cry when their father snatched away the fragrant meat. Liu was embarrassed and hurriedly stuffed the meat into Bao's mouth. Bao's eyes were still filled with tears, but his chubby cheeks were already puffing up rapidly. San Bao and Si Bao were even more upset when they saw that Bao had food but they didn't. Liu and King Jing wanted to feed each of them, but Bao came to a conclusion after eating the meat. He thought that King Jing's father was feeding his father and that his father was feeding him. Then, shouldn't he be the one to feed San Bao next? Bao liked San Bao and nodded seriously. He dug out half a piece of meat that was covered in saliva from his mouth and stuffed it into San Bao's mouth. Liu, when San Bao also fed half a piece of meat that was covered in saliva to Si Bao, Liu realized that the children might have misunderstood and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, their father was very gratified that his children were willing to share. The children's love didn't end there. As Si Bao ate the meat, he thought of Bao and screamed, "Ah ah." He kept pointing at Bao from afar. Bao was still sitting on the emperor's lap. When Si Bao screamed, the emperor saw him and waved at Si Bao amiably. Wang Shi, who was at the side, took the initiative to carry Si Bao over. Si Bao and Bao met on the emperor's lap. Si Bao screamed and stuffed the remaining meat into Bao's mouth. Bao? Bao slowly understood. However, the other children could find their brothers to feed them. Who could Bao feed? Bao's eyes lit up. The emperor was holding back his laughter as he watched this scene. However, Bao turned around and placed the last bit of meat in the emperor's hand. "Grandfather, eat." Bao patted the emperor's hand generously. Ever since the emperor became the ruler of the country, he had given a lot of meat to others. This was the first time someone gave him meat. Although the meat was passed around and was covered in the children's saliva and definitely couldn't be eaten, the emperor was very touched by the thought behind it. King Jing's children were all good children. When the emperor was happy, he gave each of the children a large pot of roasted meat. Many of the people present were shrewd people. The emperor saw that King Jing's son was very fond of him, so these people also praised the clever young masters. They seemed to have forgotten that the sixth prince was also present. The sixth prince, Xianxia, was immersed in eating his own dishes with a calm expression. At night, Liu and King Jing stayed in the tent that the emperor assigned to King Jing. Wang Shi and the four children slept next door, separated from King Jing and Liu by a curtain. Because they were outside, it was inconvenient to talk. Liu tried not to talk about confidential matters with King Jing. He and King Jing understood each other very well. Sometimes, even if they didn't speak, they could understand each other just by looking at each other's eyes. The two quickly finished washing up and looked at each other. No one knew who started it first, but they kissed each other's lips. After their lips and teeth battled for a while, King Jing picked up Liu and laid him down. He let him lean on his chest and gently stroked his back. They all felt that the sixth prince was very likely to make a move during the hunting festival. King Jing was already prepared, but because of this, the two of them couldn't do anything too intimate. Liu lay on King Jing's body, drowsy. In fact, he did sleep for a while. There was a soft sound outside the tent. Someone shouted, "Assassin!" Liu immediately opened his eyes and sat up. King Jing pulled open the curtain of the tent. Wang Shi hadn't rested yet, so he hurriedly said, "Your Highness, please be at ease. This old servant will go out and take a look." King Jing nodded and motioned for Wang Shi to be careful. Wang Shi flashed out of the tent. King Jing lowered his eyes and glanced at the children. Even though he had changed his resting place, it didn't affect the children. Their faces were all red from sleeping. King Jing carried the 4 children to Liu's room and wrapped the bed full of fish with a brocade quilt. King Jing unsheathed his sword and silently guarded the bed. Liu was a little nervous and kept encouraging himself. Although he didn't know what the 6th prince was going to do, it shouldn't cause any big waves. He and King Jing were waiting for Wang Shi's news. Not long after, Wang Shi hurried back. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, it's terrible." The guards outside found a man sneaking into concubine Lu's tent when they were patrolling outside. The guards thought he was an assassin and arrested him. Who knew that this man was an old acquaintance of concubine Lu's? Liu, what? King Jing, Wang Shi's words were full of profound meanings, but they were also full of mysteries. Lu Pin was the emperor's youngest son. She was also the 8th prince's birth mother. This time, she was also in the entourage. Why would such an imperial concubine, who had no worries about her future, suddenly have an old acquaintance right under the emperor's nose? Moreover, the concubines who followed the emperor to the hunting ground all rested in their respective tents at night. However, most of the tents were concentrated in one place. Concubine Lu's tent was the innermost one. The inner layer was guarded by eunuchs and palace servants in shifts. The outer layer was guarded by several teams of guards. Even a peerless master would find it difficult to sneak in. However, this old acquaintance did it and did it secretly. This was also suspicious. What kind of old acquaintance would have to sneak into someone's tent in the middle of the night on the hunting ground during the hunting festival? Liu thought of a melodramatic possibility and thought, it can't be, right? Could it be that this so-called old acquaintance was actually concubine Lu's lover? Could it be that the two of them had a secret meeting in the middle of the night? And the reason why this person was able to sneak in so smoothly was because concubine Lu acted as a spy? Otherwise, how could it be explained that there were so many imperial bodyguards and it was only later that they discovered him? In ancient times, it was a taboo for a man and a woman to be alone together. If the emperor's concubine was discovered to be in the same room with a strange man, she would either be sentenced to death or thrown into the cold palace. What's more, concubine Lu and this man were old acquaintances. Wouldn't it be confirmed that concubine Lu had an affair and made the emperor wear a green hat? When people outside said that there was an assassin, he really thought that there was an assassin, and that the assassin was sent by the 6th prince. Or, no matter what, it was related to the 6th prince. But, it turned out that concubine Lu had made the emperor a cuckold. Wang Shi gave the emperor a lot of face. He said that he was an old acquaintance and didn't directly say that he had an affair. He also didn't mention what happened when he was discovered. This made Liu, like Sibao, slow down a beat. It turned out that it wasn't to catch the assassin, but to catch the adulterer. There was no such thing in the book. Given that this was a commonly used plot in palace novels, Liu couldn't be sure whether concubine Lu was having an affair or if she was framed. But whether it was true or not, the man was still found in concubine Lu's tent. The emperor would definitely be very angry. Tianqi, do you want to go over and take a look? Liu couldn't make up his mind. King Jing slowly shook his head. At this time, the emperor would definitely want as few people to be present as possible. He was a prince. If he rushed over at this time, not only would he not make the emperor feel comforted, but he would also embarrass the emperor. But King Jing didn't seem right if he didn't go over to greet him. What should he do? Got it. Liu's gaze fell on Dabao. Dabao was sleeping soundly and dreaming of fish food and big chicken drumsticks. Suddenly, he felt something scratching his face. Dabao opened his eyes and found that his father was smiling at him. Dabao rubbed his eyes and sat up. Liu smiled and said, Dabao, I'm sorry. Daddy woke you up. But Daddy has an urgent matter. Can you help Daddy with something? Dabao was the older brother. He had to protect his younger brother and his father. He hurriedly said, okay. Liu and King Jing looked at each other. Then, they picked up Dabao and walked towards the emperor's tent together. Steward Luo was anxiously pacing around outside the tent. The emperor was very angry because of concubine Lu. He refused to even drink a mouthful of water for a long time. The imperial physician also refused to let him take a look. When Steward Luo saw that King Jing's husband had brought the little heir over, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly went to report. Liu and King Jing were waiting outside. Not long after, the sixth prince also arrived. Steward Luo soon let King Jing and the others in, but he didn't mention the sixth prince. Liu and King Jing entered the emperor's tent. The tent, which was bustling with noise during the day, was now empty. The floor was in a mess. Broken cups and cups could be seen everywhere. The emperor sat alone on the dragon throne. He looked dejected and seemed to have aged a few years compared to the day. Concubine Lu had been personally interrogated by the emperor and was locked up alone. The appearance of a strange man in the young concubine's tent was a heavy blow to the emperor. The emperor was in a very bad mood. He said unhappily, "What are you doing here?" The group of concubines just now had all been driven away. Was King Jing also here to watch the show? Liu said on behalf of King Jing, "Imperial father, Dabao missed you in the middle of the night and insisted on coming to see you. I had no choice but to bring him to see you." Dabao was warned by his father and knew that his grandfather was in a bad mood. He hurriedly reached out his chubby little hand to his grandfather. The emperor was speechless. The emperor had mixed feelings in his heart. Because of his love for Dabao, he still let Luo Ruetian carry Dabao over. Dabao's arms were wide open. When he was in front of the emperor, he hugged the emperor's waist and patted him gently with one hand. "Grandfather, hug," Dabao said in a soft voice. The emperor suddenly had the urge to cry. Liu and King Jing looked at the emperor nervously. They were afraid that Dabao would make the emperor even more unhappy when he was angry. However, this was the only way to persuade the emperor to pay attention to his health. "You can all leave. Dabao can stay." The emperor waved his hand. He didn't want his son to see his depressed mood. King Jing and Liu looked at each other and retreated out of the tent with Steward Luo. Not long after, tea and snacks were served and Dabao's giggles could be heard. King Jing, Liu, and Steward Luo were all relieved. The next day, the emperor was full of energy. Although there was an unpleasant incident, it was still a matter of the imperial harem. The emperor had already sent concubine Lu back to the palace that very night. He didn't plan to show too much concern in front of the ministers and princes, so the hunting horse festival went on as usual. However, before the second hunt started, Prince Li of the imperial clan court rushed over and asked to see the emperor. He said that he had something to discuss with the emperor. The emperor glanced at the fluttering banners on the hunting ground and knew that the hunt would probably end here. It turned out that Prince Li of the first rank also knew about concubine Lu's incident last night and specially came to test the emperor's attitude. Concubine Lu was the eighth prince's birth mother. If a prince's concubine did something like this, how could the eighth prince establish himself in the future? Moreover, it was said that this man was someone concubine Lu knew before she entered the palace. That was why it was said that they were old acquaintances. As for whether they still had contact after entering the palace, the two had stayed in the same tent. As for the eighth prince's background, it was hard to say. Prince Li of the first rank tried his best to persuade the emperor. "Your Majesty, the imperial bloodline cannot be mixed up. Please make a decision." Not only did Prince Li of the first rank come himself, he also brought along two elderly imperial physicians. As the emperor's younger brother and the head of the imperial clan court, Prince Li of the first rank was in charge of the imperial clan's affairs. He obviously wanted the emperor's permission to verify the eighth prince's identity. Although the imperial clan had secret methods, they were classified. Only when the emperor's identity was in doubt could they be tested with the emperor's permission. This caution was to protect the secret and prevent others from using it. The emperor hesitated for a moment. Concubine Lu had made him suspicious. If Prince Li of the first rank didn't come, he was afraid that he would find him after returning to the palace. Since that was the case, he might as well allow it. If this dragged on, the eighth prince himself would become suspicious. Just as the emperor was about to agree, Princely of the first rank knelt down and took out a secret scroll from his sleeve. Your Majesty, to be honest, I have another important matter. The night before I came, this scroll appeared on the desk in my study. I didn't believe it at first, but when I heard that something happened at the hunting ground, I felt that it was very suspicious. Princely of the first rank presented the scroll. The emperor took it and quickly skimmed through it. It was actually a secret letter written to Princely of the first rank. The letter reported two things to Princely of the first rank. The first was that concubine Lu had an affair with another man. The second was that King Jing's son was not his biological son. The letter included the name and place of origin of the man with whom concubine Lu had an affair, as well as all sorts of suspicious things about King Jing's son. As the head of the imperial clan court, Princely of the first rank received at least 800 requests every day. There was no lack of such seemingly baseless rumors. If he believed them so easily, he wouldn't have to do anything else every day. Originally, he didn't care, but when concubine Lu was caught having an affair with another man at the hunting ground, Princely of the first rank spent a lot of effort to find out the identity of the man. His heart sank. At least most of the information about concubine Lu in the letter was true. What about King Jing? Princely of the first rank thought about the emperor's love for King Jing's son and faintly sensed that the emperor had high expectations for King Jing. If that was true, how could he sit still? He rushed over not only for the eighth prince, but also for the emperor. Your Imperial Majesty, what do you think we should do? Princely of the first rank felt that it would be better to kill the wrong person than to release the wrong person. In any case, testing one person didn't make any difference, so he might as well test King Jing's son as well. According to the letter, King Jing had 4 sons at the western border. It was said that innate muteness could be passed on to the children. King Jing didn't have any sons, which was extremely unusual in itself. Princely of the first rank also felt the same way about this point. The emperor's face darkened as he read. Princely of the first rank was afraid that the emperor would suddenly become angry with him, but the emperor didn't do anything to him until he finished reading the letter. I understand. You can leave now. You must not speak of this to outsiders, the emperor said. Princely of the first rank left in fear. Only then did he remember that the emperor hadn't said what to do with the eighth prince. The emperor read the letter several times. Thinking about Debao, who was so devoted to him, he already had a plan in mind. He ordered Luo Ruisheng to quickly summon King Jing to the dragon tent. Xianxia, you must be careful. Liu looked around and secretly wrote the number 6 on King Jing's palm. From the time concubine Lu's accident to Princely of the first rank rushing over, Liu felt that it was related to the 6th prince. King Jing understood that he wanted Liu to wait for him in peace. He also felt the same way. Princely of the first rank was the head of the imperial clan court. If he rushed over from the imperial palace, it must be something important. He had brushed shoulders with Princely of the first rank before. When Princely of the first rank saw him, his eyes avoided looking at him. King Jing was almost certain that Princely of the first rank's important matter had something to do with him. As soon as he entered the dragon tent, a booklet was thrown at his head. King Jing was alert. The booklet didn't actually hit him. It fell to the ground when it was half a foot away from him. King Jing felt the emperor's anger. He picked up the booklet and glanced at it. With just a glance, he knew what the 6th prince was planning. It turned out that concubine Lu was the bait used to lead the emperor's suspicion to the children. Because the 6th prince didn't have many trusted subordinates left, it wasn't easy for King Jing to send people to get close to and monitor the 6th prince. The 6th prince was cunning. He only trusted himself and didn't trust others easily. Therefore, he didn't know the 6th prince's specific plan. However, since Princely of the first rank came with the imperial physician in the middle of the night, it should be to test the children. If it wasn't for concubine Lu, the emperor might not have believed the words in the letter. However, because concubine Lu betrayed him first, the emperor should be more sensitive to this kind of thing. It was inevitable that the children would be tested. This was the purpose of the booklet. King Jing was waiting for the emperor to speak, but the emperor said unhappily, Xianxia, someone wants to harm Debao. Do you know who it is? If it had been any other royal grandchild, the emperor might not have been so concerned. It was very likely that he would have used this opportunity to test it. People were always suspicious of unfamiliar people or things. However, the emperor remembered that 3 of the children of King Jing looked very similar to King Jing when he was young, and the other one looked like Princess Jing. Was he blind to be suspicious of something so obvious? What made him suspicious was the person who told Prince Li of the first rank. Also, the emperor had ordered Luo Ruisheng to suppress the news of concubine Lu's secret rendezvous. How did Prince Li of the first rank find out? The emperor's trust in Prince Li of the first rank didn't come overnight. It had been slowly accumulated since he was young. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let his younger brother take charge of the imperial clan court and hand over the royal family's affairs to Prince Li of the first rank. He was very sure that this wasn't Prince Li of the first rank scheme. Then, someone must have deliberately leaked the news to Prince Li of the first rank. First, there was the telltale letter. Then, Prince Li of the first rank found out about concubine Lu's secret rendezvous. Naturally, Prince Li of the first rank would attach great importance to the telltale letter and even come to the hunting ground to persuade the emperor. Most of the time, the emperor would listen to Prince Li of the first rank's words. If he didn't know King Jing's children very well, then it was very likely that the children and the 8th prince would be the ones to be tested. The telltale letter had already been written about what would happen. Wasn't it to prove that they weren't King Jing's children and weren't part of the royal family? In the past, the emperor had experienced the struggle for the throne. He knew that there were many dirty tricks, and this was what made him angry. No matter what the result of the test was, the emperor would still hold a grudge against the 8th prince because of concubine Lu. And if something happened to King Jing's children, the emperor's relationship with King Jing would probably be over. This was a vicious plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If it succeeded, the 8th prince and King Jing would be deposed. Fortunately, because he trusted these children, he saw through this vicious plan in time. Otherwise, if he was deceived, what would happen to Dabao? The emperor didn't dare to think further. Tianqi, do you have any clues? The emperor asked King Jing. He hoped that King Jing could see the same clues as he did. King Jing had already thought about it several times. The emperor's protective feelings towards Dabao made King Jing realize that the original plan might have to be changed. King Jing pondered for a moment, then asked the emperor for a pen and paper. He quickly wrote, using concubine Lu as bait, someone intended to frame Dabao and frame your son. The emperor nodded. It seemed that King Jing was quite smart. Since the emperor asked, King Jing appropriately revealed another matter. A few days ago, a thief had sneaked into King Jing's residence and wanted to take Dabao's blood. In the end, he took someone else's blood by mistake. King Jing did his best to express himself cleverly so that the emperor would not find out that he was beating the thief at his own game. As for who was behind the thieves, given King Jing's position, if he directly revealed everything, he was afraid that he would be suspected. As for who would benefit from this plan, he believed that the emperor himself would be able to guess without him mentioning it. The emperor was speechless. The emperor finally understood why Dabao and King Jing looked so alike when they were young, and why they were framed. King Jing's words further confirmed that this was a long-planned murder. What about concubine Lu? The emperor now recalled that concubine Lu had knelt on the ground and begged him. Concubine Lu had indeed caught a man in her tent, and she had admitted that she had known the man since they were young. However, concubine Lu had repeatedly assured him that they had completely cut off contact after entering the palace. He really did not know why that man would suddenly appear at the hunting ground and even enter her tent. Could there be a problem? Fortunately, he was angry last night and did not directly kill the man. Otherwise, the dead tell no tales. Concubine Lu had been sent back to the palace that night. The emperor decided to interrogate the man who had been beaten to death by the guards again. Perhaps there would be new clues. You stay here. There is no need to go back. Wait for me to find out the truth, the emperor said to King Jing. It was not that the emperor did not believe King Jing, but that the emperor wanted to deliberately mislead the people behind the scenes. He wanted them to think that King Jing had been locked up so that they could continue to act. King Jing understood that the emperor must have other plans, so he quickly knelt down. Tianqi, what's wrong? The emperor did not understand King Jing's meaning. King Jing pointed in the direction of his tent and looked at the emperor. The emperor frowned. Are you worried about Liu and the children? It's okay. I can ask Luo Ruisheng to pass a message for you. He was not just worried. King Jing slowly shook his head. The emperor recalled the lovey-dovey relationship between King Jing and Princess Jing. He said helplessly, then you can write a message and give it to Luo Ruisheng. That should be fine, right? King Jing hesitated for a moment and still shook his head. The emperor was speechless. What do you want? The emperor guessed several times and was a little annoyed. He unconsciously raised his voice. Why don't I also bring them here to reunite with you? The emperor had just mentioned it casually, but King Jing actually bowed deeply and thanked him. The emperor was speechless. The emperor was almost angered to death by King Jing. He waved his hand and said, okay, I'll ask Luo Ruisheng to personally make the trip. Steward Luo immediately agreed and came over to ask King Jing what he wanted to bring. King Jing lowered his head and pulled out a silver bead tied with a red string from his collar. Although the emperor was flustered, he expressed that he could not be bothered with King Jing. He inadvertently saw that there seemed to be more than one thing hanging around King Jing's neck. Other than the silver beads, there was also a round stone. The emperor cursed silently. What the hell was this? King Jing wanted to give the silver bead to the emperor, but after thinking about it, he took it back and remained kneeling. Are you going back on your word again? The emperor said angrily. King Jing's eyes flashed. He apologized to the emperor and made a real request. After King Jing went to meet the emperor, Liu stayed in the tent with the children. Because King Jing was not around, there was no one to discuss anything with. Liu was not used to it. The children couldn't sit still. Even if they didn't know how to walk, the small tent couldn't contain their childlike innocence. Liu had to play with them to distract them and himself. King Jing still hadn't returned. Liu felt the same worry and panic when he was left alone in the courtyard. Calm down. You have to believe in him. Don't act rashly. Liu couldn't help but take deep breaths and comfort himself. Dad, Dad. Sibao's childish voice sounded. Liu came back to his senses and found that the children were tightly holding on to the corners of his clothes. There were still children. He couldn't mess around. Liu smiled and kissed them one by one. Do you want to play hide-and-seek or tug-of-war? The children looked at each other. Tug-of-war wasn't very interesting. Whichever side the fish father went to, that side would win. Thus, the four children unanimously chose to play hide-and-seek. Liu led them to play. He covered the children's eyes with a handkerchief and asked one of them to play while the rest hid. The children didn't know how to walk, so Liu didn't make things difficult for them. He didn't hide much and let them find him. Soon, it was his turn to play. Liu's eyes were covered by air bao and san bao. The children didn't know how to tie a knot with a handkerchief. De Bao had an idea and pulled Wang Shi's hand to help. Eunuch Wang covered his mouth and laughed. He helped Liu tie a loose knot. De Bao, air bao, san bao, and si bao spread out. If they couldn't walk fast, they would crawl. If they couldn't crawl fast enough, they would roll. De Bao ran straight to the curtain, lifted it, and hid behind it. Air bao and san bao found a bamboo basket and crawled into it together. They bumped their heads against each other and found that something was wrong. Then, they found a table and crawled into it together. The two children rubbed their foreheads and looked at each other. They suddenly understood. One went under the table, and the other went into the bamboo basket. Sibao looked around, pulled open the brocade quilt, and lay down. Liu counted from 1 to 10. It was time to start catching the fish. He pulled down the handkerchief covering his eyes a little and saw that the curtain had bulged out. The bamboo basket that was originally standing fell to the ground, revealing half of its small buttocks. Someone was hugging their head under the table. Liu was amused. He coughed lightly. To make things more lively, he deliberately put the handkerchief back on and went to catch the fish with the handkerchief. I can find you even if I'm blindfolded, Liu said mightily. He accurately pulled out the fish in the bamboo basket and under the table. Then, he suddenly pulled open the curtain. The children's screams and laughter rose and fell one after another. Liu had already found 3 and was preparing to find the 4th. The tent was not big, so the only place left to hide the children was the bed. Liu was very confident. He groped his way to the bed. Suddenly, he felt something tall and hard. He wondered why there was such a thing in the tent. The children's voices gradually became louder. They all cried out in surprise, "Dad! Dad!" Liu felt an arm and even a leg. He quickly took off the handkerchief covering his eyes. Before he could see clearly who it was, he was embraced and passionately kissed. Liu was startled. When he realized that it was King Jing's breath, he immediately surrendered. He almost drowned in this sudden gentleness. In front of the fish father completely became a braised fish. "Forget it. We're all family. It's not a big deal to kiss each other." Liu muttered like an ostrich. He thought about how he and King Jing had only been separated for a short while. How could they be so lovey-dovey? Of course, Liu didn't know. Just now, in front of the emperor directly asked King Jing if he knew anything. King Jing really did feel like he was standing on the edge of a cliff. If he took one wrong step, it was very likely that he would be smashed to pieces. However, King Jing survived and gained the emperor's trust. How could he not be happy when he saw Liu again? It was just that he didn't deliberately tell Liu about his feelings. "Oh right, why are you dressed like this?" Liu hugged King Jing's arm. It turned out that King Jing had changed into a bodyguard uniform. It was very different from what he was wearing when he left. Liu couldn't recognize him for a while. King Jing curled his lips and tried to concisely write what happened to Liu. "So it was Imperial Father who asked us to go over?" Liu asked in surprise. King Jing nodded. It was best to get up as soon as possible and not let outsiders know. Liu didn't understand. Since they were going to meet at the emperor's place, why did King Jing have to come back? He could have just sent someone to inform him. Moreover, he could have just come back. Why did he have to pretend to be a bodyguard? Although Liu didn't ask directly, his expression already said it for him. King Jing held Liu's hand under his sleeve and smiled as he pointed at his nose. "Liu? Was this because of what he wanted?" Liu's heart suddenly brightened. Yes, why did he have to make this trip? Wasn't it because he was worried about his and the children's safety? King Jing had specially asked the emperor to conceal his identity and come to pick them up. In front of the children, Liu was too embarrassed to give him a loving kiss even though he was very touched. However, he was very happy that King Jing could be so considerate for him. Liu held King Jing's hand tightly and shook it gently, indicating that he would always remember this in his heart. Liu and Wanshi picked up the children and were about to leave when they realized that one of them was missing. It turned out that Sibao was hiding in the brocade quilt while playing hide-and-seek. When his father found him, he accidentally fell asleep. King Jing, who was disguised as a bodyguard, lowered his head and carried Sibao out of the quilt. He pretended to be protecting him. The group didn't walk very far before they bumped into the sixth prince. "Fifth royal sister-in-law, you seem to be in a hurry. Is something the matter? By the way, why don't I see fifth royal brother?" The sixth prince seemed to be taking a stroll. When he bumped into Liu, he couldn't be more normal and asked this question. However, Liu knew that this was most likely a test by the sixth prince. If he hesitated for too long, or if the sixth prince found out that the bodyguard beside him was King Jing, then it would be bad. The emperor would create an illusion that he was angry with King Jing and it would be seen through. However, how should he answer so that the sixth prince wouldn't be suspicious and also get rid of him as soon as possible? "Your Highness the sixth prince, His Highness hasn't returned yet. The princess consort wants to inquire about him." Wanshi was eager to protect his master and rushed to answer for Liu. After the secret meeting between King Liqin and the emperor summoned King Jing. This was known to all. On the surface, there was no news about King Jing. Therefore, Wangshi's words were somewhat credible. He really hasn't returned yet? The sixth prince's eyes lit up. Did his plan work? Did the emperor become suspicious of King Jing? Was that why he detained King Jing? Liu summoned up his courage and nodded. King Jing secretly clenched the sword in his hand. If the sixth prince dared to harm Xiaoyu, he would definitely make the first move to protect Xiaoyu. Fortunately, the sixth prince's full attention was on Liu and the children. With Wang Shi's intervention, the sixth prince, who was wholeheartedly trying to get some information from Princess Jing, didn't notice the guard's strange behavior. Each of them had their own thoughts. Liu wanted to end this quickly and naturally slip away. Debao, who was holding his hand, suddenly cried, "Daddy, I want Daddy." Liu had an idea. He took the opportunity to hug Debao and coax him, "Debao, don't cry. I'll take you to find him now." Although the sixth prince found it strange that the luminescent consort had run away so quickly and disappeared without a trace, he didn't have much of a relationship with this male consort who had arrived halfway. Moreover, after learning that the luminescent king hadn't returned yet, the sixth prince couldn't control the pride in his heart. Even if some confusion flashed through his mind, he quickly let it go. He didn't try to contact his people again. It would be best if everything went according to plan and went smoothly. Rashly believing it wasn't a wise move. At most, there would be a conclusion in these 2 days. The sixth prince complacently walked towards his tent. When he entered the tent, he saw Xianxia's worried face. Sixth prince felt unlucky. In the past, for the support of Xianxia's maternal family, Marquis Dingbei, and for the child in Xianxia's belly, he had to coax Xianxia. Xianxia's pregnancy was sensitive, so sixth prince had been impatient for a long time. But now, he was in a good mood and had a rare happy smile when facing Xianxia. "Rest early. Don't be too tired," sixth prince warmly said. Liang Suyun was flattered. Sixth prince had been somewhat cold to her since a month ago. Liangxia's unspeakable suffering was all because of her child. She knew that this child was extremely important to sixth prince. Previously, the entire family, including herself, had hoped that this child would be a boy, but the imperial physician who took her pulse said it was a girl. Several imperial physicians had said the same thing. After sixth prince found out, although he didn't blame them, he took 2 beautiful concubines and told her that he was at a critical juncture and must have a boy as soon as possible. This was also for the future. Her belly was disappointing, so Xianxia could only accept it. Her maternal family, who had always helped her, also supported sixth prince and wanted her to endure. Liangxia's mood became more and more depressed day by day. She was full of worries and had no one to talk to. Before she married, she was a lively girl, but after she married, she became absent-minded and would unknowingly cry. Sixth prince often went to the concubine's quarters and only occasionally came to see her. Only then did they appear affectionate in front of others. Whether sixth prince and her were compatible or not, Xianxia couldn't say for sure. But when she saw that King Jing, who was also a prince, doted on Princess Jing, she was very envious. This time, sixth prince was talking and laughing. Xianxia sincerely hoped that these days could last a little longer. Liu, King Jing, and Wang Shi took the children and walked far away. After confirming that sixth prince didn't follow, they all breathed a sigh of relief. This time, Debao really suffered a loss. Liu smiled and carried Debao up. Debao had stopped crying a long time ago. His black grape-like eyes were shining brightly. He tilted his head and looked at his father happily. Liu was stunned. He had always known that Debao was smarter than other children and could understand adults' words. Could it be that just now, Debao, did you do it on purpose? Liu smiled as he leaned against Debao's face and asked in a low voice. He's bad. Debao pointed at the person in the distance with his chubby little finger. The sixth prince usually concealed himself very well in front of others. Ordinary people could not see through the sixth prince's inner thoughts. Because Debao was extremely favored by the emperor, he was often carried to the palace of heavenly purity. There was always the sixth prince who paid his respects to the emperor. In front of the emperor, the sixth prince naturally wouldn't reveal anything. However, when the emperor wasn't paying attention, the sixth prince would look at Debao with a poisonous gaze. He treated Debao as an ordinary child who wasn't even 1 year old. The sixth prince definitely wouldn't take it to heart and would wantonly vent his hatred for children. However, Debao himself wasn't ordinary. Before he was a baby, he had been a small fish for 10 months. Fish developed faster than humans, so Debao already knew many things. The sixth prince's gaze was very unfriendly, which made Debao very uncomfortable. He also remembered the sixth prince's bad intentions. However, Debeo was still a child. When he met a bad person who made him feel uneasy, his instinct was to stay away. Just now, he tried his best to cry and make a fuss to make his father stay away from the bad person. Although it was by accident, Debeo was very happy that he was able to protect his father for once. King Jing reached over and rubbed Debeo's head. Debeo was so excited that his little face turned red. King Jing's father rubbed his head. Liu also rewarded Debeo with a kiss. He vowed to smear half of Debeo's face with his saliva. Liu was kissing passionately when suddenly, his vision blurred. Bao, San Bao, and Si Bao came forward, their chubby little faces swaying in front of him. When it came to kissing, one didn't worry about the lack of kissing, but the unevenness. Everyone, be good. Liu held back his laughter and kissed each of them one by one. The family of Six and Wang Shi quickly went to the dragon tent. The emperor had been waiting for a long time. When he saw King Jing and Liu bringing the children over, the emperor smiled and teased, "Are you finally at ease?" The emperor was mocking King Jing for begging him before. King Jing silently accepted it. Liu looked at the emperor and then looked at King Jing. He was very curious. Although King Jing didn't express any dissatisfaction, he put Debeo down. The best mediator, Debeo, was on the ground. He immediately strode with his short legs and staggered toward the emperor's grandfather. The emperor didn't care about his son, but when he saw his grandson, he was overjoyed. He immediately changed the topic. "Why do I feel that Debeo is walking more steadily?" "Liu, Debeo really isn't. Debeo really isn't. Your Majesty, you just saw him a few hours ago. You're lying through your teeth." After going through untold hardships, Debeo finally walked in front of the emperor and grabbed the hem of his dragon robe. The emperor beamed with joy and picked Debeo up. With his chubby grandson in his arms, the emperor deeply hated the person who tried to scheme against his grandson. If King Jing fell and the eighth prince was hated, who would benefit from it, the emperor actually knew, but the other party had never revealed such a scheme in front of him. Didn't this mean that the other party knew how to hide and had been pretending in front of him all these years? He must force the other party to make a move and capture him on the spot so that the other party could no longer quibble. The emperor already had a careful plan, but this plan needed the cooperation of King Jing's family. "Debeo, can you do Grandpa a favor?" the emperor asked with a smile. Originally, the emperor was willing to explain to Debeo in person. Debeo blinked his eyes. He realized that all the adults liked to ask him for help. Father Yu often said it, and so did Grandpa. Debeo liked Father Yu and Grandpa, so he was naturally willing. Debeo patted his small chest. "Okay." The emperor's eyes were full of smiles, and he continued to tease him. "Is it okay if it hurts?" Debeo wrinkled his little chubby face. Father Yu had taught him to keep his word. Debeo was afraid of pain, and he couldn't regret it. Debeo gathered his courage and nodded, "Okay." Liu vaguely guessed that because this was the emperor's decree, Liu and King Jing couldn't do anything. The children were born in the western border, so it was inevitable that they would attract gossip. The emperor's actions were to completely shut people up. He also knew that the emperor's so-called pain didn't really mean that it was that painful. But as the child's father, he couldn't bear it. The emperor summoned the imperial physician over, and Liu couldn't bear it and turned around. King Jing held him under his sleeve, and Liu viciously pinched King Jing's hand, but King Jing didn't even frown. At the emperor's place, because he was worried that Debeo would be afraid, the emperor personally carried Debeo to his knees. Steward Luo came to take the blood, and the emperor stared at him coldly. Luo Ruisheng had been working for so many years, and his fingers were trembling slightly. He was even more nervous than King Jing, who was on the emperor's knees. Debeo said that he wasn't afraid, but he was still afraid. As soon as he saw the needle, he closed his eyes. Then his finger was hit, and Debeo felt that it was okay. It was much better than the time when his mouth hurt when he ate lychee. But when he opened his eyes and looked around, Debeo found that Father Yu's eyes were red, and his grandpa and King Jing's father looked like they were about to hit someone. "Debeo," Steward Luo gathered his courage and asked, "Your Majesty, what about the other young masters?" Although he understood that Steward Luo was just doing his job, Liu really wanted to kill him. When the children saw their elder brother being injected with needles, they were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Just as the emperor was about to shake his head, Debeo anxiously said, "Grandpa, let me do it." Debeo knew that it was still a little painful, and his younger brothers might not be able to endure it. If Grandpa must use needles, Debeo was willing to do it for his younger brothers. Debeo bravely stretched out his other finger. The emperor, the smile in the emperor's eyes deepened. "Okay." Luo Ruisheng was startled. He didn't expect that this would work. Debeo thought that he was going to be injected again, so he closed his eyes again in fear. But after waiting for a while, nothing happened. Steward Luo just took a few more drops of blood from his finger. The emperor asked for a bandage and personally bandaged Debeo's wound, wrapping it into a thick circle. Debeo returned to Liyu's side. Liyu hugged Debeo lovingly, and the other children didn't fight for Father Yu to hug them. With Sibao taking the lead, they blew on Debeo's bandaged finger. The children felt that it wouldn't hurt anymore if they blew on it. Seeing this, the emperor's heart had already melted into a puddle because of these children. The emperor then ordered Luo Ruisheng to invite the 8th prince. On the day of concubine Lu's accident, the 8th prince and the 7th prince stayed in the same tent. The 8th prince felt that it was noisy, but no one dared to tell him what was wrong. Since then, he hadn't been able to see his mother. Even the 7th prince, who usually paid close attention to him, avoided him. It was the 6th prince who kindly told him. When he found out that his mother's secret meeting with another man was discovered, the 8th prince was stunned. Although he was only 7 years old, he already knew what kind of crime it was. His mother had already been sent back to the palace, and the servants were all pointing fingers behind her back. When the emperor asked for a test, the 8th prince gritted his teeth and agreed. Anyway, he could only find out who he was by doing this. The emperor made preparations and ordered Luo Ruisheng to summon princely of the first rank, the princes, a few important ministers, and the elders of the imperial family to the dragon tent. The emperor announced, "Princely of the first rank received a secret report that the imperial bloodline is suspicious. I have decided to use a secret method to test it." The emperor didn't mention the letter, and didn't mention who he wanted to test it for. He only said that the blood of these people had already been taken, and ordered the imperial physicians who knew the secret method to test it as soon as possible. The emperor's words shocked the imperial family and ministers. First, the emperor didn't reveal who the imperial bloodline was suspicious. Second, the jade bottles that needed to be tested by the imperial physicians, other than some strange markings, no one could tell who it was. These markings were actually Liyu's contribution. After learning of the emperor's plan, Liyu proposed to use the markings to replace the names. Only the emperor himself knew how the markings corresponded to people. The 6th prince was originally waiting for the emperor to be furious when he found out, but he didn't expect the emperor to use this method. Normally, the imperial physicians would take the blood and test it. The imperial physicians actually knew who it was, but the emperor didn't. It could be seen that the emperor was also guarding against the imperial physicians. The safest way to fake the imperial bloodline was to bribe the imperial physicians. There weren't many imperial physicians in this dynasty who knew the secret method. Because the 6th prince's mother, consort Zhang, had saved the life of an imperial physician surnamed Pan in her early years, she was able to persuade Dr. Pan to help her test the blood of the little heir taken from King Jing's residence. It was also because Dr. Pan repeatedly assured him that the little heir was not a member of the imperial bloodline that the 6th prince fought this battle more smoothly. King Jing's heir was not a member of the imperial bloodline. This was already set in stone. Even the imperial physicians didn't know who it was, so it didn't matter to him. However, the 6th prince couldn't help but feel suspicious about why the emperor made such an arrangement. "Wangxi, what should we do?" The 6th prince looked around and saw Princess Jing holding the little heir whose finger was injured. She was anxiously discussing with Wangxi about countermeasures. Except for the 2nd and 3rd princes, the emperor had summoned all the other princes. Only King Jing didn't show up. It seemed that the emperor was still holding the King Jing captive, which made Princess Jing very anxious. The 6th prince ordered his eunuchs to go over and find out. Princess Jing was very alert, so the eunuchs couldn't get too close. They could only faintly hear the Princess Jing say "can't find" and "can't be exchanged." The 6th prince pondered for a moment. He knew that the Princess Jing was anxious. Princess Jing probably knew better than anyone else where the little heir came from. He wasn't anxious about the emperor's arrangement, but the King Jing's family was anxious, therefore, the emperor's series of measures should be to guard against the King Jing. He was afraid that the King Jing would do something, so he didn't have to worry. The sixth prince thought that he had figured out the emperor, so he calmed down and waited for the news. On the other side, Dr. Pan, who was helping the sixth prince, was a little anxious. The imperial bloodline was very cautious. Several imperial physicians checked separately and then checked together. Dr. Pan was surprised to find that the blood was all from the imperial bloodline. Why was the result different from what the sixth prince wanted? Dr. Pan was dumbfounded. This matter was related to the sixth prince's great cause. No matter what, Dr. Pan had to send a message to the sixth prince to confirm. Imperial physician Pan waited for a long time in an inconspicuous corner. He excused himself with the excuse that he was feeling unwell and couldn't stay for too long. He released a pigeon with a cloth tied to its leg. Just as he was about to lose all hope, a man dressed as a servant walked towards him. "Are you tired of living? Why are you looking for your master at this time?" The man reprimanded impatiently. "I have something important to report." Imperial physician Pan realized who this person was and hurriedly told him the results of the blood test. This was indeed a huge problem and the man couldn't make the decision. He frowned and asked the imperial physician to continue waiting while he went to report. Imperial physician Pan had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue waiting. Fortunately, the sixth prince was in a small tent not far away. He definitely wouldn't come out to meet Imperial physician Pan. Even if he was close, he would take a detour and let his confidant handle it on his behalf. The sixth prince was also shocked when he heard about the situation at the imperial physician's office. What was going on? King Jing's blood must have been taken, but why did the imperial physician's results say that there was no problem? It was King Jing. Could it be that King Jing had already acted before them? That was the only explanation. King Jing, it was King Jing again. The sixth prince unconsciously clenched his fists. He was so close. If King Jing could safely pass this hurdle, the emperor would completely trust King Jing. He couldn't make a fuss about the bloodline anymore. Once the little heir received the imperial physician's approval, King Jing's position would only be more secure. Previously, in order to make the emperor suspicious of the little heir and capture all the other princes in one fell swoop, he had also set a trap for concubine Liu. If he hesitated any longer, everything he did would be paving the way for King Jing. He had miscalculated. He didn't think that there would be such a possibility. However, it wasn't too late to get the news now. Wealth came from danger. Hadn't he been constantly seeking it his whole life? Why not make the same mistake this time? If King Jing could tamper with the blood test, why couldn't he? How could he be willing to admit defeat here? Since they couldn't tell who was who, they might as well make all the blood tests fail. That should work, right? The eighth prince's blood was definitely in the mix as well. He originally thought that his younger brother was already pitiful enough, so he didn't plan on harming him further. If he wanted to blame someone, then let the eighth prince blame King Jing. The sixth prince's expression was ruthless as he instructed, let imperial physician Pan do it as soon as possible. After imperial physician Pan received the reply, his head dropped to the ground. When he returned to the imperial physician Pan had already thought of a solution. In order to verify the secret technique of the royal family, the founding emperor of the current dynasty had once consumed a medicine called Xianxia gold. At first glance, there was nothing special about this medicine, but once it was consumed, the blood would emit a faint golden light when it came into contact with another herb called soaring dragon. Back then, the founding emperor hinted that he had the mandate of heaven, but because of this, he passed down the effects of the Xianxia gold to his descendants. Although it was said that each generation would be lighter than the previous one, the blood of the true royal family would still emit a golden glow after meeting the dragon soaring grass. And the secret method to verify the identity of a member of the royal family was the soaring dragon grass. Because the royal family wanted to keep this a secret, most of the soaring dragon grass had already been destroyed. There were only a few stalks left in the imperial physician court. Imperial physician Pan knew about the soaring dragon grass and had done a lot of research on it. He had a small bottle of medicine in his medical box. The medicine contained alumina powder, which could destroy the effects of the soaring dragon grass. He originally wanted to be prepared, but because he didn't know which portion of the little heir's blood, he couldn't do anything about it. Now that the sixth prince had given an order to change everyone's results, he came up with a plan. Imperial physician Pan dipped a silver needle in the medicine and casually fiddled with it, changing the result of a yes to a no. Because it involved the secrets of the royal family, only a few imperial physicians were busy in the tent. There were only guards outside the tent. Imperial physician Pan took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and quickly poured the medicine into all the bottles of blood. After doing all this, Imperial physician Pan pretended that he had just finished the test and began to check with the other imperial physicians. Naturally, Imperial physician Pan had a different result. Imperial physician Pan solemnly said, "We are all working for the emperor. If we don't agree, how can we present it to the emperor? Why don't we test it again?" Although the other imperial physicians were dissatisfied, Imperial physician Pan's words made sense. In the end, they agreed to test it again. Imperial physician Pan wiped the sweat on his forehead as he watched the imperial physicians test the blood that he had already added. He had finally succeeded. Little did he know that all of this was being watched by the people behind the tent and recorded in a book. This time, the imperial physicians' results were completely different from last time. The people that the emperor wanted them to test were not of the royal bloodline. This result was quite shocking. The imperial physicians tested it a few more times and even checked the dragon grass used. There was no problem. Imperial physician Pan pretended to sigh and said, "If we didn't test it again, I'm afraid that someone would have deceived the emperor." The imperial physicians didn't find anything strange and could only present this strange conclusion. The princes, members of the royal family, and King Liqin, who had been waiting in the dragon tent, all had ugly expressions when they heard the news. The eighth prince's face was deathly pale and he was on the verge of collapsing. "Your Majesty, it was King Liqin who first proposed the test." He himself didn't expect that King Jing's little heir and the eighth prince were not of the royal bloodline. What a sin, the emperor's eyes contained lightning. He said meaningfully and with restraint, "It's all thanks to the imperial physician's test. Otherwise, I would have been kept in the dark." Hearing this, the sixth prince's heart skipped a beat. He didn't forget to peek at Princess Jing's reaction. Liu had already knelt down and hugged the children tightly. He buried his face in the children's chest. The sixth prince couldn't see his expression, but he could clearly see that Princess Jing's hands were trembling. She must be afraid because she had been exposed. The sixth prince was very pleased with himself, but he still pleaded with the emperor to calm down. The emperor said in a deep voice, "There must be an explanation for this matter." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 groups of imperial bodyguards rushed into the tent. However, they didn't take away Princess Jing and King Jing's fake sons as the sixth prince expected. Instead, they dragged imperial physician Pan out. The ministers and King Liqin were all stunned. Impersonating a member of the royal family was a serious crime. They thought that the emperor would punish the people involved and that there would be a storm of blood. However, they didn't expect that the emperor would start with an unrelated imperial physician. Imperial physician Pan was frightened by the fierce-looking imperial bodyguards. The first thought that came to his mind was that the emperor had found out what he had done. However, no one in the tent noticed him at that time. How could the emperor know? Imperial physician Pan braced himself and said, "Your Majesty, what wrong have I?" Before he could finish his sentence, the emperor sneered. A bodyguard threw a secret report at Imperial physician Pan's face. Another bodyguard opened his medical box and found the bottle of medicine accurately. There was still some residue in the bottle. Imperial physician Pan didn't dispose of this bottle and thought that the most dangerous place was the safest place. Thus, he always carried it with him. The emperor ordered the other imperial physicians to look at the bottle of medicine first before looking at the blood test. After the imperial physicians carefully smelled and looked at it, they were all furious. There should be alum in it. The alum's medicinal properties were incompatible with dragon grass. This would greatly affect the accuracy of the secret method. It was no wonder that except for imperial physician Pan, they all came to the conclusion that he was a member of the royal family. However, after Imperial Physician Pan suggested a retest, none of them were. Imperial Physician Pan was clearly framing them. It turned out that the results just now were fake. The Imperial physicians all changed their statements, afraid that the Emperor would blame them. The ministers and King Li Qin hadn't recovered from the previous shock and received another shock. The 8th prince looked at the Emperor with admiration and gratitude. If it wasn't for the Emperor, he might have been wronged. The 6th prince's expression changed when the Emperor ordered people to capture Imperial Physician Pan. However, the entire situation had changed too quickly. Before he could understand the crux of the matter, the Imperial bodyguard picked out another servant from the crowd who did not look very impressive. It was the servant he sent to contact Imperial Physician Pan. The cold sweat on the 6th prince's forehead flowed into his eyes and his vision blurred. "Whose person is this?" the Emperor asked faintly. The 6th prince didn't dare to move or say a word. He felt the Emperor's gaze on him. If he said another word, the Emperor would definitely arrest him. He couldn't figure it out, but he didn't have time to think about it. Right now, he could only protect himself. This trusted subordinate was originally a distant relative of his mother's Zhang family. He already had the other party's family in his hands. This person would definitely not betray him. If something happened, he would definitely take all the blame. He was only afraid that Imperial Physician Pan would betray him after he was caught. However, as long as he didn't admit it, there was only Imperial Physician Pan. The Emperor couldn't do anything to him. Because he often used letters to scheme against others, there was no correspondence between him and Imperial Physician Pan. They only passed on word of mouth. It was the same between him and his trusted subordinate. As long as he didn't reveal anything, just like in the previous bribery case, even if the Emperor was angry, he couldn't just listen to one side of the story and punish a prince. At most, he would be found to have a master-servant relationship with his trusted subordinate. But so what? He was still deceived by his subordinate and didn't know anything. The Emperor suddenly arrested Imperial Physician Pan and another servant. Many people present, including Prince Li of the first rank, were puzzled. Prince Li of the first rank gathered his courage and asked, "Your Majesty, what did this person do?" The Emperor glanced at the 6th prince. Before he could answer, Debao, who had been held in Li Yu's arms, couldn't help but raise his chubby little hand. "Grandfather." Debao knew the answer to this question. The Emperor still gave Debao face and ordered Li Yu to carry Debao up the stairs. Li Yu persuaded King Jing in every way possible to get Debao to act. However, Debao wanted to add scenes midway and the Emperor agreed. What could Li Yu do? He could only cooperate. The Emperor held Debao in his arms. Debao looked curiously at the black mass of people below and wasn't afraid of strangers at all. The Emperor was very satisfied with Debao's boldness and teased him. "Debao, what do you want to say?" Debao pointed at the man being held by the Imperial guards and said crisply, "Grandfather, he's bad." Prince Li of the first rank trembled. He had seen many complaints, but he had never seen such a complaint. He knew that the King Jing's little heir was favored, but he didn't expect him to be so favored that he dared to speak up in front of a prince. As for the Emperor, Prince Li of the first rank stole a glance at the Emperor's reaction. The Emperor was actually amused. "Debao, do you know him?" the Emperor asked. Of course, Debao knew him. This was the bad guy who had snuck into his room last time. Debao handed over his heavily bandaged hand and said pitifully, "Needles, pricks." Li Yu, thanks to Debao, Li Yu also recognized this person. He didn't have the strength to complain in his heart. "Son, wake up." Although this person threatened the wet nurse and snuck into the prince's residence, he really wasn't the one who pricked her hand. Just now, Li Yu had felt that she had played the role of the princess consort who was in despair and the princess consort who was worried. But compared to Debao's pitiful and resentful eyes, she was nothing. The Emperor liked Debao the most. He understood Debao's words and actions very well. He quickly connected the dots and recalled that King Jing had mentioned that someone had snuck into King Jing's residence to take the little heir's blood. Debao must have seen this person and remembered it. The Emperor said, "Debao is a witness. Also, I have a special witness on my side." The Emperor slowly said, "In the afternoon, Imperial Physician Pan released a white pigeon and met with this person. He told him that the results of the blood test were that they were all members of the imperial family. Then, this person passed this news to his master. Not long after, this person's master sent back a message and asked Imperial Physician Pan to try to change all the results. The emperor repeated the conversation between his confidant and Imperial Physician Pan almost word for word. The sixth prince never thought that the emperor would know about this. For a moment, his heart was in a mess. How did the emperor know about this? If he even knew about this, did he already know that he was the one behind this? But what could he do? Under the circumstances where the emperor hadn't said anything, could he take the initiative to expose himself and admit to everything? No matter what, this was impossible. When Princely of the first rank heard that the eighth prince and the crown prince of King Jing were not members of the imperial family, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Now that he heard from the emperor that someone had instructed Imperial Physician Pan to do this, Princely of the first rank finally understood and asked, "Your Majesty, who instructed the imperial physician to do this?" The emperor was so clear about the conversation between two lackeys. He must know the person behind this. However, the emperor didn't answer. Instead, he remained silent for a while. During this time, the sixth prince felt as if he was dancing on the tip of a knife. His heart was about to rush out of his chest from time to time. There were several times when he met the emperor's eyes. Until the end, he forced himself to pretend that he didn't know anything. However, he didn't know that he couldn't stop the cold sweat from flowing down. The emperor sighed heavily. In fact, he had been watching the sixth prince, waiting for him to admit it himself. This silence was the last chance for the sixth prince. If he admitted it, the emperor might not punish him too harshly. However, the sixth prince didn't have any reaction. The emperor finally lost his patience with this son. Xianxia. The emperor sternly called out the sixth prince's name. Almost everyone's eyes looked at the sixth prince at this moment. Xianxia closed his eyes and tried hard not to let his voice tremble. "Father," the emperor said, after Imperial Physician Pan left the tent, "my imperial bodyguards have been following him." He released the pigeons. The person behind this was very smart. He didn't leave any letters or notes on the pigeons because he had an agreement with Imperial Physician Pan. The pigeons themselves were the signal to meet. However, when the messenger came to see Imperial Physician Pan, the imperial bodyguards followed him and found the real person behind this. "Xianxia," the emperor said. "When you were racking your brains to come up with countermeasures to frame King Jing and the eighth prince, I was just a wall away from you. I also heard you say that you wanted to make sure that no one could pass the test. This conspiracy was your idea, and I was the most special witness. The reason why I didn't expose you at that time was because I wanted to see how far you would go." Xianxia felt that the whole world had become dark. All that was left was the emperor in the dragon robe in front of him. How could this be? Xianxia was taken away by the imperial bodyguards, and the emperor dismissed everyone. The punishment of the sixth prince would be left until after they returned to the palace. The man who was concubine Lu's old acquaintance was also interrogated at this time. The emperor discovered that this person was drunk and wasn't very clear-headed. He muddle-headedly ran into the hunting ground and entered concubine Lu's tent. After this person sobered up, he realized that he had made a big mistake, but he couldn't remember clearly what happened when he was drunk. The entire incident sounded like a drunken mistake, but the hunting ground was heavily guarded. It was impossible for ordinary people to barge in. Moreover, they were all drunk. How could a drunk person who didn't know the situation in the hunting ground find concubine Lu's residence? Therefore, someone must have led this man in and led him into concubine Lu's tent. The person who could do this had a high status. The emperor had already captured the sixth prince, and was determined to investigate from the sixth prince. After some effort, he actually discovered that the sixth prince's wife's sedan had entered and left the hunting ground twice. Because the sixth prince was accompanying her in front of the sedan at that time, and the sixth prince's wife was pregnant, the guards couldn't carefully look inside the sedan. The emperor sent people to verify the sixth prince's wife's whereabouts and learned that Madame Liang had entered the hunting ground and hadn't left. It seemed that once, she had specially used the sedan to transport the man. The sixth prince even used his pregnant wife as a shield. The emperor thought about how Mu Tianxiao previously didn't have any misgivings about Madame Liang's health and used his son to fight for favor, so it wasn't too strange. However, after the man was transported in, concubine Lu's tent must have received him. The emperor investigated the people who went in and out of concubine Lu's tent and discovered that during this period of time, there was only one old mama who frequently went in and out. The emperor ordered people to capture this old mama and interrogate her. He discovered that this old mama was originally someone who served the seventh prince's birth mother, Consort Li. Because Consort Li and concubine Lu were similar in age and both had sons, their relationship was good. This old mama's embroidery was very liked by concubine Lu, so Consort Li transferred this old mama to concubine Lu. However, it was this mama who, upon seeing the emperor's angry expression, kowtowed like she was pounding garlic. With snot and tears, she confessed that it was the sixth prince who had taken advantage of her and ordered her to put a man into Lu Pin's tent while Lu Pin was resting. As expected, it was the sixth prince again. The emperor pondered for a moment and realized why the sixth prince had to pick this old mama to let her in. It was because this mama was not only someone who served Lu Pin, but was also a gift from Li Fei. If the emperor did not know that the sixth prince was behind the scenes and thoroughly investigated Lu Pin, he would definitely find Li Fei in the end. And Li Fei was the seventh prince's birth mother. The emperor thought that the sixth prince was killing two birds with one stone, but that was not the case. In this game of chess, the other princes were all plotted against. It was no wonder that the sixth prince would continue to take the risk when he found out that all the blood tests had passed. Because this step would allow the sixth prince to ascend the throne. It was indeed a great temptation. If King Jing and the eighth prince were found to have mixed up the blood of the imperial family, the seventh prince would also be implicated. At that time, other than the sixth prince, he would have no one else to choose. Even though the emperor was used to seeing all kinds of shady affairs, he still felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Mu Tianxia's ruthlessness. He also did not expect the sixth prince to have hidden so deeply. Fortunately, with the help of King Jing and the others, the emperor became aware of the sixth prince's ambition in advance. It was Princess Jing's suggestion to mix up the blood bottles and mark the blood bottles in order to force the sixth prince's people to surface. Imperial physician Pan was personally followed by King Jing, and it was also King Jing who asked the emperor to sit in the corner next to the sixth princes to eavesdrop. There was no more convincing evidence than hearing it with one's own ears. If the emperor was still investigating King Jing before, then now that the sixth prince had revealed his true colors, he had also made a certain decision. "Father, are you okay?" Li Yu was a little worried about the emperor. Ever since the emperor exposed the sixth prince in public, he was a little absent-minded. Grandfather was unhappy. What should he do? The few treasures gathered together and muttered for a while before coming up with an idea. De Bao immediately went to Steward Luo and brought a cup of tea. Steward Luo hurriedly tried to stop him. "Little heir, you can't do that. Be careful not to burn yourself." Li Yu smiled and shook his head. The tea in front of the emperor was just right to drink and was not hot at all. It was better to let the child do more work. Moreover, De Bao was very happy to do it. De Bao, who wanted to make his grandfather happy, walked unsteadily, but he held the teacup very steadily. The emperor smiled as he watched the little person bring the tea in front of him. Just as he was about to lean over to take it, Si Bao jumped out from behind De Bao and shouted, "Ah," to stop De Bao. The emperor was confused. Although the emperor doted on De Bao, it did not mean that the emperor did not dote on the other treasures. The emperor was very curious about what Si Bao wanted to do. Si Bao lifted the lid of the teacup with his chubby little hand and gulped down a few mouthfuls of tea. Then, he patted his tea-filled belly and nodded at De Bao with a serious expression. De Bao then continued to walk over and brought the tea that Si Bao had drunk to the emperor. Even the emperor could not react in time. Li Yu was embarrassed. How could these two little idiots give the emperor leftover tea? Li Yu was about to take back the teacup that was stained with Si Bao's saliva when Steward Luo suddenly knelt down and cried tears of joy, "Your Majesty, the little heir and the others are being filial. They are testing the tea for you." Steward Luo often did this himself, so he was very familiar with it. Although Steward Luo would not drink directly from the teacup, the general meaning was the same. Li Yu was speechless. No way, could it be that the treasures even knew this? That was not very likely. The emperor was the most complicated profession in the world. Liu had not been able to explain the uniqueness of the emperor to the children. Perhaps the children often stayed in the palace of heavenly purity and were used to steward Luo's behavior, so they secretly learned from him. Perhaps in the children's eyes, the emperor was to be eaten leftovers. However, Steward Luo was at least right about one thing. This was indeed the children's filial piety towards the emperor. The emperor smiled and took the teacup. He did not mind the children's saliva and took a sip from the teacup. Although his son had always disappointed him, there was always new hope in the world. After experiencing 2 consecutive crises, the emperor was no longer in the mood to hunt. He hastily announced that after this year's hunting festival, he would return to the capital. King Jing led Liu slowly into the tent. When they came to the hunting ground, because they guessed that the 6th prince would most likely take action, the two of them were very nervous. Now that the 6th prince had fallen from the throne, although the emperor did not explicitly say anything to King Jing, they were very clear in their hearts. Liu had long known about King Jing's male lead halo. Thinking about how King Jing had to go through hardships to ascend the throne in the original novel, he felt that it was much easier here. But why not? King Jing had suffered so much in the original novel, so it was time to let him relax a little. On this day, King Jing was mainly responsible for following the 6th prince. He also had to keep an eye on Liu and the children at all times. Although Liu was in public and very close to the 6th prince, Liu was not afraid at all. Because he knew that King Jing was by his side, silently protecting him. "Tianqi, are you tired?" Liu called out in a low voice. King Jing shook his head and turned to take Liu's hand. The two of them were in a leisurely mood. They were not in a hurry to go back, but rather looked at the hazy moonlight for a while. Everything will be different when they go back this time. I will always be good to you. King Jing moved his lips and made a silent promise. Liu blinked to tell him that he knew. Liu still wanted to say something, but suddenly a shadow rushed over from the side and threw itself directly in front of him. Liu was startled. King Jing straightened his body to protect him and was about to draw his sword. Liu saw clearly who it was first and hurriedly said, "Tianqi, wait a moment." The person knelt down in an extremely twisted posture. "Your Highness King Jing, Princess Jing, please, help me." 6th prince's wife, Liang Suyun, knelt in front of them with disheveled hair. Not far behind Liangshi, a group of servants ran over and kept shouting 6th prince's wife. But Liangshi turned a deaf ear to them and only looked at Liu and King Jing with tears in her eyes. What's going on? Liu was stunned. Liangshi knelt in front of him and King Jing. This was clearly inappropriate. Seeing Liangshi's bulging belly, Liu felt even more uneasy. Don't be like this. Get up quickly. Liu said in embarrassment. In terms of seniority, he and Liangshi were sisters-in-law. But King Jing and the 6th prince's relationship was not an exaggeration to say that they were enemies. At most, he and the 6th prince's wife would greet each other when they met. In addition, there was a difference between men and women, so they were not close at all. It was far inferior to his friendship with Princess Jingjue. Please, help me. I can only ask you for help. Liangshi was unwilling to get up. The servants beside her wanted to help her up, but she refused and continued to kneel and wipe her tears. Liu and King Jing looked at each other. Liu asked, "What's wrong?" The emperor ordered the imperial bodyguards to take the 6th prince away. Liangshi must have received the news. If they really wanted to talk about it, Liu and King Jing's contributions couldn't go unnoticed for the 6th prince. Yet, Liangshi still had to ask them for help. It was a bit awkward. Also, Liu wasn't sure if this was a new conspiracy. I'm sorry. I know I was too reckless. I want to see Tianxiao. Please, help me. Liangshi begged. The emperor exposed Mu Tianxiao's true colors in front of everyone. Now, the 6th prince's name was like poison. No one wanted to touch it. In the past, anyone who had anything to do with the 6th prince wanted to immediately distance themselves from him. After Liangshi found out that the 6th prince was imprisoned by the emperor, she fainted several times. When she woke up, she wanted to see the 6th prince no matter what. After all, he was her husband. Although he didn't treat her as well as before, Liangshi couldn't leave him alone. She was still pregnant with their child. However, who could she ask for help from? If she asked Consort Zhang didn't have any ideas. She hid and avoided meeting her daughter-in-law. If she asked Marquis Dingbei's residence, Marquis Dingbei used to be quite satisfied with the sixth prince. Now that something happened to the sixth prince, Marquis Dingbei, as in-laws, couldn't separate himself from the sixth prince. He couldn't wait for Xianxia to immediately divorce the sixth prince. How could he be willing to help Xianxia? As for the emperor, he didn't give Xianxia any chances. Every time, it was head steward Luo who came out and urged her to take care of the baby. Xianxia also looked for a circle of people and begged a circle of people. In the end, she had no other choice but to thicken her skin and beg King Jing and Princess Jing. She heard that one of the goals of the sixth prince's actions was to frame King Jing. However, other than King Jing, Xianxia couldn't think of anyone else who had the ability or method to help her. Liu repeated, "You want us to help you see the sixth prince?" Xianxia hurriedly nodded, "Wang Fei, I only want to see him from afar." "I can't thank you enough." Xianxia kept bowing to them. Liu saw that she carefully avoided her abdomen every time and felt a little sorry for her. They were the sixth prince's enemies, but he felt pity for the sixth prince's wife. Wasn't this too unimaginable? Be careful. King Jing warned her with his eyes. "I really don't have any bad intentions. I just want to ask you to help me." The sixth prince's wife was about to lose all hope. "Tianqi, Liu glanced at King Jing. He wanted to say something but stopped. As a parent, Liu realized that Xianxia wasn't faking it from the way she always protected her abdomen. Although the sixth prince was hateful, Xianxia didn't harm them. Liu subconsciously wanted to help Xianxia. This favor was just a small matter to him. He didn't have to do much. If the sixth prince's wife and the sixth prince met, they couldn't avoid the emperor. Liu didn't want to do anything else. He had to be on guard. At most, he could help plead with the emperor to allow the two to meet. "Can you help me just this once?" Liu asked softly. Xiaoyu's heart softened. King Jing understood and squeezed Liu's palm. Although there was a risk, the sixth prince's wife was still under control. King Jing smiled and looked at him. "I'm here. You can make the decision." Liu felt sweet in his heart. At this moment, the system, which had been silent since the release of the Sharing the World main mission, suddenly refreshed its notification. "Host, the conditions for activating the side mission Compassion have been met." Helping Xianxia was a side mission. Liu was very surprised. The system had said that Sharing the World was the last main mission. However, after the sixth prince was arrested, the main mission didn't refresh. Liu guessed that he might have to wait until King Jing ascended the throne. It didn't matter. He had time. The system told him that he could choose any side mission. Liu couldn't even remember the last time he did a side mission. The reward for compassion is an ancient medicine recipe. "Host, do you want to activate the side mission?" Ancient medicine recipe? Liu was slightly stunned. Why was there such a thing? What was it for? The system existed to trick him. Usually, it wouldn't explain if it didn't have to. Just like the fish pillow. When it was given to Liu, the system didn't tell him how to use it. It was all up to Liu. Actually, the ancient medicine recipe sounded good. It was better than nothing. If he didn't need it for now, he could store it. Maybe it would come in handy one day. Since Liu had decided to help Madame Liang, he didn't want Madame Liang to make an extra trip. He immediately pulled King Jing along and went back to request an audience with the emperor. When the emperor learned that Liu wanted to help Madame Liang, he was very surprised. But when he thought about how Princess Jing taught his sons, he felt that Liu was a kind-hearted person. That's what he thinks. "What about you?" the emperor asked King Jing. He also wanted to know what King Jing thought. King Jing nodded, showing his support for Liu. The emperor was now happy to give face to King Jing's husband, so he said, "Since that's the case, I will allow it." The emperor wanted to remind him of something, but after thinking about it, he closed his mouth. Liu quickly brought the news to Madame Liang. Madame Liang was afraid that the imperial bodyguards would stop her, so she begged Liu to accompany her. Liu hesitated for a moment. He wanted to help Buddha to the west. After obtaining King Jing's approval, he would accompany Madame Liang to the tent where the sixth prince was being held. It was absolutely impossible to take another step forward. Liu also had to be careful, and he wasn't the one who wanted to visit the sixth prince. Madame Liang thanked him profusely and entered the tent. When she saw Mu Tianxiao covered in dirt and shackled hands and feet, Madame Liang's red and swollen eyes couldn't help but shed tears. "Suyun, why are you here?" Mu Tianxiao was overjoyed to see his wife. The imperial bodyguards in charge of watching over him didn't allow him to see anyone. Why was Madame Liang here? Did this mean that the emperor had loosened up? Did imperial father let you come? Has he forgiven me? Mu Tianxiao asked anxiously. It was me. I went to ask King Jing and Princess Jing for help. Imperial father only showed mercy. Madame Liang was afraid that the sixth prince would be unhappy, so she explained timidly. King Jing again? When Mu Tianxiao heard the name King Jing, his expression changed. He impatiently pushed away his wife's hand. You could have asked anyone, why did you have to ask him? Don't you know that he was the one who harmed me? As for his failure, the sixth prince pondered over it and felt that he had been tricked by King Jing. The emperor had targeted him because he believed King Jing's slanderous words. The sixth prince had pushed all the blame to King Jing. Xianxia wiped away her tears, not knowing how to respond. Should she tell the sixth prince that there was no one else willing to help them now? Mu Tianxiao could no longer pretend to be a prisoner. He cursed King Jing's family, including King Jing's young son. He cursed them as harshly as he could. After he had scolded enough, he seemed to finally remember something. He turned his head to look at Xianxia, and his tone became gentle again. Suyun, don't cry. He reached out to wipe away Liangxi's tears and expectantly said, since you've come, help me beg Father Emperor, all right? Seeing that you have a child in your belly, he will definitely let me out. I promise I will treat you well in the future. Xianxia listened to his constant promises, but the fake smile on his face didn't have the slightest bit of warmth. She felt a stab of pain in her heart. How could she have been deceived by the sixth prince in the past? This husband who always looked so gentle clearly only had her in his heart. Liu and King Jing stood outside the tent. They also heard the sixth prince's curses from inside. King Jing originally didn't care that he was being scolded, but the sixth prince actually scolded Xiaoyu and his child as well. King Jing's expression darkened, and he clenched his sharp sword. Tianqi, don't. Liu quickly grabbed King Jing's arm. When he heard the sixth prince scold his son, Liu wanted nothing more than to smash the sixth prince's dog head. But King Jing was about to teach the sixth prince a lesson, so he couldn't do that. Mu Tianxiao was already the emperor's prisoner. It wasn't appropriate to beat him up in public. With King Jing's current status, he could use some tricks, but there was no need for him to do it himself. It would only make the emperor think too much. Liu whispered a few ideas to King Jing to make the sixth prince suffer. After listening, King Jing looked at Liu, who had just softened his heart and helped Xianxia, and was somewhat speechless. Liu mischievously stuck out his tongue, that's that. Xianxia is pitiful, but the sixth prince has done so many evil things. I won't forgive the sixth prince just because of that. Xiaoyu was always reasonable. King Jing smiled and rubbed his head. He was persuaded just like that. The sixth prince continued to spit out filthy words. The two of them looked at each other and pretended not to hear him for the time being. Xianxia came to see the sixth prince. In addition to wanting to know the sixth prince's situation, she also hoped that the sixth prince could completely turn over a new leaf and behave himself. The sixth prince wanted to fight for the position of crown prince. As the person who slept next to him, Xianxia could more or less see it. In the past, Xianxia thought that her husband had his own ideas. As a wife, she really couldn't interfere. Moreover, which woman wouldn't fantasize about the opportunity to take a step forward? Therefore, although Xianxia didn't participate, she didn't stop it. Now, Xianxia regretted it. She regretted that she had been possessed. How good would it have been if she had advised the sixth prince to be down to earth? She didn't dare to ask for anything else. She only wanted her husband and child to be safe and sound. Xianxia earnestly persuaded him. The sixth prince opened his eyes wide in disbelief. It was fine if Xianxia didn't want to help him as he asked, but why did she turn around and blame him? Wasn't the title of imperial concubine because of him? If he was captured by the emperor, what benefit would Xianxia get? The sixth prince's heart was filled with resentment. In addition, he had other plans. He smiled coldly and said to Xianxia, "What you said makes sense. Suyun, come here. I have a secret to tell you." Xianxia wasn't on guard against Mu Tianxiao. As soon as he called her, she went over. However, Mu Tianxiao suddenly wrapped a shackle around her neck. "Tianxiao, what are you doing?" Xianxia was shocked and scared. She repeatedly shouted, "Don't move." Mu Tianxiao locked her neck and coldly shouted outside the tent, "Guards, I want to see the emperor. Otherwise, I'll kill her. I'll kill her." With this sentence, the sixth prince and Liangxi's relationship as husband and wife was completely ruined. Liangxia looked at Mu Tianxiao with tears in her eyes. She felt that her heart was being strangled bit by bit. King Jing and Liu were outside. When they heard the sudden change, they rushed in with the imperial bodyguards. Seeing the sixth prince holding the sixth prince's wife hostage, Liu didn't know what to say. The sixth prince's eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was like a demon's. He kept shouting that he wanted to see the emperor. The imperial bodyguards had already rushed to report. Liu watched Liangxia struggle in pain. He wanted to help her, but he was afraid that the sixth prince would become ruthless and really hurt Liangxia. "Mu Tianxiao, are you still human? She's your wife, and she's pregnant with your child." Liu cried out for Liangxia. Why was it that he always encountered things that were more outrageous than novels? The sixth prince snorted a few times, and tears seemed to flash in the corners of his eyes. "I can't even protect myself. Why would I want a wife and child?" The sixth prince said indifferently. The emperor quickly arrived. Faced with the sixth prince's threat, the emperor was furious. "Mu Tianxiao, are you crazy?" Quickly let go of Liangxia, the emperor shouted. "Imperial father. You're here. I beg you to listen to this son's last words." This son remembered that this son didn't do anything wrong. This son was framed by King Jing. "Imperial father, you don't know how scheming he is. Everything was planned by him." Mu Tianxiao tried his best to defend himself. King Jing listened on the side and didn't move. After hearing this, the emperor shook his head in disappointment. "Enough, Tianxiao. Wasn't it your idea to frame concubine Liu? Weren't you the one who roped an imperial physician Pan? Weren't you the one who sent people to sneak into King Jing's residence to take Debao's blood? Did King Jing force you to do all of this?" Mu Tianxiao was startled. "Imperial father, why did the emperor even know that he sent people to take the blood?" In an instant, it was as if he was enlightened. Mu Tianxiao figured everything out. It turned out that King Jing had already guessed what he was going to do from that moment on. How ridiculous. Just when he thought that he had the other party's weakness, the other party was already waiting for him to walk right into the trap. "Imperial father, it was really King Jing who schemed against me." Mu Tianxiao angrily wanted to expose King Jing. "Enough." The emperor coldly interrupted him. "Why should I believe a person who won't even let his wife and child off, but not King Jing? Tianxiao, there's a saying that you often use to escape my punishment. Now, I'll give it back to you. All of this is just your one-sided story." "Imperial father," Mu Tianxiao was startled. Unexpectedly, he laughed out loud, as if the emperor was telling a joke. After laughing, he gnashed his teeth. "Bah, you're just biased towards King Jing. You've never believed me." Sixth prince spat. Like a trapped beast, he stared fixedly at King Jing and the emperor. The imperial bodyguard circled behind him and chopped at the back of sixth prince's neck with his hand. At the same time, sixth prince shouted in a hoarse voice, "Hurry up and do it." "Liu." From Mu Tianxiao's sudden words, Liu realized that there were sixth prince's spies around them. Someone took advantage of the chaos to stab the emperor with a dagger. This was sixth prince's final arrangement. When necessary, it would be used to strike a crazy blow against the person he hated. Mu Tianxiao hated his birth and hated King Jing, who had taken everything away from him. However, what he hated the most was his father, who had never liked him. Even though he had tried his best to please his father, he still did not take him seriously. He knew that the emperor wouldn't kill him, but he couldn't stand it and become invisible again. At this moment, Liu was the closest to the emperor. He subconsciously pushed the emperor away, but he didn't have time to dodge and accidentally exposed himself to the dagger. Xiaoyu, King Jing let out 1,000 shouts in his chest and anxiously rushed over with his sword. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Liu closed his eyes in fear. His ears were filled with the whistling of the wind, as well as all kinds of messy voices. He waited for a while, but he didn't feel any pain. Liu opened his eyes again. There was a palace servant standing in front of him with a dagger in his hand. The tip of the dagger was only a finger away from him. With a crash, the dagger fell to the ground. King Jing's sword had pierced through the palace servant's chest from behind. King Jing had saved him. "Tianqi, I'm fine," Liu shouted emotionally. King Jing coldly pulled out his sword, kicked the palace servant to the side, and hugged Liu, who had rushed over. Sixth Prince was pressed to the ground by the imperial bodyguards and couldn't move. Madame Liang had been rescued and was watching everything in horror from the side. Unexpectedly, he hadn't even touched the emperor's dragon robe in the end. Sixth Prince was in extreme despair. Suddenly, he saw a beauty in palace attire in the crowd. This person's face was beautiful, like a celestial in a painting. Her delicate eyebrows were indifferent as she quietly watched everything. Mu Tianxiao greedily looked at this person. After thinking for a while, he remembered who this person was. This was the emperor's new favorite, noble Lady Chu. A chess piece that he had personally sent to the emperor's bed. She was his person. Help me." Mu Tianxiao lay on the ground and begged silently. He still had hope. Chu Yanyu was his last hope now. Chu Yanyu seemed to have seen him as well. He smiled at him from afar, as gentle as he had been to him when he was young. Then, carrying all of his hopes, he turned and left without any reluctance. It was a false alarm. The emperor wasn't injured, but he was no longer polite to the sixth prince, who dared to assassinate him. Mu Tianxiao muttered, "Kill me," as he was tied up and dragged away by the imperial bodyguards. Madame Liang knelt on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "Tianqi." Liu hugged King Jing tightly. He was really scared just now. At that time, he thought of the emperor's grandfather, who was affectionate to the children. The emperor was also King Jing's father. The sixth prince's assassination was too sudden. Other than saving a life, he didn't have time to think of anything else. King Jing didn't blame Liu for his recklessness. Instead, he hugged him and rubbed his head briefly. Liu keenly noticed that King Jing's complexion wasn't right. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Liu asked with concern. King Jing seemed to really be feeling unwell. He gently let go of Liu and pressed one hand to his chest. Liu had never seen him gasp for breath so violently. He suddenly covered his mouth and coughed a few times. A trace of black blood seeped out between his fingers. "Tianqi, what's wrong with you?" The emperor was also anxious. Nothing must happen to King Jing. He hurriedly ordered the guards to send King Jing back to his tent and summoned all the accompanying imperial physicians to see King Jing. When King Jing suddenly vomited blood, Liu was even more anxious than the emperor. In his impression, people would only vomit blood if they were seriously injured or seriously ill. King Jing wasn't injured, so what kind of illness did he have, to think that he didn't even notice when they were together all day? This princess consort was too incompetent. Liu was both regretful and worried for King Jing. When the guards came to send King Jing away, Liu jumped up and insisted on accompanying him. King Jing was still very conscious even though he had vomited blood. He lay in the sedan chair and held Liu's hand, telling Liu to be at ease. Liu nodded no matter what he signaled in front of him. In reality, how could he be at ease? If King Jing fell, his sky would also collapse. What should he do? Some people would unexpectedly calm down when they were too anxious. Liu was like that at this moment. He still had children. If King Jing fell ill, he had to support this family. He couldn't just be sad and sad. He had to think about his children and how to help King Jing. After returning the money, Liu quickly wiped the tears from his eyes and went to see the children first. The children were taken care of by Wang Shi and were very happy to see their father. Liu sadly told them that King Jing's father was ill and told them not to make a fuss. He then continued to entrust them to Wang Shi. Wang Shi was also very anxious when he found out that King Jing was ill. However, the princess consort was right. The young masters also needed to be taken care of. He couldn't let His Highness worry while he was ill. Wang Shi knelt down and begged Liu to take good care of King Jing. Liu agreed and stayed by King Jing's side, staring at King Jing without blinking. Wave after wave of imperial physicians came. Several times, they asked Liu to rest, but Liu just sat there. Other than asking about his condition, he didn't care about anything else. Xianxia, what do you think? Liu worriedly touched King Jing's cheek. King Jing smiled at him. It was nothing serious. After spitting out the blood, King Jing looked better and his breathing became smoother. Liu felt that King Jing was not lying to him. However, the imperial physician had repeatedly examined him, but for some reason, he had not been able to identify the illness. The longer the diagnosis went on, Liu's heart became uneasy. If the imperial physician didn't say anything, did it mean that the illness was very serious and even the imperial physician couldn't treat it? He didn't have any confidence. Your Highness King Jing, this official has a few more questions to ask you. Your Highness, please tell me the truth. An old imperial physician came out to ask after discussing with several other imperial physicians. Liu looked at King Jing inquiringly. If the imperial physician's questions were too complicated, King Jing would have to write. He didn't know if King Jing's body could take it. King Jing was actually fine. When the imperial physician wanted to ask, King Jing nodded. Liu immediately rushed to the side of the table and grabbed a pen and paper. The imperial physician asked, Your Highness, did you feel any discomfort before you spat out the blood? King Jing picked up the pen and wrote, My qi and blood were surging, my chest was stuffy and painful, and my throat was burning. The imperial physician asked cautiously, Your Highness, have you ever been in a similar situation before? King Jing thought carefully, nodded, and wrote, Yes, but I didn't spit out blood. The imperial physician asked, Your Highness, do you remember when it first happened? King Jing wrote, More than a year ago. More than a year ago? Liu's eyes reddened, Why didn't you tell me? King Jing hurriedly wrote for him, You caught a cold and fell ill. I was anxious and felt unwell. I immediately got better and didn't think too much about it. Caught a cold? Liu's body was very good, and he rarely fell ill. He was stunned for a moment before he realized what was written. Wasn't this when King Jing had confessed his love to him, but he hadn't realized his own feelings and quarreled with King Jing? At that time, he was only thinking about his own unhappiness. How could he have known that King Jing was also sick and unwell? I'm sorry, I didn't know. Liu was so depressed that he was about to cry. King Jing hurriedly shook his head, It has nothing to do with you. I didn't care. King Jing was busy comforting Liu. After the imperial physician received King Jing's answer, he was busy discussing with the other imperial physicians. Then, he carefully checked King Jing's pulse. The imperial physician wasn't supposed to visit the emperor directly, but after learning that the imperial physicians hadn't come to a conclusion, the emperor couldn't sit still and personally came to King Jing's tent. What happened to King Jing? The emperor asked in a deep voice. After experiencing so many things, the emperor had already decided that King Jing would be the crown prince. He didn't want anything to happen to King Jing. The emperor personally asked. The imperial physician looked around and asked the emperor to dismiss all irrelevant people. The emperor did as he was told. The imperial physician knelt down and said, Your Majesty, according to my diagnosis, His Highness King Jing has been poisoned for a long time. Because of the critical situation just now, His Highness's qi and blood surged up, causing some of the poisoned blood buried deep in his body to be vomited out. That was how we discovered it. Poisoned, King Jing was shocked. The emperor and Liu were also shocked. How could King Jing be poisoned? Could it be that the sixth prince was the culprit? Liu's heart clenched. Ignoring the emperor's presence, he rushed to ask, Imperial physician, what kind of poison is it? Can it be cured? What do you mean by a long time? According to what King Jing said, could it be that he was poisoned a year ago? Because he was poisoned, he vomited black blood. The emperor didn't care about Li Yu's rudeness. He said to the imperial physician, answer quickly. This is also a question I want to know. The imperial physician sorted out his thoughts and said respectfully, Your Majesty, please allow me to answer the last question. According to my diagnosis, His Highness's poison has been hidden in his body for decades. It wasn't until this year that the poison was slightly weakened. Because of the surging of qi and blood, it was accidentally exposed. Decades? The emperor was shocked. King Jing was only in his 20s. How could he have been poisoned for decades? Looking at King Jing's appearance, the emperor was also stunned. Even King Jing himself wasn't clear about it. You mean, could it be that King Jing was poisoned when he was young? The emperor recalled that King Jing was very weak when he was born. When he was very young, the imperial physician had treated him several times. When he grew up, he got better. However, he didn't show any signs of being poisoned. Moreover, King Jing must have checked his pulse regularly. If he had been poisoned for a long time, why wasn't it discovered earlier? The imperial physician explained, Your Majesty, this poison isn't strong. His Highness King Jing doesn't show any obvious signs of discomfort, so it's difficult to detect his pulse. The emperor asked, then, is there any danger to his life after being poisoned? The imperial physician hesitated and shook his head. I only know that His Highness seems to have been poisoned. However, as for what kind of poison it is, I still need to look at the medical encyclopedia and check His Highness's pulse to confirm. However, this poison has been in His Highness's body for a long time. I don't think it will harm his life immediately. The emperor was speechless. He had just made up his mind to choose King Jing. Did God have to play such a big joke on him? King Jing was born mute and had a bumpy life. Now, the dignified crown prince was poisoned right under his nose. After such a long time, it couldn't have been done by the sixth prince, who was younger than King Jing by a few years. Then, who could it be? Who else would want to harm King Jing? The emperor was angry, but he also felt guilty for not being able to take care of King Jing. He also felt sorry for Empress Xiaowei, who was in the netherworld. No matter what, you must get rid of this poison for King Jing, the emperor ordered. The imperial physician acknowledged the order. The emperor turned around and thought of the 4 treasures. He asked anxiously, will this poison be passed on to the children? The imperial physician couldn't say for sure. The emperor ordered Wang Shi to carry the 4 children over. The imperial physician checked their pulses one by one and discussed with the other imperial physicians for a long time. Only then did he say with certainty, the crown prince and the other 3 young masters aren't poisoned. The emperor finally received a piece of good news. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. The emperor summoned Wang Shi to inquire. Wang Shi had always been with King Jing. If King Jing had been poisoned when he was young, Wang Shi would definitely have reacted strangely. However, Wang Shi recalled again and again. In the end, he even swore with his life that he had never noticed any symptoms of poisoning on King Jing. The imperial physician suddenly announced that King Jing had been poisoned several decades ago. The emperor was already in a mess. Since Wang Shi said so, although the emperor felt that it was strange, he didn't have any other clues for the time being. Li Yu listened to the emperor's inquiry in a daze. It took him a long time to react. So, King Jing had been poisoned when he was young, but why didn't he know? This shouldn't be a small matter. Why didn't the original book mention it at all? He remembered that King Jing's body was very healthy until the end. Could it be said that if King Jing hadn't vomited blood this time, they wouldn't have discovered that King Jing had been poisoned and the poison would have continued to lurk? Then, what was the use of this poison? Usually, poisons would have symptoms. King Jing, he didn't seem to be poisoned usually. In the original book and in the current world, there wasn't anything wrong with King Jing's life, except, Li Yu was originally carrying a bowl of ginseng soup for King Jing. Suddenly, his hand trembled violently. With a clatter, the silver spoon fell to the ground. Li Yu bent down to pick it up. His hand trembled so much that he almost couldn't pick it up. Just now, he had a very frightening thought. King Jing had been poisoned when he was young. This was only the emperor and the imperial physician's speculation. However, it was very strange. Wang Shi, who had been responsible for taking care of King Jing since he was young, had never noticed anything strange about King Jing. Li Yu believed that Wang Shi didn't have any reason to lie at this time. Could it be that he had been poisoned even earlier than Wang Shi had come to King Jing's side? This poison had been hidden so deeply that it was impossible for it not to have any symptoms. Could it be that the symptoms actually existed but were overlooked by the world, so no one discovered it? This symptom was King Jing's biggest flaw, muteness. Even if Li Yu wasn't an imperial physician, he knew that there were poisons in the palace literature that could cause deafness and muteness. What if King Jing's muteness wasn't innate, but was caused by poison? Was it possible? Li Yu suddenly remembered a small matter from a while ago. In order to avoid passing his muteness to his children, King Jing didn't intend to have any more children. Li Yu didn't give up on having a daughter. He once inquired about the situation of the emperor's ancestors and Empress Xiaoyi's ancestors. He wanted to casually calculate the probability. However, after asking, he found that neither of them had any muteness. In other words, out of more than 100 generations, regardless of gender, King Jing was the only mute. In terms of genetics, it was almost impossible. However, life was very complicated. Li Yu had transmigrated at a young age, and her understanding of genetics was also very shallow. She was even more worried that this was the simple and crude setting of the original book. Now that he thought about it, many of the abrupt settings in the original novel could be explained in this world. For example, King Jing's name was very different from the other princes. He was called Tianqi. In fact, this was because King Jing's original name was Tianjing, but he later changed his name. Could it be that there was a reason behind the almost impossible but real muteness? Could it be that King Jing was drugged when he was very young and was mistaken for being born with it? Was that why no one noticed that King Jing was poisoned? Of course, this was also his guess. If it was true, it would be too terrifying. It would be best if he could find evidence to refute or verify it. When King Jing was very young, he was so young that he was drugged before Wang Shi was born. A scene appeared in Li Yu's mind. The baby King Jing was lying in his swaddling clothes and looking at his wet nurse. The wet nurse had tears in her eyes as she swallowed a packet of powder. Damn, Li Yu was shocked by himself. Why did he suddenly think of this? This was King Jing's secret, and he had never understood it. Although the timing was right, and Wang Shi was not there, the wet nurse was the one who took the medicine, No, Li Yu recalled that when he was chatting with Princess Xianxia, she seemed to have mentioned that after the wet nurse took the medicine, she could pass the medicine to the child through her milk. In this way, the child could be cured. Then, if the wet nurse swallowed the poison, would the child be affected? Li Yu was speechless. Li Yu felt that his imagination was running wild, and his hair stood on end as he stuck close to her. Xiaoyu? Seeing that he was in a daze, King Jing pinched his fingers. Li Yu came back to his senses and resisted the urge to tell King Jing. Everything was just his guess. He couldn't recklessly tell King Jing. If it wasn't true, and the poison had nothing to do with the muteness, wouldn't King Jing be happy for nothing? The most important thing now was to help the imperial physician confirm the poison. No matter what, I will save you. Li Yu looked at King Jing and made up his mind. The old imperial physician still needed some time to determine what kind of poison King Jing was afflicted with. Li Yu remembered that he had just completed a side quest to help Madame Liang, and the reward for the side quest was an ancient prescription. The quest had already been completed when they were confronting the sixth prince, so he should be able to receive this reward soon. Li Yu didn't understand why the system would reward him with an ancient prescription at the time, but now he naturally wondered if it had something to do with the poison King Jing was afflicted with. He wished that it was the antidote, but he couldn't immediately enter the system to retrieve it in front of the emperor and the imperial physician. Because once he entered the system, his body would temporarily lose consciousness, and he was afraid that it would cause panic. There was also another point. Because of Madame Liang, he and King Jing had been busy for almost an entire night, and the time limit for the transformation was about to expire. King Jing also thought of this and kept looking at the silver hourglass, reminding Li Yu with his eyes. Li Yu smiled at him and pinched King Jing's palm. Then he cleverly reported to the emperor that he needed to relieve himself. The emperor was talking with the imperial physician, so he waved his hand to let Li Yu go. Li Yu then quietly slipped into the tent next to him. There was no one in the tent, and the countdown for the transformation hadn't appeared yet. Li Yu entered the system first and received the reward for the side quest, Heart of Compassion. After receiving the prescription, Li Yu first looked it over. He didn't understand medicine, so as expected, he couldn't understand it. Li Yu put the prescription away and asked the system, "What's the use of this prescription?" The system didn't say anything again, and Li Yu guessed that was the case. But there was an imperial physician outside, so Li Yu didn't insist on the system's answer. As long as he let the imperial physician take a look, he would know the use of the prescription. He entered the system for another purpose other than to receive the reward. Li Yu probed, "System, is there a hidden reason for King Jing's muteness?" "System," the system remained aloof and did not answer. However, Li Yu had figured out a pattern from the series of non-answers. Usually, the system would only answer if it was certain. However, in the original novel, King Jing had been unable to speak since he was young, and was abandoned by the emperor because of his muteness. He had even been ridiculed by the other princes. If his muteness was really innate and there was no hidden reason, then it should be an obvious setting. Why couldn't the system answer? If he didn't answer it this time, it would mean that he already had a different answer. Li Yu's spirits were lifted, and he asked even more straightforwardly. "Was King Jing's muteness innate?" The system fell silent for the third time, but Li Yu was about to jump for joy. In the end, Li Yu asked, "Can King Jing be restored?" The system, since he didn't say it was impossible, it meant it was possible. "Haha, even if you don't say it, I know." Li Yu happily threw a kiss at the system and happily retreated. As soon as he left the system, he heard the countdown. Li Yu was now very experienced in transforming, because the time limit for transforming was 24 hours. Every time he was forced to transform back to his original form, he could almost use the transformation skill again. Li Yu waited patiently. The time was up. In a flash, he had transformed into a silver koi fish with a hint of gold. He didn't forget to wave his tail in midair, and in the next moment, he used the transformation skill and transformed back into the delicate and dignified kingfish. Because he had slipped out under the pretext of changing clothes, Li Yu deliberately changed his clothes, and then returned to King Jing's tent. "Imperial Father, I remember seeing an ancient prescription in a book. I don't know if it's useful for His Highness's poison, so I would like to ask the imperial physician to take a look." Li Yu took out the prescription. Right now, the most important thing was to detoxify King Jing's poison. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, he had to take it out and give it a try. The emperor knew that his concern had caused him to lose focus. The old imperial physician hadn't even determined the poison in King Jing's body, yet he was anxious to give the prescription. However, the emperor was still quite moved by the Princess Jing's heart, and indicated for the old imperial physician to take it and take a look. After the old imperial physician finished looking, he smiled and said, "This is a prescription to strengthen the foundation and nurture the vitality. It has no effect on detoxifying the poison." "It really can't detoxify the poison?" Li Yu was immediately disappointed. "It can't." The old imperial physician saw Li Yu's downcast appearance, and although he couldn't bear it, he still continued, "Princess consort, this prescription can be used to strengthen the body, but if you want to detoxify the poison, you have to first determine the poison in His Highness's body." Li Yu nodded. The imperial physician's words were reasonable. They had to know the poison in order to diagnose and treat it. Li Yu asked, "Then how long will it take to determine the poison?" The old imperial physician stroked his beard, a little troubled. Sometimes, reading medical books also depended on luck. He really couldn't give a specific date. If they were lucky, it could be a few days or a few months. If they were unlucky, it could be a few years. The old imperial physician spoke the truth. Although the emperor was dissatisfied, he also understood that this was the truth. The emperor planned to have the imperial physician courtyard do their best to treat the poison. On the other hand, he planned to put up an imperial notice and summon the world's famous doctors. Perhaps the imperial physicians in the palace didn't know, but there were doctors outside who knew. When Li Yu heard the old imperial physician's reply, he secretly gritted his teeth. He had almost confirmed from the system that King Jing's muteness was related to poison. He suspected that Pu Lu was the culprit in the past. no matter what, he had to confirm it. Summoning doctors was one way. He could also use the system's shortcut. The system showed him Pulu's secret. If Pulu was the one who poisoned King Jing, Liu felt that he might be able to find some clues in Pulu's former residence. After the old imperial physician left the tent, Liu knelt and begged the emperor to allow him to go to the sealed palace room in Changchun Palace to take a look. Because Pulu's accident happened before Empress Xiaoyi's death, and the palace room was sealed by the emperor's personal order, the emperor had a deep impression of this person. He immediately remembered and asked in surprise, "How do you know about Pulu?" Liu was already prepared. He started from when the children broke the cloth tiger and said that he only felt that Pulu's mistake was very suspicious, but he didn't have any evidence. This son thinks that the imperial physician's diagnosis is one way. If this son can find the poison in his highness, or find some clues, it might be of help. The emperor's imagination wasn't as big as Liu's, and he didn't think of King Jing's muteness. However, when he punished Pulu, Empress Xiaoyi's body was already very unwell. The emperor was anxious and angry. In retrospect, there were many things that he didn't think about. After Liu's reminder, the emperor also felt that Pulu was suspicious. After all, as the wet nurse who had taken care of two princes, it was unusual for her to make such a low-level mistake. Moreover, Liu wanted to help King Jing and wanted to confirm it with his own eyes. The emperor couldn't bear to refuse his enthusiasm. The emperor pondered for a moment and said, "If you want to go, then go. Since Pulu is suspicious, I will ask Chief Steward Luo to check where Pulu is now. I remember that she was expelled from the palace that year, so I should be able to find her." Liu thanked him again and again. He knew that Pulu had returned to her hometown. Chief Steward Luo had helped to check Pulu's address before, so this information could come in handy immediately. However, there was no need to tell the emperor this in detail. The emperor told Liu to take good care of King Jing and then left. King Jing knew that Liu had inquired about Pulu before. Now that he mentioned it in front of the emperor, it wouldn't be as simple as slapping his head. "You suspect that she harmed me?" King Jing asked. Liu couldn't tell King Jing what the system saw, so he wiped his face and pleaded, "Xianxia, I can't tell you yet, but I will do my best to check and help you detoxify." King Jing nodded. King Jing was also touched by the imperial physician's words just now. He was only in his 20s. He had his sweetheart by his side and Jia by his side. He was complacent and wouldn't think about his future for no reason. However, he suddenly found that he had been poisoned by an unknown poison for decades. Although the imperial physician promised that he would do his best to treat him and Xiaoyu said that she would definitely find clues for him, King Jing couldn't help but prepare for the worst. He used to be afraid that Xiaoyu would leave him after the tribulation. He never thought that he would leave Xiaoyu in such a way first. Even if he couldn't ascend the throne, he didn't have too many regrets since he had reached this point. It was just a pity that he couldn't spend the rest of his life with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was a carp spirit. If he died, she would definitely be in a different situation. No matter how unwilling he was, he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't keep Xiaoyu in his short life. He should have no regrets since he could make Xiaoyu stay in this life. However, although he was rational, he couldn't accept it emotionally. King Jing clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles turned white. His painful and passionate gaze locked onto Liu. He wanted to remember this fish's appearance forever. After he left, Wang Shi would take good care of the children. King Jing trusted Wang Shi very much. He also trusted the 4 children who were growing up day by day. The only thing he couldn't let go of in this life was this fish. He hoped that he could protect Xiaoyu for as long as he could. He also hoped that this fish would remember him forever. King Jing suppressed the sharp pain in his heart and shook the jade bell to summon his trusted subordinates. "They're all in your hands. They'll listen to your orders in the future." King Jing patted Liu's hand and wrote on Liu's palm. Liu initially thought that these were the helpers that King Jing had assigned to him. However, later on, even some of the guards who were usually hidden appeared. Liu was secretly shocked. What was King Jing talking about? Could it be that he was handing over his will? Liu felt as if his chest had been cut by a knife. The pain was unbearable. He tried his best to squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying. He tried to twist King Jing's words. "That's good too. Lend me your men for 2 days. I'll be able to find clues very quickly. Don't forget that I'm a carp spirit. There's nothing that I can't do. I haven't given up yet, so you can't back out without permission. Liu turned his back to him. He forcefully wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes as he boasted unceremoniously. In reality, he wasn't completely confident that he could detoxify the poison. The only thing he could rely on was that the system had previously said that King Jing had the halo of a male protagonist and would definitely ascend the throne. Therefore, even if he was poisoned, King Jing's life wouldn't be in danger. If they were talking about their will, it was definitely too early for both of them. King Jing was stunned for a moment. He realized that this was Xiaoyu's feelings for him. King Jing didn't think too much about it. He held Liyu's hand tightly and nodded his head heavily. After King Jing was discovered to have been poisoned, the emperor hurriedly set off and returned to the palace not long after. Liu immediately rushed to Changchun Palace according to his previous report. He even brought along a pendant that he always carried with him, a pendant of King Jing. He had no choice. When the tyrant Lao Gong found out that Liu was going to enter the palace, he had to follow him no matter what. Although all his men were under Liu's command, the poisoned King Jing was very domineering. He didn't listen to reason at all and forcefully squeezed himself into the small number of people accompanying him. Liu tried to persuade him but to no avail. Fortunately, the imperial physician said that King Jing had been poisoned for a long time. It shouldn't suddenly affect King Jing's life. Liu still had lingering fears. From time to time, he would look at King Jing, who was always by his side. Don't worry. Let's begin. King Jing glanced at Liu. Liu didn't hesitate anymore. He went to the room where wet nurse Pu Lu had lived and ordered the palace servants to remove the seal. The room that had been covered in dust for many years finally saw the light of day again. It was said that the room was still in the same condition as before Pu Lu left. However, because no one had cleaned it for too long, there were cobwebs everywhere. Liu felt a little apprehensive. The palace servants asked for permission to clean it up, but Liu refused. If there really were clues in the room, it was better not to let other people touch it. It was better to keep it as it was. Liu took a dry handkerchief and wanted to remove the cobwebs that were blocking his view. However, King Jing stopped him first. He pushed him out of the door and took the dry handkerchief himself. Liu was blocked at the door. He thought helplessly, between us, who was the poisoned one? King Jing had always been like this. He didn't want Liu to tire himself out. After cleaning up the cobwebs and dust, Liu was allowed to go in and take a look around the room. The bed was no longer what it used to be. The sewing basket on the table was still there, and the chair was overturned. Do you still remember Xianxia? Liu tried to ask King Jing, trying to jog King Jing's memory. King Jing still shook his head. Liu's answer was still no, which was what he expected. Liu lifted the chair and sat in the seat that Pu Lu had sat in before. After informing King Jing, he started to enter the system. If his memory served him right, he still had a few King Jing secrets that he had yet to collect during his previous missions. The system had followed his wishes and allowed him to look at the secrets of this palace. Now, he could use them to continue the exchange. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to find any clues in the same room. Liu wasn't in a hurry to exchange all the rewards that he had saved. Instead, he carefully exchanged for another one. Once again, he entered the illusion of the secret room. He watched as Pu Lu waited for someone, got into a conflict with the eunuch, and swallowed the powder. He didn't want to miss a single detail. He really wished that he could stop after seeing a little bit of this secret. After he had studied it thoroughly, he could continue reading. This wasn't the first time he had seen this secret. Last time, he thought that he had seen through it very clearly, but he kept finding new clues. Liu didn't have time to distinguish them one by one. He memorized them all so that he could compare them with the real world after exiting the system. Finally, before he finished, he saw Pu Lu swallow the powder. The piece of paper that used to wrap the powder slowly floated to the bottom of the table. This piece of paper. Could this piece of paper with the powder still be in the palace? Liu hurriedly looked around, trying to find this piece of paper, but there was no paper on the floor except for a little bit of dust. Liu realized that this memory might not be from before Pu Lu left. Although the emperor sealed the palace, it didn't mean that everything in the palace was still there. The paper that fell on the floor at that time might have been cleaned up. Liu gritted his teeth. He was already a koi. He hoped that in this matter, he could also have the luck of a koi. Liu calmed down and sat down again. He compared the details he saw in the secret with the reality. For the time being, he didn't find any useful clues. Liu saw the needle and thread basket again. He didn't have much hope and took out all the things in the needle and thread basket. Under some rags, he found a cloth tiger. In his memory, the cloth tiger that Pulu made was half finished. The one here was more than half sewn, so it should be the same one. Liu always thought that the cloth tiger that Pulu made was broken by the children. He didn't expect that she made more than one cloth tiger for King Jing. This wasn't difficult to understand. Children's toys were usually easy to break, so there would be many of them. Debao and the others were the same. Liu took the cloth tiger in his hand, carefully looked at it, and rubbed it hard. After rubbing it, he suddenly felt that the belly of the cloth tiger was a little uncomfortable. The cloth tiger that the children broke wasn't like this. Liu and King Jing looked at each other, took out scissors, and carefully cut the cloth tiger open. First, the inner lining was embroidered with the name Pulu. It was exactly the same as the one Liu saw. After the cloth tiger was opened, a piece of paper was exposed in the cotton. Liu's hand paused, and he pulled the paper out. It was a folded piece of paper. Because it was hidden in the cloth tiger's belly, there was almost no dust on it. Liu carefully opened the paper and found that there was a pinky fingernail-sized powder inside. This couldn't be. Liu recalled the paper that contained the powder in his memory. The color of the paper seemed to be the same. Heaven Lake! Liu shouted excitedly. King Jing nodded and handed Liu a porcelain bottle. Liu folded the paper bag and put it into the porcelain bottle. He still wasn't sure what this powder was, but he hoped that it was related to poison. He had to hand it over to the old imperial physician as soon as possible. Liu hurriedly left the palace. Outside the palace, a palace servant was kneeling down, eagerly asking Liu if he needed any help. Liu had finally found the clue, so how could he easily entrust it to someone else? He put away the porcelain bottle and rushed to the imperial hospital with King Jing. The imperial physicians were usually able to determine the prescription based on the dregs of the medicine. If there was a powder, they should be able to identify what it was, right? Liu personally handed the powder to the old imperial physician who treated King Jing. The old imperial physician still didn't believe that it was poison, but King Jing and Princess Jing were both present. The old imperial physician couldn't be fooled, so he carefully sniffed the powder. Strange. The old imperial physician couldn't believe it. After obtaining the consent of Liu and King Jing, he took a small taste and immediately spat it out. Your Highness, Princess Consort, please give this old official some time. The old imperial physician wiped his lips and rushed into the inner hall before he finished speaking. Did he finally have a clue? Liu didn't go anywhere else. He sat in the imperial hospital with King Jing and waited. King Jing's state of mind had already calmed down. The old imperial physician didn't appear, so Liu waited anxiously. King Jing would rub his head and tell him not to worry. He took out a small goldfish with a round belly and a string of 4 small fish for Liu to play with. When King Jing wanted to please him, he always liked to give him all kinds of small goldfish. The small goldfish was full of memories. Liu fiddled with it for a while, but he felt very uncomfortable. If he still couldn't find it, what should he do? Then he would continue. He wouldn't mind even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground. After the old imperial physician left, there was no news of him. It wasn't until night fell that he hurriedly came out with a thick medical book with his head down. He didn't even wear shoes or socks. Imperial physician. Liu hurriedly called out. The old imperial physician looked up and saw Liu and King Jing. He said in surprise, Your Highness, Princess Consort, why are you still here? It turned out that the old imperial physician had completely forgotten that they were waiting. Liu didn't care. Seeing the imperial physician holding the medical book, he asked hopefully, Did you find something? The old imperial physician smiled and nodded. It's really thanks to Princess Consort and His Highness that we finally found something. Liu's eyes lit up. and he hurriedly asked the old imperial physician to sit down and explain in detail. It turned out that the old imperial physician had discovered that the powder that Liu sent over was very similar to the nourishing prescription from before, but there was an extra ingredient. Traditional Chinese medicine had a difference of 1,000 miles. If there was an extra ingredient, the effect of the entire medicine could change. The old imperial physician had just gone to confirm which ingredient was added. After investigation, it was confirmed that it was snow crow seed. Liu and King Jing didn't know anything about medicinal herbs. The old imperial physician explained, snow crow is a kind of tree that grows on the peak of a snowy mountain. It blossoms once every 60 years and bears fruit once every 60 years. Its fruit is snow crow seed. Snow crow seed is rare and has a great tonic effect. It's not easy to find in this dynasty, and even the imperial hospital doesn't have it now. This official was fortunate enough to see a snow crow when I was young, so I know the medicinal properties of snow crow seed. Liu was startled. This is a tonic? Then it has nothing to do with poison, right? The old imperial physician nodded and said, it is a tonic. However, there is a taboo when using snow crow seed. Snow crow seed can't be taken with angelica. If it is mixed with angelica, it will produce poison. This old official tasted both snow crow seed and angelica in this powder, which means this powder is indeed poisonous. The old imperial physician made the final decision, confirming half of Liu's guess. Liu anxiously clenched his fists. Then this poison, was it His Highness who was poisoned? Liu told the old imperial physician how he got the powder. He also mentioned that his wet nurse, Pu Lu, ate the powder. He suspected that the poison was passed to the infant King Jing through her milk. The old imperial physician's eyes lit up. This is very likely. This old official still needs to check the medical books. But thanks to the princess, I'm finally not a headless fly. The old imperial physician stroked his beard with relief. This old official should be able to confirm it in less than half a month. Liu seemed to have seen the dawn of hope and threatened to wait for the good news from the imperial physician. Although it wasn't completely confirmed yet, he still asked the old imperial physician to keep it a secret. King Jing had been poisoned for a long time. Liu temporarily locked onto Pu Lu as the person who poisoned him. However, why would an insignificant wet nurse harm the empress's son? There was also the eunuch who competed with Pu Lu. From his memory, Pu Lu wasn't willing to eat the poison. At least, the existence of the eunuch meant that the poisoning was definitely not Pu Lu's idea alone. In fact, Liu also looked for the eunuch, but because the eunuch looked very ordinary, Wang Shi said that eunuchs like Pu Lu were everywhere in the palace. Compared to the eunuch, it was obvious that the position of Pu Lu's wet nurse was more likely to be a breakthrough. Therefore, Liu focused all his attention on Pu Lu. Now that he thought about it, if Pu Lu was driven out of the palace, then what about the eunuch? Could the person who poisoned King Jing still exist in the palace, and even the emperor didn't know about it? This was almost certain. However, it had been more than 20 years, which meant that the other party might be in a high position and might be someone that even they didn't expect. For the sake of caution, it was better not to disclose it to the public. What if the other party wanted to make a move on King Jing again? Liu came out of the imperial physician's office and went straight to the palace of heavenly purity. The emperor was still very happy that there was a clue to the poison in King Jing. Although the old imperial physician hadn't confirmed it, the emperor felt that Pu Lu definitely had something to do with the poison just by knowing that there was a paper bag with poison hidden in the cloth tiger. Liu also suggested that the emperor keep it a secret, and the emperor also felt the same. It's all thanks to you, the emperor said warmly. In the past, the emperor had conferred Liu as King Jing's first consort and treated Liu kindly, mostly because of King Jing and the children. During this trip to the hunting ground, he had spent more time with Liu. After witnessing the affection between King Jing and Liu, as well as the efforts that Liu had made to find clues, the emperor had become very trusting of Liu even though he didn't say it out loud. At this moment, he felt that King Jing had a very good eye. Liu said that they should keep it a secret, and the emperor also agreed. However, the emperor's thinking was more far-reaching than Liu's. Pu Lu had poisoned the infant King Jing, so what about the other two princes she had taken care of, the first prince and the fourth prince? Some things were extremely frightening to think about. The death of the first prince and the fourth prince was an untouchable pain in the emperor's heart, and now he had to harden his heart and investigate it. If it was really, the emperor stared at the red brush in his hand for a long time. No matter who the culprit was, he would definitely tear them into pieces. Only in this way could he answer to the Empress Xiaohui in the netherworld. Li Yu, after receiving the old imperial physician's promise for half a month, went to test the system again and asked a number of questions. Was the poison in King Jing related to the snowcrow seed? Could King Jing's muteness be cured? Could King Jing speak again after his muteness was cured? The fish that had always been tricked by the system finally rose up and tricked the system a number of times. The series of silence from the tricking system made the carp spirit straighten her back. There's still half a month. The results will be out in half a month. Li Yu happily reminded King Jing. King Jing saw that Xiaoyu had been busy finding the poison powder for him, so he was no longer worried that he would leave first. Xiaoyu had saved him again. King Jing thought with a gentle gaze that he should continue to occupy the carp spirit and repay her with his body. Xianxia, if one day you can speak again, what would you say? Li Yu could not hastily inform King Jing that his muteness was related to poison. However, it should not be a problem for him to look forward to it. If such a day really came, King Jing had actually thought about it before. He smiled and wrote that he would want to call his father and his children. Most of all, he paused and looked at Li Yu. Most of all, I would want to call your name. King Jing wrote. Li Yu was so touched that he sniffled. He imagined that if he could really hear King Jing call his name, he would not be afraid even if he was turned into bones and ashes. Finally, under Li Yu's enthusiastic expectations, half a month passed. During this period, Chief Steward Luo, who had been sent by the emperor to look for Pu Lu, returned with news that Pu Lu had died an unnatural death on her way back to her hometown after leaving the palace. Pu Lu's death made the poisoning of King Jing even more confusing. Although the search for Pu Lu's whereabouts was not successful, the old imperial physician gave a happy answer. For the past half a month, the old imperial physician had been reading medical books and using himself to test the medicine. He confirmed that King Jing was poisoned by a mixture of snowcrow seed and angelica. This was within Li Yu's expectations. However, Li Yu found it difficult to accept the old imperial physician's method to detoxify the poison. Snowcrow seed's poison was very difficult to eradicate. The old imperial physician believed that the only way was to fight poison with poison. However, this method was very dangerous. The two types of poison would fight each other and weaken King Jing's body. If he was not careful, he could put King Jing in danger of being poisoned by another type of poison. The old imperial physician dared to suggest this because the Imperial Academy of Medicine had an antidote for the other type of poison. Compared to snowcrow seed, this type of poison was much easier to deal with. Li Yu was still a little hesitant, but King Jing had already nodded his head in agreement. Xiaoyu tried her best to clear the way for him. How could he not take this path seriously? After King Jing took the poison, he vomited more and more black blood. The old imperial physician believed that this was the effect of fighting poison with poison. King Jing tossed and turned in pain. His inner clothes were completely soaked. The old imperial physician only allowed King Jing to take the antidote after he had vomited all the black blood. After taking the antidote, King Jing fell into a deep sleep. Li Yu stayed by his bedside the entire time. His heart ached. The emperor also came to visit several times to comfort King Jing's children. However, perhaps because the other type of poison was too strong, King Jing did not wake up even after taking the antidote. The emperor was almost worried to death. The old imperial physician also could not diagnose the cause of King Jing's illness. Although his pulse was weak, it was not completely lifeless. Li Yu was very afraid that King Jing would become a vegetable. Every day, he would talk to King Jing nonstop and tell him some interesting stories about his sons. On this day, Li Yu was talking about how the emperor had decided to send Debao and the others to the imperial study for the Grand Secretary to teach them. The Grand Secretary could not do anything about these lively and adorable children. Debao listened to the lesson very seriously. As a 1-year-old child, he could sit up straight. After he started learning, he took the initiative to discover the mistake regarding rice. Bao and Bao had a very good relationship. They were so close that they took turns to listen to the Grand Secretary's lecture and play with him. The Grand Secretary did not know whether to laugh or cry. Sibao slept through the entire lesson. He did not know who this child resembled. Liyu's voice was full of emotion. She was thirsty, and when she turned around to pour herself some water, she suddenly heard someone call out in a hoarse voice, "Xiao Yu." For a moment, he thought that he had heard wrongly. This voice was very hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. The pronunciation was not even right. However, it was full of affection and seemed to be déjà vu. King Jing would often call out to Liu in his heart, but this time, he actually made a sound. Clearly, he did not quite believe it himself and stood rooted to the ground. Liu rushed over and cried tears of joy. "Tianqi, you're awake. You spoke, didn't you?" Even though he had deduced from the system's silence a few days ago, a deduction was still a deduction after all. King Jing would definitely recover. This thought had always supported him. Even though King Jing did not wake up after taking the medicine, his heart was still filled with hope. Moreover, he really did hear King Jing speak just now, because Liu pinched his thigh hard because his thigh really hurt. King Jing himself did not know the reason for this. Although he had not been able to wake up for the past few days, he could clearly hear the sounds of the outside world. He also heard Xiaoyu talking in his ear all the time. Every time Xiaoyu spoke to him, he would reply in his heart, but Xiaoyu had no way of knowing. In order not to worry Xiaoyu, he used all his strength to wake up. When he finally opened his eyes, his mouth followed his heart and he unconsciously called out Xiaoyu's name. The sudden strange sound was hoarse and broken, like the tip of a sword grinding on gravel. King Jing himself did not expect this to be him. Why was he suddenly able to make a sound? His throat was very itchy and painful. During the past few days when he could not wake up, it was like a burning fire. King Jing himself could not believe it. His body stiffened as he tried to sound her out. "Xiao," he suddenly stopped talking. The sound really did come from his chest. This was him. King Jing was stunned. Liu was also stunned for a moment. When she came back to her senses, she hugged him tightly. Her face and eyes were full of tears, but she still shouted happily, "Tianqi, Tianqi." King Jing hugged Liu back tightly. He wanted to say something, but he did not have the strength. He realized that he could speak, but it was not easy to express his inner thoughts. He suddenly did not know how to say many words that he had heard countless times. All he could do was hug Xiaoyu as he rested his chin on Xiaoyu's shoulder intimately. Now that King Jing could speak, Liu was overjoyed and informed Wang Shi first. Wang Shi was even more exaggerated than Liu. She knelt on the ground with a plop and walked over on her knees, looking up at King Jing. "Your Highness?" Wang Shi stammered. King Jing closed his eyes. "King, Wang Shi." Of course, he knew who it was, but he was still not used to speaking. However, just this one word made Wang Shi burst into tears. "Your Highness is a blessed man. This old servant has no regrets in this life." Wang Shi cried and laughed at the same time. The old imperial physician was urgently invited to King Jing's residence. After hearing King Jing's intermittent words with his own ears, the old imperial physician was extremely shocked. He felt King Jing's pulse and repeatedly said that this was an unexpected surprise. "Your Highness's poison has been cured, but I didn't expect that your muteness would also," because it was said that King Jing's muteness was innate. The old imperial physician did not even think about it. However, his muteness had also disappeared with the detoxification. This meant that King Jing's muteness was actually due to poisoning and not innate. The old imperial physician had been in the imperial hospital for decades and knew that King Jing could not speak from the moment he was born. However, if it was due to poisoning, then King Jing had been poisoned not long after he was born. Only a handful of people could do this. The old imperial physician was only concerned with treating the illness. Now that the poison had been cured and his muteness had been unexpectedly cured, he was overjoyed and did not think about the implications. "Imperial physician, now that His Highness's poison has been cured and he can speak, does this mean that his muteness and poison will not be passed on to his children in the future?" Liu thought of something and asked the imperial physician loudly. She also gave the old imperial physician a look. In reality, the old imperial physician did not quite understand the princess consort's meaning, but he followed Liyu's words and replied, since the muteness was caused by poisoning, now that the poison has been cured, the children will naturally not be infected. Princess Consort and His Highness, please rest assured. Liyu smiled especially brightly and blinked her eyes as she looked at King Jing. King Jing's heart trembled. He understood Xiaoyu's meaning. Now that the poison had been cured and his muteness had been cured, there would be no need to use contraception in the future. Alright, I promise you. King Jing nodded silently. He was actually the same as Xiaoyu. He also wanted a daughter. As the king and princess consort exchanged glances, the old imperial physician felt that the surrounding atmosphere had inexplicably heated up. He coughed lightly and said, although His Highness's poison has been cured, his body is still weak and will need to continue taking medicine for a period of time. This old official thinks that the princess consort's prescription for health is very good. This old official will also give His Highness some medicine that will help him swallow and moisten his throat. I hope that it will help His Highness recover as soon as possible. The old imperial physician was in high spirits and talked a lot. He even wanted to explain the medical theory in detail to them. Liyu and King Jing looked at each other and held each other's hands tightly. Their hearts were drowned in great joy and they could barely listen to anything else. Wang Shi brought the old imperial physician into the palace to report the good news to the emperor. When the emperor received the news, he immediately dressed casually and rushed to King Jing's residence. When King Jing knelt down with the help of Liyu and tried his best to call him imperial father, the emperor's heart was extremely complicated. He felt fortunate and happy that he had regained what he had lost, but he also felt angry and annoyed that he had been deceived by the scoundrel. It was inappropriate for the emperor to say anything more. He ordered King Jing to stand up and patted King Jing's shoulder. No matter how many feelings he had, they all turned into a long sigh. Tianqi, recover quickly. Zhen still has many things for you to do. The emperor stared at King Jing for a long time. There were also tears in his eyes. King Jing could only speak. At present, other than a few words, he could barely speak. The emperor was already very satisfied. However, King Jing's muteness had been cured, but it could not be spread out and let outsiders know. Because even his innate muteness was fake, what else could be real? Pu Lu had been investigated and confirmed to be dead. The dead told no tales. However, there was still the midwife who had delivered King Jing for Empress Xiaowei and the imperial physician who had diagnosed King Jing. When King Jing was born, the emperor did not hear any crying. There must be something else going on. King Jing was not born mute. This belated fact was like a sharp stone that shattered the false peace of the imperial harem for more than 10 years. Luo Ruweixing and the imperial bodyguards were already following up. They were also investigating the cause of Pu Lu's death. Before they found out the truth, the emperor still needed King Jing to pretend to be mute. They must not act rashly and alert the enemy. King Jing and Liu could both guess the emperor's plan and agreed. The children had been studying in the palace for the past few days. When the emperor learned that King Jing's poison had been cured, he brought the children back with him when he visited King Jing. Previously, Liu had only told them that their father, Jing Wang, was not feeling well and could not see them for the time being. The children did not understand the danger involved, but their father did not allow them to see him. This had already caused the children to feel depressed for a few days. The emperor ordered them to study in the imperial study partly because the children were indeed very smart, and partly because he wanted to help divert the children's attention. Now that they heard that King Jing's father was about to had recovered, the children were overjoyed. They rushed into the room one by one and clung to King Jing's trousers. King Jing smiled and hugged them one by one. Liu was worried that King Jing's body would not be able to take it, but King Jing shook his head at him. During these days when he was unconscious, King Jing missed his children very much. Being hugged by him, the eyes of the 4 children, who had not been hugged for a long time, turned red. Sibao, I miss Dad so much. Sibao lay on his father's chest and spoke in a soft voice about how much he missed King Jing's father. King Jing touched the top of his soft head. He could not say Sibao's 4 words, so he could only say vaguely. Bao, Dad, I miss you. King Jing's father suddenly spoke. Dabao, Bao, and Sanbao all pricked up their ears. The fish cubs were already used to King Jing's inability to speak. Their father did not teach them what a disability was. Instead, when they were still little fish, he kindly told them that King Jing's father was sick and could not speak. Their father did not want the children to categorize King Jing as a disabled person. He had always tried to make the children feel that King Jing was no different from him. He did not expect that his words would come true. When King Jing was sick, he would naturally recover. Dad has recovered from his illness. Debao suddenly realized. Before the children jumped up, Liu quickly told them that King Jing's father had not fully recovered and could not go around telling others. This was a little secret between the fathers and the children. Liu hooked his little finger at them one by one, asking them to keep it a secret. Debao, Erbao, Sanbao, and Sibao all liked to keep secrets for their father and fought to hook their fingers with him. Sibao even hooked his finger at King Jing. Dad, Sibao, same. Sibao had a new discovery. He smiled and pointed at King Jing, then at himself. Among the children, Sibao was not very good with words. King Jing had just recovered, so he was not very good with words either. In terms of not knowing how to speak, the two of them were about the same. Little Sibao was now a fish who had gone to school. He knew about teachers and quickly said, Sibao, teach daddy. King Jing smiled and was about to respond when Liu picked Sibao up. Let go of King Jing, daddy, let me do it. Liu gestured at King Jing and smiled brightly at Sibao. Sibao, who was suddenly shocked by his father's smile, was speechless. Sibao could not understand. He had not done anything yet, so why was he eliminated by his father? Liu really did teach him, because she had once taught the fish cubs how to speak. She taught King Jing how to speak with ease. Teacher Yu quickly prepared the lesson. With a peach blossom pancake in his hand, he smiled and said, Xianxia, you will only get to eat if you speak correctly. King Jing was speechless. King Jing smiled and nodded. Was Xiaoyu going to enlighten him? It was good to have a reward. Liu could not possibly teach King Jing how to recognize his father. King Jing had been out of touch for too long. He could actually recognize many words, but when he said them, he would stumble. This was because King Jing did not have any real reading experience. Liu planned to teach him from Pinyin first. It was the same everywhere he had transmigrated to. Teacher Yu wrote on a piece of paper, Xianxia, do you know Bobo Mofo Teiyu? King Jing was speechless. King Jing did not know. He smiled and begged for mercy, Xiao. You. His hoarse voice was still unpleasant to the ears. The old doctor would be like this for a period of time, but every time he read Liu's name, it would become extraordinarily magical. It would tug at his heartstrings and make his scalp tingle. Teacher Yu was almost distracted. He blushed and knocked on the small blackboard, don't interrupt. Read it with me. King Jing was instilled by Teacher Yu with the initial and final consonants. As the first person in ancient times to learn Pinyin, King Jing, who had no foundation in Pinyin, did not find it difficult to learn. As he listened to Liu and had a good comprehension ability, he quickly realized that what Xiaoyu taught him was a kind of foundation. After he learned the initial and final consonants, Xiaoyu wrote Pinyin for the commonly used words and taught him how to spell them to read. King Jing stumbled as he learned to spell. Although he still made mistakes from time to time, Liu told him to take it slow. King Jing slowly learned to say a word, a short sentence, and began to get used to people's names. Perhaps it was really fate. Among everyone's names, he knew how to call Xiaoyu from the beginning and never made any mistakes. In order to make King Jing speak like a normal person, Liu also gave him a task to read aloud. The time to read aloud was usually set in the morning. Liu said that people were most energetic in the morning and their learning state was the most stable. It was the best time to study, so it was called morning reading. Morning reading was held every day. Teacher Yu asked King Jing to start from the simplest human nature is good at birth and then to various storybooks. She also often demonstrated and did spot checks. Xianxia, how do you read this? Teacher Yu flipped to a page of a certain storybook and pointed at a certain title, pretending to casually check the results. King Jing glanced at it and read it emotionlessly, husband. Teacher Yu was stimulated by his cold face and heart-scratching voice. She continued to point and ask, what about this? King Jing, husband. Both her husband and husband were good. Teacher Yu was overjoyed. She thought that she was secretly taking advantage of her students. In fact, King Jing knew how many times he had read it. In the future, he would try his best to get it back from Teacher Yu. Student King Jing and student fish cubs were treated differently. Teacher Yu was stricter with King Jing. Even if the fish cubs spat out bubbles, they would still be able to eat peach blossom pancakes. King Jing's mouth was dry after reading for the whole day. Teacher Yu was in a good mood and would only give him a peach blossom pancake. King Jing did not complain. He smiled and ate the peach blossom pancake with Liyu's hand. As he ate, he would always eat Teacher Yu's finger. Teacher Yu really could not bear it anymore. There was no need to bear it anymore. It wasn't that Liu hadn't speculated about the culprit behind King Jing's poisoning when he was young, but he was only King Jing's official consort. There were many restrictions in investigating the emperor's harem from decades ago, so it was best to leave it to the emperor himself to investigate. Right now, he and King Jing had no other choice but to trust the emperor. In addition, there was another terrifying point. The King Jing of this world had recovered, but the King Jing of the original book was probably mute for the rest of his life. It was no wonder that no matter if it was in the book or in this world, King Jing's children were all normal. It wasn't because King Jing was lucky, but because King Jing's muteness wasn't innate. The King Jing of this world was lucky enough to discover it, but there wasn't a carp spirit in the original book that could help King Jing discover the truth. Liu himself felt lucky, but also a little scared. The secret related to the muteness had been dangling in front of him for a long time, but he almost missed it. King Jing spat out the poisonous blood in a moment of desperation because he chose to do the side mission Compassion, and the reward for this side mission was a prescription that was inextricably linked to the muteness. If he added a single snow crow seed, it would become a poison that would harm King Jing. If he added a few other herbs, it would help King Jing recover. You never know what kind of surprises the system would have in store for you. Also, sometimes, doing good deeds would bring about good karma. The side mission had come to an end. Liu had helped Madame Liang, and also helped himself and King Jing to overcome the most difficult hurdle. They were about to clear the path. That day, the sixth prince held Madame Liang hostage, and was suspected of regicide. After the emperor brought everyone back to the palace, he ordered the guards to lock the sixth prince in the prison, and no one dared to speak up for the sixth prince. The sixth prince dared to attack the emperor, so the emperor could cripple his son, but he couldn't really kill him. Sparing the sixth prince's life was already extremely benevolent. Consort Zhang knew that the sixth prince had really made an unforgivable mistake this time, so she decided to protect herself and stay in Yongfu Palace as much as possible. Because concubine Zhang did not directly participate in the sixth prince's actions, the emperor kept her position as concubine and severely reprimanded her. Concubine Zhang was often a quail in front of the emperor, but in the end, it was her quail temperament that saved her. Xianxia had completely given up on the sixth prince. After experiencing the kidnapping, the child in Xianxia's womb was too agitated and could not be saved that night. Without another word, Xianxia packed up and returned to her maternal home. Concubine Liu, who had been framed, was released after the investigation by the emperor and reunited with the eighth prince. The seventh prince and his birth mother, Imperial concubine Li, also learned from the emperor that they were also involved in the sixth prince's scheme. The seventh prince said that one may know a person's face but not his heart. After this hunting trip, the two little princes unexpectedly matured a lot. The emperor sent King Jing's 4 sons to the imperial study. Finally, the seventh prince and the eighth prince were no longer the youngest. In front of the 4 treasures, they became uncles. The 2 little princes held their chests high. The emperor was already paving the way for King Jing. He clearly told them that it was King Jing who helped them to clear the suspicion. The 2 little princes were especially attentive to their nephews. The imperial study was peaceful and the emperor was very satisfied with this. Since the seventh prince and the eighth prince could build a good relationship with the 4 treasures, it meant that they had built a good relationship with the King Jing. In the future, they would not have to worry about anything. On the other side, head steward Luo was ordered to investigate. The cause of Pu Lu's death also surfaced. Pu Lu originally died of poisoning. The emperor ordered the old imperial physician to assist the coroner and found that there was residual poison in Pu Lu's body. It was the medicinal effect of the snow crow seed mixed with angelica. This was very clear. Pulu must have drunk the mixture of these two herbs and then passed the poison to the young King Jing through the milk. After she left the palace, the poison took effect. It should be said that it was fortunate that she did not directly feed King Jing the medicine. Otherwise, King Jing would not have been able to live for more than a few months. Because the snow crow seed's poison was passed through the milk, the toxicity was weakened by a lot. Therefore, King Jing was mute and did not die. The poison remained in King Jing's body and did not cause any other harm. This was probably the cunning part of the person who poisoned King Jing. If King Jing was directly poisoned to death, the emperor would definitely investigate. But if he was mute and pretended to be born mute, the emperor would at most ask the imperial physician to examine him. He would also pray to the gods and Buddha, but would not punish anyone else. In this way, even if the emperor and Empress Xiaohui still had a legitimate son alive, in fact, it was almost the same as not having him. The emperor was very sure that he had no enmity with Pulu. He really did not understand why the other party wanted to frame him like this. Since she was not an enemy, Pulu must be working for someone. Luo Ruweixing continued to investigate Pulu's family. He found that her family members were infected with the plague and died not long after her death. At that time, there were 2 midwives who helped Empress Xiaohui deliver the baby. One of them accidentally fell off the cliff and died without a trace. The other one was accidentally hit by a carriage after drinking too much. The imperial physician who diagnosed King Jing was quite old at that time. Not long after he retired and returned to his hometown, he passed away. None of them survived. The emperor, who was familiar with the ways of the palace, knew at a glance that they were probably killed. In retrospect, there were indeed too many tricks. The investigation was thus interrupted, and the emperor had a headache. Because it was related to King Jing, the emperor summoned King Jing's husband to the palace. These days, the emperor also saw Princess Jing's intelligence. Liu always had unique opinions. It was also Liu who found the poison powder that Pulu put in the sealed palace room and saved King Jing. The emperor thought that it would be better to ask Liu to see if Liu had any other opinions. The emperor ordered King Jing to come quickly with Liu. King Jing had been talking day after day. Other than his voice still being very hoarse and his conversation being a little slow, there were no other problems. Even if it was like this, the emperor would not dislike it. Tianqi, what do you think? The emperor asked. King Jing slowly said, very good. King Jing could not talk before. Now that he had recovered, he did not have the desire to talk to the emperor. He was usually very concise. On the other hand, the emperor had prepared a lot of questions to show his concern for King Jing, but unexpectedly, he could not ask them. The emperor heard from Xianxia that King Jing would wake up early every day to read, from the 3-character classic to all kinds of storybooks, and he would read them aloud. King Jing looked cold and cheerless. He could fight and kill, but the emperor could not imagine him reading storybooks. King Jing stuffed a small booklet in his sleeve. After consulting the emperor, he would take it out from time to read it. The emperor knew that King Jing used to keep some notes. Now that the notes were no longer needed, what was the booklet for? The emperor took a sneak peek when King Jing was not paying attention. It was a mess of strange patterns. The princess wrote it. King Jing smiled and explained. Because Liu was afraid that King Jing would suddenly forget how to pronounce a certain word, he organized a pinyin book of commonly used words for emergencies. King Jing carried it with him. Whether he forgot or not, he would take it out to read. Liu was close to him, but he could not stop King Jing from wanting to show off. The emperor was speechless. The emperor felt that after King Jing recovered from his muteness, his relationship with Princess Jing had reached a new level. The emperor had seen it so many times that he had become numb to it. This was the feeling of being filmed with PDA too many times. Back to the main topic, after exchanging greetings with the young couple, the emperor told them about the current predicament. Father Emperor is wise. You found so many clues so quickly. Liu flattered the emperor, and the emperor did a thorough investigation, so the news came quickly. Liu did not expect that the few insiders they could think of were all dead. The emperor was flattered. He coughed lightly and said, "It's just that now that the clues are gone, I don't know what to do." Liu was waiting for him to say this. Although these people are gone, there are still things. Some things can't be changed. Father Emperor, why don't you investigate the snow crow seed? Liu's words hit the nail on the head. He heard from the old imperial physician that the snow crow seed grew on the top of a snowy mountain. There were no snowy mountains in the country, so the snow crow seed was extremely rare. Even the imperial hospital did not have it. This is suspicious. Why would the herb, which even the imperial hospital does not have, be in Pulu's hands? Moreover, the snow crow seed was originally very nutritious. It became poisonous when it was mixed with angelica. I think that the person behind the scenes should know medicine, or at least know the toxicity of the snow crow seed. The old imperial physician said that the powder was originally made according to the ancient prescription for nourishing the body. It was just that the snow crow seed was added. Even if people who did not understand the mystery of the medicine knew about the existence of the snow crow seed, they would think that it was to make up for the deficiency. It was probably a way to fool people. Liu said nothing more, but he was slightly worried. The snow crow seed was rare in the country. Could it be that this poison was related to foreign countries, but for so many years, there were no foreign countries in the emperor's harem? For example, Jinju. Even if the emperor and Jinju Wang were allies, and the two countries were friendly, the emperor could accept the marriage between the princess Jinjue and the prince, but he would never take Jinju as his concubine. This was the emperor's usual style. Liu strongly suspected that Pulu's snow crow seed came from foreign countries. But there were no foreign people in the harem. How did the snow crow seed come about? Could it be that Pulu herself was a foreign country? The more Liu thought about it, the more suspicious it was. He unconsciously asked. The emperor was startled and fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, "I will order people to start with the snow crow seed and continue to investigate." Liu saw that the emperor did not want to say more, so he did not ask any more. After leaving the palace of heavenly purity, Liu gently nudged King Jing with his elbow. "Tianqi, do you know where the snowy mountain is?" King Jing was outside, so it was inconvenient for him to say more. He wrote 2 words on Liu's palm, Lulan. Lulan. What's that? Liu was dumbfounded. He was a bookworm, and his knowledge of geography was pitiful. Thanks to the original book, all the neighboring countries only knew of one Jinju. In his impression, this was the first time he had heard of the name Lulan. King Jing wrote, "Lulan, there is a snowy mountain. 30 years ago, it was destroyed by father." Liu was speechless. It turned out that it was an extinct country. No wonder he had never heard of it. Could the snow crow seed be from Lulan? Originally, he was thinking that the person behind the scenes who harmed King Jing must have some enmity with the emperor. Could it be that the people of Lulan who had been destroyed sneaked into the palace to take revenge on the emperor? Or, Liu recalled the flickering look in the emperor's eyes just now. Could it be that the emperor and a certain Lulan girl were old friends and had brought her into the harem? However, the emperor's favorite was still Empress Xiaohui. The Lulan girl's love turned into hatred, so she harmed King Jing. The more Liu thought about it, the more ridiculous it was. King Jing curled his lips and pulled Liu's sleeve. "Follow me." King Jing signaled with his eyes. Liu followed King Jing for a while and found that King Jing brought him to a somewhat familiar palace. Liu glanced at the plaque. It was actually Jingtai Palace. When he first turned into a fish, he lived in Jingtai Palace for a few days. However, a year had passed, and Liu had lived in the king's mansion for a long time, so Jingtai Palace had become somewhat unfamiliar. He didn't recognize it immediately. The original servants of Jingtai Palace bowed to their master, King Jing, when they saw him. King Jing didn't look sideways. He pulled Liu and went straight to the bedroom. Liu was speechless. Liu blushed a little. Recently, he had been clamoring for a daughter. However, after smoking gold several times, King Jing's dark circles were about to pop out, but his daughter still hadn't come. It was really too difficult for her not to have sex with him. Liu was eager to have a daughter, so he was a little superstitious. He strongly suspected that King Jing's horoscope in the imperial city wasn't compatible with his daughter. He wanted to try another place with King Jing. King Jing was indeed a considerate old man. When he was about to doze off, he gave him a pillow. Jingtai Palace was good. It could be considered half a place where they first met. It was very memorable. King Jing knew that there was something that might be related to Lu Lan. When he turned around to get it, he found that the carp spirit had already burrowed under the brocade quilt. She kept seducing him with her watery eyes. End of chapter 125. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.